Being sealed is the end for many, but for Diablo Vonber, the dark archmage who once nearly defeated a god, it was only the beginning of a new chapter. He was granted the chance to be reborn in this life under the name Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the noble Welton Count family and the official heir to the kingdom of Sale Dam. From the moment he opened his eyes as a baby, Jamie's first feeling was not hatred but boundless love from his parents. For the past 9 years, he has lived as a proper noble teenager, enjoying a full, warm, and leisurely life, even served by affectionate servants, but behind that sweet smile, Diablo was still Diablo, the one nurturing a flame of revenge, vowing to make the 12 angels live a fate worse than death. Jamie's family life was indeed oppressively happy. The warm and joyful dining room atmosphere was as usual, and Jamie had to act innocent to blend in. Laughter and chatter filled the room. His younger sister looked very happy, enjoying the delicious food. This energetic girl was Jamie's mother, also the only daughter of the great Bell family, C.S. Bell. And his father was one of the 5 supreme swordsmen in the kingdom of Akeno Welton. Though he held an impressive title, to Jamie, Ajano was always crazy about his wife and children. Lastly, Sarah Welton, the second daughter of the Welton Count family. Jamie's current life seemed very happy and leisurely, but for Jamie it was extremely annoying. Just one family meal was enough to drain him, because Jamie would never get used to their affectionate treatment. However, compared to the beginning, it was much better now, and one thing to mention was that Jamie was terribly weak at present. But he was okay with that. With this new chance from the 12 gods, Jamie's hatred ran deep to the bone, still existing, and they were still exploiting their followers. Although this was all his power, since dark magic did not exist in this era, it didn't matter. Jamie firmly believed that time would eventually be on his side. The flame of revenge gradually blazed more fiercely, and first of all, he still had to play the role of a well-behaved teenager, understanding the situation. Every time he had to act like that, Jamie wished he would be sealed again instead. Together with his sister, they waited in the hall, ready to listen to the story. Little Demi acted cute. Wondering who would read today, both mother and sister immediately hugged him lovingly, and today's book was about the sage Haynes. Sias began reading the story, which soon ended. She asked the 2 children if they enjoyed it. Sparkling lights appeared in Jamie's eyes. Indeed, he played his role perfectly. Hearing Jamie say he wanted to become a great mage like Haynes, Sius reminded him that he had defeated 3 of his magic teachers, so he would surely succeed. Along with that, she revealed that his father said he would find the greatest mage for him. Jamie smiled happily, thinking that was great. Seeing Jamie prepare to leave, Sius guessed he was heading to the library first. She was full of energy, wanting to hug him. Jamie was truly tired of this scene, but he still had to indulge his mother's wishes. CS kept praising him as adorable, making Jamie despair and scream silently. Later, he finished reading the book in the private library. It was the last remaining book about mana, but it seemed not very useful. Approaching mealtime, Jamie stood up to head to the dining room. Just stepping out, he bumped into a stranger. This old man seemed to be a great mage. Invited by his father, Jamie paid no attention to the old man's words but focused on the mana, radiating clearly from his body like a fierce storm. Jamie was sure this man was at least a level 7 mage. Many doubts arose in his mind. He didn't know why the man could come here without a guide. Jamie decided to ask directly. But at this moment, the old man, like him, focused and was sure Jamie was a genius. Jamie immediately realized the man was estimating his ability. His hands began to shift. Jamie decided he would attack as soon as the man lost focus. As for the old man, he couldn't help but admire the mana and actions of this 9-year-old boy. Wanting to personally test Jamie's power, he activated his mana. An intense duel was about to begin. At that moment, Jamie gently released a spell. Slowly flying toward Lin Mio, the blue power beam was beautiful like a ray of light. Looking at the mess before him, Jamie felt a bit helpless. It didn't work as he expected, but what surprised him even more was, damn unbelievable. My magic has no stance at all, but over there, Kia Lin Meo also got an eye-opening fan, damn it. It's really amazing. This is truly magic that a 9-year-old child can achieve, so his power isn't bad at all. It's my turn now, right? Jamie cursed silently in his heart. The man really is okay. Damn it, Lin Meo's power is flowing, and Jamie has noticed. But his magic. You can confidently assert that you can't harm me. There's no reason for me to defend at all. Suddenly, Jamie opened his eyes wide. That surprised Lin Meo. This kid didn't even blink. The situation was getting tense when Akeno rushed forward and cut him off, angrily shouting, "You're going too far now." Yes. Then turned to ask Han Jamie, "Are you okay?" Jamie blankly responded, "Yes." And when he realized the issue, he immediately whined. "Just a little okay, sir." Akeno was worried because the boy was truly shocked. The hot blood inside surged, making him decisively challenge. "We should have a little talk, Count Lin Mio." So these tricks were seen through by the opponent. The kid tried to act timid in front of his crush, and the old man laughed. Ha 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 ha. Truly unexpected. "This is really interesting." Lin Meo couldn't stop laughing. "Count, I'm very jealous." Meanwhile, Akeno fell into confusion. He attacked another man's son for no reason. After a while, Akeno and Lin Meo sat properly on the sofa. The teacup in Akeno's hand, he couldn't hold back his tone. The boy is my son. And also the heir of the Welton family, yet only received Lin Meo's casual reply. He knew Akeno's mood had darkened. He just said, I know that. Seeing this, Lin Meo had to remind him to calm down. The murderous aura was raging. What the hell else do you want to say? Truly a great swordsman, he said, then asked, how much do you know about your precious son? Akeno kept a gruff attitude and continued, about what? So Lin Meo had to clarify about the talent of your precious son. But Akeno had a reason to question. That's why I entrusted the boy to you, but you attacked him for no reason at all. Silently thinking, damn, he surely has a grudge against his own son, Lin Meo said. It seems you really don't know anything. I will act as if I never received your request. This made Akeno confused. What do you mean? Zero? No matter what, Akeno's impression of this person was very bad. Count Lin Mel, among current mages, is known as the strongest level 8 Grand Mage. Level 8 Grand Mage Count. He did not acknowledge his son's ability, which made Akeno suspicious. Could it be that Jamie isn't as talented as he thought? Just by looking at his face, Lin Meo guessed everyone's mood. Everything you think is completely wrong. Akeno began to lose patience. Count, please be clearer. Unexpectedly, Lin Meo revealed a shocking reason. I don't accept your son because he's not good enough for me to teach. Akeno suddenly fell into confusion. If a level 8 mage can't, then who can? Then he said, your son can read all my magic. Akeno couldn't believe his ears. What? He started reasoning. Impossible. Even if the boy is really that talented, Lin Meo also confirmed, and the kid is certain that my magic cannot touch him. He recalled Jamie's face in the previous battle. I was very surprised that the boy didn't flinch before my magic. Then Lin Meo added, that's not all. Your son even trained himself to level BA mage. If it weren't for his weak body, the boy would definitely be a level 4 mage. And he could affirm, a genius is not a monster, but a monster was born. The kid doesn't need anyone to teach him. Then Lin Meo proposed a solution. You just need to support him and he will perfect himself. This could be the birth of a legendary level 9 mage. After hearing this, Akeno was silent for a while, his hand on the armrest unconsciously clenched. Akeno still couldn't believe the information he just received. My son could become a legendary level 9 mage. Now Lin Meo nodded sincerely. I apologize for attacking your son because I know this will stir up this land, even the whole world. Lin Meo said, this will be very interesting. Meanwhile, Akeno was thoughtful, looking up at the ceiling with many questions in his mind. Ah! In the big castle, who is that? Jamie sighed, frustrated, leaning against the wall. This is really… You're not happy, he complained tiredly. My mother had heard about what that old man had done. Memories of Sias surfaced. Jamie, are you okay? Oh no. I was very scared, right? Mom will scold him. I promised to give him a good beating, and Jamie wondered how long he had been stuck there. He placed an item on the table, but thinking back, it eased Jamie's tension. This time, I saw real magic. Because he believed that if it existed in that era, that magic must be quite powerful, something Jamie cared about deeply. But above all, my father, Count Akeno Welton, this man made him feel proud beyond measure. I knew my father was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. He truly was fit to be my father. Lin Meo suddenly appeared and asked, what's so fun? Just seeing him. Jamie's life seemed to fall into darkness. And then Lin Meo asked what he thought about not being recognized. There's someone here! Jamie's scream echoed throughout the castle. He was so devastated he sat down heavily on the ground. What are you doing here? Lin Meo laughed loudly. Haha, you really are still a child to be so surprised. But Jamie kept wondering how he got into his room. Now he revealed, I teleported in. He felt a strong resentment. It seemed my father hadn't done anything to him. Filled with pain, I realized he wasn't an ordinary old man. But think about how easily he could teleport. Lin Meo started interrogating him, acting childish in front of your father. Why do you have that attitude in front of me? Hearing that, Jamie's attitude became curt. Do you see family and strangers the same? Yet Lin Meo laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, you're really interesting, he said strange words. Though it's unlucky if I were a bit stronger. But Jamie couldn't stop despising him. Truly a bizarre old man. That's why he kept staring at me when we first met. Suddenly Lin Meo took out a book. Jamie was a bit surprised. A magic book. That made him wonder why he gave me the book. Then Lin Meo criticized his magic as outdated. Your magic is outdated, Jamie cursed silently, avoiding his gaze. My magic is outdated. How humiliating. But Lin Meo thought he was touched by the gift. He bent down and revealed, this book contains spells I created. You will be the first to see them. Jamie silently repeated, magic. So he curiously raised and read the book. This book had magic from a high-level wizard. He also said my magic was outdated. Then Lin Meo exclaimed, with this, I have high hopes for you. Actually, Lin Meo was looking forward to it too. I wonder how you will be at our next meeting. After reading the book, Jamie was clearly excited. Maybe this is better than I thought. Let's see how great this book is. He summarized from what he knew. Absorbing mana is a breathing technique through the mouth and absorbing mana into the heart. It's the most effective method known. But the fact that there is a limit to it is a big condition. Demi read attentively. He said my technique was outdated, so I had some expectations for his technique. He stared at the book without blinking. It was really quite interesting. After a while, Jamie closed it but found it hard to perform. We have to feel each mana particle. He had a plan for himself to contact them so he could absorb through the skin. We have to do it precisely. Thinking about it made Jamie amazed. How many people can do that? It can't replace the old technique, and I can meet both conditions already. He smiled brightly. But I am Diablo. Then he jumped up from the bed, but Jamie happily took the book. You've given me quite a few good things, old man. Now, he assured himself, I will definitely do everything one by one. So Jamie snapped his fingers to summon. I need your help. His familiar immediately appeared. It perched on Jamie's shoulder and kept calling, bye. Then he ordered, break the mana particles, Breck, closing his giant eye. Then it opened wide to the fullest. Jamie compared every detail of the first condition. Break the mana particles into smaller ones to absorb easily through the skin. He thought this had a disadvantage. We have to adjust the size and proper position. Looking at his pet, Jamie felt somewhat relieved. Luckily, I have Black. Then he shouted, let's start. Black has made a soul contract with me. It will break the mana, solving the first condition. The first condition was solved. The second condition was not a problem. My body means. If it limits the amount of mana the team can absorb, I just need to store mana in other parts of the body, meaning I have no limits at all. How the next morning at the mansion, the wet nurse and Akeno stood awkwardly behind the door of her room. And he looked on in surprise, sir. Inside the room, Jamie was sitting on the floor channeling energy. He looked at his son hung beside the wet nurse with some worry. Young master, he looked at the flow of energy moving inside his body, his mana swirling around him. Akeno's face was full of amazement, unable to hide it. I know the Marquis gave the kid some guidance, but this is really incredible. Then he thought about the boy's gentle squirrel-like figure by the oak tree. When did my child inherit this innate talent? Next, he turned to the wet nurse and instructed to leave him alone, but keep a few servants here. She replied respectfully, yes, sir. Akeno turned and left. The wet nurse clasped her hands anxiously. I hope the young master will be okay. His steps slow and steady. His mind still deep in thought. So he is a mage. No, a swordsman, probably inherited from his maternal side. His body stiffened, still unable to believe the truth. Even so, it was too impressive. Finally, he smiled and muttered with confidence. A level 9 mage, the kid will definitely make it. That day at the mansion under the clear sky, he closed his eyes as energy orbs surrounded him, then suddenly opened his eyes. Demi stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. I did it! The step to separate the mana elements is quite difficult because it's very complex. But if one X0 works, 10 times should work too. Anyway, he stood there, feeling the energy flowing through his body, amazed. I think I've reached level 4 mage. Thinking this, Jamie exhaled, damn it, almost level 5 already. Suddenly, Black appeared above his head, chirping repeatedly, B. He looked up and replied, I have no intention of modifying this body. Because this body is extremely weak, it slid down his shoulder again. Examining B by, he rubbed it, smiling happily, confirming it was okay. I won't rush anymore, it's okay, and I've succeeded once already. Seeing this, it was also a bit startled. He added that the second time would be easier. Then he pointed and gave the invisibility command. Beck's body faded. It looked at him confused. Jamie looked up and instructed, I'm going to meet father, so hide the mana well. Because I don't want him to know about you. He turned, crossed his arms, smiled at it, praising. Oh, I almost didn't notice you, he smiled excitedly, declaring, I already planned it. How could he detect you? Then he quickly turned and left. Let's go! Jamie's back disappeared, carrying the dense black magic, Greg still flying above his head. In Akeno's room, he looked at the Janus cult member. He seemed very busy. What wind brought you here? He also clasped his hands and smiled kindly. I just came to visit you, Marquis, his face full of deceit. His eyes squinted. I know there has never been a precedent for religion before. I want to thank you for allowing the Janus cult. Us? He smiled, hearing that. Looking back, I think it will be a great encouragement to the people here. So I allowed it. The Janus cult member's face twisted in confusion. You mean what exactly, sir? Akeno didn't hesitate, slowly explaining, because I always want to give the best. I will make Janus the biggest cult. Starting from my territory, he also understood, oh, he's telling me who exactly holds power here. The Janus cult member's expression darkened, frowning, silently judging. He's warning me, even though I've heard rumors about him. But this looks serious. Then he clasped his hands calmly. Well, you must be busy, so let's stop here. The Janus cult member cooperated respectfully. Yes, sir. Akeno stood up, smiling brightly, reminding to go home safely. He also stood and bowed flatteringly, wishing you good luck always. Then he left, Akeno still smiling. Then his face darkened in the hallway. Jamie stood hiding in a corner. Observing the Janus cult member leaving, he clenched his teeth tensely. I knew it. Then he sank into thought. The logo on his hood, the sign of a crescent moon with a golden cross in the middle. And what he kept saying, repeating questions over and over, why the hell, why? His face was full of hatred and anger at why. My dared to be right here, Janice thought anxiously while biting his thumb. Why did father allow his cult into this area? Why did it have to be Janice? His nail was bitten off in rage. I can't let this go, I have to act, but now I only have one choice left. He stood silently in the mansion hallway. Since this cult operates in the Count's territory, the only way is to ask the Count to drive them out, he decided silently. I have to meet father first, then start investigating immediately. Jamie stood in front of Akeno's door and announced, Father, it's me, Jamie. He entered and sat on the chair next to him with tea and cake. This is the Welton family's tea room. He looked at Jamie excitedly. All right, you've succeeded, haven't you? He replied cheerfully. Yes, sir. Seeing his expression, Akeno also smiled. Hands clasped, he guessed. You must really like magic. His tone was somewhat coaxing. Yes, I like it very much. Suddenly he became silent. He smiled faintly, looking over. What's wrong, father? He hesitated a bit. I just hope you can grow up like a normal boy. He faced him confused. What? His eyes were full of probing, recalling the kid was very talented. Then Akeno closed his eyes. But the life of a genius is the hardest thing in this world. When a genius child grows up, everyone will envy him. Then when he matures, those people will attack him fiercely. He thought of the scrutinizing gazes toward Jamie, hesitating. I wonder if that's good for Jamie. His hands on the chair then clenched tightly, eyes full of hesitation. He probed, Jamie, if you feel the path of magic is too hard, you can give it up, but I will always support you wholeheartedly. He smiled brightly and replied, Don't worry, father. Seeing him still cheerful, he closed his eyes, satisfied. That's my son. Akeno's eyes looked at the flow in his body, couldn't help but exclaim, But father, is this mana from a 9-year-old child? Seeing that, he was a bit startled. I already sensed a huge amount of mana from the boy's body. The boy is still absorbing more. Wait, his eyes widened in shock. What the fuck? Isn't mana only stored in the heart with a certain limit? Why? Then Akeno looked at him, questioning Jamie. The magic book that Count Lin Mayo gave you yesterday, have you mastered it already? He smiled calmly. Yes, thinking silently. Not only that, I even made it better. Hearing that, he was even more amazed. Count, what did you create? The room fell silent in Akeno's astonishment. How can a child do this in just one day? The kid, right? In his eyes, Demi's body glowed full of potential. A person who could become a legendary 9th-tier mage? Here, he closed his eyes and laughed at his own thoughts. Ha 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 ha, comparing to my own son. My talent isn't even 1/10 of his. He could become a 9th-tier mage. He looked at him full of confusion. What's wrong, father? Akeno was excited, smiling at him. Really proud of you. Today, I feel very proud of you. He still sat on the chair, smiling kindly while he stood up and approached. He. His hand placed on Jamie's head and patted him. He also smiled and replied, he. Actually, his face and mind showed boundless hatred for this head pat. Ugh, don't pat my head anymore. Suddenly, he pointed at Black, who was invisible on Jamie's head. But that's your 0 recovery spirit, right? Seeing that, it also spun confusedly. Bye-bye. He was also awkwardly turning around. Dad, can you see it? His eyes were full of panic and doubt. What the fuck? I'm sure I made Black invisible, but father can still see Black? He smiled happily, his hand describing a bat. No, it's a bit rounder than a bat. Cute, it's about this big, right? Jamie was confused inside. How strong is father? Then he sadly closed his eyes, thinking, Don't tell me he discovered that I used dark magic to summon it. Then explained to him, I made it look like a bat. I didn't tell father because I was afraid he'd be too surprised. Hearing that, Akeno suddenly stepped forward and hugged him tightly, making him spit blood. He excitedly shouted, No way you made that? Of course, I'm very surprised, but I am amazed at your ability. Oh look, my son is a genius. I am very proud of you, my son. I am proud to be your father. Then he staggered out of the room, his face drained of life, blaming his mother. Why is this family so troublesome? That night, in a dark building with many people passing by, Jamie wrapped his cloak tightly around his head and spoke softly. Breck, on top of his head, was turning into wings, grabbing him and flying swiftly, his eyes full of caution, confirming again. I will definitely find out why they came here. Let's go. His body grew wings thanks to Black and flew over the city, observing the surroundings. In an alley, 2 men were talking. The fat one said something. The purple-haired man responded. He said to follow the plan if you still want to live. Hearing that, he cursed. I don't even know what will happen tomorrow. Philip closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and prayed. I don't even know what we are doing anymore. He is from the Livan Criminal Organization, the CCP. Philip and Jans looked back urgently and shouted, Don't you see he's sacrificing half the organization just for his own benefit? He is from the Livan Criminal Organization. Jans then stood up angrily and questioned, HAISS is a place that allows organizations like ours to operate, if we don't overdo it. But human trafficking is different. It will mess this place up on the other side. Philip remained calm, bowed his head. If we're lucky, we might escape. Next to Jans, who strongly opposed, that's just what you think. Do you think we can escape? Then he anxiously asked, do you know Count Welton loves children and his own children? If he knew we were trafficking children right in his territory, then what? They thought of the chopping and coldness of a Kano, reserved for himself. At that time we would eat cages instead of rice, Philip stubbornly said. But he is sure we won't be discovered. Jans's voice trembled hesitantly. He is sure. We will escape from a master swordsman, he explained. Hani's men said they would do that. He crossed his arms. Hani will definitely do everything to become involved. On this side, Philip still sat there suspiciously. Ha! So now what? Want to run or keep playing? Philip, Jan seriously made a decision. I will run. The underworld law. When the responsibility of a case is assigned to a related party, no one is allowed to interfere with them. Philip calmly looked up and confirmed, all right, now we have to find a way to escape. He sat down, crossed his arms and legs. Do you have a plan yet? Even though this place is very large, the organization will definitely hunt us down. He sat on a wooden crate. Well, just try. At least we tried. Better to die trying than to just stand and die. Jans doubted. No other choice, he replied. I think we have to try to know, he shouted angrily. Not noticing someone was watching from the corner, who the hell suddenly wants to traffic here? Philippe concluded. Surely someone contacted the boss. He is quite famous anyway, although I don't know the reason. His eyes looked at them coldly. The two then realized, looking back at Jans, stammered and shouted while he stepped toward them. Who are you? He approached with a cold face, smiling, cloak covering half his face, asking playfully, who are you? Jans's hands involuntarily clenched tightly. If you don't want to tell, he raised his fist, gritting his teeth, lunging at him. Then die, you bastard. Philip also grabbed a knife and rushed forward. Suddenly, the rope disappeared, making them freeze in confusion. The two looked around cautiously and shouted, where is he? How is this like Itachi's illusion? Suddenly, his voice sounded dark from behind, frightening Jans and Philip. What are you talking about that sounds so interesting? He descended from above in front of the two. Dark magic radiated around. His hand reached out, pulling lightning as he smiled. I want to hear about it. Then both were beaten to their knees before Jamie, who sat on a wooden crate. They trembled. That's what happened. The two's eyes were vague. After hearing, he also looked disheartened, thinking silently. Let go of people? Huh? Above all, that is what my father despises the most. His eyes looked at them on the ground with contempt. The brain is for thinking, not for display. A life lacking NaCl. These guys must be OMO. He gritted his teeth angrily, cursing inside. So troublesome, those angels already gave me a headache, and now these guys too. And these guys think so short-sightedly. His eyebrows furrowed as he sank into thought about what their boss ate. That he suddenly accepted that proposal. Could it be that they don't know what kind of person their father is? He muttered to himself that he had a bad feeling about this. Next, Jamie stood up abruptly, his hand placed on James's head to activate magic. Those two stared wide-eyed, hypnotized as he issued the order to go to the precinct themselves, the Duke's house, and reveal everything. They all said in unison, yes sir, then stood up at the same time. His gaze was cold as he looked on. Maybe tomorrow morning will be fun. They left, leaving him behind. After finishing, he turned and left. Black, let's go back. Black formed a pair of wings behind his back using dark magic. Suddenly, someone was thrown flying toward him. Jimmy was a bit surprised and turned to see Philip, who was gritting his teeth in pain. His body was pinned against the wall behind him, blood spreading on the floor. Jazz was also thrown down. They lay unconscious while he looked on in confusion. A laugh startled him. Ha 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 ha, fools, the group who came shouted. He also looked toward them. Hey, you're shouting too loud. The guards came and handcuffed each one. Now his gaze was cold. Where is that crazy guy? He also cast dark magic angrily. How dare he do that? Next, Jamie raised his hand, forming a circle. A large, dark magic appeared behind him. He swung his hand toward the two others, energy shining down on them with urging words. I've helped you live a little longer. Now finish the mission. Their bodies gradually healed by magic. So he led the group, laughing smugly as he approached. Oh, look who's here. Bring those guys here and I'll deal with that guy. He was the BAK Honey, a criminal organization leader. He looked at Jamie healing the two guys and questioned, how do you want to die? Hearing that, Jamie glanced back. Ah, him? He ordered his men to bring the two guys over. Bring those two here. I'll handle them. Philip was gasping, tears running, trembling for help, while Jamie stood silently watching them being dragged away, his eyes full of cold anger. The plainsman quickly attacked with a strike to the head, surprising Jamie as well. Hani shouted, ha ha ha, what do you want to say? Die! He shouted while continuously attacking him. Die! Die, die, die. Then he laughed gleefully, shouting, Uchiha, I like this. I like this, he said. Then his hand swung up, tongue sticking out obscenely. Let me hear your begging cries. His body burned and lay in a crater. The crazy guy looked worried. Sir, are you sure? Hani was also angry, looking back. What are you saying? I'm sure I killed him. Jamie stood behind. He smiled and whispered, frightening him, "Is that all you have?" The guy turned, gritting his teeth while Jamie disappeared. "I'm standing in front of you, are you happy?" He panicked. His eyes were cold as he smiled at him, raising his hand. "I want to ask, are you happy killing your own subordinate?" His eyes widened in shock. "What kind of cage is this? Why isn't he dead yet?" Hani's eyes looked at the dark magic lines around Jamie's body, confused. "And what is that dark energy?" Jamie approached him, energy radiating stronger. His voice was gloomy. "I don't understand why you're acting like a girl in heat when you're just a BA rank mage." He turned in surprise, then gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn dog, I'll kill you." Then he summoned a pillar of fire, shooting straight at Jamie. He shouted, "Skill!" BA rank fire magic, he thought to himself, although it can't compare to idle Megumin's skill. He glared and judged. "However, it's enough to burn him to ashes," he cursed. "Die, you shorty." A flash of light appeared. Suddenly he froze. Dark magic shot toward him. Jamie sighed. "Youngsters really haven't experienced life yet." Hani looked stunned. Jamie sneered, "Do you think you can beat your dad? Come on, hurry up, kid." His hand raised invisible threads that bound him. Jamie smiled smugly. "And that's why your dad likes to show off to poor bastards like you." Nearby, the guy knelt down. Then his head dropped. The guys saw dark magic around and the guy collapsed. They panicked. He defeated him easily. They were shocked. "Monster, run!" His hand calmly reached toward two of them. "Blame yourself for running into Riot's balancing system." Dark magic shot to a guy's face. He blinked in panic. His hand clenched and shouted, "Anicaps," immediately. After that guy also spat blood, screaming in pain. Jamie smiled at him. Then he also moved toward Hani. Lying on the ground. "All right," he grabbed his head, then smiled and bent down. "My slave. Remember to answer all the questions I intend to ask you." His eyes full of confusion, drool flowing from his mouth. "Yes, master." Actually, he grabbed Hani's head, lifted him up. He trembled, replying to the boss of the kids. He coldly looked at him, snorted. The story sounded exactly like the one just now, really just a waste of time. Thinking to himself, he could also tell father about this human trafficking issue. Then Jamie released his hand from his head. That guy also collapsed to the ground. So what should this guy do now, he thought. Even if Navi beats Gambit because Navi shoots better, but this Gambit fan wouldn't accept the result. Then he died. Lying there unconscious, he sank into thought because he was a BA level mage. So normally he would turn him into a corpse, but even so, with his sinful soul, he would soon rot away. And the problem of the corpse's appearance too, he thought of Hani. Under the long corpse, ugly, painful, cursing silently, ugly as hell. Thinking of this, he also smiled and decided, well then, I guess I have to give him an ultimatum. Then he smiled wickedly, muttering because he was a BA level mage. So he definitely had a lot of mana. Then he reached toward Hani's face behind him, radiating the energy of a magic circle. Eyes wide, palm glowing, chanting, then bon appetit in the dark alley. His body smoked. He stood there, looking down, praising, also, NDT0, like Gordon Ramsay said. "Now, Demi, bring a towel to wipe the corner of your mouth," sighing. "Although there are too many impurities in it, well, as long as it's edible, forget it now." He turned to Philip and Jans, looking at him from behind. "So, what will you do now?" He approached, their eyes full of emptiness, looking at him. Although he had resurrected them for a while, it wouldn't last long. Behind him appeared a stream of dark magic energy. Then it condensed. Black appeared with an innocent eye, shouting, "Yes!" Demi's eyes coldly swung his hand. A flash of lightning, palm glowing, and the few still had work to do. "So, how could you guys die?" He thought of the puppet body in the shadows, bound, explaining. "Summoning souls is a type of magic used to resurrect the dead. Although called resurrection, it's not really so, because after being resurrected by soul summoning, those are just empty corpses, because resurrection of the dead goes against natural law, reincarnation and divine will energy shown before Philip and Jans. They looked like soulless demons. "Jamie ordered you guys, though you are dead, but at this moment, you are not dead. From now on, you will be my loyal slaves." Energy radiated stronger. He looked at them, reminding, "You will live one more time," then called black. It also radiated dark magic energy. "Philip, help me a bit." Above it continuously poured energy down. He transferred energy to the two guys' eyes of Jamie, lit up purple. Energy gradually surged. "Let's begin. Refuse death and rise." Philip's body. Veins bulged from contact with energy beside him, also frowned, cursing inwardly. Damn, this guy's still in the spirit realm. His eyes shone brighter. Purple dark magic enveloped them, urging you to awaken. "You will be resurrected." Yan's eye sockets continuously wept, large tears in pain. Philip no better, wide-eyed, crying. He frowned, veins bulging, urging you to rise. Suddenly, Philip raised his head, shouting. Beside Jans, also dazed, drooling eyes white above black, still poured energy down. The ritual gradually ended. He looked down at them, both kneeling like knights before him. Respectfully, body radiated dark magic, "Sir, is there anything?" His face darkened with a bad premonition. What the fuck is really here? He looked around them. Two guys also stared at him. Jamie cursed. How the hell is there still dark energy here? Did I miss a step? Above, Black also landed on his head, explaining seeing it complain. He was a bit embarrassed, explaining, "What did I say? I didn't say anything to you." Then he gently placed it in his palm with full respect. "You did perfectly, so don't worry." He nodded in response because his face darkened with disappointment, stretching Black June's cheeks as if blaming himself. "I thought I was the stupid one. I know I might fade, but why does it feel so frustrating?" He shouted in dissatisfaction. "Bye, bye, bye." He was pulled dizzy by him. He kept mumbling, "Although I usually don't rely on my achievements. My level, but unfortunately everything disappeared from my mouth already." He was dizzy. "Bye bye." Then he approached the two people still kneeling on the ground. "Well, I can't use them like this either. Or donate them to the artist Ho Ai Lin." Now Jamie closed his eyes, standing there hesitating a bit. If they keep emitting dark energy like this, they won't be able to do anything. Above, Breck shook his head violently in opposition. Then he rushed to bite his cheek. Seeing that, he was angry and jerked away, causing him to be thrown far away. "Are you a girl or what?" "No, why would you suddenly bite my neck?" Breck shouted helplessly. Then he jumped on Jans's head, looked down and shouted. Immediately after, he absorbed the remaining dark magic on him. Seeing that, he was a bit surprised. "Oh, so you can do that?" Black sucked in a mouthful of energy, raised his head proudly, then worked at full capacity to absorb energy. Then he looked at Philip and Jan still kneeling respectfully and concluded, "Now I don't need to donate this to Ho Ai Lin anymore." He turned to look at Black, who had collapsed on the gloomy ground. He bent down and patted the big body because of its energy. "Praise Black, amazing. Good job, kid." Then he turned to the two people, Kia, excitedly. "Now I should name you," he urged. "Wake up." The one named Jans heard the voice and opened his eyes looking up. He called again the one named Philip Razor. Each call from Jamie echoed. He smiled, spreading dark magic around his body. "Wake up, rise, wake up, you dwarfs." The two people were startled looking at him. Jamie stretched his hand toward them. Dark magic began to flow out. They sat silently watching him. Jans and Philip looked confused. Then he narrowed his eyes looking at them and announced, "Congratulations, you answered the AI's 150 million question. You are a millionaire here." Philip looked scared, sweat continuously pouring down. "This is AI?" He looked about 9 to 10 years old only, and the mana he emitted was terrifying. In front of them, his face was like a demon. Dark magic spread around, very scary. He was exactly like the thing I once read about in fairy tales, the god of death who shouldn't exist. His eyes were wide open in shock. Just his presence alone could turn Tran Duck Bo from a human into a cat. "Yeah, that's right." Now Jamie glared coldly and smiled. "What's the matter?" His voice and energy radiated stronger, glancing threateningly. "Do I look like a teacher grading papers?" Philip treated him fearfully, then clenched his fists and shouted loudly. "I don't know if you're a god or a demon, but I don't feel like you're human." Seeing that, he was a bit surprised and silently admired. Interesting, his attitude was not like a slave looking at his master. He pointed somewhere and concluded, "Maybe my spell earlier wasn't precise enough." Then he lowered his hand. "Whatever." Philip's head followed his finger and stuck to the ground. He was wide-eyed in amazement, body trembling, coughing hoarsely. Demi's eyes were cold, reminding, "I will forgive you this time, but next time if you still have that attitude." Then he looked at them, smiling, and announced, "You only have one task. Survey the Janus Church and collect 10 pieces of information from there." They bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Yes, sir," he added. "And one more thing." Demi looked at them, questioning. "Bring a person who knows about human smuggling here. I need that person to do some tasks." Both bowed their heads and said in unison, "Yes, sir." Then Philip raised his head, but he had disappeared. He raised his head and sighed in relief. "Ha, he's gone." Next to Jans was no exception. They looked at each other silently. Jans stammered, "Let's go, brother." Philip also stepped forward, confirming, "Yes, let's quickly follow the orders." On the other side, Breck stared at him, complaining non-stop. He just walked away, explaining, "While he still flew following their advice, they would be fine. I have tied them up tightly so they can't disobey my orders." He glanced at Breck beside him and added, "And so father will handle the sad incident himself." But he bit his cheek and shouted B, looking at Demi. Black looked at it with annoyance, muttering to himself that he couldn't let this thing continue and would destroy it one day soon. Behind, a hurried step rushed forward. He muttered without noticing the shadow rushing towards him. "Keep moving forward today and tomorrow." Someone suddenly stabbed straight at him, making Jamie grit his teeth in surprise. He fell backward, crying out in pain. Jamie turned around in confusion, wondering what had hit him. His face full of anger, he looked at the person and shouted loudly, "Are you blind?" After seeing clearly, it was a kid who also looked scared. The kid's body was dirty, lying on the ground, but then softened his tone. The kid was angry too, standing up and pointing at his face, shouting loudly, "You're a kid too?" Then he remembered in the boy's anger and muttered, "Oh, Right, I'm only 9 years old. He stood up and declared, I'll let you off this time, but remember to watch where you're going from now on. Then he turned and left, ignoring the kid sitting on the ground. The kid behind him darkened his face and muttered with dissatisfaction, staring at him intently. What did he say? Acting like an adult when he doesn't even have gray hair yet. Suddenly, Black grabbed his head, startling him. He held the person back. The kid looked confused. He turned around. What's going on? Tenpep looked at him angrily. What? His eyes widened in confusion. Black? Don't tell me you did that because it's already dead. What's wrong with you? His eyes widened in shock inside. It dared to block its master? Where did it learn that kind of attitude? Black's voice rang out. You better watch your mouth, kid. That's right, if you don't want to die. He widened his eyes, sensing the magical power radiating around. Over there, Tenpep panicked, closed his eyes, and ran away. Ah, I'm sorry. Seeing that, he got angry too. Are you satisfied now? He shouted happily. Bye-bye. He urged in the dark at the city. Go home quickly. Arriving at the mansion, Beck's face was embarrassed, not daring to look straight. Bye-bye. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, angrily questioning, do you know what you did wrong? It sat sullenly on the ground. Beck got even angrier seeing that. I won't let you out of my sight if you do that again. It awkwardly flapped its wings to explain. He was confused. Seriously, where did you learn those things? Finally, he collapsed on the bed, burying his face in the blanket. I'm exhausted. I used more strength than I thought. Then he turned over. I might be busier. I will live a carefree life from now on. That's my life, and on my journey a god will appear, and all of that is the final god, the symbol in the crescent and the cross, Janus. His hand clenched tightly. Then Jamie put his hand on his forehead, full of sorrow. Bring it here as you wish. No matter how many followers I have, his eyes emitted a cold purple light. I will chase them all away. In a lit alley, a voice called, Where is the eldest brother? Ricky saw Jans and shouted in surprise, Jans, you're still alive? He questioned. I asked you, where is the eldest brother? The man's face was full of fear and trembling. Hani said, he killed you all. How are you still alive? Ricky thought silently. Don't tell me he was defeated by those who can't even use energy. Suddenly, a fist rushed at him, making him close his eyes in fear. Philip's punch missed his head, but his voice was threatening. Bet, I'm not asking a second time. He trembled in shock. What is this power? What's happening to him? It's not important. Then he looked at the crowd gathering, thinking he didn't see the other members. They would make a fuss if they saw James return. Ricky's face was full of fear, trying to raise his harmless hand. I guess everyone has been defeated. What should I do? First, I don't know where your brother is imprisoned. Someone stepped forward behind him, making him even more panicked. Really? Ricky, calm down. Huh? Philip here. Philip coldly questioned, is that true? He stammered and smiled in surprise. Of course you can ask anyone, and they'll answer like me. He frowned, clearly annoyed. Annoying. I need the leader here to carry out the master's orders. The leader has received the report. Everything is happening in the city. He might know something about Janice's church. Suddenly, Ricky's voice became more threatening. His eyes widened, emitting red light near every key word. Where do you think the boss is? He also sensed the killing intent, darkening his face in fear. I need to answer him reasonably, or my head will be cut off. Ricky's body stiffened, hesitating. Because the boss really likes women and alcohol, maybe he went to a bar or somewhere with those two things. Hearing that, Jans also turned to look at Philip in agreement. He was right. Your brother confirmed it. Let's just go to the bar. Ricky sighed in relief, feeling saved, but suddenly Jans threw a punch straight to his face. He collapsed to the ground. You suggested going back to the person the master wanted to bring back. Why don't we choose this guy? Then you looked around in confusion. But where should we keep him? Or should we tie him up in the forest? Philip stepped forward and kicked him a few times. NDT 0, but why don't we lock him up in our warehouse? Yes. Then he turned his head and urged to leave. We're wasting too much time. Behind Jans, Var, Ricky on his shoulder followed. Yes, sir, somewhere else. The door was opened. That person saw the group inside lying, collapsed on the ground, and panicked. Then Pet stepped inside. What is this? He looked around at the place where corpses lay scattered in blood. What just happened? He bit his lip in fear. Everyone is dead. Then he furrowed his brows and sank into thought. I think I was defeated because I didn't meet the quota yesterday, but no one here could defeat me. Immediately after, Tenpep turned and ran out the door. I'll escape from here before everyone misunderstands. The next morning, Jamie woke up on a big bed and sighed in relief. I guess I was exhausted, so I just woke up. He raised his head, guessed, then lowered it and sighed again. I can't avoid today. He walked down the hallway with Break on his shoulder, then stopped to explain to him. The Black Beast will cancel the summoning order because my father can sense your presence. It was also happily flying around because he opened the door. At the dining table were Akano and Sarah, the parents of the two. Good night? He smiled brightly, leaning on his hand, greeting him good morning. Jamie's sister was also excited. Brother, Sarah slept very well last night. Only the two of them were seen. He was also curious but didn't notice a lock of hair moving on the chair opposite. But where is Mom? She quickly rushed over and shouted, Mom is right here! Jamie was startled. Mom? Then he raised his head and smiled, acting spoiled. Where did you hide, kid? I can't see you at all, she exclaimed. Really? His eyes glanced away, forcing a smile, already understanding inside, although he knew where Mom was hiding. Then she looked at him, smiling, rubbing little Demi's head. Are you scared, baby? He responded enthusiastically. Yes, but I'm very happy because you caught Mom. She saw his enthusiasm and also excitedly clasped her hands. My dear, you're so kind. Jamie awkwardly changed the subject. Mom, we should eat now. She quickly approached and rubbed her face against his. You're so adorable, let Mom hug you. His face was annoyed. Sarah beside him also rubbed her cheek against his. He screamed inside. Someone stop them. Then everyone sat down at the dining table. Sius looked at Sarah excitedly. Sarah, let's eat! She lunged toward the little girl, rubbing her cheek. Mom's little cutie. He looked at them with some regret. I also want to pinch the little girl's cheek. The baby's cheek must be very soft. Thinking that, he hit his face on the dining table, causing Sarah to be startled. He shouted inside, Soft, you monkey! What am I thinking right now? I'm too used to this peace. After finishing eating, suddenly his father spoke up, reminding him, Remember, tomorrow is the day. Sius agreed. Yes, tomorrow. Next to Jamie and his sister, they looked confused. What is happening tomorrow? Why? He widened his eyes in surprise. You didn't tell the kids? Sarah turned her head away, dissatisfied, shouting, Ah, I forgot because my son worried me too much. Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward, recalling his mana circulation ability. She means the breathing accident, right? With Mom's personality, she must have endured a lot. He bowed his head, feeling dejected. I'm sorry, ma'am. She looked at him seriously. Mom knows her son is okay, so she's fine. But if you keep pushing yourself like that day again. Then she turned away sadly, hugging the wall, complaining she might faint in the hallway from too much worry. He looked at her helplessly from behind. I will never do that again. He raised his head, wondering, so what is happening tomorrow? Hearing that, Sius ran to the chair excitedly, shouting, Ho ho! Tomorrow we will attend the ball. A grand ball hosted by Count Simon and Count Welton. He thought of his father and that red-haired person. Most nobles living in the northern part of the Cell Empire must attend. Currently, she was excitedly running toward the two. The two had never attended a ball before, but you are old enough to join such places now. Mom was too excited. Sarah clung to his shirt, also understanding that her precious free time was about to disappear. That night at the large mansion, he stood in the room already, wearing the black cloak. Immediately after, Black appeared behind him, forming a pair of wings. Jamie stood by the window, preparing to fly off to visit those two guys, and they both responded. Because the two of them arrived at some alley, he landed on the road, and a door was opened inside. Philip and Jans, who were sitting, stood up abruptly and looked toward the door. The master had arrived. He approached and took off his hat, looking at them indeed. Have you done what I asked? Philip looked somewhat guilty and glanced at him. We're sorry. We haven't found any information about the Zenith cult yet. That cult was only recently established. Hearing that, he silently understood. Perhaps even members of Levon find it hard to get information in just one day. Then he asked further about the remaining matters. What about the rest? Philip replied. Here, Ricky is tied up on the ground. His face full of fear, he kept shouting, He recognized what's going on! That hair color impossible! His eyes grew more panicked. The Welton family has discovered it? 3 people stood before him. Philip introduced him as a member of Levon, who knew they would be killed by Hani. He confirmed, so he is an internal member. Jans denied it, saying he knew nothing. He instructed them, I will interrogate him. His eyes were full of determination. He removed the gag from him. Nearby, Ricky's mouth was also untied. Immediately after, his face darkened, and he screamed in panic. Please spare me. I really don't know anything, but if you let me live, I will gather any information you need. His voice was gloomy, as if coming from hell. Ricky's eyes widened, frozen in terror. What is this chilling feeling? He stepped forward, dark magic swirling around, and said, I don't intend to kill you. I just need you to do a job. He also sensed the coldness around him, feeling an endless evil energy. Then he sobbed fearfully and shouted, I will do it! I will do everything you ask. If you want me to find the boss, I will do that too, so please spare my life. He spoke in a low voice, reminding him, You're too noisy. Then standing before him, You only need to do one thing. Ricky bowed his head, confused inside. Huh? Why did my voice suddenly stop coming out? His hand moved toward his head, eyes glowing cold purple inside. His hand touched his head, emitting a flash of dark magic spreading around. He ordered, Go immediately to the Count and report everything your organization has done. Then Ricky stood up like a puppet, staggering toward the door. Jans and Philip also looked at him, then looked toward that direction with Black on his shoulder, reminding, Don't pity him. He won't be chased by the organization. The Count will deal with him first. Then he turned to them and instructed, You two should also escape the city. They looked at him and confirmed, Yes, master. Suddenly, Black touched his cheek and said something. He widened his eyes, a bit surprised. Today, you don't intend to ask me why, huh? Philip and Jans bowed their heads, confirming, The master's orders are absolute. We just need to obey. Suddenly, Philip raised his head cautiously. And I think I know why you gave that order. He praised him. You understand the situation well. He looked at them seriously. You're right, he thought silently. Father will definitely eliminate Levan. Meanwhile, the existence of these two abandoned guys will no longer matter. Saying that, he turned to them and added, I will be absent for a few days. Avoid attracting attention until I return. The two replied in unison, yes. Master. His figure moved inside the city's darkness. Suddenly, Philip ran after him, calling out. He turned to look at them, confused. The boy's face was full of panic, clutching his chest, looking at him. What have we become? He also understood himself, knowing they were corpses who couldn't return, so he accepted it. He didn't want to go back to the previous state. I'm satisfied with this power. His hand clenched Philip's shirt tighter, but I need to know what kind of creature I am. Seeing him still approaching, he also turned to look. Exactly what was the curious thing he doubted? Our power has surged compared to when we were alive. Then he asked cautiously, could it be that we have become immortal? Advanced already? He widened his eyes in surprise, then burst out laughing. The boy was confused and stammered. Sorry, I'm asking a stupid question. He smiled warmly, pointing to explain. No, I just found it funny. Ordinary people would ask if they really have become immortal. Philip, I have never seen AI adapt as quickly as you all. You are very interesting. Philip hugged his body, his eyes looking at it somewhat awkwardly. Ah, thank you, sir. He still smiled harmlessly, lost in thought. In his whole life, he had never seen anything like that. Jimmy thought of the zombies stitched up with many stitches crawling on the ground with pools of blood. Usually they would refuse to accept their condition because they have lost their humanity and turned into monsters. But these guys are completely the opposite. He looked toward Philip and Jans, who were talking to each other. Maybe I picked up a gem here. He looked at them and explained, you are just zombies, but your appearance is maintained as before you died. After turning into zombies, your strength has become greater than that of ordinary people. Over there, Philip lowered his face, having anticipated it, but still a little trembling. I understand, just an ordinary zombie. He smiled and turned away. Even Black was excited, but if AI knew, depending on what you do, you might become high-level zombies. The two over there heard that, and their eyes also shone brightly with excitement. He turned away. I'm going now to hide. Behind them, they said in unison, yes, master. Please return safely. Next to Breck, suddenly whispered to Jamie, bye-bye. He responded as well, don't say they are pathetic. I think they are very interesting. They also remind me of the guy from my previous life. Then he returned to the mansion. I have spent too much time here. Let's go back quickly. That night, a big commotion happened inside the Welton house. A member of Levan, a large criminal organization originating from his, denounced his organization. The Baron had to postpone the departure time to resolve all issues, so only the three of us went to Regan, the largest commercial city in the east. He sat in the carriage, lost in thought. He could get there instantly by teleportation. Over there, Sias was holding Sarah asleep. Things must have improved compared to before. He smiled with satisfaction. They have improved so much that they cannot be compared to the legendary era. The problem is I don't even know how long I've been dead. The events of the era after I died were rewritten in history. The Demon King and the demons launched a crazy war. The demon tribe invaded and the demon king also descended. Now Jamie sat cross-legged on the sedan chair, closing his eyes, lost in thought. Of course, peace had lasted for several hundred years without such incidents happening. Maybe I am the creature who ended that peace. Then he emitted dark magic, identifying 12 foolish gods. After so long and still unable to form an alliance, I will easily defeat them more than last time. Countless lives were lost then, but it's not my business. Over there, Sarah was awakened by his energy, calling out. He was startled at first, then withdrew the dark magic and regulated his own mana. The little girl slept soundly again. He thought of the Imperial City. Must safely get through this ball. Then the carriage quickly entered the city gate. Inside, houses were close together. The bustling market, magnificent castles. Jamie poked his head out from the carriage door, blushing and sighing. Regan really is an amazing place. Inside, Sias remained calm, smiling. After all, it is the largest commercial street in the kingdom. You won't find anywhere better than Regan for huge cash flow in the economy across the 6 continents. It's wonderful, isn't it? Hearing that, he also sighed. Wow, incredible. Then he stood silently in front of the carriage door, lost in thought. It is said Regan is the biggest factor helping the Selim kingdom become rich and powerful. I guess this is undeniable proof. Next, they stood in front of a building in the city. Now we have arrived. He smiled excitedly, thinking about meeting Baron Simon. His heart was pounding fast. She looked at him like that, a bit surprised. Then Sias rushed to hug Jamie tightly. Such a lovely son. You must have been very worried, right? That made him startled too. What? She shouted excitedly while he cried out in despair. My son's heart is pounding so fast, so cute. Okay, mother will hold your hand now. Then Sias calmed down and explained, Baron Simon is someone the son respects because he longs to become a mage. What? His face was ugly, drooling, replying as she shoved him between her and hugged his shoulder, praising the Baron. Lin Mayo, Baron Simon is very good. He is a great mage who reached level 7 at about your father's age. He is one of the two leaders of the Eastern noble group along with your father and also the Lord of Regan. Beside my sister, it also shone brightly. Then Sias thought of the lotus petals in the pond stained with blood as a metaphor. His magic is like a red lotus, just like his nickname, the Red Lotus Mage. I heard he took thousands of lives. Hearing that, Jamie was curious and looked up to ask the Count what kind of person he was. The Count somewhat recalled, a somewhat terrifying face. Looking at him, he had blood-red hair. Was he scared? Jamie also sank into thought. A level 7 Red Lotus Mage. I don't care much about those things, but that power took thousands of lives with just one strike. I'm curious about the kind of magic that can do that. Their carriage entered the mansion gate. He was determined in his heart to have a conversation with him. Yes, a conversation with Count Limon was still vague, because it was too short. I wonder what it would be like to talk with Count Simon. Sias got off the carriage here. She gently lifted her skirt. Children, follow mother slowly. He also immediately followed behind. Yes. Ahead, the butler was already waiting, bowing respectfully at them. This must be the lady of Count Welton. She looked at him and replied, Yes, that's me. People were walking around, the butler suggested. I will lead you into the mansion. They were led to an empty room with bright hanging lights. The butler informed them they could wait here until the ball. If there was any problem, call the butler afterward. Sias looked around and praised, Lady Welton is really thoughtful. He smiled and replied, Yes. The butler opened another room and looked at him. Young master, please use this room. He looked at this action and secretly felt favorable. He was really kind. Having a private room like parents. At this age, I hadn't even thought about that. Ahead, Sias turned back to remind. Come back right after you finish arranging your luggage. He confirmed. Yes, after a few minutes. The servants did makeup and changed clothes for Sias. They kept praising. The hair is so soft. Oh my, so beautiful. On this side, he saw her and had to exclaim, making her a bit shy. His eyes sparkled as he stared and praised her. Mom, you're really beautiful. Then she excitedly teased back. Hee, my son also thinks Mom is very gorgeous, right? Jamie was excited. Yay, being praised by you. Sias clasped his hands and cheered. This is so much fun. Then she ran over, drooling, looking at him. Today you're very handsome too. I want to hug you. Want to hug you. Behind, the maid reminded the lady. Please control yourself. You'll ruin the makeup. Hearing that, she was also stunned. Tears welling up, begging, just once. I just want to hug him once. But the maid was firm. No, you can't. You'll wrinkle the dress. He breathed a sigh of relief inside. Thank goodness. Next, Sarah also stepped out wearing a pink dress. The servant announced the young lady was ready. Seeing the little girl, Sias cheered. Such a cute daughter. He blushed beside her and praised. Oh, Sarah, you're really pretty like a doll. The little girl raised her hands to hug her face and asked him, Really, brother? Yes. He stepped forward, put his hands on his knees, looked back at the little girl and confirmed. You're very adorable, but you're uncomfortable, right? Please bear with it a little, Sarah. She cheered. Yes. The maid reminded the young master to prepare a little now. We will leave soon. After that, B.A. quickly finished preparing and moved to the party hall. Inside, the party was noisy. Jimmy looked around and assessed once. The noble's ballroom is usually so luxurious like this. C.S. and Sarah also looked around. They were at the Welton family mansion's banquet hall. He wondered, does Lady Count Simon usually show off like this? They sat down at a table, she confirmed. Yep, you'll be surprised when you see him. Elsewhere, young ladies and ladies approached to greet with goodwill. Lady Welton, it's been a while, hasn't it? Oh my, you're still as beautiful as ever. Look at that dress. It seems expected from the Welton family matriarch. This is a cloak made from cotton fibers from our land. I prepared it for you so you can wear it in winter. His mother responded gracefully. Thank you for your concern. Jamie sat aside, resting his arm on the chair, looking bored. They were trying to curry favor with the Welton family. I've seen this scene many times before. Throughout mythology, things not even recorded in history, he thought of the fanatic group, with the moon, thorn, and cross symbols, some fools trying to flatter the gods. Then Jamie closed his eyes and turned his head away in gloom. Disgusting. Luckily, my mother is good at dealing with people like that. Suddenly, the host stood on the podium and cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, can you hear me? After that voice, the whole crowd looked in that direction. A middle-aged man stood on the stage, introducing the honorable guests attending the ball organized by the Simon family. It is my honor to welcome everyone. I am Rain Benner, and I am responsible for managing the Regan territory. Continuous murmurs arose. Rewan smiled and announced the ball would start soon. Everyone please take your assigned seats, and warmly welcome Count Simon and his family, who will be entering now. He stretched out his hand, pointing toward that person. Over here, a man with red hair and cold eyes stepped forward. He saw him and was somewhat shocked. Standing up abruptly, Count Lehitter muttered, It's been a long time, hasn't it? Below, James swallowed nervously, staring. This was the face of a man like he was sleepy, and spoke up. Welcome to the ball. I hope everyone will be comfortable here, Jamie shouted excitedly inside. A level 7 person inside the noisy party stared at the stage and drifted into random thoughts. He must be somewhere near the rank of Viscount Lim Moon, or perhaps a bit higher. Suddenly, he moved toward him. Red Sen Mage Demi smiled excitedly, thinking silently he was beyond her expectations. Very interesting. Over here, Countess Lee Hitter and her family stood behind, bowing in greeting. Siegfried was sitting on a chair. Long time no see. Mrs. Welton, she looked even more beautiful than last year. She was also startled, turned her head, then stood up lifting her dress and bowed with a smile. Don't mind me. I was also relieved to see both of them healthy. Then he looked around, somewhat disappointed. Is it true that Count Welton is not coming this time? She confirmed, no, he will come tonight. There are some urgent matters in our territory, said Count Lee Hitter, glancing at Jamie. I understand. And this is her son. He also looked up. Yes, my son. Jamie Welton greeted CS and looked toward his daughter, introducing further. And this is my daughter, Sarah Welton. You two say hello. Quickly they stood up. Jamie bowed respectfully. I am Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton family. Beside him, Sarah also lifted her dress, smiling. And I am Sarah. Hello, Countess Simon. Seeing this, she blushed and praised. Oh, such lovely children. Sias immediately replied, Thank you. They are smart children. She smiled softly. Ho ho, obvious at a glance. Over here, Count Lehitter glanced at him with a scrutinizing gaze not concealed. He also just looked up and smiled back at him. He was examining every corner of his body naturally. Jamie's hands clenched tightly, radiating energy. Yes, he saw that and smiled, then excitedly said his name was Jamie. He frowned, then smiled firmly. Yes. He squinted at him with interest. We will meet another time. He looked back without hesitation, then Count Lee Hitter turned and left. Jamie's eyes were full of malice and excitement, sinking into thoughts as if expecting from Count Simon. He was beyond what he imagined. Can't wait for a conversation with him in the banquet hall. Sias waved his hand. Enjoy yourself, Countess Simon, she replied. Make yourself at home. Over here. Alf turned to look at him, muttering in his heart. James Welton. Over there. Jamie looked at his mother, wondering when his father would arrive. She replied, He will probably be a bit late. Over here, the Leighton family also sat down at the table. Then Anne looked at his father, asking, What do you think about Count Welton's son? Father, he asked, why do you care about a 10-year-old kid? Hearing that, his eyebrows furrowed and he smiled calculatingly. Maybe he is still immature now, but will become the leader of the Welton family in the future. It's not a good idea to get acquainted first. Because we are of the same generation, Count Lee Hitter's eyes were full of scrutiny. I heard recently he's been playing leader with other noble kids. Then he looked up. Seems like he's trying to find my recognition. Really useless. However, going along a bit is not bad, he assessed. He is an innocent child. Hearing that, Anne's face also lit up with excitement. Anything else, father? He asked the servant to bring out the appetizers. They replied, Yes, my lord Count. Over here, the whole table was silent. Countess Simon placed her hand on her son's hand. She advised, but he showed little interest. Son, be friendly with them. Our two families have been allies for a long time. But then he smiled obediently. Of course, mother, don't worry. Seeing that she also smiled, satisfied. Ho ho, very good. Then turned to the servant. Bring me more appetizers. His face darkened, full of anger, frowning inside. Sorry, mother, I. In the crowd, Alf's gaze staring at Jamie showed no intention of befriending that lowly person. He imagined that when he knelt on the ground, his body covered in blood, I would make him kneel and trample under my feet. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder, startling him. Behind, Count Lee Hitter bowed and smiled, whispering. In his ear, he said, You truly are my son. Alf's face flushed as he looked back. I will make father accept me. He smiled smugly. Lenong beside him glanced over and also smiled, as if realizing something interesting. The party was still noisy. CS stood with arms crossed, asking Han behind him. Sarah awkwardly stood close to her mother. Have you made friends yet? He replied, Yes, mother. Then she turned and left. He waved goodbye after she left. His eyes became cunning as he sank into thought. Friend, that duck target, I will enjoy the private time you give me. Wisely, he wondered if there was a quiet place nearby. Jamie stood in the quiet courtyard of the mansion. A glass garden appeared before him. He approached and looked at the tea table inside, unable to help but exclaim, Oh. Then he stepped into the enclosure. Flowers and various plants surrounded the garden. He marveled. It seems he has talents beyond magic, thinking about nurturing his abilities. At such a high level, really looking forward to the conversation. Before he could finish speaking, someone interrupted from behind. Are you talking to AI? His hand was alert, summoning an arrow. Then he turned and swung his hand, aiming to throw it backward. The arrow swiftly flew, sharp, pointed straight at a little girl. Her face turned pale with fear. Jamie was startled and stopped the attack, eyes looking in that direction. Seeing she was harmless, he withdrew the arrow. Ash Vaylor trembled, sweating, then sighed in relief. She blushed, tears welling up, shouting an accusation. How can you be so rude? He looked displeased. How did you suddenly speak behind me like that? The little girl's face darkened, teeth clenched, eyes warning him. Doing that to a young lady is impolite, you know. He replied, You should consider yourself lucky I didn't stab that young lady. Then coldly questioned, So, are you AI? How are you behind me? Ash Vaylor looked excitedly at him, full of confidence. Me? Selfish? How? Should I say it or not? I really don't want to because you just hurt my little soul. Hearing that, Jamie frowned, a flash of discomfort passing. Really, she hid, her presence completely behind me, making me uncomfortable. And that tone, too. His voice was low. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Suddenly, an arrow flew like this, embedding right beside Jamie's foot. She looked horrified, standing still as smoke rose from the wound. He explained, That's a gas bullet, a level 2 magic. Jamie's face twisted impatiently, waving his hand. If you don't have strong enough magic defense, it can pierce your body. I'm sure a girl like you would die instantly. Hearing that, Ash Vaylor was shocked, shouting inside, How? Is he serious? Jamie flicked his hand again, annoyed. So why don't you answer? Why? The little girl fled in fear, shouting non-stop, No, I will answer, but wait! You threatened me! Hurry, don't shoot now! The more she did, the more Ash Vaylor became flustered. I am Ash Vaylor, Jamie asked again. Ash Vaylor is from the family of Viscount Ash Vaylor? She closed her eyes tightly, urgently replying, Yes, I am the eldest daughter of Viscount Vaylor and a spirit mage. Demi questioned rapidly. A spirit mage? Explaining her profession, a spirit mage is a term for a mage who can communicate with mysterious natural spirits. There aren't many spirit mages on the 6th continent. Their very existence is considered an outstanding talent, and they can even receive the title of Viscount. He was doubtful, but this girl is a spirit mage? Thinking this, Jamie looked at her, evaluating. She also stared at him. With spirit magic, she could approach from behind without making a sound. Even a spirit mage can hide herself from me when I'm at my best. Seeing him staring at her, Ash Vaylor was a bit confused. He thought, but surprisingly, she looks about my age. But if she really is an ordinary spirit mage, training to harmonize with nature usually starts around age 10. But this girl must be a genius with innate harmony ability if she starts formal training. She can even communicate with the Spirit King. See? You stop talking. She's impatiently urging, Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself too? You're an AI and dare to use such dangerous magic? He smiled awkwardly. Me? I have plans in mind. Thinking about her asking after revealing her identity, she seems to have a strong personality and doesn't want to lose. A.S. Vaylor also frowned at his question. That's right. Besides you, I also spoke to the AI here. Jimmy smiled confidently and introduced himself. My name is James Welton, heir to the Welton Count family. Nice to meet you. As Vaylor. One more thing related to the Vaylor Viscount family. Hearing this, she widened her eyes in surprise. They are loyal subordinates of Count Welton. On the other side, the leader of the child trafficking gang knelt on the ground, lying in a pool of blood, coughing harshly. Opposite him, Akeno looked down from above. I let your gang be because I thought it was troublesome. I didn't care. And then your gang really acted very actively. He was in pain, tears continuously flowing, blood also spilling from his mouth. Akeno's voice was full of death and anger. But you dared to organize human trafficking in my territory? He lifted his chin, causing him to cough even more violently. Akeno lowered his head, eyes full of disgust, hands tightly gripping his sword. Those are things you shouldn't do unless you're crazy or want to die. He stared at the leader, his face darkening. So, you want to die? I will grant your wish. He trembled in fear but looked up. Please don't kill me. Then he turned and ordered to hang him tomorrow. The knights behind also watched his back. Understood. Akeno's face was resolute as he announced, Prepare the carriage, we will depart immediately. The men behind confirmed clearly, Yes, sir. The carriage quickly moved out of the mansion. The chained prisoners were dragged away. On a tree branch, a cloaked figure looked down. He held a broken gem in his hand, muttering, Plan A failed. Prepare Plan B. Meanwhile, inside the garden where Jamie was, he walked. Asvaler followed behind, his face full of impatience, biting his lip. The little girl behind still followed innocently. Then he also lost patience, turned around and shouted, Hey, why are you trailing me like that? He glared at her. Even if your father is my father's servant, it has nothing to do with us. Hearing that, Asvaler also teared up, lowering his face in embarrassment. But he was angry and stopped the hypocritical talk. Then Jamie lost patience and shouted, I'm going back, so don't follow me. Suddenly she grabbed his wrist. He tried to pull his hand away in frustration. Behind, the little girl still held his wrist tightly, pulling him back. He complained, Really? His eyes were cold and angry as he shouted, Why do you keep bothering me? Right after, Asvaler clenched his hand, trying to muster courage to shout, This is the first time I've met someone my age, so I want to be friends with you. Hearing that, Jamie froze on the spot. The string of anger and panic, what the? The two stood silently looking at each other. The space became quiet. He was also confused, not expecting the reason to be that. Jamie's face was stunned, bewildered. What does she want a friend for? Saying she wanted to be a servant, I could understand. Then he closed his eyes and sighed deeply, full of sorrow. Maybe making friends is more important to that little girl over there. As Valor teared up looking at him, Jamie shouted in her heart, but it's none of my business. Then he turned around, displeased, shouting, find another AI, I don't need any friends. Behind, she stubbornly kept running after him, struggling. She clenched her hand and shouted in excessive frustration, stop it. He ignored her and left, cursing in his heart. She just doesn't understand. Friends and close relationships make people lose their reason. Suddenly, Jamie stopped and looked toward a nearby building. If only I had killed that feeling right from the start. His face twisted with anger, lips pressed tight. In his past life, he didn't have to experience such things. His expression darkened once again, gloomy. That damn girl reminded him of terrible things. Suddenly, a voice behind startled him. Jamie Welton, I am Alf, with my men, approaching him. His eyes were full of arrogance. He turned to look at them and recognized the blood-red hair. He must be the son of Count Simon. He frowned and questioned him. What did you call me? Alf looked confused. The brown-haired guy beside him frowned with contempt. Huh, how dare you speak disrespectfully in front of us? The guy with the two-strand hair flicked his hand towards him and shouted loudly, do you know who he is? They all said in unison. Meanwhile, his face was full of arrogance. Looking up with a satisfied smile, the eldest son and heir of the Count Shimong family, he muttered, too talkative, then squinted his eyes, raised his hand to cover his mouth, smiled, and ordered them to be silent. Immediately after, the two guys quickly shut their mouths in panic. Alf looked at them, trying to speak, but no sound came out, and he looked somewhat confused and panicked, pointing at him and yelling, you just told Uncle to be quiet? They were silent, while Jamie still snapped his fingers, smiling harmlessly and praising, you know, huh? Seems smarter than these monkeys. Hearing that, he stepped back angrily, while the two others collapsed to the ground. This arrogant bastard doesn't know I'm older than you? But Jamie remained calm and sarcastic. Don't sweat the small stuff. Get straight to the point before I do the same to you. Then he snapped his fingers. Beside Alf, he was startled and looked very alert. He cleared his throat, ahem, then awkwardly smiled and explained to him that he didn't come to cause trouble, just wanted to chat a bit. But the little uncle was impressive, even silencing Uncle. His expression was cold as he reminded, I don't think I need to hear your nonsense flattery anymore, and you just called AI Uncle? Get lost! With his disdain, he was even more shocked. What? You don't know I'm AI? He added. Of course I know, you're the son of Count Simon, right? He forced a smile, sweating. So you know a bit, but you're full of crap. Because you're the son of Count Welton, right? Why wouldn't I chat a bit? Meanwhile, the two underlings still struggled to shout in agony. They explained to him that they only acted that way because he spoke rudely. So don't misunderstand, he judged inwardly, laughing at himself for not showing off. Otherwise, they'd be riding on his head by now. Then he regained composure and looked at him proudly, because you and I will be the pillars of the Eastern nobility in the future. Don't you think it's better to get to know each other from a young age like this? He calmly listened and understood. Talking in circles, it's still about wanting me to be your subordinate, huh? Truly ashamed of my own kind. After hearing such pathetic words, he straightforwardly refused and explained, no way, I'm not interested in what you do. I don't even want to know what you're up to. You're just saying that, right? Now you can leave. Hearing that, he was so embarrassed he got angry, his face flushed, shouting, how dare you refuse me, brat? You're making me mad. Your half-baked magic, I'll trample it without mercy. Then he swung his hand, summoning a magic staff. His face full of pride, holding the magic staff, he looked at him with a sly smile. You won't have any choice but to obey me. He remained calm, then smiled sarcastically, his cold eyes staring intently at him. So you planned to use force from the start? But over there, Fook wasn't afraid and still raised his magic staff arrogantly. Mom's home-cooked meal? Always. I'll change the plan a bit because you use magic, but let's just do it as usual. Hearing that, his face darkened, mocking. So, two-faced at such a young age. It makes me sick. He thought of both families and asked cautiously, do you think the adults will let you act recklessly? He warned him. Whatever happens is your own fault. He still swung the staff at him, then frowned. Don't worry. As long as I have this, AI won't see me at all. In his hand was a large white gem. He said that, and Anne threw it to the ground. Energy quickly spread around, enveloping them. He looked at the formed dome barrier and admired the magic artifact's barrier. Over there, he also admired it. Only a magic user would know this, he said arrogantly, shouting defiantly. But sooner or later, you'll have to bow and beg for mercy. Then Fook looked at the other two. Don't be silent anymore. Suddenly, they could speak too. The people inside the barrier, the two guys whose mouths he had shut, stood in front, cursing the guy who made them unable to speak. Almost died there. Want to watch naked chickens? You really aren't afraid of anyone just because you come from the Welton family. They emphasized, while Jamie just saw it as child's play and looked around. Hey, can you hear that? We won't forgive you. He admired the barrier. It's good. Then he turned to them and praised, interesting. Alfdan's face was full of angry interest. Probably you don't understand the situation, but today, your Welton family, suddenly Jamie cast a spell, interrupting them. The whole group stood stunned as they received energy flowing down from above. Blood flowed from their noses in panic. He warned not to break the barrier otherwise. Everyone would have to watch you writhe in pain. Jamie raised his hand to his mouth, smiling slyly, dark magic radiating around. Inside the barrier, the group was beaten to the ground by him, screaming, crying, and trembling. "Help me, brother, my head feels like it's about to explode." On this side, and also knelt on the ground, vomiting violently, struggling. Blood flowed from both his mouth and nose, vomiting, his body trembling with rage, unable to believe he was defeated so easily by him. "I will kill you. I will not forgive you. But what to do now? I'm too weak. That brat is a level 4 mage." His tears fell in panic as he just realized now, while he was only a fledgling level 2. But how? How could this happen? He thought about Akeno's swordsmanship talent, unable to hide his doubt and shock. Wasn't he born into a knight family? How could he be so proficient in magic when he came from the Welton family, which specialized only in swordsmanship? A helpless question appeared in his mind. A talent I don't have. Tears kept falling in humiliation and anger. Alf put his hands on the grass, then stood up, whispering, "I will not forgive you." His eyes were full of rage, his body trembling as he shouted inside. "That's right, I can't forgive that talent. I will tear it apart. I will make sure he never touches magic again." After being warned, Anne was unwilling and cautiously searched for something. While walking, someone in the group nervously spoke up. "Big brother, are you sure this is really okay? Stealing a magical tool is a bit." This idea was immediately rejected by Anne. "What's wrong with that? Shut up and follow me." While the group was preparing to continue the journey, a voice rang out, making them scared and turn around. It was just in time to see a familiar face. Seeing who it was, AI was confused. "Reno, why are you here?" Asked like that. Lenong smiled teasingly, meaning, "Why?" Sounded really sad. "No more beating around the bush." He took out a shiny red badge. "Why can you sit still, little brother?" Seeing his injured brother and what was in his hand, and couldn't hide his horror. "Where did you get something so dangerous?" So, at this question, Lenong smiled without answering and changed the subject. "That doesn't matter. Why don't you teach that Welton brat a lesson? Here, take this, Anne." After a moment of silence and thought, he quickly took the badge. It was necessary to know where he got it from, but it wasn't important. The most important thing was to completely destroy that brat. That night, Akeno appeared at Count Layton's mansion. As he got out of the car, the Count immediately extended his hand to greet him. It had been a long time since they met. The Welton Count was so friendly. Akeno smiled brightly in return. "Oh my, I didn't expect the Count to come see me personally. Will the sun rise from the west tomorrow?" Akeno then shook hands with Lee Hitter, expressing friendliness. "Are you well? Let's go inside." Sitting in the office, the two began to ask about some things. Was the party successful as usual? After the introduction, Count Lee Hitter went straight to the point. "No matter what, I met your son." Seeing him so straightforward, Akeno couldn't hide his curiosity and asked about it. "What do you think about him?" Seeing that interested look, the other smiled without answering. Seeing him answer so quickly, everyone knew he was talking about his child. Realizing he was exposed, Akeno smiled brightly and replied, "They are my reason for living." This happiness made Count Lee Hitter unsure what to say next. "I'm very jealous that you can feel that way." Hearing this, he vaguely realized something. "Still the same lately?" Asked like that, he glanced aside, avoiding answering. After a moment of silence, Count Lee Hitter changed the subject. "Besides, your son is really amazing." "No, not only that. I'm completely surprised." Seeing the other avoiding the issue, Akeno was a bit worried. After observing for a while, he had to admit he was trying to evade, though unhappy. But outwardly, Akeno still smiled brightly and asked about his son. "Do I look talented in your eyes?" The Count noticed he didn't press further. Count Lee Hitter smirked and replied, "Talent?" Saying that is still an understatement. "Hold on a moment." He did not hesitate to express his thoughts. "The boy is the most talented person from what I've seen. Perhaps no one like him has ever existed before." Proudly smiling at the praise, Akeno said, "Count Remo also agrees." Hearing that name, the Count immediately paid attention. "Has Count Remo met Jamie?" Knowing he was probing, Akeno nervously fiddled with his fingers and honestly replied, "I also knew about Jamie's talent when he was young, but I never thought his talent was this high." So I asked Count Remo about this. Mentioning this made him unable to hide his frustration because someone with such magical talent should become a mage, which would help both themselves and the world, unlike Akeno. Count Lee Hitter was extremely excited. It must be wonderful for the boy to have such a teacher. Witnessing this, Akeno revealed shocking information. But Count Remo refused to answer, which made Count Lee Hitter quite satisfied, though he feigned regret and comforted. "That's understandable. That child is a genius unmatched by anyone and will be able to awaken on his own. Then challenge himself to become a legend, like a level 9 mage, for example." After a long pause, Count Lee Hitter openly expressed his ambition. "I am very jealous that the boy has higher talent than me. But on the other hand, I also want to see how far the power of a supreme mage can reach. This expression shocked Akeno so much he almost stood up. Seeing his excitement, the Count calmly analyzed, "We humans are too weak. Perhaps we have built a great civilization, but that is only from our perspective. Compared to the high-level dragon and elf races, human magic is extremely weak." After a long talk, Count Lee Hitter pointed at Akeno and bluntly commented, "At least thanks to swordsmen like you, humans can live freely." Pausing a moment, he posed a very thought-provoking question. But what if a level 9 mage is born? Seeing Akeno's serious expression, he swallowed hard. Count Lee Hitter boldly declared, "Even dragons, masters of magic, would not be able to underestimate the boy." The Count no longer showed a crazy expression and shared sincerely, "I also desire for humans to become rulers of the world." Hearing this, Akeno gave a brief remark, "That's arrogance." The Count Lee Hitter did not care about that comment. Arrogance is fine. You know, the forgotten and erased parts of history. This phrase was mentioned. Akeno fell silent, lost in thought about forgotten history. A secret known only to a few across the continent. About 10,000 years ago, history vanished due to a certain incident. Remembering this information, he was troubled because supernaturally powerful entities refused to share secrets with humans. So Count Simon planned to gain power to avoid being controlled by them and to prevent the disappearance of human civilization. And history repeated itself for unknown reasons. After a moment of silence, Count Lee Hitter gently reminded him to rest. "It's quite late already, sir. Akeno doesn't want to stay long either. Count, please rest as well. See you tomorrow." Leaving the office, he went to his son's room, wondering if his son was really as talented and promising as expected. Looking at the boy sleeping soundly in bed, Akeno, the father of a gifted child, felt very worried. Observing Jamie, he thought to himself, "The boy is just a beloved and adorable son." After a moment of gazing, Akeno clenched his hand tightly. Determined, he raised his resolve inside. "Jamie, father and son will do their best, so you just need to be an ordinary person." A new day arrived. Jamie sat in the banquet hall, bored, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling and ponder. "I wonder what made Dad upset last night. I can't control my mind just out of curiosity. Well, my current ability can't do it either." While he was lost in thought, Ash suddenly appeared from nowhere and called out loudly. Seeing Ash, Jamie showed obvious annoyance. "I thought we finished talking yesterday. I'm not involved with you." Ignoring his hatred, Ash remained cheerful. "But I am," she said, then turned her head and called loudly, "Sis." Hearing this, Jamie's face darkened as he tried to find a way to escape. "What? She even brought more people?" With that thought, he quickly stood up and decided to run away. "I'm out of here. I don't intend to be friends with you." Seeing Jamie preparing to flee, Ash shouted loudly to stop you from going anywhere. "At least you should introduce yourself because our families are very close." At that moment, a gentle voice rang out. "That's rude." From afar came the eldest daughter of the Vaylor family. Rebecca approached worriedly, looking at her younger sibling. "You should use honorifics. How can you speak like that to the Count's son?" Seeing who had just arrived, Jamie's eyes widened in surprise. While AS was acting spoiled with his sister, but Jamie told him to speak freely. AS, when his gaze met Rebecca's, stood frozen like a statue, ignoring Ash's teasing from behind. "Why is that? What is this? You spilled on my sister?" "Why?" Jamie thought. "Wow, my sister is really beautiful." The more he looked, the less he could believe his eyes. "Why are you here?" Upon hearing that name, he suddenly recalled the memories he had experienced. The woman he loved all his life was sacrificed to the gods for her benefit. That was why Diablo, the vampire, became an emotionless monster. Back in the present, Jamie suddenly felt suspicious about life. But unexpectedly, you appeared before me, looking younger while everything was falling apart. Another person appeared, breaking the scene. His face was sinister, holding a strange object. "There you are, James." Welton tightly gripped the orb, silently declaring, "You're dead." Seeing the face of the newcomer, Jamie's eyes froze in place, stunned by the strange name just spoken. Rebecca, standing there, was a bit overwhelmed. "Yes," she said, while the atmosphere between the two grew strange. Ashton, standing between them, didn't understand anything. "What the hell? Has he really been beaten by her love slut?" When the two were still staring at each other, with a deeply passionate gaze, he suddenly appeared. Smiling maliciously, "There you are," thinking of a bright future ahead. His eyes gleamed with hatred. From now on, using all his power, he summoned a gigantic flame. Then he declared, "You will have to call me Master." Everything happened so fast that the two, Jamie and Rebecca, stood frozen, unable to keep up. When they managed to calm down, Rebecca was frightened by the scene before her and ran forward. AS had only taken a few steps when a familiar voice rang out, carrying an order, "Don't interfere." Then the flame from before flared up, but was extinguished in Anne's stunned eyes, unable to believe what he recalled about the item he had used. He could not accept the truth. The Phoenix Feather was a level 6 fire magic created by my father, not something a brat could block. While he was still dazed, Rebecca ran to tightly hug her younger sister in relief. Remembering that information, he began to doubt life. How? At the same time, Jamie looked at the person opposite him with a cold, emotionless gaze, Unable to accept what he had just done, he reached out, channeling all his strength. Before he could do anything, a hand stretched out, blocking Jamie's view. Jamie, enough. Sensing a familiar presence, he froze. Seeing Jamie, he calmed down a bit. Ajano gently reassured, "It's me. Everything's okay." Hearing these comforting words, he said no more, his eyes gradually dimming. Ajano, seeing this, looked at the two sisters still hugging in front and confirmed once again that everyone was fine. Only then did Jamie completely relax and close his eyes. Ajano then held his child close, facing Count Lahiter. The Count looked horrified at the son lying peacefully in his arms. Jamie really was. At first, he thought he had been mistaken. Thinking of this, Ajano recalled the scene he had seen upon entering the banquet hall. The first thing that struck him was Alf being enveloped by a powerful force covering half his body, but that couldn't be mistaken. If I hadn't stopped the boy in time, he surely would have died. Not only Ajano was shocked, but Lahiter also had the same terrifying reaction. He began to recall what had happened and guessed it was due to the power being weak and less than half of his own. But if that weapon was activated, then everyone here would be burned to dust. However, after deeper analysis, but if that weapon is activated, then everyone here will be burned to dust. However, upon deeper analysis, Lahiter couldn't hide the sinister smile on his lips, but to realize it in just a second, a level 9 is really terrifying. That child could really fulfill the long-cherished dream, while lost in thought. A panicked voice rang out, "My dear Mrs. Simon," not knowing when she appeared, embracing ALF tightly, aiming straight at the Welton father and son, scolding that brat for trying to kill his son. How could you be so stupid? Suddenly being scolded like that, Sayas couldn't take it anymore and exposed the truth, saying it right. The one trying to attack others is him. Afraid the other person would continue to argue, she pointed at the broken badge in the distance, recounting the whole story, claiming that he was the aggressor first and used that weapon to attack Jamie. Sayas then went up to Mrs. Simon and asked a question that made her sputter, "Isn't that so?" Mrs. Simon couldn't argue and took out a familiar excuse that he was still young. Faced with this reasoning, Sias darkened his face and his voice lowered. "Still young? Keep going." Not seeing her stammer, she angrily shouted, "Didn't I tell you to continue what you were saying?" Mrs. Simon saw the situation was bad, and Akano ran up to calm his wife. "That's enough, dear." However, Sias still refused to give up and bluntly declared, "Let me clearly reveal what your precious son has done." These words made Mrs. Simon endure the judgmental stares of everyone in the room. "Someone help! This is unacceptable!" She sought help from the Count. "My dear," he finished speaking. Thinking of something, Mrs. Simon couldn't hide her joy. "That's right. He may be a bit cold, but he will still stand by his son." However, the Count's next words were like a bucket of cold water. "It seems our son behaved rudely on such a fine day, didn't he?" Hearing this, Mrs. Simon was horrified, unable to believe her ears. It didn't stop there. Count Layton even took the blame himself. "I sincerely apologize, Mrs. Welton." After that, the entire hall fell silent. After thinking it over for a moment, Sias decided not to pursue responsibility anymore. Surprised? I can't stay angry when he has apologized like that. "Thank you for your sincere apology, sir. Now I will take my leave." Seeing she was no longer angry, he turned to suggest to Akano, "All right, you should go inside and rest, Welton." Akano didn't think much and immediately agreed. After Akano led his wife and child away, Count Layton loudly declared, "I sincerely apologize for ruining this party. Now, I hope you all will go home and rest well. Besides, the party ends here." Hearing this, everyone quickly turned and left. When everyone was gone, Mrs. Simon trembled, looking at her husband. "My dear, how could you do that?" The more she thought, the more resentful she became, shouting loudly, "He is our son!" Mrs. Simon no longer cared about anything and shouted with all her might, "Our son has to endure in the hands of that brat." Before she could stammer anything more, Count Layton scolded her. "Shut up!" Successfully silencing his wife, he demanded, "There are many eyes here. First, go back to your place." This order stunned Mrs. Simon. After everyone left, she was in Count Layton's office, shouting loudly, "How could you treat him like that? He is our son. Even if the boy made a mistake first, you should stand by him." Not caring about his wife's words, he asked Anne, who was kneeling on the floor, "Are you trying to get my attention?" He waited, but the boy said nothing. Count Layton irritatedly shouted, "Stop it!" He scolded a few more times. "Don't you know your actions have embarrassed me before the nobles, officials, and the entire kingdom?" Under that pressure, awe, and trembled in fear. "I'm scared. Very scared." After trembling for a while, he looked up at his father. "I just wanted your attention." After trembling for a long time, Alf finally spoke. "That Pang guy was very rude, so I didn't know." Finally, he spoke. Count Layton asked, "Who in this world gave it to you?" The Phoenix consort was asked like that. ALF stammered and couldn't say anything. "I see you're still hesitant." He lowered his voice and asked again, "I don't want to repeat myself. I'm asking you one last time. Who gave it to you?" Asked too many times, he had to suppress his fear and said, "A name, Reno. Reno gave it to me." After a while, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Who called me, father?" He then went inside, annoyed, clicking his tongue, looking at Anne, kneeling fearfully on the side. "Miserable. I've fed you to the brim, yet you still won't eat. So stupid beyond cure. Can't believe he's my brother after observing for a while." A wicked plan popped into his head. Now he has to pretend to be innocent. "Oh well, call me son. No beating around the bush." Count Lee Hitter asked straight, "Did you give it to your brother, Phoenix consort?" Surprisingly, he admitted it right away, without avoiding. "Yes." He honestly admitted it. Then he asked why you gave him something so dangerous. Li Nong expressed concern and answered, "There was a kid bullying him as your younger brother. You couldn't just sit still and watch, so you didn't want him to suffer, right?" However, Count Lee Hitter immediately exposed the hidden meaning, leaving him stunned on the spot. "You just wanted to take advantage of your brother." Completely exposed, he couldn't hide his fear. Why return it? Witnessing his younger brother's pale face from fear, Alf was also shocked. He kept looking for his two sons but didn't see them say anything. Count Lee Hitter stopped beating around the bush and declared bluntly, "Both of you have realized this already, but I have no interest in either of you." Pausing a bit, he raised a question. "Do you two know why?" Before the two could answer. And Li Nong barely replied. Count Lee Hitter said straight, "Although you two are my blood, you both lack the talent I expect. However, that doesn't mean I don't know what you two are thinking." It seemed like everything ended there, but he stabbed a few more knives into the hearts of the two kids. "If you want my attention, instead of wasting time with childish antics, prove that you are worthy of my bloodline. Everything that needed to be said has been conveyed." Count Lee Hitter gave a few more instructions, then left. "I will no longer stop you two, but you must clean up the mess you cause yourselves." Pausing a moment, he ordered his two sons to come. "Apologize to Jamie Welton from Sunrise until he forgives you." After saying this, Count Lee Hitter left bluntly, leaving the two kids dumbfounded. Alf, once calm again, couldn't help but show displeasure. Just thinking about it made him shudder. After thinking for a long time, he sought help from Li Nong. "Li Nong, are you planning to go?" Sorry, he wasn't asked like that. Li Nong was still stunned, said nothing. This strange state was hard to understand. Is he so scared of Dad's scolding that he can't say anything? Why doesn't he speak? Ignoring his brother's words, Li Nong only recalled Count Lee Hitter's words. He said, showing a very pleased expression, "Prove that you are worthy of my bloodline. I will show, Dad. I will prove my worth." Meanwhile, Sias was very worried standing by her son's bed watching him. Seeing Jamie sleeping soundly, she felt even more heartbroken. Jamie recalled what he had witnessed. Sias couldn't help but wonder if Jamie's desire to end his life was real. What had made a 9-year-old think like that? "I thought it was just a normal fight," the cruel scene, Alf holding the orb. And then a flame burst out, appearing in her mind. Was the artifact activated correctly? Remembering that moment, Sias angrily clenched her hands. She couldn't forgive him, even though Count Simon had apologized. "I need a more sincere apology, even if I have to return to my clan." While she was lost in thought, Jamie's groaning voice made Sias snap out of it. Looking at the boy wrapped in a blanket, she suddenly felt confused, recalling the recent moment. What was I thinking? Just then, Akeno appeared, gently asking about his wife. "Are you okay?" Seeing him arrive, Isis was surprised. "Akeno?" Avoiding the question, she didn't answer. Pondering for a moment, Sias leaned into her husband's embrace and asked him back, "How could you not be okay?" Although Sias said that, Akeno was sensitive enough to notice. "Do you want me to do anything?" "I will fulfill all your wishes." Seeing her husband's eagerness, Sias smiled wryly. He stopped her. After those words, Akeno explained why he did that. He worried she would ruin her mood, and after Akeno explained, Sias could only speak honestly what she thought. Count Simon politely apologized. "I don't want to divide the northern nobles into two factions because of this." Thinking about something, she became more satisfied. That kid had been scolded harshly, hearing those words. Akeno could only smile wryly, going along. That kid was very scared by those words. Sia smiled. "I'm okay now." After finishing speaking, the two looked at the pile of blankets on the bed, then wondered, "Should we go out? You won't be able to relax if we stay here? Let's do that." When the two finally left, Jamie stirred for a moment before poking his head out from under the blanket. Recalling what his parents had said, he understood their worries and admitted he couldn't control himself at that time. However, after tossing and turning for a while, Jamie quickly sat up thinking about something. He closed his eyes and groaned. It seemed she had also been reincarnated. This idea just appeared, causing Jamie to sink into deep thought. It was not surprising since he himself had been reborn after 100 years. Her reincarnation was inevitable, but she did not recognize herself and had no memories of her past life. Even if he was unhappy about this, he still had to hypnotize himself that it was normal. I am the exception, yet thinking that DN was reborn at the same time as me, is this fate's joke or AI's plan? This thought sparked countless questions in Jamie's mind. If this was the plan of the 12 gods, while he was lost in thought, Black suddenly appeared and crashed into his face. Hearing what Black conveyed, Jamie accepted the truth. If they knew he had been reincarnated, they wouldn't leave him alone. What am I thinking? Panicking for a moment, he finally calmed down. His mood sank as he recalled the girl from yesterday. The image of the girl he loved lying in a pool of blood was vivid in Jamie's mind. Remembering that scene, he couldn't hide his sorrow and brooded for a while. Finally, Jamie was able to calm down and made a decision for himself. First, I should meet her again. Thus, the gears of fate began to turn in another corner. A mysterious cloaked man was fastening something to his lover's leg. The world of mages was about to change again. What the man tied to his lover's leg was a notice. The eldest son of the Welton family. Jamie Welton, he was 9 years old, probably a level 4 mage. A ridiculously talented magic prodigy had appeared. After finishing preparations, he released his lover to fly away, ending a very chaotic day. The next day, Jamie spent time walking in the forest. Going to the stream bank, he chilled and enjoyed the cool breeze. At that moment, Black, sitting on Jamie's shoulder, made a few sounds expressing delight. Witnessing this reaction, he pondered and asked to confirm once more. "Can you feel the fresh air?" Being asked like that, he annoyedly shouted back. By now, he couldn't tease anymore. Okay, no more teasing Black. Jamie fully enjoyed the current scenery. It was truly fresh and quiet, probably because everyone had left since yesterday was the last day. Black on his shoulder strongly agreed with this opinion. After chilling for a long time, he decided to turn back and leave. I have to meet her before returning. After only a few steps, Jamie sensed a strange magical power and had to stop. Sensing something unusual, he quickly turned to search for its source. What was that sound? Looking to one side and seeing nothing, Jamie looked to the other side, guessing where it came from. After looking around for a while with no result, he clasped his hands and used his own power. "If I can't see it, I will release mana." No sooner said than done. A blue power flowed and slipped everywhere very quickly. Jamie found the source and quickly chased after it. After running breathlessly for a while, he caught sight of a familiar figure playing with a water spirit. All of Jamie's attention then focused on the water spirit. After playing for a while, suddenly the water spirit noticed him and was startled. This strange state confused Rebecca. She quickly turned to observe and immediately saw the familiar figure of Jamie. Seeing who had arrived was AI. She quickly stood up and bowed to greet the young Duke Welton. "Are you okay, sir?" Suddenly seeing her so polite, Jamie was a bit surprised. "Still fine," he greeted briefly. After that, he couldn't hide his panic. Seeing this, Rebecca smiled wryly. Then she introduced herself once again. "I am Rebecca," and surprisingly, Rebecca was a water elementalist. Hearing that name, Jamie silently and carefully observed the person opposite him. After observing for a long time, he couldn't hide his heartbreak, wondering why both were water elementalists. This question filled Rebecca's head with question marks. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Jamie's head. "Diablo, don't forget me." While he was still dazed, she spoke up. The young Duke Welton, suddenly being called by name, snapped him awake. After a moment, Rebecca stammered and asked how he was doing. "Why do you look so sad, Jamie?" You still haven't answered when recalling the words earlier, the phrase, "Don't forget me, Diablo." It was a promise from a past life. Rebecca saw Jamie standing there, dumbfounded in front of her, and couldn't help but feel confused. Why does he have a face like he's at a funeral? When asked like that, he remained silent, unable to say anything, receiving no response. Rebecca pursed her lips, guessing. Maybe he's still shocked from yesterday's events. Thinking this, she gently moved closer to him. It seemed Rebecca was just offering simple comfort, but she wasn't. She directly hugged Jamie, gently patting his back, reassuring him that everything would be fine. Suddenly, being hugged again, Jamie once again fell into a dazed state. This feeling was just a remnant of the past. Dazed for a moment, Jamie decided to enjoy this peaceful moment, but enjoying it a little longer was also good. After settling down, the two finally sat down to talk. "Are you feeling better now?" "Yes, thank you," he replied. Receiving this answer, Rebecca smiled brightly, fully satisfied. "Father taught me that hardships will quickly pass if you share the burden with others." Hearing this, Jamie couldn't hide his curiosity. Seeing him a bit puzzled, Rebecca smiled confidently, affirming, "That's right." Then thinking of something, she couldn't hide her excitement. "Yesterday I couldn't continue talking with you, which made me very sad, so I'm glad we have some private time today." Seeing her excitement, Jamie smiled and replied, "Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing." This made Rebecca smile even brighter. "Really?" At that question, he answered firmly, "Yes, indeed." Observing the person talking to him carefully, Jamie accepted the truth that she was someone else. Maybe that was better. Letting himself go with the flow, he switched to a question he had long wondered about. "I heard that the Bali family has a tradition of making contracts with the air elementals, right?" This question made Rebecca a bit awkward, but she had to admit it. I also wanted to make a contract with the air element, but I failed." Pausing a bit, she began to recount what had happened. "The air elementals once visited me because I had a strong connection with them, but they refused to make a contract and left after that meeting. It seemed everything would stop there, but then an event made Rebecca confused and puzzled. Then one day, a water goddess came and said that it was my destiny, that I had to make a contract with them. Even though everything has happened, recalling it still makes me feel awkward. It was an important decision, and I should have discussed it with father first, but I accidentally made the contract right then and there. Hearing this story, Jamie thought of something. Oh, the Elemental King must know. Thinking about this, he recalled some information he knew. A contract with the Elemental King is not like any other elemental contract. It is a soul contract imposed on the lives of both parties. Recalling that information, Jamie guessed. The moment the soul of the reincarnated destiny became Rebecca, the Elemental King must have noticed. Escaping from that thought, he asked, "Do you understand?" The Duke didn't scold her for that matter. When asked like that, she answered honestly. He wasn't angry, but seemed a bit disappointed. "I feel the same." Seeing a hesitant and uncertain Rebecca in front of him, Jamie spoke firmly. However, it is something very special. This statement surprised her, but he didn't stop there and continued speaking. An elemental approached AI and proposed making a contract. I've never heard of such a thing happening before. After a long pause, Jamie smiled brightly to reassure her. It's quite unfortunate that it wasn't the element you wanted, but you were chosen and trusted by the water elemental itself. Believe in yourself. These words made Rebecca dazed, unable to say anything for a moment. After calming down, she smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Right after that, Jamie quickly stood up and waved at Rebecca. "Thank you for today. I have to go now." Without giving her time to recover, he ran off. Watching Jamie's figure gradually disappear, Rebecca felt somewhat unwilling. "I want to talk more." This thought just appeared, and she couldn't help but blush, lowering her head. "Why do I feel like this?" At that moment, Jamie was walking when suddenly he remembered something. Hearing these words, Breck didn't quite understand. Maybe I was too formal. Kids usually don't talk like that, right? But as for me, Rebecca seems more mature, so it's harder to talk to her like a child. When she keeps whining, I get annoyed and yell. Breck said, "I don't understand why you keep arguing, just leave the garden." Jamie, hands in his pockets, chilling as he strolls around the mansion. He's just chilling. Suddenly a loud voice calls his name, Jamie Welton. Startled, he quickly turns around to see two familiar red heads standing behind him. Seeing those two heads, Jamie feels annoyed and frowns. What's going on? Alf looks a bit embarrassed by Jamie's attitude, and then explains. After hesitating for a long moment, he musters the courage to shout, "I'm sorry." This apologetic attitude makes Jamie feel very strange. Why suddenly? But after thinking it over, he quickly understands everything. "The Count ordered you guys to go, right?" Alf blushes, caught red-handed, unable to argue. Jamie's teasing is enough. Then his attention shifts. Lenong standing beside him. "I understand, but what is this guy doing here?" Asked like that, he tries to hide his embarrassment and introduces, "This is my brother." Not caring about the side information, Jamie asks directly, "Why did you bring him along?" "Don't tell me you went alone because you're too scared," teasingly said. Lenong quickly speaks up, revealing shocking information. "Oh, I was the one who gave the treasure to my younger brother." This information successfully ignites the fire of anger inside Jamie. After digesting all that information, he angrily asks for confirmation. "So, you two brothers teamed up to harm me? What's your name?" Seeing this attitude, Bach panics and tries to calm him down. Ignoring the attitude that seems like he wants to devour him alive, Lenong smiles brightly and introduces himself. Lenong Shimong. This name just mentioned makes Jamie's eyes light up. Very quickly, he can see the streams of power surrounding him. Lenong's talent is quite good. His level is also completely different. He seems cunning too. Thinking about this, Jamie steps closer to observe him carefully. Count Simon. Even a bastard like this doesn't satisfy him. Suddenly, he comes close to his brother, puzzled. "Why do you still act like you don't see that attentive gaze?" But he forces a fake smile and subtly reminds, "Luckily, nothing bad happened. You also listened, right? Can we go now?" This sentence once again pushes Jamie into an explosive state. Does this brat think I'm stupid? At that moment, he suddenly recalls what happened that night. He wasn't even present in that chaos. Before fainting, Jamie saw the Count standing far away, looking down on him with contempt. This guy must have thought that anyone other than his own father was inferior in his eyes. Seeing that smile, Jamie got furious. If he lets it slide, surely he will cause bigger trouble. Thinking this, Jamie quickly adopts a mocking tone toward the other person, making him furious. "Looks like your path to succession is going to be tough, huh? What nonsense are you talking about?" Satisfied with this reaction, Jamie turns to mock Lenong, making him startled and nervous. "Is that so?" Lenong's reaction amuses him as he steps closer. "Besides, it's none of my business." Demi presses his face close, hand on his shoulder threateningly. "If you really are behind that crime, you should face the appropriate punishment." Seeing no reaction, he quietly asks, not forgetting to show a bit of power, "Do you think so?" This question finally elicits some reaction from Lenong. "What did you say?" Jamie disappears, and Lenong is pushed into a pitch-black space. "It's so dark. Where am I?" His body temperature is dropping. He feels like he's freezing to death, experiencing that feeling for a few minutes. Lenong officially collapses at that moment. A huge eye appears, accompanied by Jamie's threatening voice. "This is your last chance." Right after that, Lenong returns to the familiar mansion but is still stunned, collapsing to the ground with eyes full of fear. Did I escape? No, it was all an illusion. I don't know why, but thinking about these things. Lenong can't take it anymore and grabs his head, screaming. The people nearby can't help but wonder why he doesn't care about his younger brother. The more he thinks, the more scared he becomes. After a while, when he calms down, the Count cautiously raises his head to observe Jamie. The only thing he knows is that this is his last chance. He must kneel immediately. Thinking and doing, he stammers, "I'm sorry." After that apology, Jamie finally can return to his beloved home. Watching the workers move the stuff, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to go home. Thinking about something suddenly made him feel uncomfortable, showing on his face. "It was really exhausting," he muttered. "I just want to be immersed in my mother's kisses and stay at home." As this thought appeared, Jamie quickly shook his head to push it out of his mind. Wait, what kind of pants was I just thinking about? Seeing his confused expression, Count Lee Hitter slowly approached from behind, looking like his mood wasn't bad at all. Jamie quickly turned his head to face him, stunned for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. He spoke cheerfully to the person opposite him. "Of course, I'm very happy because I'm about to go home and rest." Hearing this, Count Lee Hitter smiled regretfully. "It's a pity I didn't have the chance to talk with you earlier." Jamie inwardly despised these words but still smiled brightly and replied in a friendly manner. "I was also looking forward to it a bit, because I was quite eager for that conversation." At this point, he quickly suggested, "You can stay longer if you want." Without hesitation, Jamie crossed two fingers and refused outright, "No, thank you." The desire to go home and rest was stronger because I was completely exhausted. He didn't want the conversation to drag on any longer. He smiled brightly and asked about the reason. "Well, I guess you already know." Being asked like that, Count Lee Hitter was startled and confused for a moment. He chuckled awkwardly. "That's right. Let's not continue this topic." Count Lee Hitter looked up at the mansion in front of him. He said abruptly, "The magical world has already started watching you." Demi looked up at the building and replied casually, Probably so." This indifferent attitude made the Count a bit awkward, but he calmly probed, "It seems you already know who you are, right?" Before he could ask, Jamie smiled confidently and answered firmly, "Of course." The two then started walking around, talking as they went. "It seems your friend's name is Reno. You've already given him a fitting punishment." Hearing this, Count Lee Hitter was very pleased. "I've been looking forward to that. He seemed to have changed since yesterday." This satisfied attitude made Jamie a bit confused. "Are you not angry that I punished your sons?" This panicked expression of his caused the Count to be full of question marks. "Of course not. They only got what they deserved. Because of what they did. Why should I be angry?" This indifference renewed Jamie's worldview. Unbelievable, looking at the person in front of him, really. Now I understand why those two beloved sons looked so shabby. However, these remarks stayed in his heart. He turned to the Count and honestly commented, "Besides, Reno seems to have quite a talent in magic. It's better to help him develop it." Hearing this, the Count looked a bit dazed, thinking for a moment. He showed a ruthless expression and bluntly said, "No, I know his talent better than anyone. He has no talent at all." These words made Jamie very angry. He analyzed thoroughly. "Even if you try a little, you won't die, AI or not. So why not try and give him a chance? He could be on par with you if he trains hard. He doesn't show his talent because the people around him frustrate him. He couldn't stand it anymore." He pointed straight at Count Lee Hitter and scolded, "It's all your fault." The Count was a bit stunned by the sudden blame. Seeing his confused expression, Jamie got even more upset and didn't hold back. "I'm talking about those two beloved sons of yours. Becoming shabby like that is because you ignored them, thinking they lacked talent." After being scolded continuously, Count Lee Hitter was speechless. Before he could say anything, Jamie gave an honest evaluation. Alf is quite average, but Reno has a huge hidden talent. After being scolded so much, finally the Count's faith was shaken. Did I misjudge him? In the end, he finally woke up. Jamie smiled satisfactorily and nodded repeatedly. Hearing these comments, he was confused. He said his son had talent, but he himself was an 8th level mage and couldn't recognize it. Thinking about this, faced with those remarks, he was confused and said that his son had talent. "But I am a level 8 mage and still can't recognize this child." Thinking about this, Count Lee Hitter felt more surprised than ever. It was almost like a great mage was standing before him. Just when it seemed everything would stop there, Jamie then smiled and suggested, "What if you could break through with the help of your son?" These words made him open his eyes wide in astonishment, but the son didn't have time to say more. Ajano called out to Jamie, "It's time to leave. Your parents have called you." He quickly turned around before leaving, not forgetting to remind him, "Let what you said go in one ear and out the other because those are just childish words. I'm leaving now. I take it back." Jamie quickly ran away. Looking at the figure of Count Lee Hitter, he was initially a bit surprised but eventually calmed down. Not wanting to look anymore, he turned his head, just as he thought. It was really a pity that night. Jamie and Breck, wearing cloaks and looking very suspicious, were silent when suddenly Breck shouted a few times. At that moment, the grass near him slightly moved. Seeing this, Jamie couldn't accept it and shouted loudly, "You guys hurry up! Why are you so slow? Hearing this, two figures inside the bushes stood up abruptly. The two then approached Jamie and took responsibility. We were late because Azad was wandering around. The tall man stammered, exposed. Sorry. Seeing this, Jamie sighed helplessly. Forget it, tell me what you have found out. The two, relieved they were not being blamed, became excited. Yes, sir, Philip spoke up. They recounted what they had discovered. The Zenith Church has been doing good deeds here and there and hit. Pausing a bit, he added more, providing food to the hungry and shelter for the homeless. They naturally gained a good impression. Recently, they started running an orphanage. Hearing this, Jamie frowned, his face darkening. After a moment of silence, he asked, "When did they start these actions?" Philip was suddenly asked this and thought for a moment before replying, "Probably right after the fall of River. Speaking of this, we have to go back 2 months. Countess Welton completely destroyed the River criminal group, and the Zenith Church began its missionary work immediately afterward. They visited and helped the poor, preaching God's will to them. At first, the people were not very interested. However, through continuous good deeds and mercy, the people in the territory gradually began to depend on the church, and thus the people became devout members of the faith. As a result, the position of the Zenith Church in Hit was raised to an unbelievable level. Returning to the present, Philip gave the most important information currently. The Zenith Church is revered as a merciful church and is the most respected in Hit. Hearing this, Jamie couldn't hide his astonishment. What did you just say? He was stunned for a moment. When Theo caught up with that information, he couldn't help but be annoyed, gritting his teeth. Zenith, that damn bastard. He would never do anything for the benefit of others. Unable to accept this truth, Jamie turned to ask his two trusted subordinates, "Do you believe peace and war can coexist?" Asked like that, the two glanced at each other and answered hesitantly, no. Suddenly, Philip remembered something. That was an important piece of information, but I believe they have some shady connection. At this point, his face turned completely dark. Exactly. And that is what the Celestial Peak truly is. A peace built on piles of blood and corpses. With this mindset, the image of a peaceful village burning down appeared in Jamie's mind. War is the time when the revered commit crimes. Imagining that scene, Jamie summarized. So what the priest of Celestial Peak is doing now is to oppose that person. Rambling on, he gave the order. I'm sure they are using good deeds as a shield for that. Yes, you need to find out what that is. The two immediately agreed. Yes, we understand. Success achieved a goal. Jamie was determined. I will find out every detail about what you intend to do. The next day at Celestial Peak, at the orphanage, a boy was happily talking to a mysterious cloaked figure. Well done, Ricky. Father, this is nothing. The more the boy named Ricky spoke, the more excitement he couldn't hide. Compared to starving and being beaten every day, this is truly heaven, sir. These words moved the cloaked figure. Ricky was touched for a moment. The other smiled brightly and said, "You've been through too much. From now on, you don't need to worry anymore." Ricky smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." After finishing the task, the boy returned to his room, thinking as he walked. It had been a month and a half since I arrived at this orphanage. This place is a happy place for me. If I had never set foot here, my sister and I would still be sneaking around the streets, wasting away without knowing it. Suddenly, he heard the door open. The girl spoke up, asking about him. "You're back, big brother," greeted the sister. Ricky excitedly walked over. "You're here. This is Ricky's sister Anna, who is blind." She sensed her brother approaching and turned her head. "You're here." Before arriving here, their past was also very harsh. In fact, our parents abandoned us and ran away. To protect my sister, I have done all kinds of bad things. But living on the streets is very hard, and the people passing by are very cold. It truly was a desperate life. When no one helped us, even AI, at our most desperate moment, someone extended their arms to us. Seeing this scene for the first time, Ricky couldn't hold back his tears. At that moment, Ricky commented frankly, "That truly was the hand of God. That day, my brother and I were given a new life, thanks to God's grace. I want to spread the joy I have received, and become a priest of God to spread this miracle," escaping from these thoughts. While taking his sister for a walk, he encountered friends running around in panic. "Ricky, Anna, have you heard?" "Heard what?" Seeing that, a friend excitedly introduced, "You know Sino, right? Clearly, he has been favored by God. That's why, to become a priest, next week he will attend the main assembly." This surprising news made Ricky admire him even more. Sino is about to become a priest? On the same day, that night, Jamie, with Breck's help, hovered observing the village. After a while, he spoke to Breck behind him, who quickly responded with a few sounds. "We're almost there. Let's get down." Before he could land, something caught Jamie's attention. It turned out that below, a blond man was lying unconscious. Unable to resist curiosity, he quickly landed. Approaching the man, Jamie couldn't hide his astonishment. What kind of energy is this? Observing the blond man more carefully, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. That's disgusting. Holy energy. Is he a pastor? As this thought appeared, Jamie's attention was caught by a sword hanging at the man's side. Not a high-ranking cleric, that's for sure. Damn. Recognizing the man's identity, Jamie was puzzled. But why is a holy knight lying unconscious here? Looking at him for a while, then glancing around, Jamie guessed there might be some trouble. After thinking for a moment, he stepped on the man. He began to wonder if he should finish him off. Just as he touched the foot, Jamie was grabbed by the blonde man's ankle, suddenly caught off guard. What the hell? The man had woken up without Jamie noticing. The man got up, face pale, voice weak. These words confused Jamie. At that time, the man still didn't answer properly, but repeated meaningless words. Unable to stand it anymore, Jamie shouted angrily, "What the hell is going on?" Only then did the blonde man use all his strength to complain, "I'm hungry." These words made Jamie annoyed, grinding his teeth and gums, cursing, "Should I just let him become a hungry ghost? He scared me so much." After finishing speaking, he turned and left, ignoring the man groaning from hunger. "Let's go, little black." The intense evening ended. The next morning at the Welton mansion, Jamie tried to suppress his anger as he witnessed the scene before him. Why was he ignoring Jamie's hostile attitude? The blonde man was eating while smiling and greeting. "Are you Jamie? Nice to meet you." Jamie could not accept such friendliness. Why was this bastard sitting at the same table as him? However, the man acted as if he didn't notice Jamie's expression and continued smiling. "If it weren't for the Count's help, I probably would have become a hungry ghost on the road." Hearing this, Aquino smiled wryly and replied, "I didn't help much either. You should thank the soldier who brought you here." In response, the blonde man maintained his previous opinion. "After all, they aren't your soldiers, are they? So, thank you. Thank you very much." Since the man was so polite, Aquino could only smile wryly and tease. Even so, was it normal for a holy knight to starve? Jamie couldn't understand the implication behind his words. The blonde man still smiled brightly and replied sincerely, "It's not common, but we are still human. When we reach a higher realm, we can endure longer than ordinary people." The comfortable and friendly atmosphere made Jamie, who was feeding his sister strawberries, feel really uncomfortable. Not comfortable at all. Why did his parents treat him so well? After chatting for a while, Aquino began to ask for some information. "You said you belong to the Pizzo Church, right?" Asked like that, the blonde man smiled brightly and confirmed, "Yes, we serve the goddess of mercy." Along with punishment, he received confirmation and smiled gently at the woman beside him. "My dear wife, you must have been quite surprised to hear about it, right?" Earlier, he asked. Saya smiled brightly, showing her interest. "Yes, I was quite surprised," he answered, which made Jas confused. "Surprised? Is there a problem? Don't you understand?" she asked gently, and he answered briefly. "By chance, do you know Saphira Bishop?" Hearing this name, Russ realized something. Maybe this lady came from Afton. Seeing that he understood somewhat, Sias introduced, "I come from the Bo family." Hearing this name, he couldn't hide his surprise. Immediately after, with the bewildered eyes of the entire Welton family, Russ stood up. It seemed everything would stop there, but he quickly knelt down, crossed his hands over his chest, and spoke respectfully. He respectfully sent greetings and reverence to that person. This scene surprised everyone, with Jamie reacting the most. "What's going on? I know the Pizzo Church exists in Afton, which is also the territory where the Bayo family lives. But that's not why he bowed to his mother and knelt before another person. The real reason for a holy knight to act like this must be at least a bishop. What's happening?" At times like this, unable to hide his curiosity, he called out, "Father, father! Father! Father!" Suddenly called, Aquino quickly responded, "Jamie, what's wrong?" He saw the reply. Jamie showed an innocent look, expressing his inner doubt. Why does this person greet mother that way, father? With that tone, even he felt disgusted. So fake. Thinking about having to act like a curious 9-year-old, he wanted to give up quickly. Asked like that, Aquino just smiled without answering directly. "Well, this is a long story, so I'll tell you about it later, if I get the chance." Not achieving what he wanted and losing face, Jamie sighed. Oh, terrible. Not achieving the goal. The atmosphere around him darkened. Damn it. Even after all this, I can't believe it didn't work. Embarrassed, his sister beside him patted his shoulder to comfort him. Oh, B. You're really adorable." Putting that aside, another matter made Jamie ponder. If the Bo family has close ties with the Pizzo Church, it's going to be a pain because she is the last person I have to eliminate. After finishing breakfast, the two, Aquino and Ross, went to Aquino's office. Discussing further, "So, how do you plan to end this? As far as I know, the Pizzo Church shouldn't have any business activities in the eastern region." Before he could say anything, the man guessed ahead. "He came here to expand the influence of the Pizzo Church." Asked like that, just hurriedly denied, "No, I'm chasing someone." Then, by some miraculous way, he came all the way here. Hearing these words, Aquino couldn't help but wonder, chasing someone? Who? Asked like that, just shook his head and gave the information he knew. That person was conducting brutal experiments and indescribable things that humans should never do. The creator of Chimera. This name was just uttered. Aquino couldn't hide her astonishment, and her power flared up accordingly. "What? You said the creator of Chimera is at Hish? Who is that?" Previously, when asked, Rush gritted his teeth, hesitating whether to answer. After thinking it over, he finally refused to answer. I'm sorry, but part of this information is top secret, even within the Piso Church itself. I can't tell anyone, however, I will give you more information if you listen to my request and make a deal with me. Just hearing this, Akeno understood the hidden meaning behind it. He was asking for my help. Seeing that he understood his purpose, just began flattering him. If you, a sword master, help me, I'm sure you will be the greatest aid. Facing this request, Akeno pondered a bit more. The creator of Chimera. Chimeras outside are created by different creatures, but those who create Chimera are worse than all criminals because the core of a Chimera is human. The creator of Chimera may not use humans, but no one who has created Chimera has done that yet. Considering everything, Akeno prefaced, I can't promise I will always be able to help you, but since I know about our marital relationship with the Piso Church, I can't just turn a blind eye to this matter. Hearing this, Ross couldn't hide his joy, meaning he wouldn't keep him waiting. Akeno confirmed once again. I will help you get direct confirmation. Ross couldn't hide his excitement, stood up, thank you very much. Witnessing this, he smiled and didn't forget to ask for some information. Thank you, that's enough. Then why does the Piso Church disregard the creator of Chimera like that? And why don't you ask for help from the kingdom? Asked again, putting Ras in a difficult position, he just scratched his face. I know the kingdom will definitely help if they know. But after hesitating a moment, he explained in detail. The reputation of the Piso Church will also be severely damaged. The creator of Chimera is being hunted by the church. After thinking a while, Ross chose to speak frankly. All this has caused us to sacrifice more than 10 holy nights. This information made Akeno hesitate a bit, meaning he understood. Ross dropped a bombshell. He created Chimera capable of using holy power. While the two were talking, Jamie was strolling in the garden, walking while calculating, thinking about how much he was looking forward to the afternoon tea. At that moment, Sarah excitedly spoke. Jamie, you're here. Come sit down quickly. Jamie quickly went to sit and drink tea with his mother and sister. Seeing his usual appearance, Sias didn't know what to say. Oh dear, no beating around the bush, she asked directly. My dear son, what are you really curious about? Seeing his mother spoke first, he didn't hide it and asked directly, why did that guy just now kneel before Mom? What made him show such respect to who? Meeting this question for the first time, Sias smiled. I knew you would ask about that. You're curious about how our family is related to the Piso Church, right? Right? Not hiding from her child, she said directly. Basically, your great-grandfather on your mother's side, whom you've never met before, was the savior of the Piso Church. This information shocked Jamie to the core. What? Mom's grandfather was the savior of the Piso Church? At the tea table, CS explained, Jamie's great-grandfather was the savior of the Piso Church. Hearing this, Jamie was surprised, thinking, what? The VEO family was the savior of the Piso Church? Ah, Demi. Hearing this information, he was stunned and shocked for a few seconds, and CS then told a long story. A very precious item was stolen from the Piso Church a long time ago, and that was when Mom and Grandpa stepped in to help recover it. The Malone Garden incident. This incident was an event where the Demon King's followers tried to impersonate him by using the relics of the Piso Church and were defeated. Jamie wondered, does this have anything to do with Mom's family? Sias explained, Mom's grandfather died while stopping that incident. Afterward, the Piso Church appointed Marcus as honorary archbishop and promised to regard the family on par with the bishop for the next 100 years. Jimmy thought silently. His mother looked a bit sad. It seemed she was quite close to her grandfather. The Piso Church acknowledged them as a bishop. His eyes flashed a light. The compensation was unreasonable. But I guess it's probably because that thing is their only holy relic, right? NDT 0 Piso. I will destroy you all someday, but in the meantime, I will exploit you as much as possible. Thinking that, Jamie smiled wickedly with fierce determination. Hehe. Just as he was thinking deeply, suddenly, Sias called out, startling Jamie, who immediately snapped back to reality. Jamie's face twisted like a rice paper. He turned and smiled brightly, replying with a flattering tone. Yes, mother. Sias saw her son smiling like a flower. This made her very happy, and she asked, Do you want some more tea? Jamie obediently answered, Yes, please. The atmosphere at the afternoon tea was very warm and happy. In the evening, at a church brightly lit, someone was speaking about our younger brother Sino, who was chosen by the High Saint Father. A masked person wearing the symbol of the cult continued, Let us all pray for his path ahead and raise our glasses to celebrate this important day. Everyone shouted in unison, 1, 2, 3, cheers. Around were sounds of congratulations and cheers. Sino was joyful and excited, his cheeks blushing. Below, Ricky looked at Sino admiringly, thinking, Sino has finally reached the main church. After the party, Sino was on the carriage preparing to leave. Anna and Ricky stood below, reluctant to say goodbye to Sino. He called out to Ricky and Anna, I thought I might never see you guys again. My departure was decided so suddenly. But luckily you came to send me off, right? Ricky cheerfully replied, I heard it from the priests. Don't cry, okay? And don't miss me too much because soon I will be there too. Sino held their hands tightly, smiling shyly. Who's crying? I'll wait for you, so come quickly. The carriage finally rolled away. Ricky watched the carriage grow farther and farther. Bye, Sino. Ricky held his hands tightly, full of determination. One day, I will become a priest too. The carriage stopped after a while. The parish priest sitting beside reminded, we have arrived. Sino was startled and replied, yes, we're here. He looked outside with a somewhat suspicious expression. This place was in front of a gloomy, dark house. Sino thought, the main church? I didn't think we traveled such a long distance. Sino was quite worried. He turned to ask the priest who brought him here, Father, is this the main church? The priest said nothing, just smirked and coldly ordered, follow me. He quickly walked forward. Sino was full of fear. He trembled and asked, Father, I think we came to the wrong place. The priest didn't look back and kept walking. No mistake. Follow me. The priest pulled out a book and opened a door. Sino was stunned, thinking it was a basement. The priest patted his shoulder and said, now go down there quickly. Confusion was clear on his face. His intuition warned him something would happen, but urged by the priest, Sino reluctantly stepped down into the basement. He kept calling, Father, Father, I don't think this place is. Passing through a door, he looked inside and said, Father, this place is a bit. Suddenly, a hand covered in pustules reached out, startling Sino. His face turned pale as he shouted, Father! He ran after the priest, trembling. This place is strange. There's something scary in that room. Despite Sino's fearful cries, the priest ignored him and kept walking. He led Sino to a room. Upon entering, he took off his ceremonial hat. I have brought the kid, Your Excellency, Bishop. Sino heard the priest respectfully address the man smiling before him. Sino shouted, Your Excellency, he was chosen by God, wasn't he? He knelt down, crying, this place is strange. I think there's a monster here. Lincoln calmly replied, Oh, Sino, you are the chosen one. Sino panicked and asked, then why am I in this hellish place instead of the main church? Lincoln's cruel expression appeared. Because this place holds the unimaginable things we have achieved. I want to see what a pure child like you will become. Lincoln calmly replied, Oh ho, Sino, you are the chosen one. Sino asked in panic, then why am I in this damn place instead of the main church? Lincoln now revealed a cruel expression. Well, it's because this place holds unimaginable things that we have achieved. I really want to see what a pure child like you will become. Saying that, he gave the order. Someone pushed the door open and stepped inside. Magical energy swirled around, forming thick black air currents. The person who entered looked more like a monster. His face was covered in blood clots, with blood streaks smeared all over his face along with a savage smile. Oh, the experiment subject, huh? What will you become? You will truly become a beautiful chimera, he said, reaching out as if to touch Sino, causing the boy to cry, his face full of fear. You will truly become a very beautiful chimera here. He reached out as if wanting to touch Sino, making the boy burst into tears, his face full of fear. Early next morning in the hit territory of Count Welton, Beep 8th Street everywhere, bathed in bright sunlight, peaceful scenery. Jamie introduces this as Beep 8th Street. You can consider it the biggest street in this hit. Ross walks ahead, walking while looking around excitedly. Oh, I remember this place. I came here in the middle of the night when I was terribly hungry. Haha. Jimmy reluctantly replied, oh, Jimmy remembered the reason he had to take this guy on a tour was very simple during the morning tea time. While he was elegantly enjoying tea, Count Aquino made a proposal to Ras that he wished to tour around the hit. In that case, I will let Jamie go with you, my child. You are very smart. See, Ras happily agreed. Okay then. Hearing that Jamie felt so angry, his eyes stared at Ross. The teacup in his hand also cracked. That's how things are. Jamie walked silently, complaining, why does this always happen to me so unlucky? Ras walked behind looking at Jamie curiously, thinking that this 9-year-old kid has such good memory and endurance, even better than a tour guide. It seems the Count's reason for sending me and this kid out is not without cause. Ross immediately called Jamie. Jamie turned his face with a puzzled expression. Ross smiled and said, thanks a lot, dear. Thanks to you, I can comfortably walk around the hit without any trouble. Jimmy smiled politely. I'm also very happy because it's been a while since I went out. Ross suddenly reached out and said, that's enough touring. Now let's slowly head home. Jimmy gaped at Ross's action. He said bluntly, put your hand down, buddy. I'm curious about a few things and I wonder if I can ask you some questions. Ross was rejected and shyly scratched his head. Okay, Jamie. Seriously asked, what did you say to my father last night? And Ross was suddenly shocked. Wow, really unexpected. I thought this kid would ask some typical questions like what a knight would do. Ras forced a smile, then made up some reason about that. Let's talk about how handsome you will be when you grow up. Because your appearance is very attractive, Jamie snapped irritably. Don't lie. Rash knows Jamie is not easily fooled and started sweating, huh? Are kids this age usually this mature or what? Rash hurriedly explained his clumsy lie. No, it's true. We talked a lot about you. Your father's love for you is very great. Jamie turned away angrily, saying that means you don't want to tell me, right? Stop saying such things. Kids don't even believe that Rash embarrassed, said, sorry, sorry for tricking you. but this is an adult matter, so I can't tell you. Jamie guessed there seemed to be something lurking in the hit. That's also why he was sent to scout around. What the hell is this? Jamie saw Jamie standing silently without saying anything, making him flustered, rushing over to comfort Jamie. Are you sulking? Jamie beside him didn't care. Jas was still thinking, what could it be? What could it be? Ross, awkwardly, with a scarred face. The kid is sulking. What should I do? Suddenly, Jamie remembered. Oh, we haven't reached a place yet, Ross asked curiously. Oh, where? Jamie smiled, pointing at Zenith Church in his both. Immediately got on the carriage, moving to the church after arriving. Ross kept nagging Jamie. Kid, you're not mad at me anymore, right? Jamie ignored him. This is Zenith Church and his, and I told you. I'm not sulking. Ricky was diligently sweeping the churchyard nearby. He looked up, surprised. You see Jamie frowning, walking ahead while Ralph happily followed behind. Oh wow, so this is Zenith Church, huh? Ricky saw Jamie and shouted, oh, you're the black-haired guy, before Ralph asked, is that your friend? I think that kid is looking at you. Jamie confusedly looked at Jimmy, who panicked, recalling, don't tell me it's that kid. The kid who bumped into you, Jimmy, turned away, pretending not to know no one knows anyone. He thought to himself, it seems changing. My hair color has become meaningless. What a hassle. Rash looked at Jamie's puzzled expression. Ricky angrily shouted, why pretend not to know me, huh? At that moment, a carriage rushed quickly on the street. Ricky wanted to run across to get in front of Jamie. Did you dye your hair again? I almost didn't recognize you. Suddenly, I saw Ricky unexpectedly running across the street. The old coachman shouted, panting, what's wrong with these kids? Ricky was startled and looked to the side. The coachman turned pale and shouted loudly, get out of the way, quickly. Jamie and Ross were both shocked and frozen. Ricky was facing the horse carriage, braking suddenly. Along with two horses twice his size charging towards him, he realized the situation was not good. Rush quickly rushed to save Ricky, thinking to himself it was too late. Ricky, with tears and snot streaming down, trembled and was speechless. Am I about to die now? Jamie on the side also began to use magic. His two eyes shone brightly as a bolt of lightning flashed down. Jamie created a magic circle with complex symbols to form a spell. Chains shot out from the magic circle, releasing countless energy chains that formed a barrier. The barrier protected both Ross and Ricky, which gave Ross the chance to successfully rescue Ricky. However, he was also very surprised when he clearly saw the spell Jamie used. The horse carriage on the other side was tightly bound by the chains and lifted high. After everything ended, Ricky still hadn't recovered from the shock. He stood there pale and trembling, exclaiming, I'm not dead yet, huh? Ricky rushed forward and hugged Jamie tightly, making him widen his eyes. Ricky thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, but Jamie, being hugged so tightly that he was suffocating, was not happy with that action. Now Jamie was suffocating and angrily scolded Ricky. All right, I get it, let go. How are you so strong? Ross stood aside, looking at them and marveling at the magic Jamie used when saving the boy. It was advanced magic. The magic used by the mages working with him was no match. He couldn't believe a 9-year-old child was this strong. That child was a genius after several decades, not just years. Russ kept praising Jamie's skill. Ricky held Jamie tightly, tears streaming down. Thank you so much, you are my lifesaver. Jamie angrily pushed him away. Don't cling to me anymore, you're too heavy. Russ felt the boy would become an existence, even he couldn't look at equally. While lost in thought, Jamie spoke, Uncle, what are you staring at? Let's go quickly. Russ was startled and then came back to his senses. Huh? Go where now? Demi sighed and replied, to the Zenith Church. Russ shyly stammered. Ah, right, he thought to himself. Did I see wrong? Feels like I'm being looked down on. The three of them headed to the Zenith Church together. Ricky happily ran ahead to lead the way. Luckily, the two also planned to stop by here so the boy could guide them, Ricky explained as he walked. This is an orphanage for children with nowhere to go. Suddenly, someone called Ricky. Seeing the old lady in front, Ricky happily called out and she asked, where have you been? Seeing Ricky accompanied by two others, she asked who they were. Ricky introduced them. They saved me when I was about to be hit by a horse carriage. They are my lifesavers. Hearing this, she worried, oh my, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Then she clasped her hands and thanked the two. Thank you very much. It seems Ricky almost faced a great disaster. Ras laughed. No problem. I'm a priest serving Fioro. It's just what I should do. When she heard Ras mention Fioro, her expression immediately changed drastically, but Ras didn't pay much attention. He continued smiling and pointed at Jamie. Actually, it's mostly thanks to this child's effort. Jamie was speechless, thinking it was pointless to talk. She then asked, I see this child is Jamie? Jamie seriously introduced himself. I am the son of the local lord here. I am Jamie. She was very embarrassed. Ah, no wonder. I should have recognized you right after seeing that emerald green hair. Hearing about the accident surprised her greatly. I'm sorry, Jimmy. She immediately recognized him. Jamie thought to himself, why was her reaction so strange? If she was born in Hit, she should have recognized him immediately after seeing his hair color. Besides not recognizing him, she looked very shocked. Was she hiding something? She turned to ask Ross, did you come here to take Ricky back? Ross quickly waved his hand. No, I came after hearing that the Zenith Church was established on this land this year. Hearing this, she said. So, you came to visit. Then please follow me. Ricky, or you, lead the young master for a walk, okay? Ricky asked. Huh? That kid? Jamie quickly realized her intention. She wanted to separate him from Ras. She doesn't intend to get rid of him, right? I should be cautious first, Jamie thought, then smiled and followed Ricky. We will have dinner with your parents, so I'll see you later, Uncle. Ross was a bit surprised by Jamie's attitude. He stood dumbfounded but realized something, happily waving back at Jamie. See you later. Ricky was very awkward introducing the church. This place is where I live. I mean temporarily, and that over there is not, that's the dining hall. Ricky still seemed not to understand well. He emphasized again. I don't care about those things. Say whatever you like. Ricky got excited, ran over to grab Ricky's hand, asking, Really? Ricky angrily shouted, Really? Ricky immediately excitedly ran ahead to lead the way. Come on, I'll show you the whole place. Jamie stood there hopelessly, thinking, Why is he so excited? I don't understand. At this moment, Ricky led Jamie to a room. He excitedly introduced, We've seen other places, and this is my and my sister's room. You're curious, right? Jamie just sighed. No, not at all. Ricky flung the door open and shouted, Anna, I brought a friend here. Jamie's face was extremely bored, thinking, WHO said I'm your friend? The girl Anna sitting in the corner softly exclaimed. She leaned on the table to stand up and quietly asked, Really? At the moment Demi saw Anna, she was very shocked. Then Ricky went to support her and reminded, Say hello, Anna, he's great. Anna clung to him and smiled to greet. Hello, my name is Anna. Ricky saw Jamie's eyes widen, staring intently at Anna, then called Jamie. Why? Jamie thought. What the hell? This kid was born with the qualities of a saint, especially her eyes filled with holy power. Jamie saw a radiant halo above Anna's head, making him very surprised. Anna is the messenger of God sent from heaven. Someone who can easily use the power of the God they worship more than anyone else. These people are granted strong, holy power. In a part of the body, Demi thought, her name is Anna. Currently, she might be blind due to the strong holy power, but once she grows up and awakens her power, she can see the world's flow through these holy eyes. Thinking of this, Demi frowned. Very likely she will be a troublesome enemy in the future. Should I just kill her now? But Demi quickly calculated, no, if I can detect her, then the pastor surely knows about her. Killing her now is very dangerous. Seriously thinking, when suddenly Ricky stepped forward. Eyes wide open, asked Jamie. Don't tell me. Jamie frowned. What? Ricky immediately teased with an evil smile. You hit my sister, Jamie angrily scolded back. What the hell are you talking about? Ricky continued to brag. My sister is still very young, so before he could finish, he was hit hard on the head with a book by Anna, interrupting, Oh, right, I'm very curious about something. Her whole body radiated fierce killing intent but still smiled. There's something I find puzzling in this book. Help me with it. Ricky was hit and lay on the ground holding his head, stammering, Okay. Anna used the book a bit at this moment. Ricky took the book and sat beside Anna. Ricky asked, You are talking about part 2, giving up his journey again, right? Now Demi stood in a corner thinking, I wonder whose holy power she was born with, Zenith. Or whatever, I still have to be careful with these two siblings. The two siblings were still happily discussing the story about the direction of the tall tower. Far away, so far that no one can find it, Anna smiled, just as I thought. It's a tower, not a cave. Jamie opened the door and stepped outside, thinking, I guess I should go now. Ricky was a bit surprised to see Jamie leave. Ricky asked, Are you going to the bathroom? Jamie straightforwardly replied, No, I'm going home, hastily putting the book aside. Then let me lead you outside, then turning to Anna, I'll be back. Anna smiled and nodded. On the way out, Ricky asked, Will you come again? Jamie thought, Oh my God, he really talks a lot. Jamie suddenly asked Ricky, What job do you want to do? Ricky replied, Huh? Such a sudden question. But then he smiled brightly. This is a question to ask friends, right? I don't understand why it makes my heart flutter so much. Jamie frowned and glanced at him, always thinking, Whatever you want. Ricky excitedly shared. At first I thought being with Anna was enough, but after coming here I changed my mind. I want to be chosen by Zenith and become a priest. You suddenly seemed a bit sad. Yesterday I was very jealous. When a friend from the orphanage was chosen and went to the main church, hearing this suddenly stunned Jamie. He was startled realizing what being chosen and going to the main church meant. Oh, right. The River Human Trafficking Church was chosen. Don't tell me. After piecing together the clues, Jamie suddenly realized and shouted, asking Ricky, Where were you before coming here? Ricky was a bit surprised by Jamie's question, but still answered, Huh? On the way? Jimmy shouted. No, before that. Ricky nervously sweated and stammered, I'm River's henchman, huh? Why are you suddenly asking? Jimmy finally understood River, so from then on, Zenith Rust happened to meet the nun outside the church. He politely spoke first. It's an honor to speak with you, the woman politely replied. Same here, yes. The nun glanced over and already guessed Russ's purpose, so she proactively suggested, You plan to return, right? I will lead you to where that young master is. Russ smiled brightly without hesitation and nodded, Yes, thank you. Just as the woman turned away, his eyes hardened for a moment. Suddenly suspicion arose in his heart. She is really secretive because she doesn't trust pastors from other churches, huh? These people might be somehow related to the Chimera incident. The nun led Russ down a long corridor, and at the end met Ricky, who was with Jamie. She raised her voice asking, "Have you shown the young master around?" Ricky mischievously replied, "Of course." Right then a sigh interrupted the half-joking, half-serious atmosphere, attracting Ricky's attention. He immediately turned to look toward the sound. Lin Cole and his subordinates suddenly appeared here, walking and talking. "It seems a distinguished guest visited while I was away." Ricky immediately brightened and called out to the bishop. Lin Cole passed by Ricky's greeting, smiling warmly, and said to Jamie, "It's an honor to meet you, young master." Jamie showed no obvious expression, calmly said, "Hello, sir. My name is Jamie." He absolutely did not reveal his inner thoughts. Just coincidentally, this is the Zenith Church that has been targeting some children. The bishop passed by Ras suspiciously. "And here is the nun," he quickly introduced himself. "I am Ras, a medic currently serving Fioro." The man smiled happily. "Oh, Fioro. Really?" Jamie did not join their conversation. They also had their own thoughts, but I don't know their purpose. What are they trying to do? I think something must have happened for him to be here. Russ and Lincoln were still engrossed in conversation. "It's embarrassing that you came here while I was absent." "I apologize." No, it's okay. I had a pleasant talk with the nun already." Demi observed the bishop in front of him once more. This time, feeling more and more that something was wrong, I sensed a strange energy. The mysterious person standing behind the bishop is the suspicious point. I guess with that strong Holy Spirit power, he must be a knight. But now Demi glanced at Ras right in front of him. He was sweating lightly, which raised suspicion in his heart. Ras's reaction was not normal at all, but he didn't think much about Ras, instead focused on the mysterious knight behind. "Lincoln, there's something about that knight that even the bishop has noticed." Jamie was silently observing him. His eyes began to narrow unpleasantly. Ending the brief meeting, Rush and Jamie accidentally crossed paths on the way back. Both had their own thoughts inside. So throughout the journey leaving the church, not a single word was spoken. Unexpectedly, Jamie took the initiative to speak first. "Earlier, I heard Ricky say that a friend of his was chosen by God and went to the main church. Then he felt very jealous and also wanted to become a pastor." The seemingly casual chat suddenly woke Ras up. He startled and raised his head, looking at him with a worried expression for a brief moment, but then Ras turned into a silly puppy, using his tiny brain like a grape to guess it was a joke. "I understand. Ricky is Uncle Ho's good nephew. I'm sure one day he will also become a pastor." Jimmy showed no happy reaction to Ras's overly innocent and naive judgment. He sighed deeply, intending. It seems that hint was still not enough. Then Jamie continued to hint. "All right, somehow have you heard Father speak yet?" Russ immediately shook his head and asked the kid what he was talking about. Jamie went straight to the point. 2 months ago, Father wiped out the entire River crime gang clearly because they kidnapped and trafficked children. Russ froze on the spot when he heard the name River. Seeing Russ's reaction change, Jamie pushed everything to a climax. "Now I'm thinking about, Ricky said he used to be in River before coming to the orphanage." Russ then slowly spoke. Ricky had been in that gang. Jimmy smiled, satisfied seeing that he finally connected the clues. "Give him a few more clues." Now Demi casually added some useful information. "Besides that, the Zenith Church really is a charity church." Sao and Rush immediately paid attention to this detail, silently shouting, "Oh my God!" Suddenly remembered, "I forgot about that." He finally realized the essence of the problem if they set up an orphanage to use children as a resource. Very quickly, Russ spread the information to the lord of the city of the Welton family. Akano sat on the big chair after hearing Russ's report and couldn't help but be suspicious. "River and the Zenith Church, huh?" Russ clearly confirmed that the child Ricky in the orphanage had also worked in that gang. Akano also gave his reasoning. "I observed that the Zenith Church is having a positive influence on the territory. In fact, I met the bishop and knights on the way visiting the church." But Rush awkwardly said, "Honestly, I still can't find it." Akeno suspiciously asked, "Find what?" He also observed, and sensed the energy flow from the mysterious person beside Lincoln. "I felt a strong holy power, but I couldn't tell if that person was a knight of the Zenith Church or not. Moreover, he also noticed a difference on that person. I sensed that holy power had something else combined into it." Akeno was a bit vague about Ras's words. "Don't tell me it's a chimera that can use holy power, huh?" He relatively trusted Ras's words. Hearing Ras say that immediately took action. "If that's true, then we can't just sit still anymore. We will lead the knights right now." But before he finished speaking, Ras interrupted. "However, we need to be sure first." He volunteered to go first. "I will find the evidence," but Akano didn't dare to let his important general rush alone into the jaws of death, so he brushed it off. "Alone is too dangerous." Yet Ross showed no fear on his face, firmly affirmed to him, "I am prepared to face danger." Akano heard that and seriously questioned, "Then what are your chances of winning this time? Are you really serious about this important mission?" "I have even calculated the chances in advance. I feel I can gain the advantage in this case." Hearing that Akino was somewhat reassured about him, he also prepared to ensure the process goes without mistakes. "So we will send 2 more people to go with you immediately." 2 knights appeared behind Ross after a few tens of seconds passed. Ross unconsciously turned his head back then, was startled by the sudden presence of the knights. Faces covered, he couldn't even sense their presence. Akeno added, "They are shadow knights, protectors of the Welton family. They are at a superior level, so they should help you." Ross turned to look at them silently, analyzing in his mind they might be using sword fields, but their presence and appearance was like assassins. Ross surprisingly asked, "Are they really knights, Sao?" Akeno kindly replied, "Yes, now they are." After verifying the situation and forces, Ross once again seriously promised, "Thank you, sir. I guarantee I will find their true intentions." Ricky nodded, satisfied, "All thanks to you." At this time, Jamie through Break had learned the whole story unfolding inside the Welton family city. He sneered, "A chimera that can use holy power using children as fuel for chimera experiments, huh? That's cruel." Jack returned to the bedroom within Jamie's reach. He didn't expect them to play this card. A deep resentment rose in his heart, using pure children as fuel. Truly a perfect idea, but that's what God should do. SAO, just as I thought. Zenith is still a bunch of bastards. Jimmy wearily lay back on the soft mattress in any situation, looking at how incomplete they are. It showed that they were probably quite hurried for some reason. After thinking long enough, he called back to the little black one. Then he handed it a carefully sealed secret letter and instructed Rai not to keep the master waiting too long. It immediately flew out the wide-open window. Now Demi regained his composure, sat up straight, and sighed deeply. "I guess I should prepare myself. I need to reach a higher power level in this future battle." At that moment, the system's electricity flow appeared along with a notification and a clear sound announcing a skill memory. Allows you to use magic proficiently by deeply imprinting spells and activating them in a person's mind beforehand. Meanwhile, in the suburbs inside a large wooden house opposite the religious church, Philip and Azad were both present. Azad seemed impatient and asked, "How long do we have to stay here?" Philip, absorbed in observing from the window, responded indifferently until they began to act. Azad casually found a chair and sat down. "Uncontrollably," he muttered. "Those rat bastards prefer hiding in bushes rather than being suspicious knights." Philip didn't bother explaining at length, only briefly reminded, "All we have to do is follow orders." After hearing that, Azad sighed deeply with a gloomy expression and kept mumbling, "So boring, nothing's happening." Just then, from outside came the sound of quick, light footsteps on the wooden floor, as if running. The sound was clear. Finally, what they were waiting for had appeared. Philip immediately recognized the distinct sound coming from afar. His expression instantly changed, becoming tenser than ever. Unexpectedly, the person who appeared was the Holy Knight Chimera, who aggressively drew his sword, demanding a life. He declared, "I will take your life." Azad didn't expect him to arrive so quickly and couldn't react in time. He only managed a quick glance, feeling his heart pounding wildly as if about to jump out. A deafening scream echoed inside the wooden house. The Holy Knight Chimera had just swung his sword once, and white smoke enveloped the air. The sword aimed straight at Azad, who seemed like bait for the brave knight. Clearly he could have dodged, but instead stayed still, as if luring him closer. Just as the Holy Knight's sword came down in a strike, both Philip and Azad were stunned. His holy power was truly brutal. Not stopping there, the Holy Knight continued advancing with the large sword in hand, coldly declaring, "I will take your life." His eyes behind the iron mask had turned blood red, full of hatred and death. Then he seemed to go mad, throwing back his head inside the large house and shouting, "I will take your life," like a soulless killing machine. Seeing the situation was bad, Philip immediately turned to Azad and ordered, "Go quickly, report to the master." Azad dared not delay a second, fearing hesitation would soon make both of them sword-sharpening fodder. The Holy Knight turned and ran away immediately, saying, "I will be back soon." Unfortunately, the Holy Knight noticed Azad's departure. He seemed unwilling to spare Azad and wildly dashed like the wind. His loud voice came from behind the iron armor. "I will take your life." The sword in his hand simultaneously swung. Azad couldn't escape. Nearly at the door, he hesitated and glanced back with eyes full of fear. The holy power followed the floor, ambushing Azad. Philip quickly noticed and shouted for him to lie down. Before the holy power could attack Azad, Philip nimbly rushed to push Azad outside the door. Using momentum and the door's looseness, Azad fell completely outside. Given the chance to escape, Azad shouted loudly, surprised that Philip had heroically saved him. He shouted mid-air, "Brother!" However, Philip was not so lucky. While Azad escaped, Philip took the full brunt of the Holy Knight's sword strike. Before he finished speaking, his abdomen was slashed across, fresh blood sprayed like rain from the wound, and a black mist completely enveloped the wooden house. The large wooden house formed a protective barrier as a familiar figure gradually appeared, floating from the window. A deep voice echoed in the cold space. "You just called my loyal servants." Unexpectedly, the person who appeared was Jamie in a mysterious black cloak. Philip fully entered the room. Now only the Holy Knight Chimera and Philip remained able to fight. Philippe was seriously injured after the attack from the Chimera Holy Knight and was now drifting to a corner of the house. Jamie was very confident in his abilities this time. He even felt playful. Now no AI could see what was happening inside here anymore. This spell is quite strong, remember, but inwardly he sighed in relief that he had managed to use the memory feature. Along with the help of advanced dark magic, it was truly tough for him. The Chimera Holy Knight stood before Jamie. He showed absolutely no reaction, his blood-red eyes staring at Jamie, but a moment later, he seemed provoked and enraged. He crazily charged at Jamie, wanting to kill him. "I will take your life, Jamie!" he shouted, unafraid of any AI. Jamie immediately met the challenge head-on. Before he could touch him, Jamie cast a level 5 gravity magic. Streams of magical energy instantly wrapped around the Chimera Holy Knight's legs. Jamie continued his impromptu speech, enhancing the gravitational force in the area and restraining the target. Preventing him from moving, the Chimera Holy Knight immediately fell forward from momentum. He no longer held his sword firmly, only weak groans escaped his throat. Jamie didn't let him exploit any opening. He continued casting magic, next summoning a necromancy spell to control the target. The Chimera Holy Knight hadn't given up yet, although pressed to the wooden floor, his mind still managed to utter a few words. "Broken and difficult, I will take your life." He stubbornly tried to reach up, but unfortunately, with Jamie's magic, he basically had no chance to act. Not stopping there, Jamie continued casting magic. Next, a sacrificial spell to summon a spirit and create a huge explosion. Very quickly, everything was caught in the blast. Danger warnings couldn't even respond in time, and then a magical explosion began engulfing everything. The light streams were also drawn in, converging into a sphere. When the explosion's center cleared, Jamie was still standing tall there. Amid the thick, misty white smoke, safe and sound, he admired his achievement. After the explosion, the Chimera Holy Knight was thoroughly and seriously injured. His sturdy iron armor was smeared with fresh blood everywhere. His whole body trembled, but he still spoke boldly like a living creature unafraid of death. Now Jamie looked at him with half an eye, his voice dripping with disdain, slowly sounding, "So you're at the supreme level, huh?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the Chimera Holy Knight had recovered and decisively raised his sword, ready for battle. He dashed fiercely, his body covered in blood seemingly unaffected, and his voice no longer sounded like that of a seriously wounded man. "I will take all your lives," he said, but Jamie was never afraid of any AI. As he approached, Jamie was ready to fight and casually praised him. "Maybe so, Shukana. You've picked the wrong opponent, kid." The puppet magic was immediately cast by Jamie. In moments, countless threads of magical light suddenly shot down, tightly binding the Chimera Holy Knight like climbing vines. Because it was a magic that attached threads to the target's soul and controlled it, he was instantly pulled down by the weight of the threads, to the point he reluctantly knelt on the floor, in a posture resembling praying for luck. Suddenly attacked, he could only groan a few words from his throat. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. He found it increasingly difficult to control himself, unable to hold his sword or analyze the danger. Thread after thread tightly wrapped around him, not letting go. Outside, Jamie continuously prodded him, seeming quite curious about his current condition. Jamie was straightforward, telling him about the corpse fragments entering his body along with the recent explosion. One might think Jamie only wanted to restrain the Chimera Holy Knight's body to prevent him from acting rashly, but Jamie was actually even more cunning than the things belonging to you. "Now you belong to me. You can't do anything anymore." Meanwhile, he was still writhing and struggling, trying to escape. His whole body trembled as his brain thought about how to break free. Losing control of his body, unable to use dark magic, it was pointless to keep fighting. The best way to fight an unbeatable enemy was to escape. He activated the core on his chest, trying to break free from Jamie's tight encirclement. Jamie hadn't expected this method, his face briefly startled. He didn't think he would dare take this step. Self-destruction, huh? But Jamie always had a way to deal with him before he completely disappeared. Jamie seemed to fly over and shouted loudly, "It's not that easy!" The dark hand had already made its move. The dark magic slowly advanced to prevent him from disappearing. The hand quickly grasped and passed through the body of the Chimera Holy Knight. Of course, he couldn't block it and could only accept death. However, when Jamie's hand entered his body, something strange happened, beyond Jamie's expectations. "What? I can't stop it?" From inside the Chimera Holy Knight's body, a dazzling light burst forth. It overwhelmed even the dark magic's light, which was faintly shining from the bright moon outside. Jamie grew increasingly panicked. His vision quickly worsened. The cut was clean, with not a drop of blood in an instant. He couldn't think of what to do next. He could only curse. "Damn it, I couldn't dodge." Less than 3 seconds later, his chest began to swell. It expanded noticeably, like a balloon being filled with air. Jamie didn't know what this phenomenon was and was completely unable to control the situation. Then his body exploded like a corpse accumulating gas over time, accidentally pushing Jamie away. The explosion was so great that his flesh was no longer intact as before. In the air affected by the blast, it mixed with blood and flesh, creating a horrifying scene that even shook. The protective barrier surrounding Jamie outside, producing a loud wave sound but not enough to break the barrier. Thanks to dark magic, Jamie was completely unaffected by the explosion, and furthermore, his body was unharmed. Jamie still hadn't recovered his senses. Without dark magic, he would have been in trouble by now, thinking about how it could break the darkness by releasing his maximum holy energy, but he couldn't escape with just that. It took a moment to recover. Regaining composure, he continued to cast dark magic, absorbing light. The Chimera Holy Knight was still alive. He intended to escape, sneaking along the path of light to flee from Jamie's relentless pursuit. But Jamie had just regained his senses and struck before he could escape. Could it be? The magic hit right in the middle of the Chimera Holy Knight's body. He quickly fell without being able to do anything. Unexpectedly, that attack couldn't harm his insides at all. He had revealed his true form just to escape. Could it really be that beneath the majestic armor was a disgusting monster with sharp teeth and a bunch of giant tentacles? Demi immediately focused on the Chimera's original appearance that had just been revealed. "I won't let your true form escape," he said coldly, swinging out magical chains to restrain it. "Get out." His true form struggled and groaned endlessly. Jamie combined it with his ultimate move, the explosive death. Under the magical chains, fresh blood sprayed like rain. The explosive death was also a dark explosion that could destroy even the toughest armor, and he was no exception. He knew he could no longer resist. His body had reached its limit and could no longer move, so he decided to execute his final plan. The core of his true form leapt out from his mouth. Sharp fangs jumped out. Jamie was stunned and suspicious when he saw that tiny, strange creature. That was its original form, the core of the true form, much more agile than its outer shell, even faster than Jamie thought. Before he could react, it had already leapt out of the window frame. Then it used the floors as support, jumping down to the ground floor from the third floor. When it was far out of sight, Jamie finally regained his senses and bowed his head regretfully as it escaped. Philip had also recovered a bit and hurried over to ask about the situation. "Master," he said, noticing the bloody corpse in the room, hesitating. "Good job, but what about this guy?" Jamie calmly replied, "I let him escape." Philip, hearing this, turned pale and asked, "Are you stupid or what? Shouldn't we have followed him closely? Is that okay?" Jamie comforted him. "It's unfortunate to let him escape, but it's okay." Philip was both uneasy and suspicious. "Letting the enemy escape is okay? I thought we were tracking him to catch him." "But that's not the case," Jamie said. Philip boldly asked again, "Sorry, but I don't understand your point. Why is it okay?" Demi was lazy to answer and casually replied, "Well, it's nothing." The reason Jamie was so confident was because he knew the nature of the attack he had launched. It's not easy to erase the traces of dark magic. Everything basically lies within Jamie's arrangement the moment the dark hand pierces through his body. That entire body was already filled with dark magic, meaning I can find him anytime I want. Elsewhere, Lincoln was still focused on writing with an elegant demeanor, completely unaware. His beloved pet was tortured, revealing its original form. The window in the corner of the room suddenly opened, attracting his attention. Turning his head to look, he saw the rare crimson flesh silhouette of a chimera, just as expected. He was still scared by the real form of his beloved pet to the point of swearing, but that fear was only temporary. Moreover, that feeling was quickly replaced by an unbelievable sense of confusion. He lifted the chimera in his hand like a hard-earned achievement, his voice trembling as if about to cry. "No way it was defeated? The core of our research is about a holy knight chimera with holy energy being destroyed. Inside the wooden house, the temporary location of the guild, Jamie and Philip had not left yet. Philip was a bit surprised by Jamie's approach. The master in that case was still a coward. Once he knew, he would worry in advance. The escape of the Holy Knight Chimera's true form was no exception. He still faced it fearfully. If the enemy knew they were cursed with dark magic, then the status of their master could also be tracked and their location followed. "Yes," Demi gently comforted. "I know what you're thinking, but it's okay. They won't know." Philip was still a bit vague, only half-heartedly replying, "Yes," but Jamie was very confident in his ability, because his current power was very different from dark magic. "But you will still have doubts. Even so, I still don't understand why the current dark magic is too weak compared to holy energy," he admitted to Philip from the start. "My power exists with the purpose of being a death god." Philip subconsciously also paid attention. The hand was summoning an invisible power. The death god is a type of darkness created to take the lives of holy beings and completely erase their existence without a trace. This is the type of dark magic Jamie is using. He fully understands the characteristics of this dark magic, so they basically cannot get a hold of it. That's why no matter what those fools using holy energy do, they will never be able to find information about me. Meanwhile, Lincoln was still angrily clenching his fists, even stabbing the pen straight into the table to vent his anger, his voice trembling as he uttered each word, "Witch bastard." But he was certain, no matter how hard he or his men tried, they would never be able to track the trace of the one they were looking for. Jamie finally recounted the whole truth about his power. "Since the beginning, my power exists with the purpose of being a death god, so don't worry too much." After hearing the situation, Philip understood and nodded. "I see." He noticed that from the start, Azad had not appeared, so he curiously asked, "Where did Azad go?" Philip only just remembered him. His voice was both hesitant and hurriedly searching for him. Before Philip finished speaking, the wooden door beside them opened. Azad just stepped in and shouted loudly, "Brother, are you okay?" He was so focused on asking his good brother that he only noticed Jamie was also present when he turned his head, then warmly and excitedly showed his face. "The master is here." "Really a relief," Azad smiled, with eyes squinting and mouth praising nonstop. "I thought bro here had already become a pile of white bones, though that night was really powerful." But it seemed the master handled everything. Ignoring his flattery and nonsense, Jamie went straight to the point. "Right, I've dealt with the aftermath. What about you? Where have you been running off to?" he asked. Azad scratched his head innocently like a silly boy and explained, "Earlier I fell from the window and was unconscious for a while, so as soon as I woke up, I rushed here right away." Jamie itched to ask, "What? Unconscious?" Philip showed an apologetic expression and admitted, "I pushed him." Jamie was completely helpless with these two right and left brainless arms. "That's right. I've taken care of the aftermath. Now you run away," he said innocently, scratching his head like a foolish boy. "Earlier I fell from the window and was unconscious for a while, so as soon as I woke up I rushed here immediately." Jamie, hearing this, felt itchy and asked again, "Unconscious?" Philip showed an apologetic expression and admitted, "I pushed him." Jamie was completely helpless with these two brainless right and left hands. For a moment, no one knew what to say. The scene fell into silence as six eyes looked at each other. Finally, Jamie chose the most embarrassing solution. He flipped upside down, making him bend into an inverted V shape, then sat directly on his butt. Sitting high like a rock, "I have the weight of an adult," he calmly assigned the task. "I withdraw the order to supervise them. They realize too quickly. You will be discovered if you keep staring at them. So you need to act separately," Azad replied with a trembling voice. "Yes, master." Philip beside him also nodded in understanding. Jamie suddenly remembered something and swung his hand forward. He recalled Philip was injured fighting the Chimera Holy Knight. The magic in his hand could heal wounds immediately. Without hesitation, he helped treat him, surprising Philip himself. "Master, this is Jamie. I have a solution, but you still need to take better care of your body," he warned promptly. After a moment of punishment, Jamie finally stood up and entrusted him with a new mission. "Make sure to stay by Razor and keep him safe." Azad, freed, shouted energetically, "Understood, master." Jamie swiftly moved to the window, preparing to leave, not forgetting to warn the two, "I'm off, be careful." Jamie went outside and slipped down through the window. At the same time, Lincoln was having a headache, racking his brain to track down the anonymous person who took out his favorite, impossible. How could this happen? He was so frantic that his hands trembled from suppressing anger. Even his speech no longer resembled that of a bishop. That bastard. Thinking about a Chimera Knight with veteran-level skills combined from 4 lives ending up like this. He looked at the Chimera's leg inside the transparent glass jar. Only flesh and blood left. Gruesome. His anger grew stronger. After pondering, Lincoln came up with a few notable names. Don't tell me the first person he thought of who could face the Chimera Holy Knight he painstakingly created was Count Welton. But after thinking it over, he hesitated and sighed heavily. But he had never rated Count Welton highly. Even if Welton fought the Chimera, he wouldn't be beaten to this extent. He still thought no. If it were him, his body would have survived and returned. He also considered another key point. Not only that, the connection between himself and the knight was instantly severed. The magic was cut off. There must be a barrier. Then he thought of another possibility if it was a top-tier mage in this territory. Then it would be the young master. He suspected him, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, not him. Even if he was a genius, he was only level 4. He needed at least level 5 to confront the Chimera Knight directly. So who is it, Lincoln? He began predicting the next step of the plan. As I thought, we need to speed up the experiment before. His thoughts were abruptly cut off by a sharp knife suddenly appearing at his neck, accompanied by a low, cold voice. Your second plan failed again. If you move, this knife will send you off for good. Lincoln remained silent, already knowing the identity of the person holding the knife to his neck. The mysterious figure continued threatening him. Seems like I don't need to hear your answer, she said, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. His voice became choppy with fear. Not a woman. Are you really toying with me? What is that? Only now did he remember the chimera he still left on the table. Trembling, he cautiously replied, It's not complete yet. She was dissatisfied. So everything is still fine, even though it had come to this state. Just because it wasn't finished? The sharp knife pressed another inch closer to his neck. Accidentally drawing a few drops of fresh blood, he quickly sensed the unusual feeling and hurried to explain. That's not what I meant. Something troublesome blocked its path. It will be complete after 1 or 2 more experiments. She was obviously displeased with his excuse and continued to threaten him relentlessly. You speak smoothly, but can't identify what that trouble is? Do you want to become part of your own experiment? The mysterious woman finished speaking. Lincoln was speechless, unable to say more. She threatened enough, then warned him before disappearing into black smoke. I will watch your every step, she said. After she left, Lincoln finally exhaled deeply. Gasping for air to compensate for the earlier moment when the woman was still here, he didn't dare to breathe deeply. Only after calming down did he realize why that secret was leaked, and his anger once again reached its peak. 7 knights, they are watching me. 7 swords of the Zenith Church, 7 knights, 7 knights. Protecting the archbishop in the main church of the Zenith Church, they are all veterans. Lincoln hated that he couldn't deal with all of them in one step. But besides slamming the table, he could do nothing else, only holding this anger and shouting loudly, "How dare they mock me like this?" Under the guise of a respectable bishop, Lincoln was still a man with a twisted, terrifying mindset towards those above him. He had no respect at all and cursed that disgusting bastard. Once I finish this experiment, I will climb to that position. The night fell, covering the entire territory of the Welton family castle, no exception. Yet they brought the body of the Holy Knight Chimera all the way back to the main mansion, you know. It seems I was too reckless, but his body can give you many clues in an instant. I couldn't help but exclaim, but it was a holy chimera. They really made something interesting. Now Jamie began to dissect his body, trying to see what kind of life they had inside, after a long time of tinkering. His face was smeared with his red blood, and Jamie made the first discoveries. They were quite tightly connected. A long leg full of teeth smeared with blood inside his body. Jamie guessed it was an insect leg from the hollow chest cavity left by the core of the leg body. He could also observe the internal organs with fire resistance. He also found something bizarre inside, a mixture of insect eyes. The most chilling thing was that he discovered they were ultimately based on a human body. Apparently a total of 4 lives, with magic resistance and excellent speed combined. Now Jamie found a transparent, shiny capsule inside his body. He held it up carefully to examine, and the core inside was a nucleus imbued with divine power. They were chimera, in the form of knights to use that core, but why did they make things like this? After examining under the floor, all were stained with fresh blood from the Holy Knight Chimera's body. Jamie guessed this was no simple matter. Zenith, are you trying to start a war? You have always seen humans as bugs and tools as usual. Every word from the past replayed in his head. Diablo live. Vonby, our revenge. We will wait for you in hell. Diablo Vonby. Thinking of this, Jamie was furious. He just hated that he couldn't deal with all of them. Humans had once lost everything because of your brutal actions. The hatred inside him burned more fiercely than ever. The reason I must climb back to this earth after thousands of years is to stop all of you. Jamie was so angry he cursed, "Damn it, you will never be forgiven a second time." Over here, Lincoln was also busy making calls to his subordinates in the laboratory, but just after connecting, he was cut off. Only one day, and what happened? He bowed his head sadly. It was beyond my expectations, but at least the main body survived. It was of no help. The other side lost patience and got angry at him. Do you think your excuses will work after ruining all my efforts? All ruined? John Lincoln slumped down, full of guilt. Sorry, I couldn't help. This was also due to the appearance of a third party of unknown identity, but the other side refused to accept his explanation. They didn't bother to argue but started cursing. Seriously, what are you planning to do, Lincoln? It seemed like he was waiting for this question from his teammate. His eyes revealed a vile look, his voice like he was preparing to hunt prey. I'm thinking of choosing another one. The other side quickly guessed his intention. Don't tell me you mean the child with the holy maiden quality. If you give me that kind of fuel, then I can try checking my heart's condition. Unexpectedly, Lincoln got so angry he slammed the table, warning the other side not to dream about that. The holy maiden quality will not be used only within the chimera scope. And as soon as he finished speaking, he returned to the original gentle state of a bishop. Anyway, the next material had been decided already. He seemed to have carefully calculated this retreat path. He has been a loyal servant of Zenith Lincon from the start, targeting Ricky as his escape route. Therefore, he has all the information about you at his fingertips, including your identity. Ricky is also the only blood relative of the noble lady at this time. Ricky is still outside the orphanage, guarding, always fulfilling his duty, unaware that he is working for a more brutal organization than ever before, the kind-hearted boy Ricky. Yet he is utterly loyal to the cruel people disguised as sheep, about to fall into Lincoln's hands. The next morning, indeed, Lincoln acted early. He called everyone together to announce something important, then came to Ricky. "Here you are, Ricky," the boy happily responded. "Yes, how can I help, sir?" She softly announced that everyone had been asked to gather in the worship hall. Hearing that, Ricky obediently nodded. "The worship hall, sir? Yes, I will come right away." Early morning, under Lincoln's summons, people came and went in a steady stream. The atmosphere was livelier than usual. Sitting with Ricky's sister, Anna saw Ricky's figure from afar and waved. "Hey, Ricky, we're over here." Seeing the heated scene, Ricky couldn't help but shout loudly, "Why are you with my sister, Ben?" Ben naively replied, "I brought her because they said everyone must come." Ricky mischievously ignored the probing looks around and directly climbed between the two, splitting them apart with a warning implication. That doesn't mean you have to stick to my sister like glue, right? I'm late because I was looking for Anna. Ricky finally paid attention to the scene inside the church, wondering why everyone was gathered today. Maybe another person was chosen? Anna smiled happily and exclaimed, "That would be great." Once everyone settled into their places, Lincoln stood ready on the church podium and began his plan, previously friendly, asking if the children were well. Everyone present respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Then his wolf in sheep's clothing act began with a disguised announcement. "Today we have good news for you all. A miracle has been bestowed upon us by our Lord," he said. As soon as he finished, everyone present at the scene buzzed with excitement. A miracle? Just like what happened with Sino? Is someone about to be chosen? Of course, all those thoughts were caught by Lincoln's watchful eyes. He smiled with satisfaction. "What you're thinking is exactly right," he declared, under the guise of kindness and goodness. "This time Zenith wants one of you." Everyone was shocked, including Ricky. The solemn atmosphere was once again replaced by murmurs and Lincoln's sinister, silent laughter. Fools who only want to be chosen without knowing anything. Then he quickly dismissed. No orphan can become a knight. That was the blessing. The children from the orphanage buzzed excitedly, as if it were a blessing fallen from the sky. Lincoln's smile behind his clasped hands grew uglier. In an inhumane way, he was very satisfied with his plan. "Yes, that is the blessing. You must be increasingly joyful about it." After the joy passed and he composed himself, he went to the main point. Now, order! The one Zenith god desires this time is..." His hesitation made everyone more anxious than ever. As expected, he pointed at Ricky and declared, "It's him." Yet in his heart, darker thoughts brewed. "You will be the next chimera." Time passed toward noon at the Welton family mansion. The early sun rose higher than the mountains, but a few raindrops fell, making the sky half cloudy, half bright. Jamie was with Sias at this time. The mother and son chatted happily. It seemed the rain was about to stop. "Yes, the weather will get better soon, sir." Sias smiled kindly, chatting and drinking tea. "Rainy days are wonderful, aren't they, Jamie?" But Jamie was shy like a growing boy, not good at saying cheesy things. "The scent of rain is refreshing, and being with Mom is even better." Sias rarely heard her son say such things. Happy as if on cloud nine. "Oh my son, your words are so beautiful." Jamie was not used to this intimacy and did not respond to the hug. A reluctant and pitiful expression appeared. The words, Jamie was not used to this kind of intimacy and absolutely did not respond to that hug. A reluctant and pitiful expression appeared on his face. "Mom is squeezing me." Suddenly a cold knock came from outside the door. Attracting the attention of both, the professional butler respectfully and sincerely said, "I apologize for disturbing your time, madam, but there is a guest here to see the young master." Demi, hearing this, was surprised and asked, "Who came?" Sias was also shocked, frozen in place. The butler replied, "A commoner child said that the boy is your friend, and came to find him. Should I send the boy away?" Jamie was still a bit confused. "Commoner, not noble? Then not the Valor sisters. You have a friend?" After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. "Don't tell me. She... Yes, he vaguely guessed who the other person was, stood up from the sofa, and quickly gave the order, "I think I know who it is." "Let him in!" The butler immediately obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, Ricky was still standing outside the main hall, at the intersection of many mansion wings, waiting for Jamie's answer after being led inside by the butler. Ricky mustered all his courage to bow to the noble lady in front of him. "It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Sorry for disturbing you." Sias not only did not make things difficult, but smiled kindly and warmly, welcomed the boy like a distinguished guest. "It's wonderful that my son's friend has come to visit." Jamie sat beside her with an unimpressed expression. "So this is the child AI chose for him. We are friends, right?" Sias was not only warm but enthusiastic. Knowing the other was a rare friend of her son, she did not hesitate to ask, "What is your name, Han?" "Ricky, ma'am. I live nearby." Jamie, beside her, looked as dark as a burnt pot because he was suddenly sidelined but kept asking questions non-stop. "I see. So why did you come to see our Jamie?" Ricky then remembered the original reason he came to find Jamie. "Ah, about that." Jamie only now recalled the core issue, eyes wide open suddenly. Ricky had just started to speak about what happened the previous night on the road when Jamie quickly covered his mouth. Jamie smiled wryly. "We will play together. Mother, please go rest first." But in the eyes of the beloved mother like Sias, this was the shy, embarrassed action of a growing child. She found it incredibly adorable. Oh my. The boy was shy in front of his mother because he had a friend here. Our son has grown up. Meanwhile, Jamie was imagining the terrible punishment and felt angry at himself for almost getting caught. "I don't know how they would punish me if I were discovered." Hugging violently, kissing, and sleeping together every night, he felt this was a good opportunity and took the chance to set a condition with his son. "If so, you must kiss goodbye to your mother." Jamie was struck like lightning, freezing in place because he faced a challenge even harder. He silently complained, "Damn it." Reluctantly, Jamie placed a kiss on Cyrus's cheek. The woman happily smiled with her eyes closed. Ricky stared wide-eyed at the special scene, feeling like an extra in that moment. After that, Cyrus happily picked up her flowing dress and left, I hope you two have fun playing." Ricky, out of habit and caution, bowed respectfully to say goodbye. Being an orphan, deep inside, he admired Jamie's family situation. Jamie's mother must love him very much. Jamie quickly moved on to the main issue. "Forget that. Why are you here?" Ricky remembered and immediately replied, "Oh, right." Thinking it was good news, he excitedly announced, "I have been chosen, so I will leave soon." Jamie was struck like lightning again. Ricky added, "I came to say goodbye." Jamie knew Lincoln would soon take action against Ricky, but it happened faster than he thought. Time passed quickly. Dusk had fallen over the land. At the Welton family mansion, in a corner of the side hall, a long, heavy sigh was heard. With the permission of Count Welton, he had been constantly searching for the Holy Knight's figure for days, but never found him, so he remained unhappy these past few days. No sign of that strange knight at all. He basically didn't know that Jamie had dealt with him and sent him back to his original form. For many days, he kept searching for his whereabouts. After that day, he couldn't find anything while monitoring the church. Was it buried underground or what? Just then, Ricky's voice came to his ear, startling him awake. "Goodbye." He quickly recognized the familiar sound. That child was Ricky, just stepping out from the main mansion area. Upon seeing Jas, he happily approached. "Hello, Jas," warmly. He pulled the boy close, slinging an arm around him naturally as if they had been brothers for 800 years. "Come on, kid, you should call me brother." Ricky immediately agreed. He had never seen Ricky appear here before, so he was curious. "Kid, are you here to see Jamie?" Ricky didn't hesitate to answer right away. "Yes, just as he wanted to tell you too. I have been blessed with that miracle by the Zenith god." The boy's words were like a bucket of cold water poured straight onto his few happy feelings. Not believing his ears, he asked again, "What?" Ricky grinned from ear to ear with joy. "I have been chosen. Tomorrow morning I will set off to the main church," and Rush immediately darkened his face without saying anything. His mind was racing with overlapping thoughts. Is this how they operate, deceiving children like that? Serving a god and they are not ashamed? Do they really look down on children and life like that? Lost in thought for a long time, Rush suddenly empathized and patted the boy's head. Although Zenith is very cruel, Ras does not dare to shatter the beautiful innocence in the hearts of children. About that so-called miracle, he also would not directly expose their false faces. "Wonderful, kid. You will become a good priest, yes." Ricky innocently laughed loudly. "Yes. I will become someone who helps those in need like you." After a warm greeting, Ricky finally waved goodbye to Jas and left. "I will definitely come to visit later." As Ricky disappeared, Jas turned his back and clapped his hands in action. "Did you hear that? Very well. Order given. Tomorrow morning we will follow the carriage Ricky is riding. We will show you what real punishment is." The next morning, under the careful escort of Lincoln's henchmen, Ricky set off. Before leaving, he did not forget to promise, "Thank you all for seeing me off. I promise to return after becoming a priest." Everyone was happy for Ricky, except Anna, his little sister, who was not. They would have to be apart for a very long time. She could not hide her sadness. Ben, standing beside Anna, sent a message to Ricky. "Don't worry about Anna. I will definitely take care of her." From afar, Ricky hugged a bouquet of flowers in his hand, smiling with satisfaction, thanking Ben. "I trust you." Anna tried to be cheerful, but her eyes welled up with tears as she reminded her brother, "Don't worry about me. Remember to come back when you are a priest." Ricky unconsciously laughed at his sister's cuteness, really feeling a bit reluctant to leave her. While the carriage had not yet started, Ricky quickly ran to give her a tight hug, a final embrace, and told her to obey the nuns and father. "Eat all your meals even when I am not here." At some point, Ricky's tears began to flow, his voice trembling. "I will write often and try to come back soon. I promise to become a priest." Anna could no longer hold back her tears and burst out crying. "Promise me, I will wait for you and take care of your health, brother." The farewell ended in tears. The carriage finally rumbled down the street, carrying Ricky into the ordeal like the children before him. Ras still appeared on Ricky's path, watching the boy sadly sitting inside the carriage. His gaze grew colder as he watched the boy getting closer and closer to an unwholesome death. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Jamie was still in the mansion of the family, activating magic. To monitor Ricky's route through it, with the help of magic, he had learned the situation outside. They had left. Now the matrix he had prepared for a long time was finally activated. Ready to face the enemy. Let's see how the bug hiding there is doing. Then Jamie realized something important. Indeed, the trace of his dark mana was in the Zenith Church. He also simultaneously deduced the necessary elements to create a target, to create a holy chimera. There are 3 things needed. First, a sacrifice as material, one who creates the chimera for experimentation, and a high-ranking priest to infuse holy power into it. But one more thing made Jamie hesitate. Around here, there was only one high-ranking priest, and he immediately pictured a bishop of Zenith. Now, Jamie nimbly jumped from branch to branch. If it were Rash and the knights, he looked down at the carriage below, and a bold thought arose in his heart. Perhaps they could sweep the laboratory when they return. Jamie drew a valuable conclusion for himself. We only need to deal with the bishop. He was very confident in the plan he had proposed, and so the scheme was set. At the bishop's castle in the evening, he donned his cloak and prepared to go out. It was time. The bishop had waited a long time for this opportunity to dominate. He seemed to eagerly await an orphan child to become a church knight. But the blessing of God comes with hardship. He entered the prison room where Ricky was in front of a large mirror. Now Ricky is about to touch Ricky's shoulder and practice magic. Will you be able to endure this experiment? His dark hand is about to touch the target. You have to play with me, but before he can finish, he was stopped by a force. What? The bishop was suddenly attacked, making him unable to react in time. He lost momentum and fell heavily to the ground. The bishop became furious and shouted, "How dare you? Who the hell is that?" Now Jimmy stands firm in front of him and mocks his rude speech. A church member with such rude words? He was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "A dark mage?" But when he clearly saw the boy's face, he recognized him. People understood now. "So you are the one who killed my church knight." The bishop began to get angry and prepared to teach Jamie a lesson. "How dare you interfere with my plan?" He summoned power and demanded to attack him immediately. "I will bring down upon you the judgment of the Holy Spirit." A magic circle instantly appeared, and both were pulled into a fierce battle. The Holy Ground battle. The priest's power greatly increases in the sanctuary under the protection of the god. Now Jamie also realized the danger of the opponent's power. If it is a bishop-level sanctuary, surely he would have the strength to crush stone with bare hands. The arrogant bishop declared, "I will quickly end this matter." He charged like a storm toward him, furious and determined to take Jamie's life. "I will tear you apart." A direct beam of power attack made him a bit confused. The bishop showed a provocative expression and said, "What?" Next was a chain of power attacks on Jamie's body. "That's right, I will also turn you into material." In an instant, he transformed into a different person. He disdainfully said to him, "You call this power?" The bishop was shocked, eyes wide and teeth clenched. "What?" He used his fist to try to break through the boy's advantage. Pressure, but he couldn't do anything. He immediately became confused. "What the hell?" The bishop asked Jamie in astonishment. "How can you use dark magic inside the sanctuary?" The boy just smiled faintly and replied, while still focusing on practicing magic. "Sanctuary?" Now Jamie displayed his talent by using his magic cords to tighten around the bishop's neck. "Look closely." Suddenly, the surrounding space froze instantly. The bishop was stunned. The sanctuary was being absorbed by darkness. He tried to deceive himself, but what was happening before his eyes was impossible. He screamed in despair, "No way!" Demi just smiled faintly and answered, "Yes." The bishop struggled to escape the formation, but he was pushed back by Jamie's power and fell heavily backward. Immediately, the boy rushed forward and hit him again, causing him to vomit blood. The bishop no longer had strength to resist. He could only sit slumped in a corner. Jamie approached him. He spoke firmly, "I have many things I am curious about, so I hope you will give me answers." The bishop was still stubborn and retorted, "You think I will tell you?" Jamie's face was full of killing intent. He emphasized, "Don't misunderstand." He used his hand full of spiritual power directed at him, and repeated to make him understand, "I don't need your permission." Demi placed his hand on the bishop's head to extract information from his mind to open his brain. The bishop was controlled by spiritual power, causing him so much pain that his pupils turned red. In the dark laboratory, the leader seemed to be waiting for something. He got angry and threw a glass cup at his subordinate. "Damn, Lincoln." He seemed very frustrated and uneasy inside. "Where the hell are you?" "The experiment is being delayed." The subordinate hurriedly and awkwardly left. "I will check immediately." But the hot-tempered leader dealt with him right away, coldly criticizing these people for being too slow. "You are all so sluggish." Suddenly, he felt something unusual above. "I sensed someone up there." Immediately, he guessed the lurking danger. "Damn, it seems Lincoln is being followed." The Shadow Knights came to the library, searching every book on the shelf for clues. The Shadow Knight said to Ross, "I can feel the wind blowing from here." He quickly guessed the meaning of that. "It means something is hidden behind the bookshelf." Ross glanced over the shelves. His eyes stopped. That is, behind the bookshelf, something was hidden. Ross glanced over the bookshelf and his eyes stopped, because he wanted a book different from the others. This book was strangely clean. He then curiously touched it. Immediately, a secret door appeared before everyone. It opened, and Ross carefully warned them as he felt something ominous. The atmosphere was ominous. Everyone prepared as a dark power was released from behind the door. And Ross used his sword to block that power. He struggled to control it, wondering what kind of power it was. After resisting for a while, he is finally thrown back by the dark power, then Rush is pushed back some distance. A Shadow Knight anxiously calls him Sir Rush. Rush appears calm and assures everyone, "I'm fine. It seems we have arrived at the right place." From behind the secret door, a large and fierce monster appears. Everyone shouts in unison, "It's a chimera!" After using strong spiritual energy to read Lincoln's thoughts, Jamie was able to know the whole story and formed a powerful army regardless of anything. "To fulfill a prophecy," he stammered in response. "That's right." He used his power to threaten him. "Reveal everything you just said." Lincoln hesitated in fear. "Understood." Suddenly, Jamie remembered something. He used his hand full of power to restore his mind in this case. Finally, he spared him. Go now. Jimmy stood before the mirror with a mysterious look, feeling somewhat confident. I have increased the brainwashing power. He won't be able to reveal anything about me. He touched the mirror. A flash of light appeared. Now, Jimmy suddenly had a bold idea. Then he transformed his face into Lincoln's. Let's go, shall we? On the side of the cruel and tyrannical man, he slammed his hand on the table, full of anxiety. Damn it, I almost died. He got angry, grinding his teeth tightly, trembling with rage. Lincoln, when will you arrive? If it weren't for the experiment, I would have crushed him. He glanced outside to check for any movement. He touched the large spiritual energy jar in front of him, already having a shameful plan, but he had no other choice. Other than to release this, he smashed the jar. The liquid spilled all over the floor, cursing continuously. This will take care of the rest. What is Lincoln doing? This energy is useless. The evil man stood before Ricky's body. An evil thought rose in his heart. If only this most important thing had holy power inside the body. Seeing Ricky unconscious made him even more desirous of a body. Hurry up, bring me a body. After a while, Lincoln also slowly entered. Sorry, I'm late. He got angry and shouted at Lincoln. Where have you been? Seeing Lincoln's bruised face surprised him. What happened to you? Lincoln held his wound in pain and explained, I was ambushed by a suspicious person. I'm late because I had to kill him first. The sly man was shocked to hear this. A suspicious person? Lincoln also told him more details about that person. I think he's the one who killed the Holy Knight. He was too strong to capture alive. Hearing that made him even more anxious. He guessed, damn it, is he with the group that raided us? If we delay any longer, the experiment will be interfered with. He hurriedly asked about the body. Where is the body? Lincoln looked worried, reminding him, you said there was an intruder. Are you still going to continue like this? He shouted, firmly asserting that no matter what, it would soon be over. Everything's fine. I have already sent the sample, so hand over the body now. Lincoln was uneasy inside and thought, what exactly did he send as the sample? After receiving the mysterious bottle of liquid, he was extremely excited. Finally, I can get the results. He directly poured the dark liquid onto Ricky's body. I wonder what kind of wonderful chimera will be born. How strong will it be? The evil man turned and asked with disgusting cruelty. What do you think? Lincoln was a bit embarrassed, but still had to answer to get through it. What is he asking me to do? It's complicated. Well, it will definitely be stronger than the previous 7 failures. He was quite surprised by the simple answer. Why do you say things everyone knows? The devil held a syringe filled with mysterious liquid and prepared to inject it into the body. Now we proceed to the final step, right? He stabbed the tumors that looked like eyes on the head, cutting into them with his hand, feeling a bit anxious. Hurry up and merge. That's it, he crazily asked Lincoln again. Lincoln, you're happy too, right? Lincoln only replied vaguely, yeah, probably. He was truly insane, and the devil felt uneasy. He angrily asked in a strange way, Are you AI, Lincoln? The question stunned Cho. Surprised but still forced a smile to confirm naturally. What are you talking about? I am Lincoln here. What the hell? Is there any connection between these crazy guys? He suddenly got furious and insisted, Are you trying to fool AI? Lincoln was stunned by his overreaction. The monster was also beheaded by the Dark Knights for daring to block their way when they defeated it. They felt somewhat relieved as they were close to the target without any obstacles. So this trash is the last one among them. Ross led the way, and everyone followed downwards. Suddenly, something mysterious passed them quickly at alter speed. A monster right behind Ross caught a knight and tore him apart. Another knight hurriedly shouted for everyone to escape. Run! They put all their strength into escaping the danger created by the monster. This monster was huge and stronger than the previous ones. These were truly a different class compared to the others. Ross had some inconvenience casting magic here. This place is too cramped. I can't unleash my attack. Before the monster launched a direct attack, he managed to run away. I need more space. Ross glanced back once more. He had regained composure and began attacking with the Sword of Judgment. Ross bravely charged at the monster and fought it. The monster staggered and smoked after being hit repeatedly, but soon regained its strength. Its eyes glowed purple. In this situation, even Jas was a bit shaken as the monster faced him directly. Its eyes showed intense anger. At this climax, he finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Damn, I was careless. Too late to dodge now. I'm about to die. In a life or death moment, a knight rushed out and slashed the monster's hand to save him. The monster howled in pain like a madman. They stood in front of Jas to protect him. Are you okay? We have to retreat now. After escaping danger, Jas suggested taking the injured knight along. Understood, let's take him, but they coldly handed over a letter of severance. We will leave him behind. What did you just say? A cold knight repeated. Remember, the order we received is to support Ross. Amatic in completing the mission, their words moved Cho Ras to tears. We won't pay attention to anything else. A knight charged forward to fight the monster. He jumped high and fiercely advanced. I will open the way. Another knight took advantage of the monster being distracted. Let's lead him forward while it's distracted. We will move upward. Ras still couldn't bear to leave. He will die if he fights that monster alone, the knight explained to him with rational thought. We know, but we are the Dark Knights. We act to create the optimal result. Rashford recalled previous words about these Dark Knights, absolutely obeying their master. This is the only reason Dark Knights exist. Their lives are tools controlled by the orders of that person. He showed hesitation about how they disregarded their own lives to complete the mission. Sacrificing their own lives is unreasonable. I will never forgive that. The injured knight was pinned down by the monster. He was struggling to resist. He hurriedly reminded them to move quickly. The ceiling shook from the monster's strength. After a while, the bricks shifted and sank. The scene before Cho Ras made him silently freeze in place. Before him, the ceiling had collapsed into rubble. The monster was still alive, reaching out with clawed hands. Both were stunned by its fierce vitality. The monster grabbed the remaining knight, and the last knight hurriedly urged him to leave. Lord Ras, we must move out immediately. But Ras's attitude was very determined. I can't leave him behind. The monster squeezed the poor knight even more. Rash shouted and demanded it to release him immediately. He decisively drew his sword, his eyes full of fiery anger and determination to avenge those who had fallen. But the Dark Knight reassured him, Lord Ras, I will be fine. Ras ignored those words and continued chanting a spell. I serve the merciful goddess and Judge Biso. Spiritual energy surrounded him and emitted a dazzling holy light. Ras's eyes became sharp and cold as he vanished. He thrust the sword straight down, carrying powerful spiritual energy. The monster hit screamed in pain and torment. Rash fiercely charged at the monster and shouted loudly to wipe it out. The attacked monster also struggled in pain this time. Rush had thought carefully. He then made his final decision that he must use his sacred executioner's power. The legendary sword he had kept for a long time finally decided to use in this battle. The sacred executioner's sword of the Fioro Church. They are the 7 knights who were granted holy power from the goddess of mercy and punishment, Fioro. That power lasts for a short time with serious side effects, but it possesses strong holy power. The other Dark Knights also came out to support their poor comrade. He was still alive. He couldn't believe he was still breathing. I'm still alive. This power brings punishment to the wicked and infinite mercy to the good. And Rush turned to them and honestly confessed, this power was granted to me by Fiora, the goddess of mercy and punishment. The knight who was injured earlier had now recovered and was happily dancing despite that. Once the sacred executioner's power disappears, all the pain they endured will be transferred to me. But Rash, with his noble heart, decided to hide this from them and not tell them. I'm relieved to see you still okay. He continued to lead everyone forward. Now let's go. Jamie's side was also busy fighting. 2 of them had revealed their true forms and dared to confront the evil dark mage directly. His evil dark magic power was unleashed, forcing him to skillfully block with his hand. The dark mage screamed like a madman and cursed at him. How dare you disturb my experiments, the damn dark mage? But Demi calmly replied, and even teased him a bit more. Interesting fellow. I didn't think that was something I should hear from someone who destroyed their own body. But the dark mage argued back with his stupid logic. Seems like your eyes are just for show, huh? It was an art he transformed, sprouting a pair of wings and gave a cunning smile. Now I'll specially show you that he had put effort into creating the wings, but Jamie rated them with a cool line. Those chimera wings are ugly as hell. Being insulted to his face made him furious, growling, What did you say? How dare you speak like that? You forgot something, didn't you? When seeing your precious thing beside Jamie, the dark mage panicked, the main ingredient of mine. Before he could rush, Jamie crushed it with his bare hands. It was really interesting. Playing with it was enough. He clenched that filthy thing tightly, then deliberately provoked him. Oops, slipped. The dark mage saw his painstakingly built ingredient destroyed, making him furious to the core, swearing, You filthy bastard, dark mage Jamie just adjusted a part on his magic circle and sarcastically mocked him. I just broke one of your toys. Why are you so angry? Let's change location then, huh? Below their feet on both sides was a brightly glowing magic circle spreading out. He recognized this magic, and an evil thought appeared in his mind. This was instant teleportation magic. It would vanish into smoke as long as I destroyed it. How dare that kid make me this angry? He clenched his fists and gathered all his strength to destroy it. I will send this damn thing away. But no matter what he did, he couldn't break the protection of this power. The damn thing didn't break. The dark mage was stunned because of the abundant spiritual energy appearing. But the strong spiritual energy wrapped around his power, that bastard Jamie had also equipped a pair of wings to compete with the dark mage. He was stunned to the point of dumbfounded. Why didn't that thing get destroyed? Jamie mocked him, surely because you are too weak. Then he challenged that guy to start a duel, and now they were having a good time together in this forest. And Jamie's eyes was full of desire and cold blood. Once we finish this fun, we will completely dismantle you and turn you into my servant. The dark mage insulted immediately, tried to attack him first, that arrogant bastard with his gentle and graceful moves. Jamie easily dodged the deadly strike. Jamie landed safely and prepared for the next plan. Almost crushed the button, so let's settle this then post under EHI. The dark mage was very confident. He despised him and was quite curious. We can't predict anything because I already sent out 2 elites. Jamie was a bit surprised upon hearing that. That elite angrily and fiercely charged like a moth to a flame. Hey, that's not your business, you dog. He fought with all his might until the end. Jamie also quickly dodged a few of his elite strikes. The demon had already prepared a cruel plan. It seems they took care of one, but it won't survive. Because I sent two. But Jamie saw through his intention and couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Second dumbest guy, huh? Who dares to stand in front?" But he stubbornly charged forward. This is the secret. Seeing his unusual actions made Jamie even more suspicious. I think there are 9 different entities living in that body. It seems we can't call him human anymore. Looking back at his body with strange, abnormal objects on him made Jamie surprised. The combination of those entities is also good. I'm sure he has made up his mind and wants to possess him, himself, and to turn him into his servant. Rick and the Dark Knights were taken to another room. One of them asked in confusion where this place was. Rick made an important decision. He decided to prioritize the children's safety. Find the kids first. I still have 20 minutes left. A worried thought surged in his heart. We need to find Ricky before the power of the Holy Executioner disappears. The group split up to search in every direction, carefully checking the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed imminent danger. A strong beam of light swiftly shot down below. Russ hurriedly turned around in panic. He quickly told the Dark Knights to escape and dodge. Then Ross looked ahead, his face stunned and frozen in place. In front of them was a monster, resembling a long-haired succubus, a chimera that could wield a sword. The difficulty ahead left Cho amazed and speechless. A knight shouted his name loudly. "Lord Ross?" They only showed Ross another obstacle. Looking over there beside them, another large, monstrous figure appeared. Another chimera, a demon horse and goblin. Ross began to feel uneasy. Having to fight these fierce and huge creatures, these monsters are so tough that even elite ranks struggle not to deal with them, but his memories flashed once again when he was with the kid. Ricky obediently. Even I couldn't, but he couldn't ignore the boy's danger. He decisively drew his sword. Everyone's eyes were full of determination and courage to face the fight. He declared he was ready to fight. At that moment, Ricky also moved slightly, his breathing becoming steadier. Ricky sat up. His clever face showed a bit of sadness, but his eyes shone unusually bright. Ricky looked at the strange scene and wondered, "Where am I?" He stepped out from the lying table and looked around for Lincoln. "Why am I here? Where is the priest?" After searching for a while, he was stunned by the silence. There was no one here at all. Ricky walked around and discovered a container holding his best friend's body. The boy was dumbfounded by this horrifying sight and stammered, "Shin, no, why am I here?" Memories gradually appeared in Ricky's mind, and it seemed like a light flashed, mixed with blood flowing out. He was chosen by God. Looking back at his hands trembling violently, tears poured down like rain. Isn't being chosen a blessing? This cruel event is the blessing? Ricky tried to swallow back his tears. Then he reassured himself to calm down. The boy turned his back and left this dangerous place first. "I have to get out of here." Ricky hesitated, touching the doorknob. He still had some doubts about leaving, like his best friend behind Encino. Ricky's tears fell heavily, but he promised himself he would come back to save his friend. "I'm sorry, I will definitely come back for you." Ricky ran out of that cruel place. "Zenith Church, I will never forgive you." The boy ran faster and faster. Hearing loud noises nearby made him nervous, guessing, "Is there a fight? Could they be coming to rescue me?" Ricky stopped and turned back. The noises grew louder. They were close. The ground was stained with blood, making the boy hesitate to move forward. It was so scary. Should I turn back? There were heavy footsteps and hurried voices. They were charging from the right. "Dodge!" Ricky saw these people and was so happy he almost cried. When the boy saw Russ fighting fiercely, he also called him, saying, "Uncle is busy resisting the monster." But Russ still didn't forget to correct the way of address to call him brother. The monster suddenly turned its head and whipped repeatedly with an iron chain. Ross was surprised by its strength and hurriedly reminded the knights to fight back. "Damn it, block him." A knight stepped forward to block and stop. Another monster lunged close in front of them to continue the attack. Ross realized the danger and shouted a warning to the boy not to run away. Ricky, the knights were also blocked by the huge monster. Right in front, not letting them advance further, damn it, blocked at the head. But at this moment, Ricky turned pale, eyes confused, replying, "My body can't move. The monster is tensing up, so I have to prepare to handle the boy right under its feet." Ras panicked and shouted loudly at Ricky. He swung his sword wildly towards the monster, with the monster's huge body. Ras's sword strikes only caused great friction, but the monster was still unfazed. The knights, and from the darkness, ran over to reinforce him. About Ras's strength, tears streamed down his face as he called the boy's name. Helplessly, Ricky Ralph stood silently in a thick cloud of dust, emotions self-blaming. After all, I still can't save the boy. Ricky's hands struggled in the white smoke. The boy tried to endure the pain, gritting his teeth, no matter what. Sweat poured down. Ricky seemed revived. The boy was still safe and intact. After the dusty haze, movement was still fierce. Rush quickly realized the situation. He called loudly to Ricky and told the boy to change position. "Still very dangerous. Quickly run to me." Ricky obeyed and ran quickly into Ralph's arms. He leaned close to the boy's ear and gently asked Han, "How is everything?" Then Ralph carefully looked around and calculated the timing for action. "Can I hold on for another 10 minutes? Maybe less?" He clenched his sword tightly, in his hand and heart with a worry, "I can't fight while protecting Ricky." Ralph affectionately looked at Ricky and instructed the boy, "Ricky, kid, you should go upstairs first." The boy was surprised but obeyed. Ricky was obedient and understanding. The boy knew clearly the situation and his responsibility. "If I stay, I'll just be a hindrance." "Yes, I understand." Taking advantage of limited visibility, Ricky ran quickly forward. Before leaving, the boy didn't forget to remind him to be safe and come back. Ras clenched his fist and showed understanding, his eyes and determined expression prepared to deal with the monsters. Ras angrily cursed it. "If it was just you, monster." The centaur galloped towards him. Ras frowned. He was determined to deal with them. "Then I will destroy you." Ricky escaped quickly upstairs. Recalling the near-death experience earlier made the boy ponder. What happened just now? Ricky ran. A difficult-to-describe thought rose after the light defeated that monster. I could feel my stomach fluttering, and above all, a strange feeling I sensed from that monster. Like Levan, the evil goosebumps terrifying. When Ricky had run for a while, he discovered a new hope. A door. The boy did not hesitate and went straight inside. Ricky, because he ran desperately for a while, made him stop, panting to catch his breath. The boy looked up at the starry sky, and a surge of hope rose. All are just lies, salvation, and faith, thinking of loved ones made. Ricky couldn't help but sob and shed tears. Anna must be at the orphanage alone. If anyone dares to touch my sister, I will. The familiar image of your sister happily smiling appeared again. Ricky felt disappointed and couldn't utter a word. The boy was deeply hurt by the negative things just aimed at him. What is this terrible feeling? Deep inside Ricky, there was always a drive he didn't understand. Why did I feel I had to go? The boy stood silently, dazed. But he also had to quickly leave for his own safety. Ricky thus moved forward unconsciously. But unexpectedly, that dark demon had chased all the way here. "You run well," he roared. "When Jamie used a stimulant to defeat him, he will finish you off with those tentacles." Reached out to the boy and cursed, "Die." The Chimera researcher continuously attacked. "I will end you." A big explosion happened right in the forest. Although tense, Jamie still smiled. Great power indeed. Just brushing past is already very dangerous. He concentrated power into his palm, but the magic I prepared was just enough to resist it. "With this, I will defeat the crazy Chimera researcher, damn rat bastard." He lost patience and charged forward. No time for jokes. Jamie's eyes widened in shock. The Chimera researcher was advancing, veins bulging on his hand as he reached toward Jamie. It was time to die. New tentacles poured out from his hand, wrapping around Jamie, eventually completely covering him, forming a terrifying red sphere. Suddenly, the Chimera researcher sensed something wrong. He screamed, "Where are you? Where are you hiding right now?" Jamie's figure appeared behind him not far away. Jamie exhaled as he cast a dark space spell. The Chimera researcher looked around cautiously, a barrier he was trying to trap himself in. The Chimera researcher sneered. "You think a simple barrier can hold me?" He frantically controlled the tentacles to grab Jamie. "Can you restrain me?" Jamie panicked as he realized the danger was close. The Chimera researcher continued to unleash a tentacle storm. A large number of tentacles surged out from the magic circle, but none could pierce Jamie's barrier. He anxiously assessed the situation. Interesting, he combined Chimera abilities with magic. Jamie's gaze sharpened, but that was all. The Chimera researcher was about to mutter, "You resisted longer than I thought," but Jamie suddenly cut him off. "What is it this time?" The Chimera researcher spun around toward where Jamie had just appeared. He hurriedly stepped back. The Chimera researcher's pupils suddenly contracted. What was it that made him run away in panic? Jamie appeared right behind him again. "What's going on?" "I'm sure you're down there," Jamie smiled slyly. "Don't you know? That's me." A level 4 dark magic dual spell created a clone of himself that could use identical abilities. As the two stared at each other, one of them would disappear. A look of amusement appeared on Jamie's face as he reached forward. "The reason you lost is because you couldn't properly evaluate your enemy," he hinted at the rotten corpse in between. Immediately, the Chimera researcher looked down at his hand, covered in spreading rot marks. "What is this?" Jamie teased, making the Chimera researcher tremble with rage. "What is this? Magic? Your body is slowly rotting." He couldn't believe it. "This trick won't be anything after I kill you," the Chimera researcher said, but Jamie interrupted. "That's why I prepared something else." Jamie's hand revealed a floating black orb. The dark orb, the Chimera researcher stared nervously at it. "What do you want to do?" The dark orb touched his wings, then began to corrode the Chimera researcher's face. He screamed in pain as his body decayed. Jamie slowly explained, "The dark orb magic intensifies the target's pain in the area it touches by 3 times. He flew closer, pretending to be curious about how his body was rotting. The Chimera researcher was too pained to do anything but curse intermittently. "You bastard." Jamie smiled as he continued chanting. Not enough yet. He cast gravity. The The Chimera researcher's body suddenly lost momentum and fell. A huge explosion occurred. As his body hit the ground, his body convulsed, and he lost consciousness. Jamie turned around and praised Brecky. "Well done, you can rest now." At the same time, the wings also vanished. The Chimera researcher's wings were reduced to 2 small tufts of feathers, slime dripping from his head. "My moving body," Jamie said coldly. "Normally, just the pain alone would shock anyone, so I wonder how much you've destroyed your body." As he placed his hand on the Chimera researcher's head, a magic circle appeared, a whispering voice. "My slave Demi, calculate, I won't be able to make you my subordinate because you're too damaged. At least I'll take the information in your head." Suddenly a terrified scream echoed. Jamie glanced back fearfully. He quickly stepped back when he saw the Chimera researcher suddenly stand up. What the hell? In front of him were 2 Chimera, their bodies completely black. Surprisingly, there were still some Chimera left. The Chimera researcher spoke. "You." Jamie froze, realizing he miscalculated, without hesitation. He immediately cast the spell. "I used too much mana earlier. I will never let that bastard be at peace." A dark arrow pierced through the Chimera researcher's chest. He coughed up blood, confused, looking down at the bleeding wound. Jamie's childish smile will die instantly. It will hurt less, but it seems you are still alive. However, inside he felt a bit hopeless. He couldn't believe he endured the previous blow, so how to kill that bastard? At this moment, Ricky felt his whole body trembling automatically. The closer he got, the more nauseous he felt. But he didn't understand why he felt he had to go. Immediately after, a big explosion erupted right behind him. Ricky forced a smile, then turned around. Probably should go back. Just as he finished speaking, another explosion burst, making Ricky jump. Jamie's body rubbed against the ground. He gritted his teeth to suppress the groans. "I don't have enough mana to create a shield. I won't be able to block the next attack." Ricky now also realized the person in front of him was James. Why was he here? The Chimera researcher declared, "Now die." A magic orb gradually condensed on the Chimera's mouth. Ricky panicked, wanting to run over to stop him. "No, James." Even James did not expect it, he muttered, unable to believe his eyes. Ricky, the Chimera, spewed out a powerful magical beam. Ricky used all his strength to save his friend James. Jamie panicked. He hurriedly shouted a warning. "Don't turn back!" Vicky's face was pale, but he still stood in front of Jamie. "Sorry, my body moves on its own." The power VA touch created a terrible explosion. Jamie's body painfully convulsed as he moved. His whole body was soaked in blood. He tried to crawl to Ricky's place, then called his friend's name. Ricky, Jimmy desperately begged. "Please." Ricky's face looked very peaceful. Jimmy muttered, tears about to fall. "No." He stared at his palm once again. Once again because "I am that person." The voice continuously called his previous life's name. "Diablo, Diablo, you must keep living." Jamie returned to the memory when he was Diablo. Everyone else had died just to save him. Jamie's eyes became hollow from the horror he was witnessing. He was dazed, no longer able to resist. The Chimera researcher was satisfied with Jamie's pain. Truly a touching scene from the recent trial, but his voice weighed heavily on his mind. "Now I will send you off along with your friend." The voices of people from the past echoed. "Diablo, Sir Diabro? Listen to me, Sir Diabro. Tell them for me. Please don't forget us. Please don't abandon us, even if you die. I will still be by your side." The first power, the rebellion against the divine. Then a surge of power surrounded Demi's body, like a whirlwind. This power made even the Chimera hesitate. The Chimera researcher tensed up. Its momentum had completely changed. His body trembled from the pressure. "This is bad. I need to quickly end this." At this moment, Jamie bent down near Ricky, his eyes full of killing intent. "Wait a moment. I'll be back." Dark magic hovered around James. How could I forget the first power that I created? From underground rose a skeletal hand. Then one by one, skeletons climbed onto the Chimera researcher, who was terrified but still boldly said, "Bastard, who are you?" "The army I created is like a rebellion against the divine, created to confront the forces of the 12 gods." The Chimera researcher grinned madly to hide his panic. "You think you can defeat me with these low-level corpses?" Jamie cut him off. "Don't you see?" he smiled. "They all died by your hand," he ordered immediately. Then the skeletons rushed past him, Jamie declared. "Go out and satisfy the grudges stored in your hearts." A group of skeletons surrounded the 2 chimeras, and the Chimera opened its mouth full of sharp teeth to attack a skeleton, but was bitten back. The Chimera angrily punched the head of the skeleton that bit it. The skeleton's head fell to the ground. Jamie's voice rang out again. "My kin overcome death." The skeleton's half-broken head quickly revived. The Chimera researcher desperately retreated, but was stopped by a tree trunk. "Stop, stop," he said halfway before being grabbed by a skeletal hand, grabbing his face away. "Stop," Jimmy continued chanting. "This is my territory, where death sows death," he told himself, "and also hell for me." The skeleton angrily slammed the Chimera researcher to the ground, who screamed in pain. He reached out, wanting to escape the hell he was experiencing. Finally, the skeletons stopped. Only the blood-soaked body of the Chimera researcher lay motionless. Jamie relaxed. Finally, he was dead. He was surprised to discover something. Only saw a blue gem fall from the mouth of the Chimera researcher. Now Jamie was intrigued when he saw the light on the gem. This is the gem in his hand. It is the seed of life, a rare object filled with vitality, even after considering his body's regeneration. His vitality is simply unbelievable, so he was hiding something like this. Jamie smiled smugly. It was beyond his expectations. If I have this, then I can surpass the limits of my youthful flesh. He was surprised to see black smoke enveloping the dry old man. Then Demi suddenly remembered something. Seeing the dry old man's happy face, right, he shyly gave the order. Now you all may leave. Someday I will call you again immediately. The black aura around him dissipated, causing the dry old men to disappear. Now Jamie suddenly coughed up blood. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I pushed myself too far. Rebellion against the divine is still too difficult for me. He bit his lip, trying to endure, but I can't faint here. Jamie remembered Ricky was still unconscious. He couldn't let the kid die after everything. His eyes emitted a mysterious purple light. Instead of dying like this, becoming my servant would be better. Right, Ricky? A magic circle appeared as Jamie chanted, "Servant, come to me, always." Dark power surrounded Ricky's body as Jamie's hand touched Ricky. His body suddenly emitted light. The light overwhelmed Jamie. This is holy golden light. Lifting Ricky's body into the air, it also caused Jamie's eyes to hurt. A gentle voice echoed. I don't understand what's happening. The goddess with green hair held Ricky's body. Her voice still sounded even though she didn't open her mouth. Kid, you are AI trying to take what is mine. Jamie was startled when he recognized the person in front was Pizzo. At this moment, the goddess Pizzo's eyes also opened and looked at him. You know me. A whispering voice echoed in the dark town. Lincoln's face went blank, he informed the Count. I have to, he muttered for the last time before a slash cut his neck. I have to. Tell the Count, that person despised me, said the useless woman with white hair calmly. We have freed you. The judgment of the heretics began. On the other side, Rush finally ended. He sat down on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. I just had enough time to defeat it. His eyes were dark, but he still forced a smile. I hurt so much. I might die, but luckily no AI died. His thoughts were interrupted by a call. Lord Ross. The red-haired youth worried. Are you okay? A light appeared, startling Ross, then quickly turned into a fierce tornado. Under his feet, Ross couldn't believe it when he looked at his hands. This is when he recognized the source of this power, Goddess Pizzo. The scene shifted to where Goddess Pizzo was asking Jamie, do you know me? Jamie was extremely tense. How the hell did she descend? Weighing heavily on the laws of cause and effect, just from an illusion. It would be very serious. So, the impatient voice of Goddess Pizzo seemed to pierce Jamie's head. You can't hear my voice? She irritably demanded. Answer me immediately. He hurriedly defended. I only know Ricky's holiness belongs to you, Goddess Pizzo, puzzled. Yet you say that. You will try to turn him into a zombie even knowing that. Jamie, honestly, I don't want him to die. The aura of Goddess Pizzo became terrifying. You say a zombie is not dead? That is a disgraceful act to the dead. He gritted his teeth in anger, hearing her words. How dare you not understand the value of life? Jamie burst out his frustration. Damn you. Those who despise life are you. After sacrificing all humanity, how dare you? Goddess Pizzo widened her eyes in horror when hearing his accusation. What? She almost lost control. No, it wasn't me. Seeing this made Jamie confused. This reaction is because Goddess Pizzo decided to overlook it, but this child will become my apostle. If you turn him into a zombie, I will not forgive you. Jamie was surprised, repeating apostle. Apostle? Those closer to the gods than any AI? Their existence guarantees the Pope's status, and they possess enough power to hold the title of Holy Knight, the strongest. A perfect cleric. Now Jamie was deep in thought. I know that kid has some holiness, but becoming an apostle. I guess that's why Pizzo can descend. He grinned slyly. This is even more interesting than I thought. Jimmy turned on me honestly. Sorry, what can I do to make up for this? Your actions confuse the Goddess Pizzo. Sorry. You used an innocent face to hide countless sins, revealing the darkness that has swallowed him. Half of Ricky is already a zombie. The Goddess Pizzo's face darkened. She shouted angrily. Do you know what you have done? Jamie cursed himself for his provocative action just now. Damn this foolish thing. The Goddess Pizzo frowned deeper. Do you want to die? Jamie tried to resist. Things will get pretty bad if that's true, because if I die, Ricky will die too. According to his mocking words made the Goddess Pizzo furious. She thought her threat would work on me. Jamie's confident and challenging expression. There can only be one disciple. If she loses them, she will have to spend a long time finding another one. More importantly, a god coming down to the mortal world without any restrictions. They need to have a disciple. Not now, Jamie. Honestly, as I just said, I don't want to kill him. Ricky is my friend, the Goddess Pizzo replied. You are truly evil. You must have thought of many schemes, tricks to keep yourself alive. Jamie was curious, but why did she make him her disciple? His eyes were a bit distant. In this world, there is no need to have a disciple anyway, because this world unfolded exactly as the plan of the 12 gods. a peaceful world, a system that the 12 gods worked together to create. Isn't it? The goddess Piso bit her lip nervously. You know how much he used a mocking tone. The most sacred among the 12 gods, who loves everything, who is full of love, to the extent that they want to have the right to reshape evil. He became interested. Maybe she was expelled. The goddess Piso panicked. Demi was pleased when her prediction was right. The contradiction was so decisive she couldn't say any. Lies that went against her dignity, so she had to keep silent. You suddenly mentioned the name from your previous life. Diablo, without hesitation, the goddess Piso questioned, how do you know that name? Gammy lied without blinking. I am the heir of that person. The goddess Piso was confused. No way, without hesitation, surely. Her body gradually faded. Damn, why? Now noticing the opportunity, Jamie seized the chance. Join hands with me then. What? Before disappearing, the goddess Piso left a message to my Afton. Let's discuss everything reasonably. Ricky gently lowered to the ground. Jamie looked at Ricky with calculating eyes. If everything goes smoothly, finally I will have a very useful tool. Ricky finally opened his eyes. He faintly saw Jamie's bloodied face. Jamie, Ricky hurriedly jumped up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You're bleeding. But what happened to your eyes? Why are they purple? I also feel my body is quite strange now, Jamie calmly replied. You really care about others before yourself. Even in this condition, why? While you are the goddess's disciple and also a zombie. Yes, Jimmy recounted. You see, you frankly revealed so. I made you like this with dark magic. Jimmy was mentally prepared. He would surely have resentment towards me. However, Ricky just smiled. I understand. His words made Jamie lose his mood. That's all Ricky said casually. Because you are a dark mage, it doesn't mean you are evil, right? You are very kind too. Jamie's spirit changed. I understand. But anyway, I brought you to a dangerous place. I even tried to kill your younger sibling. Ricky comforted, but in the end you saved me. And didn't kill Anna, so you are a good person. Jimmy was speechless at this stubbornness. Hey you Sim Lord, your wounds quickly healed by the holy light. When Ricky held his hand, countless wounds on his body were healed. Ricky relieved. I just had a feeling it would work, so I tried a little. It really works. Ricky suddenly remembered. Russ was on his way here. Jamie sobered up. I know. Then I have to go. But he was still a bit hesitant. Besides, what I told you was... Ricky stopped him. To you, I must seem like a fool, right? Ricky let go of Jamie. See you later. Jamie at Janus Church Hayes branch. A person in a black cloak bowed. We are judges under Janus Church. I'm sorry, but due to special circumstances, we cannot disclose our names. Akeno Welton. Seriously? Why is the judge coming here? The judge spoke. We are following orders from higher-ups to track down heretics. The judge presented a jar containing eyes. During the process, we found this and confirmed that Charling Call is a heretic. Was accused, and after confessing, he was executed. Rash was stunned. Those bastards used him as a scapegoat. The judge intended to continue speaking. This is an important internal matter that must be kept absolutely secret within the church. Therefore, we quickly investigated and Rush head up joking around. Ajana Welton said sternly, Enough. He gave a fake smile, but I must commend your courage. Akino Welton's expression quickly changed to a threatening one. You dared to commit murder in my territory? Do you want to die? The judge, scared, quickly knelt down. We were simply punishing sinners within the church. Akeno Welton warned, I am the judge in this land. No one has the right to harm others without my permission. The judge trembled and pleaded, Please listen to me, Duke. Akeno Welton cut him off. Janice's veins bulged on his face as he tried to suppress his anger that had crossed the line. The judge felt danger approaching. At this rate, he would be killed, but he could not change anything. Finally, he decided to face him. So proud, Duke? It was unwise for you to turn your back on the church, Janice. Just as he finished, his arm was severed from his body. The judge screamed in pain. Akeno Welton threatened, Next will be your right hand, then your head. If you want to keep your head, leave this place. The judge gripped his severed wrist tremblingly. This was completely different from what that girl said. Russ was surprised by his actions. Duke Welton did not mention anything about the Chimera. He focused entirely on being the lord of this territory. If things continue like this, clearly he was happy thinking we would be on top of everything. Contrary to Rash's mood, the judge was utterly desperate. He quickly knelt down, begging, I sincerely apologize. Our church will pay compensation, so please overlook this time. The judge frowned. I must never forget that Hayes is the stepping stone for expansion to the east, he said loudly. Please consider this. However, Welton showed no mercy. I will not retract my words. You have lost my trust. He coldly declared, I will sever all ties with the Genesis Church. Very confused. So is that it, Duke? The judge made a decision. I will withdraw. Russ sighed wearily, feeling bad about all this. Then the Janus Church paid a huge compensation and retreated inside. Suddenly, a voice echoed in surprise. What? Suddenly? And a guest has arrived for Vicky and Anna. Vicky gritted her teeth in endurance while Anna was curious. Who is it? Rash knelt respectfully. I send you my greetings once again. I am the holy governor of the Piso Church, Ras Amatic, he continued. You will become a symbol for the Piso Church. Like an apostle of the goddess, one day Anna will awaken as a saint. When that time comes, She will see the world through her holy eyes. But Russ still tried to persuade. Afton will do his best to welcome you, so you have no reason to before he could finish. Ricky's joyful voice interrupted. Really? I'm happy. Anna is my sister, Russ confirmed. Yes, Anna will be able to see soon. Ricky hurriedly hugged Anna. What a relief. Anna, really? Really? Anna was confused. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of great troubles to come. Very emotional, O goddess. Even if such troubles approach, I earnestly pray, please let me protect these two. And that is how these two became completely dependent on the Pizzo Church and myself, Jamie Welton. Diablo Vofia will face his own challenge. At this moment, Jamie, dressed formally, stepped forward. He recalled the 12 gods currently divided into factions. That is also why Janice pushed herself to develop into holy knights, but I guess Pizzo has been isolated to some extent. Demi thought about what the goddess Pizzo said before disappearing. If I want to be sure, I must go to Afton. His posture was almost solemn as he stood before the door leading into the garden. Then Jamie took a deep breath, regained his determination. Let's do this. I must succeed. Diablo Vofia's expression changed into a childish, flattering look. Mom, Kiospel, he turned to Jamie. Jamie snuggled into her, begging. Mom, Kiospel was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Now Jamie made up a story that he liked drinking tea with Mom and Sarah. Sarah smiled, satisfied. Mom and Sarah felt the same. Cyrus Bell frowned. Although he often found it boring, Jimmy felt uneasy. He immediately denied it. I already know, so what? Jimmy found it hard to believe Cyrus Bell smiled. Maybe you want to say something to Mom. Jamie was tense. I will have to think a little more about my calculations. He was determined to lie. Today my mood is very good. Cyrus Bell still didn't believe it. Sarah wondered he was really strange. Cyrus Bell spoke up. Say what you want to say. I will listen. Jamie had been waiting for this moment. His face lit up really. So Mom, are you sure about your decision? Of course Jamie was happy. Then you want to go to Mom's house in Afton? Cyrus Bell was curious, so why suddenly want to go to Afton? Jimmy pretended to be innocent. I heard there is a mountain with big bubbles like this inside. He silently felt disappointed. About my embarrassing action, I want to die, Cyrus Bell gently said. So, what? Now Mom wants you to act really cute. Her words were like a thunderbolt. As if realizing his hesitation, Cyrus Bell pretended to be regretful. No, if not, you have to do it next time. Jamie hurriedly stopped her. Wait a moment. I have never surrendered to any difficulty. I am the great dark mage Diablo without limit, Jamie shyly said. He blushed, making a heart shape with his hands. I love you, Mom. Xiao Xiao was delighted, of course. Mom will listen to your request. My lovely son. Then Mom Jamie was questioning his conscience. I am the great dark mage. His mom suddenly spoke. Let's see, Jamie worried. She revealed she had planned to come home since last week. Mom forgot, Jamie muttered, pretending to be interested. Although the gloomy atmosphere surrounded him, I understand Mom already. Excited too much, Jamie felt exhausted unexpectedly. She made me do such things. I will definitely kill you again when I use you, son. Be so rash excitedly looked at him. Jamie, where have you been? But Jamie, honestly, I went to see Mom and Sarah. He still had doubts, but that expression was so Jamie avoided. There is a little matter, he silently scolded everyone. Go to that witch Piro. Ras gave a thumbs up. I don't quite understand. But I am sure everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Jamie was hesitating whether to kill him, he asked gloomily. Never mind. But so, why are you here? Ross replied. I have something to discuss with the Duke. Are you interested in Dad? Rush continued. That's right, I told him I would drop by. He smiled brightly. I have to tell you this directly. Jamie was looking forward to it. What is it? Could it be a hint from Pizzo? Randy placed his hand on his shoulder. Ricky and Anna will follow me. Jamie was confused. So it's not obvious, oh? They are apostles and saints. He sympathized. This separation is not forever. Jamie, your words made Jamie angry, but Russia Medic still didn't notice his change and continued to comfort. Ricky and Anna will never forget you. I don't know when you will meet again, but it won't be so bad when we meet again after. Jamie was confused. What exactly did he want to say? He suddenly hugged him. Jamie was stiff and didn't dare to move. Very gently, your friendship will never change, so don't be sad or disappointed. This is not the end. He turned and left. You will see me often. Jimmy gritted his teeth when mentioning the name Goddess Pizzo. Control your rude brat. Acne. Welton Fan Nan. He didn't understand what the father-in-law was thinking anymore. He recalled the request to bring Jamie here. Cyrus Bell forced a smile. He thought even his late mother couldn't understand his thoughts. Akeno Welton was still worried. Maybe he just wanted to see Jamie. He looked at his wife. I will go tomorrow. Is that okay? Cyrus Bell happily why not? She flattered the greatest knight Welton will escort us. Akeno Welton was shy. Of course, he trusted them very much, but he really wished he could. Cyrus Bell praised Bola would dare attack us. Your husband is the Duke Welton. He tried to suppress his pride at his wife's compliment. She mentioned Russ a medic. And above all, Knight Russ will go with us. She was very surprised to hear that Russ was the governor's saint. Cyrus Bell smiled. They rarely leave Apton. Welton worried you could see the seriousness in the house case. This time Pizzo worship, he blurted out, worried about Jamie. He recalled Jamie possessed power beyond his age. If like last time he couldn't control his emotions and then exploded afterwards. He didn't know if even the leader could stop him. Xiaozbel calmly said, I think we don't need to worry about that. Do you know what happened today? She recounted. The moment when Jamie tried to look cute, she almost melted. I wish I could keep looking at you. Akino Welton also smiled, and that's what happened. Why did you bury your head in your husband's hand? Everyone makes mistakes, but I believe in our son. The two of you hold hands full of affection, Akino Welton said. I'm really happy to have met you. C.S. Bell also responded, me too. A figure quickly dashed toward the sky. Jamie was delighted. Here it is. Because I have to break it into dust and absorb it, it takes longer than expected, but its effect is better than I thought. This is the result of hard work, he said to Break. Good luck. Break has reached level 6. Now it's only a matter of time before you can regain your power as Diablo. Jimmy hovered over an abandoned building. I still have a long way to go to regain my peak form, but now I can easily kill AI at the professor's level. Jans and Philip Robb bowed to the master. Sir, we have arrived. Now, Jamie announced, we will go to Afton. It's quite far, so we will be gone for a while. Philip Rice's face turned pale. Afton is at the northern border, right? If you go alone, it will take a month. Jazz, heartbroken, held a piece of wood in his hand. Should we continue chopping wood? The two are currently disguised as lumberjacks. Jamie was annoyed. Do you want to complain about something? Philip avoided his gaze. No, not really. Jazz as well. According to your wishes, sir, I declare don't worry. This time you will also go. Now Jimmy condensed dark magic. I just remembered something I had long forgotten. Philip, Riza, and Jans were scared. What's so scary? Philip Riza was curious. Master, what is it? Why? Jamie placed his hand on the door. Why? This is a simple zombie warehouse. Simply put, this is your new home. He pointed at the two. Simply put, this is your new home. Philip, Riza, and Jans were confused. My home? I really don't like living in a warehouse now. Jamie looked confused at the two. No one has entered yet, but can already be carried out? He quickly kicked both inside. Stop rambling and go in. The room is scary enough to make you cry. Go now. Their bodies were gradually swallowed by shadows as Jamie felt something new. They are an interesting couple. When they have different egos and emotions, they will be very useful if I teach them well, Jazz said to Philip Riza as they stepped out. He called it a warehouse, so I didn't expect much. But actually, it's quite good. It's more spacious than I thought. Philip Riza shared his feelings. When we were inside, it felt like we were being filled with power from within. Jimmy agreed. That's right, this is my first technique, the rebellion against the gods. He explained that the space was formed entirely by his power. The zombies in the rebellion against the gods absorbed this power and were strengthened by it, Philip wondered. Doesn't that create a great burden for you then? Why? Master Jimmy calmly said. Are you worried about me? He quickly bowed. I thought wrongly about you, Master. Please forgive me. He silently scolded Jans. Want to die? Jamie didn't care. It's okay. If it's a burden to me, I won't treat it like the first time. Jans was excited. Then you can make us stronger in one step. Philip Reza hastily covered his mouth, but he still tried to say it would be better if we stayed in there a bit longer. Honestly, it's full of bones in there. Jamie was annoyed. Want to die? The carriage stopped in front of the bridge. Now Jamie was depressed. Father, he silently thought as Akino Welton lifted him high. I'm not a doll, he instructed. Make sure you protect your mother, sister, and friends. And Akeno Welton said, I can trust you, right? Jamie gloomily replied, Of course, sir. He hugged his son. All right, return safely. Jamie shyly responded, Yes. The flags of the two clans fluttered. Jack O'Brien introduced himself. The Great Knight is me. Jack O'Brien said, Because we will depart soon, I will explain our plan. Anna, regretfully, wished Ralph could come with us. Ricky responded. He volunteered to escort. Now Jimmy closed his eyes to ponder. So their meaning is, although it takes a bit longer, they will ensure maximum safety. Cyrus Bell gently said, Sarah, sleep immediately every time we ride a carriage. Finally, the carriage left at the signal. Then let's go. Ralph said to Jack O'Brien, I will protect the rear. He replied, Yes, sir, Ralph. Jimmy glanced at him, wondering what she intended to say. He watched attentively as if nothing happened. Although I revealed the name Diablo, it means that woman hasn't told the other gods about it yet. He smiled wickedly. Or maybe she can't, Jimmy thought. Whatever. Many things will change when I return. Sarah Welton gradually woke up. A cheerful voice rang in her ear. Huh? Hello, Ricky. Getting close to her face. Are you Sarah? Ricky froze when he saw the little girl's tears welling up. Sarah Welton screamed loudly in fear. Jamie shouted, What are you doing to Sarah? Ricky hurriedly explained. Calm down, Jamie, that's not fair. 2 days later, the Welton family's carriage moved under the rain. All three Weltons were sound asleep while Ricky stared blankly at the outside scenery. Russ ran quickly from behind to the front. Ricky happily called out to him. Russ smiled in response. Everyone looks tired, huh? Jamie finally opened his eyes, groggy, and asked how long he had been asleep. Ricky smiled and replied, About 2 hours. You slept very well. Russ rode his horse while looking at him, asking if he was bored sitting in the carriage. Should I tell you a fun story? Ricky looked toward the mountain ahead and began telling a legend about Mount May Autry. Jamie impatiently said, "Sounds like it's not a fun story." Ricky excitedly spoke loudly, drowning out Jamie's voice. "Yes, tell it, Rick," a medic said, satisfied. "I know it. Of course, you two will be interested." Ricky remembered Anna and said, "Anna likes stories like this, but she's still sleeping." Russ advised, "Listen and tell her later." Russ imagined a dragon and said, "Long ago, when dragons flew in the sky and elves wandered the Miatri Mountains. Miatri is really just a solitary mountain, but one fine day, 2 dragons appeared here." Jamie was surprised to hear this. He thought of dragons. Russ continued, "The black evil dragon and the kind blue dragon. Miatri had a woman, a human sorceress whom Miatri loved, but humans and dragons were not allowed to be together. The dragons could not stand by and sent the black dragon to kill the sorceress. After a fierce battle, the mountain was split in 2, and a raging river flowed through the valley after the battle ended. The black dragon was driven away, but Miatri's woman died, and after her death, Miatri hid deep inside the mountain. They say it still remains to this day." Anna suddenly spoke, "I don't know when I woke up. They say storms started happening more frequently after that, right? That's a sad story." Ricky was startled. "When did you wake up?" Ralph answered. "Seems like you knew too." "That's why the men call the rain here dragon's tears." Jamie pondered the legend. It might be a true story, but dragons were considered legends back then. He started to speak. That story might not be. Before he could finish, suddenly, a strong lightning strike hit, causing the carriage to sway. Everyone inside was startled. Sias and Sarah woke up frightened. Anna held her head and screamed in fear. Sarah hugged Sias in terror. She tried to comfort Sarah. It's okay, right, Jamie?" Jamie smiled. "Of course, it's just rain." Outwardly, he said so, but inwardly he felt uneasy. He thought, this uncomfortable feeling. The carriage kept rushing down the road. Unfortunately, lightning struck a nearby tree, which fell right onto the carriage. The coachman was shocked to see this. The carriage was immediately thrown off by the impact. Sias, frightened, held Sarah tightly and shouted loudly. Ricky warned Anna to be careful. The carriage door flew open from the impact, causing Sias and Sarah, who were holding each other tightly, to fall out. Jamie panicked and shouted, "Mother! Sarah! Mother!" He was scared and cried, "Save Sarah now!" Jamie threw a staff into the carriage, reaching toward the 2 and casting a spell. He shouted, "You can save both of them!" Jamie cast a large electric magic circle, producing a blue energy force. It gently wrapped around Sarah and Sias as they were falling into the abyss. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can do this." Then he gently lifted the 2 up. Jamie maintained the spell to hold them up while observing the situation. He said irritably, "What just happened?" Suddenly, his hand slipped off the carriage side. Jamie panicked, looking at his hand. Sias's face darkened. She screamed, calling her son's name. Jamie was frantic but tried to reassure her. "It's okay. You can use magic to fly." He reached out to use magic but suddenly panicked. Jamie felt dizzy, thinking he couldn't use mana. The mana escaped from his body. He fell freely downward, thinking this was mana burning out. A high-level mage's mana being depleted made the mana in a certain area completely burn out, rendering the mage useless. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Who are you?" In a completely burning area rendering a mage useless, a voice suddenly echoed in his head. "You are AI." Jamie widened his eyes in shock as the voice spoke again. "You are a dragon?" Jamie frowned, thinking, "Dragon?" His body fell straight into the water. CS wanted to dive down to save him but was stopped. She shouted loudly. "Thick noodles," she cried miserably. "Let me go. My son is down there. He is there." The guards behind tried to hold her tightly, saying, Madam, please calm down." A golden light surrounded Sias, making her startled. Turning back to look at Ricky hesitantly, she said, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to help you." Then she looked back at Ricky and said, "Ricky." Sarah cried in fear in Anna's arms. The little girl was exhausted and closed her eyes, saying, "Brother." Ralph stepped in front of Sius. He knelt on one knee and said, "Madam, this might be due to arrogance, but Jamie will be fine." His next words calmed her down. "This is just an optimistic view, but I know Jamie's skills well." He looked straight at Sius and said, "That rushing water can be dangerous, but once Jamie's magic returns, he can definitely survive." Rush stood up strongly, clenching his fists and speaking seriously. "However, I will go down there myself. If it were me, I could come back safely." Ricky and Jack looked worried. Ricky said, "Sir." Jack spoke up. "Still, it's too dangerous, even for Lord Ralph. I promised 3 hours, madam. I will return after exactly 3 hours." Sias hesitated, saying, "It might be dangerous." Even with the power of the divine governor, she bowed slightly and said, "Even knowing that, I ask you for one thing." "Yes." CS extended a hand forward, pleading, "Please, my son, please come back with Jamie." Russ kissed her hand and said, "Yes, madam, I will return." The scene shifted to an underwater cave. Jamie gradually regained consciousness. He was startled to find himself bound by many chains. "Blue," he thought. Where am I? He looked at his tied hands and tried to move, thinking to himself, what is happening here? Who was that just now? A voice called out, attracting his attention. You're awake. A woman with blue hair and horns on her head appeared. She wore a Greek outfit and stepped in front of him. Are you a dragon? Demi asked irritably. Looking like this, you don't know? The blue-haired woman agreed without hesitation. Right? She crossed her arms and questioned. Seeing you, I immediately knew you weren't a dragon, but that makes no sense. Jamie was startled and cautious. He thought he just sensed a very faint aura. The blue-haired woman said, think about it, how can a human who isn't a dragon have such potential? And your mana is exactly like how dragons gather mana, Jamie recalled before, thinking his original energy was like a dragon's. The blue-haired woman frowned. Humans are very poor at absorbing mana due to lack of intelligence and talent. So even if they try to imitate dragons, they can't. Jamie was annoyed, thinking, imitate talent? How dare she say that to someone we've always been cautious about? The blue-haired woman stared at him as he began to guess. But you are different. You are a half-elf. Even high-level elves can't compare to dragons. Jamie was annoyed. Why do you keep saying that? It's illogical when you're witnessing it yourself. The blue-haired woman was surprised by his resistance. She narrowed her eyes and said, look at this brat, for someone just captured. You seem a bit too proud, huh? Jamie questioned. Proud of what? You're the one who keeps mistaking people for dragons. Then going to capture them. The blue-haired woman stepped closer and asked about the capture. Jamie recalled the earlier wind and lightning strike. That lightning struck right next to the carriage, and the thing that definitely burned mana was all done by AI. She turned calmly and said, well, I guess you can think that way. I just wanted to see for myself. Jamie was upset. What? He shouted angrily. Because of you and Sarah. Suddenly, he was startled. Why am I so angry now? He hesitated. Forget it, if it's her. Jamie nervously glanced away and said, I guess being curious about who I am is reasonable. Please remove these cuffs, then we can talk. The blue-haired woman immediately refused. No. Jamie wondered why. She calmly said, looking at you like this is more fun. Jamie was annoyed. What? The blue-haired woman said with amusement. Those expressions are hilarious. It makes me not want to release you. He thought bullying others like this was really something. He remembered something that sounded exactly like the personality of the blue dragon Miatri. Is that you? The blue dragon is the gentlest among all dragons and especially friendly to humans. And their feelings towards humans are just like humans towards puppies and kittens. If I met the famous violent red dragon or black dragon or a cunning green dragon, Jamie felt a bit relieved and wondered if he should say he was lucky. He carefully said, because if Sao thinks I am a dragon, then she would kidnap me. She flared with murderous intent. Well, of course, that's to kill you, Jimmy thought again. That murderous intent was from Sao. He smiled faintly. So, can you let me go now? She coldly said, no. Jimmy helplessly asked why. Miatri mischievously said, let me come up with some reason. Jimmy was speechless, thinking, what the hell is she talking about? Suddenly, she had a cruel idea. Miatri smiled and said, if I use you as material, I'm pretty sure I can create a high-level dragon soldier. Dragon soldiers are artificial beings, created by the power of dragons. Jamie's expression became serious. He thought a high level might be even more powerful. If I had material like myself, even I, he shook his head, thinking, wait a minute, no. I'm on the brink of death. Why am I thinking about this? Jamie smiled kindly and said, hey, sister. Why do you want to kill dragons? Miatri frowned and said, sister's pants have nothing to do with you. Jamie smiled and said bluntly, is it because of that human lover? Suddenly, the chain on his hand loosened. This caused Jamie to fall down unexpectedly. Miatri glared at him threateningly. If you talk about him like that again, I'll make sure you neither live nor die, he thought to himself. I knew it. Jamie continued to ask, I heard your tribe never accepted him, and you betrayed them so he could live, she angrily said. How could I? Miatri shouted, power bursting out fiercely around her. Sao, how dare you talk like you know something? Jamie tried to speak as water was about to drown him. From the start, you didn't want to kill me or turn me into a dragon soldier, right? From the start, you could have brainwashed me, but you didn't. He closed his eyes tightly and said loudly, you are so kind that it's hard to believe you are a dragon. A familiar voice appeared in Miatri's mind. The gentle sword spirit said, you are so kind that it's hard to believe you are a dragon. She gritted her teeth, enduring the old memories. She decided to forgive him. She stopped her magic and said, this is your last chance. There won't be a second one. Now Jimmy spat out a mouthful of water. He thought to himself, she's serious. I should be careful what I say. Miatri crossed her arms, seemingly lost in nostalgia, and said, you really are a strange human, almost like him. Jamie wiped water from his face curiously and asked him, she explained the main character of your story, something humans only know through rumors. Outside, the water was still rushing fiercely. Rush sighed. This rain is really useless. He worried and thought, Jamie, where are you? Inside the cave, Miatri's narration began. 700 years ago, his name was Canon, and he was a dark mage. Jimmy asked in disbelief. A dark mage? Miatri sadly said, surely you are surprised. Who would think a creature that likes to use white magic He would like a human who uses dark magic? He was startled and stammered, well, a little. However, inside he was extremely excited, truly amazed. Miatri continued, that person only chose to use dark magic, to explore the truth of this world. He was a true mage, who reached level 9. Jamie felt like he was hearing shocking news. He panicked. What? Level 9? SAO. Wait, for thousands of years? No human has ever reached level 9, Miatri interrupted. I will tell you why right now. Before meeting me, Canon was already searching for the truth of this world. Together we explored countless ruins. And then we fell in love. We were very happy until the day the Dragon Lord issued that decree. She recalled the disdainful face of the Dragon Lord. You, Canon, have committed a sin you should never have committed. All dragons tried to kill Canon. We fled, but reached our limit. Miatri's tears welled up as she said, Go in, Canon. Even dragons cannot find you there. Don't worry about me. Even if punished, they won't kill me. That is a ruin with extremely powerful restrictions. And it only allows one person to enter. Canon hid inside. She covered her face and cried as Canon stepped inside. The cold Dragon Lord said Miatri would be exiled for 1,000 years. For dragons, 1,000 years is not a long time. However, the Elder tried hard to save me for about 15 years. After he discovered the truth about this world, the young woman angrily looked at the girl who was dazed, lying in his arms, surrounded by black CICH strands tightening around her. He shouted, Why are you just sitting there doing nothing? Aren't your kind the best at magic? The Dragon Lord and the red dragon beside him laughed mockingly. It seems he has gone mad. That truth is very hard for humans to accept, yet that person saved me. And after shaking off the pursuers, we hid in the vast mountains, and now Demi looked at me with full sympathy. She said Canon died. Miatri calmly said that in fact, such an ending was better. I tried to convince myself that. Now he can rest in peace. She bit her lip angrily but remembered the image of the young woman. The rage almost burst out from her words. My tribe began to erase all existence of Canon, including the books he left behind. Even the people he met, everything. Demi had a suspicion in her mind about the truth the dragons wanted to erase. Don't tell me, Miharu seriously said, that this place, where Canon's existence still remains, is the last place I must protect. Inside the cave was a grave surrounded by grass and plants. She said that's why I'm here. Jamie realized that was the reason the dragon was like that. No wonder she hadn't heard the story about me. He recalled that the first thing he did after reincarnation was to find traces of his past self. Diablo von Bear, he thought while searching for information in books. There were no more records, not even any news left. Not even a folktale or song remained. He pondered deeply, completely empty. Like someone deliberately erased all traces, Jamie was sure they had erased his existence just like they did with the Elder. The 12 gods, not the dragon god Braham and his dragons, and Canon was a level 9 mage. It got so intense that he even learned dark magic to uncover the truth about this world. So to what extent had Canon investigated that he had to be wiped out like that? Jamie almost confirmed if this place was Canon's grave, Miatri asked back. He showed sorrow as a fellow mage. I want to honor his life. Miatri was silent for a moment, then said, Come with me. Both walked to a grave sheltered under the shade of trees. Here it is. This is where Canon rests eternally. He was startled when his eyes caught something, a sparkling bracelet hanging on the grave. The bracelet was one of the 3 great artifacts created by Diablo von Bear. It was completely immune to any disease or curse. Jamie was surprised. How did he think he found it here? He was tense. So that's why Canon just went to uncover the truth about the world. He found the truth about Diablo von Bear's existence after finding that bracelet. Now Demi looked worriedly at Miatri. If she asked for it, she might kill me immediately. At that moment, Miatri was clasping her hands in greeting. You're here, Canon, Jamie cautiously spoke, asking about the bracelet. She told him it belonged to Canon. It was an object of immense power that saved his life countless times. He found it hard to believe. Not a speck of dust was on it. It had been enchanted with cleansing and protection spells. He smiled at Miatri. Is that all that remains of Canon? She immediately became alert. Why are you asking? Jamie stammered, quickly explaining. I mean no harm, just curious. He was the one who sought the truth about this world, so I was just wondering. If he left any records, she calmed down. There was a journal. He asked if he could see it. Miatri immediately refused, not wanting to show it. Jamie thought of another way. She said, Let me hear it. His words stunned Miatri. You know, right? What the truth about this world is? Then Miatri's face blazed with anger. You've crossed the line. That's not something a lowly human like you deserves to know. Jamie interrupted. You're wrong, he persuaded her. He gave up his life to find that truth. Maybe in the end, he failed. But you're the one protecting that legacy. He asserted that instead of using it as a mere keepsake to preserve memories of him, he wanted humanity to inherit it. Miatri wavered a little. He really is an annoying smart kid, but there's one thing you're wrong about. I don't need anything to keep memories of him. Because I've engraved everything about him in my heart. The image of her happily beside Kan Nong reappears, along with the lover's voice echoing in my mind. Jamie, please don't forget me, Diablo. He stepped closer to me. I find it so confusing, Miyatri mocked. Because a brat is still just a brat, Jamie called out, waiting. A diary was surrounded by chains. Miyatri explained, I'm not showing you this because you convinced me. Because it's useless anyway. There's nothing written inside. Demi touched it, but it was sealed. Miyatri continued. Humans can't break the seal on this. She continued. Now don't follow me anymore. I'll send you back to where you came from. Jamie spoke. Wait! His pupils turned purple as dark magic swirled around. From now on, don't be surprised no matter what you see. Miyatri was startled. What? Only then did she realize he was a dark mage, with dense dark magic surrounding the seal. This made Miyatri's eyes widen in shock. What is this tyrant power? It's so different. Even human dark magic isn't this dark. The diary finally opened, releasing golden light that floated into the air. Year 22, month 3, day 16 of the royal calendar. I met a blue dragon. She told me I was filthy, because I am a dark mage. Year 22, month 3, day 20. Somehow, she ended up traveling with me. Thanks to Miyatri's carefree nature, this journey has been much more enjoyable. Is she really a dragon? Year 22, month 4, day 26. I rode on Miyatri's back to a previously marked location, a place humans cannot reach. I call this place the Land of Death. Year 23, month 52, day 24. The Dragon Lord ordered the dragon tribe to exterminate me. I'm fine. I only worry about those who betrayed. Their own kind, her. I want to let her go, but I can't. I love Miyatri. Year 41, month 3, day 8. What battle did you fight in? The date on the tombstone is 65,966 years ago today. Year 41 month. We settled in some mountain far away. We went so far. To avoid the eyes of the dragons. Next, we will continue to Gaiman in the southwest. That's the name written at the bottom of the tombstone. That place no longer exists. Jamie focused on the words escaping from the diary. But there's something there. Miyatri cried upon learning those diary entries, sobbing, Kanong, Kanong, the one you love. Jamie fell into thought. I think I know what tombstone canon was referring to. He recalled before going to battle. To show my determination, I, Diablo Volpi, engraved words full of despair about the past and hope for the future here. Jamie closed the diary. Happened 65,966 years ago when canon discovered it, and I appeared 700 years later. Now he understood what it meant. I was reincarnated exactly 66,666 years after my own death. Then he handed the diary to Miyatri, still crying on the ground. But where is Gammon? Jamie frowned, thinking, I wrote those words, assuming my victory, but I don't remember writing anything about Gammon. That means someone found my tombstone even before canon. He smiled upon finding something interesting. Truly admirable. How? Jamie looked toward the tombstone. Who would think he could uncover the truth that the 12 gods hid behind such perfect bars? Although the truth is that humans about 60,000 years ago were degraded and became slaves to the 12 gods. But don't despair, because this human has once again descended to this earth. The 12 gods will soon be destroyed, and humans will once again gain freedom. Miyatri was moved and said, he loves me. He never once said those words to me. He only told me I was annoying and clingy. Jamie comforted the blue dragon girl. Didn't you say you still keep your memories? I believe he still lives in your heart as long as you never forget him. Maybe that's true. Canon always exists beside you. Miyatri, though deeply moved, still spoke stiffly. So you brat, you even know how to say sweet things now? Truly a kid. Jamie helplessly thought. I'm not a brat, okay? Miyatri sadly hugged the diary. If only I could turn back time, how great that would be. He pats her head to comfort her. The AI thinks the same. He tells himself he has gone too far to turn back, but Miyatri tightly holds Jamie's hand. But you know what? She's curious. What kind of dark magic is yours? Are you really a dark mage? Jamie decides to lie. It's just normal dark magic. Miyatri just lost patience. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I've never tried using dark magic to break a seal? He was startled, not expecting that. She once studied dark magic? Miyatri is speechless. Are you crazy? She nearly proudly boasts. I brought someone who can use dark magic. Jamie corrects her. She kidnapped them. Miyatri happily says we just shared viewpoints. I told him I didn't want to die, so follow me, and he agreed. In this society, that's called kidnapping and threatening. Miyatri repeats, but no matter what we do, we can't see anything from the diary until you and your strange energy appeared. Jamie, in her eyes, is almost like Canon's silhouette. I hate to admit it, but the power he seeks outside the world is similar. Demi thinks she can't avoid this incident. Then speak up. I will tell you the truth. I am a mage fulfilling Canon's wish. An incredulous Miyatri asks Canon, did he leave everything here? How can someone he never met fulfill his wish? He immediately explains, I never received it directly from him, but we walk the same path. He continues explaining to her, so it's not an exaggeration to say I am fulfilling his wish, Miyatri. A question flashes in Miatri's subconscious. So you also intend to oppose the 12 gods? He is stunned when she realizes that. Did he say that? Miatri replies no, but the diary told me that. She lowers her voice. He is angry with the 12 gods and hates the great dragons who cooperate with them. If you intend to do the same, then stop. To avoid more wild speculation, Jamie confirms she is right, Miatri. I intend to fight against the 12 gods. Miatri immediately denies that thought. That's impossible. I also hate the 12 gods and dragons, and you might soon possess power equivalent to a dragon. She sadly strokes the diary and then accepts, realizing the reality is not one but 12 entities. Dragon power is impossible. Live like a normal human for your own good. Give up. At this moment, he recounts his past life. Before, there was a man who dared to confront the 12 gods. That man had many comrades, but all of them either died or betrayed him. In the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed into the eternal realm. Jamie recalls his own hatred before being sealed. At any cost, I will return, even if it takes a long time. But he never gave up. Even now, his eyes are full of determination. So I cannot give up either. Miatri is stunned. Now Jamie tells himself, before there was canon and an older man than him, then me. And future generations after I die will continue like this. Their last wish will be carried on until the 12 gods are killed. Miatri reminds him to follow her. She cherishes the ring in her hand. If it were you, canon would allow it. Jamie carefully asks, did I receive it? Miatri irritably says, hurry up before I change my mind. He happily looks at the ring on his hand. I will definitely keep it carefully. I will cherish it. Jamie looks at the ring glowing with sparkling light. Are you greeting me? Yeah, it's been quite a while. Then Miatri promises him, when the time comes, I will be ready to help you. He thanks her and feels secretly excited. The dragon's promise is a good sign. Miatri kicks him straight at the gate. Now go. Jamie is confused. What? Just take care of yourself. When Jamie leaves, a faint bouquet appears in Miatri's hand. Blue light surrounds her. Is that canon? His dream is still ongoing. Roos looks at the sky, clearer than before. It seems the rain has stopped. Jamie's voice rings out. Halu, what are you doing here? Roos panics. She blurts out his name when seeing Jamie floating above her. He gently holds her hand. Let's go back. The sky has cleared now. Someone rushes to hug him tightly, shouting, Jamie! Ricky and Anna are so happy they almost cry. I knew you would come back. What a relief, Jamie. A Welland house guard bows his head. We are grateful to you. Thank you, Ras. Ras denied it. No, I really didn't do anything, his voice trembling from embarrassment. Really did nothing, but Russ sighed silently within himself. He didn't even use his holy power. In the kingdom of Seldam Hat Diapeo Renisman, everyone was chatting lively when suddenly a desperate scream echoed. Vina slipped and fell backward as the guinea pig ran past her feet. The people around panicked and scolded. What the hell are you doing? Catch it quickly, catch it! Block it, don't let it stay here, Vina, you idiot! Vina stammered. I'm sorry. But the people around paid no attention. That zombie drug mouse, we can't let it bite me. My nose, Vina shouted loudly. I'm sorry. Finally, she sighed as she looked at the mess at her feet, wondering when she would finish cleaning up all this. The contemptuous voice reached Vina's ears, leaving her stunned. I wonder when that slow-witted idiot will disappear. Two people behind arrogantly talked badly about her. I get furious every time I see it. Why does the principal protect it? Probably because that slow-witted idiot makes it stand out more. Ha ha ha, exactly. Vina frowned angrily. So mean. I heard that, you know. Then a voice cut through her thoughts. Trash. The blonde girl threw paper at Vina. If you finish cleaning, bring everything on this list here. We have to do experiments again because of you. The blonde girl looked at Vina, trembling, wanting to say something. She frowned. Isn't it your fault? Huh? She clenched her hands and resignedly said, Yes, I'm sorry. The two laughed mockingly behind Vina's back. Did you see its face? So annoying, really. She couldn't even say anything. She's like a lab rat. Vina was frustrated, lowering her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why am I like this? At the mansion of Count Pior happily greeted the Welton family and the two siblings, Ricky and Anna. Thank you all for coming. He smiled warmly. The chef has prepared a special feast for everyone. Please enjoy and relax. Ricky's eyes widened in amazement. Anna blurted out, Brother, it's like heaven for the nose. Russ also drooled. This is the best meal of my life, CS responded politely. Thank you for your kindness, Count Pior. It's nothing. I was worried it wouldn't meet the standards of the family's daughter. Smiling brightly, oh, that's more than enough. Count Pior was satisfied. Thank you for saying so. Then the two happily chatted. Darkness had also covered the road and buildings, but Jamie looked around and found nothing to visit. Should I go back? If it's around here, I'm sure Ricky won't bother me. He recalled earlier. When preparing to leave, Ricky kept questioning, Where are you going? Where are you going? He raised his hand to reassure when he saw Black, excited. All right. You want to take a walk, right? His sparkling bracelet attracted a stranger. The scar-faced, greedy one whispered, look at that bracelet. The sharp-nosed one added, yeah, a rare item. You can tell just by looking. It can't possibly belong to a common kid. The scar-faced one sneered, it's noble. How could it be otherwise? Maybe his parents gave it to him without knowing. The sharp-nosed one was excited. Do you think the principal would like it? The scar-faced one replied, maybe he'll reward us both. Both shared the same intention. All right, let's go. Brake warned strongly, and Jamie also paid attention. Why? Finally, you realize Brake's intention? I understand now. There are two bastards following Jamie, Brake coldly replied. You mean what? I don't know what they intend to do. He smiled wickedly, glancing back, but it's great because I'm a bit bored. The scar-faced and sharp-nosed ones were still confused, completely unaware Jamie was watching from above. Damn, I'm sure it went this way. We lost its trail. All right, Jamie snapped his fingers. This will be fun. The sharp-nosed one looked toward the noise. This way, it's this way. Wait a moment. He clapped his hands. Come here, let me test you. Suddenly, a gate appeared behind him, startling Jamie. He fearfully looked at the hand beside his head. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, sorry. The scar-faced one stared at the alley in shock. Both stood frozen when they saw the dark alley and lost the trail again. Vina was immediately thrown aside. Jimmy angrily shouted, how dare you? I don't know who you are, but today you're dead for sure. Vina panicked. Wait, please listen to me. Jimmy cast magic around her, unwilling to listen. Vina screamed desperately. He was surprised that Vena's dark magic was blasted into the wall, leaving a deep dent. She groaned in pain. Demi asked, are you using dark magic? It would be better if you told me your purpose for bringing me here, Vena tearfully said. Jamie wondered, why is she so pitiful? You're really cruel. I just want to help. It would be terrible if you were harmed by the dark magic of those people. I only want to help. At this moment, Jamie also realized, wait, those two are also dark mages? Why are you crying, Vena, but scolding me after I saved you? And blaming me? Why is everyone treating me like this? I haven't done anything wrong. I just want everyone not to hate me, she shouted. Why? Why does everyone hate me? Why? Why? Jamie helplessly understood and stayed silent. Vena continued mumbling, a cruel world that doesn't accept me. I better leave this world, Jamie snapped. Stop thinking that way. What do you mean? Are you saying you were with those guys and I got expelled, so you kidnapped me? No, you saved me using the portal at school, Vena knelt trembling and answered. That's right. You won't just die with those two guys, she said sadly. Even though you're just a kid, it would be a pity if you had to experience that. But now I'm wondering, are you really a kid? Jamie mocked. How ridiculous. You're also a dark mage. Just a guess, but his words made Vena panic. You didn't have a big part in those cruel experiments or anything, right? Why do you keep provoking me? I just want to save you. Are you asking me to see you as someone on the side of justice? No, Vena panicked. No, I became a dark mage because I wanted to. Jamie maliciously poked her forehead. Don't make excuses. You're trash, no different from them. Vena's pupils contracted. No, I'm different. I don't want to live with torment. She poured out all her pain. Do you know how much it hurts every time my hands get stained with blood? My chest feels so heavy. Demi turned away. All right, I don't want to be too curious. His words made Vena relax a bit. She took the chance to leave. It's all over, right? I'll go first. Suddenly, she bumped into something invisible and collapsed in pain. What now? What is this? Jamie curiously asked. What do you mean? He explained. This is a wall. Vena also realized it was an invisible wall. He smiled wickedly. I still have many things to ask. So where are you going? Vena forced a smile, clutching her hands tightly. Don't kill me. The white-haired man smiled and asked the subordinate, have you seen Vena? The other politely replied, I haven't seen her, sir. The principal GA gave a fake smile. I wonder where she is. There's not much time left until it's completed. A terrifying scream echoed. Impossible! Yes, Demi said wearily. Are you loyal to them? I'll treat you like them. Vena cried. You don't understand. Even if they're rude, I've been with them for 15 years. Dark magic appeared around Jamie. Then there's no helping it. I will do what must be done. Vena's vision was filled with images of Manadin. She was surprised. How? There is no sign of special dark magic or toxic feelings that disrupt life. She was distracted as Jamie's hand approached. How? The black mana evokes such purity, Jamie warned. If you change your mind, let me know. If things get worse, you should know the consequences. Vena finally spoke. That black mana, can you do it? Jamie suddenly asked, why did you suddenly grab my hand? She wanted to know. Jamie startled and pulled his hand back. What are you doing? Do you think I'll let you go if you act like that? If you don't want to die? Vena almost reverently begged. Please accept me as your disciple. He was confused. What? She repeated. Please accept me. Jamie answered bluntly. No. Vena grabbed his cloak and quickly hugged him. Jamie panicked. What are you doing? Vena pleaded. Please. I lost my parents 15 years ago in an accident, and I had no choice but to become a dark mage. The experiments sacrificing living people are extremely cruel, and my companions condemned me for my misery and trampled on me. But even so, I still can't escape, she muttered. I know I'm a coward and a hypocrite. I want to stop. I really want to end all of this now. Jamie returned to the main topic. So what does that have to do with becoming my disciple? Vena's eyes sparkled with his black mana. It's not something created by sacrificing lives. I need that power. Vena's eyes sparkled with his black mana. It was not something created by sacrificing a life. I need its power. Jimmy smiled satisfactorily. It was not something created by sacrificing a life. Sometimes, such pure darkness could only sprout into the existence of that AI. In the blink of an eye, his hand moved close to her face. You're wrong, and more importantly, Jimmy coldly said, I don't want Vena. Almost desperate, please accept me, please. He stood looking down from above at the disciple. Teacher Jamie recalled, before you managed a new spell, please fight with us, teacher, please die for us. Jamie silently calculated. According to Vena's memory, there were more than 20 members at her school, and Principal Grab was the curse. His body gradually shifted while he was away. Something must have happened. Here we go, let's go check it out. A human head fell into some kind of solution, mumbling, please save me, please save me, please. Is anyone there? Two students looked at her and laughed gleefully. Really fascinating, isn't it? Normally they would beg to die, the guy next to him added, turning things upside down. The curse also changed her language. What on the shelf are countless bottles of solution that they still say? Huh? No more parts? Recently we've conducted many experiments. They kept discussing. I also heard that soon we will test tons of experimental materials. One laughed loudly. It seems the experiments are exploding in progress. Demi, hiding and observing, was amazed. Damn, daring to hide in the academy to conduct these dark experiments. Those guys left the lab still babbling nonstop. Conducting experiments on humans is the best. Other things are insignificant compared to the speed and quality of the results. That guy responded, it's really a joke. You did that just for fun? Of course not. He had been silently observing them from the start. He thought, now I understand. Dark magic has long disappeared. How come? I have sacrificed countless lives to stand before the 12 gods, so I have no right to judge them. However, what is the reason dark magic was formed? I don't care how it was done, it's to kill the gods. I must abandon humanity and bear all the sins. He told himself if he wanted to sacrifice his life, he must be determined to confront them. Then he teleported. Now I have another task. Something interesting is about to happen with Jamie. If the seeds I released have grown and become monsters, then obviously I have to harvest them now. Back to Vena's place. She clenched her hands anxiously. Where did he just go? I have to find him and get him out quickly. Suddenly that AI yanked her braid hard. Hala, ignoring Vena's pain, shouted, where have you been hiding all this time? I still hold her braid tightly. Near her voice asked, you run fast like trash? So you decided to run away? Vena trembled and replied, I'm sorry. She didn't let go and pulled harder. So you forgot? She pressed her face close to Vena threateningly. Lately you don't feel comfortable? Vena. Finally, she let Vena go. Hala turned away, still mocking. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Vena sat on the ground, not understanding why she ended up in this situation. Why did you do this? The demon laughed. I have to step on lowly bugs like you at least once, so you know what manners are. That sentence made Vena even more trembling and desperate. Stop it, I'm sorry. Hala didn't care about her words and created a magical flame. A piece of trash like you dares to offend me. Should I let it go? Struggling in pain. Seeing that, Vena knelt and bowed down, begging, please forgive me this time. I will never forget what you said again. Vena closed her eyes tightly, begging, please. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, making her surprised. What's wrong with you? She couldn't help but wonder, how did you get in here? Jamie just called her name. Vena. He turned his face away, showing disappointment. Are you really afraid of people like this? Vena was a bit confused, but Jamie's eyes had turned purple, full of coldness. Suddenly, he shouted and stood up. Vena immediately was shocked. He coldly asked, how long do you intend to lie there like this? Vena slammed her hand down, causing a crack. I don't have that anymore. Hala, on the other side, still ignorant, acted arrogantly. I don't know who you are, but you definitely have no brain. This is good. You think by dragging outsiders in, I can't kill you? Vena. On the other side, Jamie coldly spoke. Vena decided to leave, but tears began to fall. I can't. While she hesitated, the other shouted loudly, die! Vena decided to leave while she began to shed tears. I can't. While she was still hesitating, that woman shouted loudly, die. Immediately, a giant dark magic power was unleashed by her towards Vena, sliding like an explosion. The latent power was hit by that blow, shouting, I don't want to merge with people like this. I will change. I don't want to live like this anymore. This situation even made Jamie astonished. This is still that woman Hala. When she was repelled, she was furious. What did you just do? Even Vena was also surprised by her own power at this moment. That Hala girl still spoke arrogantly, preparing to launch the next move. I don't know what you just did, but I'm sure you were mentally prepared to defy me. Suddenly, Demi stood facing her and said, Vena stepped forward one step, raised 2 fingers, and quickly cast a spell. That Hala girl turned pale. When she couldn't cast magic herself, he looked at Vena and explained, the first step is the hardest. The second step won't be difficult anymore. That Hala girl still acted the same, shouting loudly, wait, who are you? What's wrong with your strange mana? Suddenly, he muttered 2 words under his breath. Erase. That Hala girl finally disappeared before Vena's horror. On Kia's side, the GA principal suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Finally, he couldn't help but be happy. Vena has awakened Valkyrie. He was worried about Kia. The settings in the personalities hindered excessive personality control. He was worried she would never awaken. Finally, he sighed in relief. I don't need to be in this tiring place anymore. Valkyrie's power is mine now. Returning to Jamie's side, he approached and called out to Vena. So she had been clasping her hands all this time. I'm sorry. Jamie was speechless, wondering how such a timid person could be a Valkyrie. It is known that Valkyries are high-level angels known as warrior angels. Their enormous power is enough to fight the 12 gods. Although they ended up defeated in the 7th battle, they luckily avoided extinction and hid in places beyond the 12 gods' sight. Demi pondered. This must be the work of the one in that suit to easily control her. He had controlled her personality for a long time. Seeing him like that, Vena became even more scared. Are you wrong? What did I do wrong? He silently guessed, basically. Valkyrie is a race that hates bowing to others, probably to control her more easily after awakening. Suddenly he frowned and said, I don't like it. Vena, still innocent and blameless, replied, I don't know what I did wrong, but please forgive me. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Vena immediately realized it was a red alert. They must have detected you as an intruder. Suddenly he said, I have a name. It's Jamie. Even if wrong, they can't catch me. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making her shocked. Everyone, capture Vena and hand her over to me. Permission granted for some damage to occur. Vena couldn't believe hearing this announcement. The SAO department head, he again. Finally, Jamie was recognized. I know already. A crowd of students poured in like a swarm. Someone shouted loudly, this way! I heard everything. Vena was lost in memories, not understanding the current situation. Jamie asked, what will you do now? Although still scared, tears still on her eyelids, she answered strongly, I'm different now. Seeing the answer was right, Jamie was satisfied. That's right. Suddenly, white power streams appeared, swirling around the two of them, Jamie and Vena. So it was because of him. He had to control them with his hands. We said so, right? Immediately, the door locking the two of them opened wide. The second step will no longer be difficult. That Hala girl, amidst the shouting crowd, yelled, Vena, how dare you defy me? Come here now! Vena formed a black sphere covering her head. Jamie explained, she was brainwashed. Vena couldn't believe the brainwashing. Immediately, that Hala girl, Kia, collapsed to the ground. He assessed she was unconscious. She had been Dean's slave for a long time. Vena couldn't believe the truth. Then, without hesitation or further thought, Jamie confirmed, yes, everything everyone did to her was according to Dean's will. That is the difficult curse. The curse of suffering, the curse of damnation, the curse of sneezing, the curse returned. Suddenly, all the students painfully fell to the ground. Jamie revealed the truth before her eyes. Haven't you seen? And Vena also collapsed to the ground, mumbling, but I'm very. Suddenly she seemed to become a different person, her eyes red and angry. I have endured everything for a long time without knowing. Then Jamie recognized her true nature, gradually revealing itself. After that, he spoke. So what? Then he told her to fight, then kicked her hard forward. She immediately panicked and shouted, wait a moment. She cried, looking at him, saying, I don't know how to fight. Suddenly, a guy in front of her raised a magic staff. He seemed sure of victory and smiled smugly, while Vena's eyes filled with despair. The itchy curse was unleashed, but she quickly fell back after dodging the attack. Even Vena found it hard to believe she dodged it. How could a blue-haired guy sneak attack with a toothache curse from behind? Vena panicked a bit and turned around. Suddenly, she unconsciously grabbed his hand. She shouted loudly, then spun around once. That guy kicked straight into the wall. Vena was even more incredulous about her own strength. On this side, Jamie reassured Vena, that is your power. Believe in yourself and fight off a contemptuous student. You think having power is everything? You are still just Vena. Saying that, he unleashed a blindness curse towards Vena, but she dodged it. Vena realized her body moved according to her will. The students panicked as the victim began to resist. What's blocking it? Since when? Vena stomped on two guys, still unable to believe it as if it wasn't her own body. Now Jamie spoke seriously. Is it done over there? What do you guys want to do? He radiated an intense killing intent. Looks like you guys noticed the difference in skills. Not only rookies like these are here, right? The guys were scared and stepped back. He lost patience and gave an order. Whatever, I plan to harvest everything anyway. Black immediately appeared, flying over the guys' heads. Jamie happily enjoyed the show. Have you finished marking all the rookies? Suddenly, Black beeped and created a glowing circle. Instantly, the students below also had one on their hands. Jamie grinned. Then let's harvest. Purple violence immediately unleashed storm-like power streams, striking the guys who couldn't react in time. In the end, only corpses lay scattered on the ground. Vena looked at him in disbelief when suddenly a man appeared, shouting loudly, "What's going on? My children have died." The old man holding a scepter appeared, smiling happily. "Nice to meet you. I am the master of this place." He showed friendliness and asked about him. "I saw your skills. Are you injured? Or do you have a chronic illness? He answered briefly. If so, then why? The old man smiled brightly. I see. So it's a kind of setup. He was puzzled by the old man's words about a setup. The old man teased, you have incredibly wonderful skills. What do you think about working with me? Demi didn't refuse immediately. What can you do for me? The old man suddenly realized. So you have a plan. If you succeed, swallowing an entire nation won't be a problem. He changed his gaze towards Vena's family crest. Is that so? He realized the old man's trick. He already had a method in mind. You got me right in the heart, Gay hurried to clarify. You're greedy too. I haven't even said anything yet. Jamie was frustrated talking to the old man. All of this only exists in a single nation. I will succeed. Ga frowned, embarrassed by the silence so far. Vena cried loudly, questioning. Crazy. Why did you ask everyone to bring me to you? The old man Ga saw her power and sighed. Oh, you're amazing. You have an incredible life force. Then he answered her earlier question. Why? Actually, Vena, I want to absorb your power when you awaken. Vena was stunned hearing this. The old man began to tell about the past when she was young. Do you know how many difficulties I faced to take you in? The old man with evil schemes considered how to expose her true nature and make her awaken in the form I desired. Ga and her evil friends told me to create this school just for you. Yes. Vena was incredulous about the man she had known for 15 years. Every time they bullied her, he always came to help. Only now did she realize, but thinking about it, he never stopped them. The old man Ga was delighted at the nearing success of seizing her power after she lost herself in fear here. On the other side, after knowing the whole truth, Vena gradually lost control. Everything was as Ga wished. Now, if you simply awaken with the malice I injected into you over the past 10 millennia. Suddenly, a black mana beam was released. Vena collapsed before the astonishment of Ga, and Vena gradually lost the light in her eyes. Finally, she fainted, lying on the ground. The silence was broken as Jamie appeared, standing in front of her and spoke. That's the truth, Jamie teased the old man. But now, I just erased her malice towards you. Old man Ga still couldn't believe it. Impossible. That's not easy to erase. Jamie immediately denied. No, with my AI core, it's too easy. Extremely easy. Really, very easy. He didn't hesitate to mock the old man's level, guessing it was impossible for him. Old Ga still couldn't believe it. Impossible. That was not something easy to erase. He immediately denied. No, with Jamie's main AI, it's too easy. It's extremely easy. Really very easy. He didn't hesitate to mock his level, guessing it was impossible for you. Because no matter how hard you try, you are trash. A person who cannot reach level 7, right? Hit the sore spot. Old Ga immediately lost control, angrily shouting, Bastard Demi, level 7 is a taboo for dark mages, Ga. If that AI said this sentence, they would be killed by him in the most brutal and violent ways. He was looking ahead, with a very sinister face, like his alias the Master of Curses. Speaking of curses, he might have reached the highest level. He was kneeling, looking at the light outside the door, but he couldn't get past the wall. To level 6, hearing himself being spoken to like that, he shouted angrily with an angry face. His eyes sparked flames. Bastard. He slammed his staff hard on the ground and threatened he would make you writhe. In eternal painful agony in the dark night of despair. Then he pointed the staff forward. The staff began to emit a reddish-orange light, looking quite terrifying. The Hydra serpent suddenly appeared with a beam of light surrounding the noodles. In another scene, Ga looked down thoughtfully at the old man sitting. Then a voice rang out. Director. The voice came from a strange thing. I need you to provide me with more bodies to experiment on this new drug this time. Hearing that, he frowned again, amusing. How to return to the battle with Jamie. He was trying to slam the staff on the ground. What is this? Jimmy smirked and commented. Pretty tough, huh? I'm sure your head must hurt like your brain is split into 7. Ga calmly replied, It's not without reason that I'm called the Master of Curses. Jimmy was not to be outdone. He immediately raised his hand to cast a warning spell, but you still shouldn't be reckless. The space suddenly turned pitch black. He arrogantly said, How interesting, really interesting. How could AI think I would fall for a mind spell? Do you have anything else? Jimmy immediately launched an attack. It can't be that there's nothing more. He was not afraid at all, but smiled arrogantly, looking down on Ga, who began mumbling a chant into the staff. Jimmy laughed mockingly, thinking to himself, he thought intervening directly in his brain wouldn't matter. No matter how good, it was already too late. He raised his hand, finger pointed straight ahead. Immediately, black energy shot straight at him. He was still not afraid. Ga spoke. This has gone far enough. Suddenly, the black energy shot back at him, piercing through him. He collapsed afterward. He realized it was a counter curse, a pretty difficult dark magic. He was caught off guard by the counterattack. His hand dropped limply. Ga lifted his chin and smiled, looking at you. What state are you in now? Finally, the abyss you created. Won't be easy to escape. Then he spoke in a low voice. But before that, I have to destroy your mind first. First, he raised the staff high. It radiated red light. Jimmy was already injured, bleeding non-stop. Ga looked very terrifying and said from now on, You will forever be trapped in exactly one single moment. When 1 second becomes 10 seconds, 100 seconds, 1,000 seconds, what would a person have to endure? He was smug, while Jimmy seemed to be falling into an endless void. From within his consciousness, rejecting everything, a state that never ends, even if it is just 1 second. But you can repeat it tens of thousands of times, GA laughed arrogantly, pointing the glowing red staff at the noodles. Time is my ultimate curse. Like this? The wall between levels won't wait for him to finish speaking when Jamie cut in, so you have recovered as if nothing happened. He reached out toward GA. The old man was quite shocked because Jamie had recovered. How did you do it? He rushed forward to knock GA down. Such things are useless. He gave the order to explode. The space suddenly became hazy. Dust obscured the view. He screamed in pain loudly. He continued to raise his hand forward to create a seal. I hope you are strong enough. He screamed in pain but still wondered. How is he now? Jamie continued. You are ready now, right? Then he unleashed a series of magical attacks, magic missiles, stone crushers, surprise attacks, chains, firebombs, all gathered and poured onto him. GA was hit so hard the ground cracked and sunk. Despite being hit and bleeding non-stop, GA still asked, how did you do it? He raised his hand and replied it was due to my extreme resistance item. And on his hand was a bracelet with a glowing purple stone, all flying around. The old man was extremely shocked. Extreme resistance? What could that be? Now, Jimmy smiled faintly and replied, the world itself is already an absurdity. GA was displeased. Damn it, I am already the king of the world. Before he could finish, he was kicked in the body. Don't mess with me. Looking at Jamie's face right now, it's terrifying. Do you think I will let you die peacefully like that? Behind him, a door appeared. The door of divine punishment. This is a great sin caused by your greed for blue. As the one who sowed those seeds, I will push you into it. You will forever be a criminal, an existence neither alive nor dead. You will have to die a continuous death forever, but your immortality will prevent you from dying completely, and you will become a servant, loyal and obedient to all my commands. GA was caught by chains flying out of nowhere, wrapping around his hands, feet, and neck. The chains dragged his soul away. He was powerless, unable to do anything, watching his soul being pulled away. He could hardly believe his soul. His voice echoed, you will forever be my subordinate. GA's soul spoke, no, please kill me, let me rest eternally, but Jamie remained resolute. From now on, your name will be the soul of the old man gradually entering that neuro door. That will be your existence. He resisted, but it was insignificant. His soul gradually disappeared behind the spatial door, and it became silent. After a while, Vina woke up, her eyes still a bit dazed. Suddenly, she sat up and shouted loudly. Principal Demi turned to speak to that thing. Greetings, your master. As a slave, you must obey. The skeleton immediately obeyed. Greetings, great master. I am Neuro. I am the first slave you created. Demi then asked Vena, how do you feel now? These are the words of the thing that made you live through hell for 15 years. Vena looked down, full of contemplation. I don't know either, Jamie asked. What do you plan to do now? I can't think of anything except this, she suddenly shouted. Please accept me as your disciple. Before she could finish, Jamie anticipated and replied, no. She panicked and asked, why? Why is that? He immediately answered, because you are a Valkyrie. Valkyrie is a species of fairies that existed in the distant past. They were extremely brave, never backing down, and always tried their best to prove they were right, even though they were ultimately completely defeated, and became a very unlucky species. He continued, I don't know how their descendants survived until today, but maybe you are the last Valkyrie. Hearing that, Vena struggled and said, then what does that have to do with me? Not being able to become your disciple? He explained, what I mean is, I don't know any magic of the Veneri. She was stunned as if her world had collapsed. Jamie turned away with a helpless face. There is no reason for me to accept you as my disciple, she stubbornly insisted. Really? Are you serious? I'm not lying. Scene changes to morning in a forest. A carriage is being escorted by many people. A voice sounded, Sarah, it's so cute, it's Pink Sister. Anna smiled and replied, really? Should we pet it? Both looked at the cute little squirrel in front of them. The little squirrel trembled and silently called, Master. Jamie heard but ignored it, yet he still replied, be grateful. I even know how to use transformation magic. Otherwise, I would have left you there. The two girls happily dragged Vena in squirrel form. So cute. She struggled and screamed inside. Master, help! Demi ignored her, not paying attention. He looked outside. What a beautiful day. The carriage continued its journey. Warm sunlight shone through the window. A girl ran up and hugged the man in front of her, calling, Father. The man opened his arms. 9 years already, huh? The woman's voice choked with tears. I'm really sorry, Dad. This bad daughter finally came to see you. He gently comforted his daughter. No, it's okay. At least now you are here. Looking at the heartfelt scene before him, Jamie was silent and smiled. Sarah was startled, looking quite surprised. He forced a smile, thoughts in turmoil. He still didn't know what emotions were like from childhood. The warm pats on the head, the times with family, and hugs. Even after being reborn, it still felt uncomfortable. The image of the protective boy before him made Sias choke up and tremble. I am truly, truly sorry. He gently held his daughter's hand to comfort her. Don't cry anymore. Everything is okay now. Jamie's thoughts were chaotic and confused. He felt very uncomfortable with himself. In that endless abyss, he had once only longed for revenge. He had once always felt that emotions were unnecessary because they drove people insane. Sarah panicked and shouted loudly, "Mom, don't cry!" He was startled looking at the little girl. The girl emotionally shouted, "Bad Grandpa, you made Mom cry!" Sias was silent and helpless, explaining, "No, Sarah, you shouldn't say that to Grandpa." But the girl shouted loudly. He heard the girl's voice like a lightning strike. "I hate Grandpa." He forced a smile, watching Sarah's continuous actions. "That's right, I really don't understand human emotions." His voice was sad as he looked at Jamie. "Looks like I've been hated already." He comforted him. "Sarah will soon forget this. She's quite simple." Looking towards him, he happily said, "So, who is this grandchild? I've really wanted to meet you." He smiled brightly and warmly. "I also really want to meet Grandpa." He was delighted that he was not avoided like the girl. "I'm really glad to see you like me." He raised his hand, shaking his head. "There's no reason to hate Grandpa at all. He is your mother's father." He hugged him tightly, his face full of happiness. He was suddenly breathless from the hug. "That's right, my grandson. I'm so happy to meet you," he replied with difficulty. "Yes, me too," inwardly cursing. "This is really the Veo family." The egg touched the meat, damn it. Outside, it was already night, the moon hanging high. He put the teacup down on the table. Jamie was really quite amazing. Even though I am only a level 4 mage, I can still see part of the child's power. Crossing his legs, his face became serious. "This whole kingdom will soon have to watch the prison. Do you understand what I mean?" He lowered his eyes. "Yes, both it and I understand what this means." He said, "When the tree grows big, it catches strong winds." He thought about the future. "Right now, you and Count Welton can stop them, but one day, just the two of you won't be enough." She spoke up. "Is that why you gave me the second child?" He nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's not a perfect shield, but it will be quite useful." She smiled gently, understanding his worried words. For her son, seeing that this mother could still protect her son like that made me very happy. "I'm super worried about my husband, but I'm a bit worried about the Count. I heard he has become an enemy of the Janus Church." Then he analyzed, "This won't pass quietly. Those people are extremely twisted monsters." She was suddenly seriously surprised. "Why?" He thought for a moment and said, "Because of those bastards. Our Fioro Church is in a very troublesome situation." Suddenly, his voice lowered. "I believe the Zenith Church intends to completely eliminate our Fioro Church." The door suddenly burst open, cutting off the father and son's conversation in the room. He was furious, dark-faced, looking at the person sleeping soundly. On the bed, he massaged Vina, who was sleeping soundly, calling out Snow. He used magic. A strong light surrounded her. Vina cried out miserably. He gloomily asked, "Didn't I tell you not to transform back?" She painfully held her head. Vina's voice was full of resentment. "But it's uncomfortable in that form." Jamie angrily pointed at her and shouted, "If you get caught, what do you plan to do?" Vina was scared and wanted to speak. "They tied my hands and feet," she cursed. "You evil dark mage. How could you think? You ran away by turning into a mouse. I don't know anything." Her voice was crying, calling, "Master." Demi turned her back, dark-faced, saying, "I don't know anything." In her mind, she imagined herself tied up like a rice cake. Then hundreds of ways to die appeared, first being kicked off a cliff, then tied to a sacrificial altar, about to be burned alive. Vina whispered, "Master, the more I think about it, the more scared I am. My whole body chills." Jamie gritted his teeth and urged, "What are you doing? Quickly transform back." She was weak and nodded, replying, "Yes." She transformed back into a small pink squirrel, looking at the necklace and asking, "What is this?" He looked at the necklace thoughtfully, not receiving an answer. She continued to bother him. I asked, "What is this?" He was angry at the squirrel's continuous questions on his shoulder. Unexpected blows landed on Vina's head. She held her head, looking pitiful, and suggested, "Don't hit my head anymore. You're killing my brain cells, you know?" He glanced disdainfully and coldly asked, "Do you still have brain cells left to kill?" He thought, "I'm more curious about what this is than she is." Demi opened her mouth to answer her previous question. "I'm sure this is an artifact, but I don't know what its function is." He was horrified to sense a powerful energy, a very strong aura. He opened the door and rushed outside. The murderous aura emanating from where my mother is. I rushed quickly down the long corridor, silently guessing it was an assassin, or SAO. Unsatisfied with my current speed, I used my magic power. I must be faster. My speed kept increasing. Jamie jumped down. I deduced that the murderous aura I sensed came from that bastard. The image of a man appeared in my mind. He was very strong. I couldn't defeat him. If that's the case, I must run away with my mother. I swiftly raised my hand, forming a frying pan shape toward the man. The man smirked. My grandfather was startled as I charged to attack the man. Lightning crackled increasingly around me. I raised my hand to cast the illusion terrain magic. I felt the moment had come. Yes, using this opportunity, I will escape with my mother. A large hand grabbed Jamie's collar. In a casual tone, "What a cute little trick," he gently lifted me up. Jamie cursed silently. Gritting my teeth, I said, "Let me go," grabbing the arm that was holding my collar. I made a decision. It seemed I couldn't avoid it anymore. Even if I had to use dark magic, I would save her. A familiar voice called my name, Jamie. I was confused. My mother called out, "Mom!" Grandfather and my mother were also more confused than I was. After explaining everything, Grandfather laughed heartily. "God bless us. My grandson truly is a genuine talent. Proud and joyful," he said. "The future of our family is truly promising." Meanwhile, my mother looked embarrassed and dark-faced at my actions. Pressing Jamie's head down firmly, he urged, "Hurry and say goodbye." I awkwardly replied, "Thank you," she scolded her son. "Sao, how could you do that to someone you don't even know? Did I teach you that?" I was unwilling and about to respond, but Sia slapped his son's back hard, cutting me off. "Don't talk back." "But Sio, you're too kind to him, aren't you?" "Isn't that right, Jamie?" I obediently said. "Sorry, grandfather," he intervened to reconcile. "Your mother really is too much." The man spoke to stop them. "Enough already, Sias. It's my fault everything turned out this way." She didn't understand what the man said. "What are you talking about, Lord Bali?" I was still upset inside after what just happened. "I swear it's so unfair," he said. "What I just said was true. I heard the heir of the Welton family is extremely talented," the man admitted frankly, "so I just checked a little." The man speaking was Bali Onyx, the Storm Sword Master, one of the 5 sword masters of the kingdom. Gendium CS listened in amazement. I heard the heir of the Welton Count family. Meanwhile, Jamie was on the ground, tears streaming down his pale face, an outstanding talent. Bailey's eyes narrowed as he continued speaking. So I wanted to test a little. Hearing this, Sias's expression became puzzled. "What are you talking about? Test a little," he slowly repeated. I slightly revealed my presence to this child along with a bit of hostility. At that moment, her face could no longer hide her discomfort. She shouted loudly, "You're so stubborn!" Seeing this, Marquis Bio quickly intervened, intending to calm things down. Calm down, calm down. He really doesn't have any hostility," but she still warned bitterly, causing Jamie beside her to look on in shock. "If you do that to my son again, I won't let it slide. Do you understand?" Bailey softly apologized to Sias. "I'm very sorry." Then Sias turned and placed his hand on Jamie's shoulder, soothing him. "Sorry, Jamie." It seemed Mother had misunderstood. However, Jamie's attitude was a bit hesitant and stammered in reply, "It's okay." It was understandable because no one else noticed except him, and he only revealed himself to me. Jamie was calculating in his mind. He discovered me and perfectly revealed his presence, an existence, not weakened at all by the terrain cleansing, truly terrifying. I cautiously asked Han Bailey, "Are you a sword master?" He nodded briefly. "Yes." Then Marquis Bio once again joined the conversation. "It seems our Jamie has very good eyesight, huh?" he said. Marquis Bio revealed the identity of this man, a swordsman known as the Storm Sword Master, Bailey Onyx. He said that the Kingdom of Goldium has 5 sword masters. Is a swordsman with the title Storm Swordsman. It is said that the Kingdom of Goldium has 5 swordsmen. Since they have never faced each other, it is hard to rank them. But the sword of the king with the name Shield Tariq is known as the strongest swordsman, followed by Count Welton, and closely behind is Bailey Onyx. At this moment, Jamie just stood up politely, bowed, and introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you, sir. I am Jamie Welton." His eyes drilled into him silently without a word. This attitude made CS even more furious. Pounding, the table stood up, shouting loudly, "Sir Bailey, what else do you want now?" Unexpectedly, Bailey gently suggested learning swordsmanship. Hearing this, Jamie's eyes widened in astonishment. His whole body froze for a moment. His mother was the first to react. "What is he talking about?" "Jamie is learning magic," but he looked up slowly and explained, "I know, but besides that, I believe that if he learns swordsmanship, he will achieve outstanding results," he continued to explain, "because he has inherited the bloodline of Count Welton." At this moment, Viscount Bio also intervened, showing concern on his face. Without hiding his worry, I am sure that if a great swordsman says so, then it must be true. "But Jamie's magical talent is truly unheard of," Bailey half closed his eyes and slowly explained. "I know he could become a level 9 mage. I've heard about it too." In his mind, he recalled someone else's statement. "Just by breathing, Jamie Welton will continue to grow stronger." And the source of this rumor, none other than Viscount Lin Mayo. He spoke again. "But swordsmanship is different. It is something very difficult to achieve if the right opportunity is missed." Hearing this, Jamie had already fallen into deep thought about swordsmanship. He silently calculated, "If I can use it, it would be great, right? But magic is still my #1 priority." Then he scratched his head lightly and declined Bailey. "Right now, I want to focus on magic." He slowly lifted his teacup. Then he gently nodded, showing understanding. "All right then." That night, under the bright moonlight illuminating the whole garden, Jamie was walking. In his mind, he thought, "I guess this is the reason why the Welton family garden is so large. And it is also very well taken care of." Suddenly, Jamie's ears were bombarded with a barrage of questions. Did you just meet a swordsman? Did he come to arrest me? Master, what should I do now? He angrily covered his ears and grumbled. Go to sleep. Thanks to that, Jamie could now sigh. How peaceful. He continued to ponder while remembering Bailey. It feels like there is a towering wall in front of me. I was very lucky to regain my chi. The seed of my life is perfect now. But looking at his hands, he pursed his lips. It's still not enough. There will be a time when I fall behind again. Speaking of level 7, that is the rank from which one is called a great mage. It is not something that can be achieved just by training skills alone, the Mage Tower. When the magic subject is established by a mage, the Holy Grail reaches its limit, then the gate to becoming a great mage will open. That is called the magic sanctification, Jamie pondered as he walked. If I do exactly as in my previous life, it will be easy. But he stopped before a stream, seeing his reflection below. It was his past self. I will never defeat my enemies if I just use the same failed method from before. Jamie slowly sat down, his expression fully thoughtful. Thanks to that person, I realized this. I still have a lot to try. Remembering Bailey, he couldn't help but feel curious. But what is his relationship with my mother? That sorrowful expression. Unexpectedly, before he could relax, ripples appeared on the water surface below. A sea monster suddenly surfaced, making Jamie jump back in shock. He immediately cast a defensive spell to block its attack. His hands clenched tightly as lightning began to radiate from them. His expression darkened with anger. How dare you disturb me, Jimmy? At this moment, he was still protected inside the shield. As he cast the next spell, Jack quickly realized something, and an AI suddenly flashed past. This person quickly rushed to confront the sea monster. Jamie's eyes widened in astonishment. It was that foot stomping hard on the stone floor. Caleb smiled and said, "Are you okay?" He continued to explain. I heard the Welton nobles are preparing to arrive, but I was busy handling many things until now. Jamie's expression was not relaxed like the person opposite him. He frowned, thinking, he handled that giant monster in just a second. Not as good as Sir Bailey, but definitely very skilled. At this moment, Caleb sheathed his sword while continuing to introduce himself. It's too late, isn't it? I am Caleb, the butler of Viscount Bio. The new information only made Jamie even more astonished. Just a butler and yet so strong? He smiled reassuringly, saying there was no need to be so guarded. I am just someone who has sworn an oath to the Viscount, young Master Jamie slowly asked again. So, you know my name, but Caleb calmly replied, because I am the butler. Then Jamie turned to look at the pile of sea monster meat that Caleb had just cut. So how do you explain this? How could a tone appear here? As he hesitated to explain, he said that this was the Viscount's hobby. Hearing this, Jamie was even more amazed. His expression also became more puzzled. What? Back to Viscount Bayo's side. Any progress? Caleb smiled and explained, I found a group suspected to be demons, but unfortunately, they escaped. Hearing this, he sighed. Who would have thought the minions of the Demon King would reappear? He added some more information beside him. Rumors about the demons have already started spreading in the nearby territories. Then he added, the situation is gradually becoming dangerous. However, Caleb slowly confirmed that the place with the mass murders was only Epton. Hearing Caleb's explanation, Viscount Bio frowned and said, this is real. It seems they have returned for revenge. That is a matter of the past, over 55 years ago. My father killed the Demon King. He tried to make the demons pay dearly by scattering them. He still wore a smile but said nothing more. At this point, Viscount Bio solemnly declared, he is completely different from yesterday. Caleb smiled in agreement. Yes, my lord Viscount. He became agitated, slammed his hand on the table, and continued speaking. The demons will once again be wiped out from this world by the hands of the Bio family. Caleb enthusiastically responded. I humbly await your command. However, Viscount Bio suggested to stop here for today. Hearing this, he did not argue further. Then I will take my leave. Before leaving, Bio suddenly added, ah yes, my lord Viscount. There is something I haven't told anyone yet, but just now I met young Master Jamie on the way here. He was a bit surprised and asked again, you met Jamie already? Late, huh? So where did you meet him? Caleb calmly recounted. He even added with a smile in his words, he was being attacked by a monster right at the pond shore. The door to the room was slightly open. CS hurriedly ran in, anxiously calling out loudly, Jamie? She quickly approached him, her voice full of worry. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Jamie suddenly startled his mother. Entering with her were Viscount Bayo and Caleb. Meanwhile, Jamie was recounting, thanks to butler Caleb, I'm fine. He answered his mother. You were really worried. I will really punish you if you sneak out at night again. He sighed tiredly and replied, yes, ma'am. This attitude was immediately warned by Sius. Don't answer just to be polite like that. At this moment, Viscount Bio smiled and spoke. I definitely told the staff to block that area, right? Seems they made some mistake. I truly apologize. But he was met with Sios's annoyed attitude. You're still doing those ocean monster hunting tricks, huh? Isn't that dangerous, mother? And you kept telling your father it was dangerous. Seeing you in danger, he quickly called for allies. It was Caleb. Come in and say hello. Caleb smiled, bowed lightly, and introduced himself. I'm very honored to meet everyone. I'm Caleb. She immediately changed her attitude, turning her attention to him and replied, I'm C.S. Bell. I heard that thanks to you, Jamie is safe. Thank you very much, Caleb politely explained. I'm sure that even without me, he would have defeated the monster, but it's truly an honor for me to witness his abilities firsthand. Watching them talk, Jamie couldn't help but admire. He's really a serious and courteous person, isn't he? Also quite strong and quick-witted. Then comparing to Caleb from yesterday, he is completely different from yesterday. But at this moment, Siege's voice rang out again. Jamie. She grabbed his shirt to remind him. Mom hasn't finished speaking yet. Jamie stammered in reply. Oh. At this moment, Viscount Bayo interjected. Looks like my grandson here is about to be overfed. Jamie stammered in response. Is that so? At this moment, Count Bayo interjected. Seems my nephew here is about to be overfed. Although he hasn't eaten anything yet, right? Come on, Sia. Jamie looked pitifully and softly called him sir. Hearing this, Count Bio immediately forgot everything. His whole face bloomed, completely agreeing. All right. Father Jamie, you want to come with me, right? Jamie, Father Schaus was startled and immediately asked, where is everyone planning to go? On the street at this time? Jamie in the hood turned back and forth, thinking hard to escape. But why is the street so deserted like this? He approached someone to start a conversation. Excuse me, how do I get to Piso Church? Suddenly asked. The other person was a bit surprised. Then she gently pointed in one direction while guiding him. Just go straight that way. Then she immediately turned around, ending the conversation. Goodbye. But Jamie still called her back. Excuse me, wait a moment. Unexpectedly, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Murderer! It's a demon! Those words instantly made Jamie turn around curiously. Murderer! Demon! A crowd quickly gathered in one spot. He slipped through the crowd. Excuse me, please make way. The scene before him was a man lying cold on the ground. The guards quickly arrived. They urgently asked the crowd to clear the way. Clear the way, clear the way. Then they examined the man on the ground and quickly discussed among themselves again. Another heartless corpse? How many dead bodies is that now? I'll report to the Marquis immediately. All right. The curious villagers outside were also terrified. It really seemed that demons had caused this. Truly horrifying. I'm so uneasy. Now, no one dares to go outside anymore. Jamie also had his own calculations. This team was often used in demon summoning rituals. He quickly figured out why the adults were so restless, even though they probably thought he noticed nothing. Sibo's face with a meaningful smile turned to him. Demi, look over there, and quickly concluded that their target was surely revenge for the party smile incident, or more precisely, to avenge the Bio family. Thinking of this, Jamie snapped his fingers and continued pondering. So the Piso Church is also in an emergency situation. No wonder there's no news from them. He recalled old matters. I'll contact you later, Jamie. Sarah, take care. Then he muttered tiredly, looks like I have to get involved again. Invisible, Jamie now continued to cast flying magic. Very quickly, he was up high. Observing one side, is that the place? Jamie's eyes widened in astonishment. When he saw a crowd below led by Archbishop J, he looked at him, silently admiring his incredible divine power. Really? Jamie continued to think. That person is an archbishop? I heard there are only 3 of them. Such powerful divine power, it gives me goosebumps. At this moment, Ross was talking with Archbishop J. Now Jamie hurriedly turned to avoid them. Russ, what are they talking about? Unexpectedly, Jamie noticed something below. His gaze was directed upward, and Russ beside him immediately reacted. What's going on, sir? He turned and smiled, explaining, nothing, probably just a squirrel or something. At this moment, Russ reminded, the Marquis is waiting for you, sir. And the Archbishop smiled and nodded in response. All right, let's visit quickly. It's been a while. I also have to meet the young lady, right? At the same time, Jamie on the tree was grimacing in disbelief, thinking, why is his intuition so sharp? He looked down below. Is he really heading to the Marquis' house? Actually, that's better, isn't it? Now that the strong ones are gone, he thought he could sneak inside the house. Inside, it was strangely quiet. Ricky suddenly jerked, making Anna behind him ask, hey, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, he burst out laughing, making Anna look up and continue to ask, what's going on? Good news? Ricky slowly stood up and hinted, I think so. He still wore a smile, excitedly advising his sister, Anna, you rest a bit. I'll be right back. The church door slowly opened. Along with the declaration, this is the front yard now, there's nowhere left to hide. He could recognize Jamie's presence and called his name, Jamie. Jamie. On one side was a bit surprised. On the other side, Jamie was silently calculating, sensing something over there. A sanctuary? Is it a place to worship gods? He clasped his hands, preparing to cast magic. But suddenly a hand reached out to Jamie, startling him. He raised his hand in response. A deep voice questioned, whoa? Ricky, realizing he had offended, quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing him, Jamie was slightly surprised. Ricky scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I was going to scare you, but it's really not easy to scare you, huh? Then Jamie gave him an exasperated look and said, Ricky, you. But he was directly silenced by the water and smiled brightly as he continued speaking. You can't let anyone catch you, right? Ricky excitedly suggested. Follow me, I know a place. Demi couldn't help but mumble as he followed Ricky. The place you said you know is the Archbishop's office. He smiled and explained, he's a very kind person. He probably won't mind this matter, Jamie asked curiously. What is it that you want to talk about? How could you sneak out and appear behind me without revealing even a trace of your presence? But Ricky just responded with a sulky expression. Aren't you here because you missed me? Aren't you happy to see me? You lost patience, your voice rising a bit. How did you manage that? Ricky no longer hid it and honestly explained. It's because this place is under the goddess's control. Although I haven't reached the ultimate power of an apostle yet, maybe. I'm gradually reaching the ultimate power while here, he muttered thoughtfully to himself. Or maybe I should say I'm assimilating with this place. Something like that. Demi, listening on the side, also had some thoughts of his own. Could it be that when he's inside the church, he becomes omnipotent and omniscient or something? You frowned, looking around. You couldn't sense any trace of undead power from him. You really didn't expect his apostle power to be that strong. Then he continued. I thought you knew some really cool tricks at this moment, Ricky revealed. I arrived just in time. The goddess is looking for you, he said, kneeling on one knee as he continued. Now I will send this information to the goddess. Before Jamie could react, the light began to shine brightly. Wait a moment. In an instant, the power shimmered in the air. Ricky's eyes glowed purple. Jamie was so astonished that his eyes widened. This was completely different from before. Someone was now manifesting on Ricky's body. A part of her presence was here. A slow voice echoed. A terrifying dark energy was gradually rising. Hearing this, his expression instantly became alert. The voice continued. A dark forest, that's where everything began. Before it spreads, it must be stopped. This person even painted a worse scenario. If it isn't stopped, my domain here will be destroyed. Hearing this, Jamie wanted to stop him, but it was useless. The instructions kept flowing out. You must go to that dark forest. I hope you won't suffer any losses. After finishing, the light left Ricky's body once again. I'm counting on you, he said, sitting down with a pale face, exhausted, sighing deeply. Finally feeling a bit better, Jamie on the opposite side began to question him. So, what is it? So what could she want? After saying that, Ricky scratched his cheek awkwardly and explained, I'm apologizing on behalf of the goddess. The goddess isn't very strong right now, he explained. When she was forced into a mortal form last time, it seemed this caused her much more pressure than expected. Demi quickly added, so why did she ask me for help? There are tons of believers here, he thought silently, never imagining that a deity would ask a mortal for help. Ricky then gave an explanation, because you're the only one who can do this. The goddess said you, the heir of that person, would understand this. Curious, Jamie asked, did she say anything else? He continued explaining, right now she has no connection with me. I think she's resting. Without getting more information, Jamie was a bit annoyed and turned to leave. So selfish, he called out, are you coming with me? Jamie then looked toward the window and explained, I have to leave before the owner of this room returns. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say goodbye, see you later, and as soon as he finished, Jamie's figure vanished. Leaving Ricky behind with a smile on his face, oh divine friend, you'll be fine, right? It was still morning, everything was quiet under the clear sky. Jamie's feet gently touched the ground. He smiled, taking off his hood, proudly muttering, all right, I didn't expect to be late. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Looks like you just went somewhere, huh? Jamie turned sharply to see Zebo with a teasing expression. The weather is so nice today, isn't it? Jamie stammered, wanting to explain. Wait, I just went for a little walk. But it only made the atmosphere between the two of them more awkward. Now Jamie's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Trying to play it cool before Caleb, I was feeling a bit unwell. Is something wrong? But in response, all I got was information from Caleb. Today, an important guest will come here. He is the Archbishop of the Pizzo Church, Lord Saphira. Jimmy smiled and sighed. Truly an extraordinary person, huh? He then revealed the truth that Lord Sias is looking for you. Miss said you should also show your respect to him, and Jamie stiffly pondered everything. Just as I thought, and I have to come back at exactly this moment, huh? At this time, you considered and asked about Lord Zebo. Nothing much. Where did Lord Onyx go? I haven't seen him anywhere, he replied calmly. I don't know either. He just occasionally disappears quietly. And then suddenly called you. When Jamie intended to leave, young Master Jamie froze and responded, huh? He solemnly reminded me, I advise you not to be too interested in that person. You curiously asked why, but Sebel just smiled and answered mysteriously, I say this for your own good. Then he sent a few more words. Wish you a comfortable rest. When Lord Saphira arrives, I will come to find you. He turned around, but still hadn't stopped talking. Oh right, if you plan to go for a walk, don't go to Marine Forest. A second warning was given. That place is very dangerous. In the forest at this time, strange noises echoed on the ground. The silhouette of something bizarre appeared in the space along with the voices of some strange figures. Wait a little longer, kid. You will soon escape from that cramped place. This madman shouted wildly. The day you awaken, then placed his hand on that thing, with a loving expression. It will be the day we complete our mission. Inside that thing, currently a life is gradually forming. Elsewhere at this time, a voice called, "Mom," the person beside gently responded. "What's up, son?" Jamie continued. "Can I ask something?" She smiled, of course. "Ask away." The girl beside also repeated, "Ask away." But your question made Sias pause. What is the relationship between Mom and Lord Onyx? What do you think? Mom can't tell you? At this moment she smiled and corrected. "No, it's not like that. Where should I start?" A story then recalled, Mom met him about Sias and Bailey when they were little, 7 years old. Laughter echoed from inside the room. "I almost didn't recognize you, Bailey." Bailey shyly avoided the gaze. Bailey's father looked at him teasingly. "He's very shy. Because he only knows how to swing a sword." Then he sighed heavily. "Lately, I'm worried. I won't be able to find a good enough mentor for him." Marquise Bio frowned worriedly. "God, do you want me to help find someone?" Hearing this, Bailey's father was a bit happy. "If you can do it, I thank you." Suddenly, a small hand grabbed Bailey's sleeve. He turned to look at Sias, puzzled. She smiled, eyes sparkling like stars. "Little Caca. Over there are many butterflies," he nervously stammered. "Huh? No, Marquis Bayo burst out laughing. "Looks like our tomboy girl already likes Bailey." Bailey's father nodded in agreement. "Just go and come back later, Bailey." Adults said so he had to accept. "Yes, sir." Then the two had a memorable walk. When Sias dared to climb a tree to pick apples. "Look, little Caca." Bailey's face darkened in shock. Sias heard him call her name, puzzled, but suddenly the wet branch made her slip. "Careful." Seeing Sias fall down, he shouted loudly. Sias couldn't do anything else. Bailey used his body to catch her, but Sias was not scared because of that. Even more excited, very happy, Bailey's face was stunned. "Huh?" Just as she stood up, Sias ran to the tree trunk and suggested trying again. "Little Ca," he rigidly refused. "No." That summer day, the sound of migrating birds echoed in the forest. At Sao, "I told you no," then returned to Bailey's mansion. One hand split the apple he picked that afternoon. Sias had picked it. He gave half to her. Sias widened, her eyes amazed. "Looks delicious." In a flash, Sias ran to the table full of red apples and called him to do it again, but Bailey just stood still. "When did you get all those?" Looking at the apples on the table, he just sighed, while Sias excitedly barked like a little dog. "I don't know how many nights have passed until one day," Sias said. "I've decided to express my wish." She held the wooden sword handle firmly and declared, "I will learn swordsmanship," excitedly showing Bailey. "From today on, little Caca will be my teacher," she said. He looked at her for a moment and understood her fate immediately. From that day, Sias kept following him to learn swordsmanship, innocently practicing a few sword moves. "What do you think?" Bailey, feeling bored, said, "Just stop trying, you have no talent at all," followed by teasing from the two people. What the heck? Time flew by, and suddenly, it was 3 years later. Someone angrily slammed the table. "Who would have thought you'd really become a count?" Bio shouted loudly, scolding. "Bailey's father got himself involved in that gold mine accident. Didn't I warn you? That matter is extremely dangerous. How many times has he insisted on his choice? He can't do otherwise. We can't just sit still and watch our family's honor be lowered like this." Count Bio couldn't bear it and reacted harshly. "Didn't you say that doing so would disgrace your family? If that's the case, then what honor is there?" Bailey witnessed this scene and could only stand silently with his head bowed. Sias worriedly called out, "Little Ca, it will be okay." Thought everything was too exhausting. However, a servant urgently called, "Bailey, young master, the Lord is he," ran quickly to his father's bedside. His father was unconscious, and a desperate plea echoed throughout the room. "Father, please wake up, father!" From that day on, Bailey always visited his father's grave, and understandably, after the clan leader ended his own life like that, the Onyx clan completely collapsed. Countess Bio quietly approached Bailey from behind. "Bailey, from now on, please stay at our house." Her eyes were already teary. Little Ca, he just remained silent without saying anything. A cold voice echoed in the cemetery. "It's okay, Caca." But Bailey's gaze had completely changed. About a year later, he trained swordsmanship frantically. Sias still sat under the tree waiting for him. 2 more years passed. The summer was scorching, but the little girl's figure was still there. However, the undeniable truth was that Bailey had completely immersed himself in sword training to seek revenge. Until one day, he no longer saw Sias's presence under the big tree. At that moment, he stopped because he realized the absence. Bailey stood silently for a while, then softly called Sias. 4 years had passed. On a moonlit night in mid-month at Sias's mansion, a splendid banquet was being held. Some young nobles teased to Sias, "I heard the young lady is alone. Would you like to go out for a walk?" She tried to smile and refused. No need, but these actions caught Bailey's attention. "Oh my God, what a pity. Better luck next time," he said sourly. Because of jealousy, Bailey lost his temper. Since then, he decided to beat them up. The guy on the ground pleaded, "Stop." His eyes full of murderous intent hissed, "If I cut out your tongue, You would stop talking nonsense to Sias, right? The guy trembled all over, looking up at him. At that moment, Sias shouted loudly from behind, Oraboni! He was startled, hesitated, and turned to call her name. Sias's expression froze. Oraboni, she thought silently. That was not the Oraboni she knew. At that moment, people and carriages slowly passed by the figure. A blue-haired young man appeared, introducing himself. I am Akeno Welton. I have come to seek advice from you, Count. As a representative of his clan, she smiled and replied, I am Cyrus Fell. It's an honor to meet the clan leader of the Welton family. I hope you have a pleasant time while staying here. Sias's expression was strangely gentle, making Akeno's heart beat wildly. At that moment, Count Bio's voice rang out. Count Welton is famous as a swordsmanship genius. Some even say he will become a master swordsman next. But Akeno quickly corrected, no, just learning swordsmanship in our family is enough. Hearing this, Count Bayo just smiled in response. No need to be modest. No one can deny that you will soon become a master swordsman. Akeno blushed and loudly explained, that's a bit too much. In response, he received a bright smile from Sias. Akeno was completely smitten with her. You're flattering me, someone loudly called. CS! Bailey! Following her, they desperately begged, can we talk, CS? But she coldly replied, I have nothing to say to you. He angrily questioned, why did you go to meet that brat again? Why do you keep defending Akeno? He is the chief of the Welton clan. Don't be disrespectful like that. At that moment, Bailey froze and stammered a question. Isn't it true that you like me? Why have I always only had you in my eyes? She explained with a pout. Someone who once treated me like a brother would never do this to me. You never listened to me. You only try to control me. And then he bluntly told Bailey, please stop it. Hearing this, he got a bit agitated, grabbed her shoulder, and questioned, how many do you have? Immediately after, Akeno pushed Bailey's hand away as he tried to hold Sias's hand tightly. He got angry and scolded him. What do you think you're doing, Bailey? He arrogantly ordered him to get out of the way, but Akeno was very determined. He emphasized very clearly that it was impossible, then grabbed his coarse hand even tighter. Bailey angrily cursed this bastard. Akeno firmly demanded that he apologize to Miss Kias immediately. Bailey was furious and gritted his teeth. He showed extreme arrogance and provocation, saying he wanted to challenge you, Welton, Miss Sias, to a duel. Sias was also stunned by the silent confrontation between the two men. They stood face to face, looking very strong and manly. Akeno was not intimidated at all. He calmly replied, I accept, at the Lady Sius's castle. A surprised voice rang out. That's how it happened. Sias, with a serious expression, begged her father for help. Father, please stop them. But her father was very indifferent to what his daughter mentioned. He even brought up her engagement. Miss Sias, honestly, I'm thinking about marrying you to Bayero. Hearing his name, Sias felt even more disgusted. She opposed her father's words. I have no intention of marrying that Bayero or Aboni. Recently, she frankly expressed her feelings about Bailey. He's either a demon who only knows how to swing a sword. Sias showed great frustration at his arrogant and patriarchal attitude, or someone who only knows how to control me to see if I'm meeting a man. Her father strongly defended and excused him. It's all because he loves you. She angrily slammed her hand on the table and argued back. That's not love. Her hand trembled, tears streaming down beneath the table. She pitifully sobbed. She sobbed over the past. The gentle care of Bayero or Aboni no longer existed. Her father slowly asked, My daughter Sias, do you know Count Welton? Sias was quite surprised by his question. Yes. He understood her feelings and gently said, I understand. You may leave now. Sias obeyed and closed the door as she went out. After she left, her father slowly struggled to stand up from the desk. He looked out the window, his heart full of regret and pain. I'm sorry, Onik. Elsewhere, a heavy rain was falling. Billy lay motionless on the ground, his face bearing another bleeding wound and his eyes vacant. Akeno held a sword emitting a brilliant light. He coldly said to him, You lost. Sias, with tears in her eyes, hurried over. Are you okay, sir? Bailey thought she was worried about him to the point of tears. He whispered, trying to show he was fine. I'm okay, but Sias's next words felt like a slap in his face. Sir Welton. Sias ran over and hugged Jamie tightly. He hugged her back firmly and reassured her. Be stronger, miss. Think about it and don't worry. Bailey was heartbroken and could only helplessly cry over his tragic fate. At the Sias family castle, a servant reported that Lord Marquis had narrated the story he had heard. Lord Bayero left at midnight. He replied coldly, I know. This is for the best for everyone. Time passed quickly to 3 years later. Sias, heavily pregnant, sat leaning on a chair, gazing at her wedding photo with Akeno. He returned and pushed the door open. Akeno stood before Sias and told her a story about Bailey. I think you should know this. It's about Lord Bayero. He has become a master swordsman. His face showed a hint of sadness as he continued. Also, I recall when he left in horror, I guess he has avenged the BA clan. The Onyx family was pushed to the brink. She coldly replied, Yes, sir. She placed her hand on her belly, nervously speaking to Akeno. I also have something to tell you. He was curious but gentle with her. What is it? Whatever happens, you can always tell me. Lately, I've been thinking and feeling excited. Speaking of naming the baby in her belly, we should name this baby Jamie. Jamie Welton is indeed a good name. But what if it's a girl? If it's a girl, then the name is Sarah. Sarah Welton sounds very nice. Back to reality, CS told that story to her son Jamie. Finally, this time we meet again. CS smiled and waved her hand, asking, Jamie, are you curious about your mother's past? After hearing the story of his parents' past, Jamie was stunned. So many things happened? Yes, sir. Hearing about father's heroic past, Jamie couldn't help but feel proud. Who would have thought my father could beat such a strong person? It seems this body really inherited from my father. Then his subordinate hurriedly reminded the master, Sir, your expression is strange right now. At that moment, a servant came to announce, Miss, sorry to interrupt, but Archbishop Saphira has arrived. CS was extremely happy to see Mr. Saphira. The Archbishop also smiled warmly at her. Look who's here! Saphira met Sius again after many years. He couldn't help but joke about her change. Isn't this the tomboy girl Sius? Sius, reminded of her youthful personality, shyly said, Oh, come on. What are you saying? It's been a long time since we met, and you have to bring that up right away? Saphira laughed loudly. He also joked about her nickname. So should I call you the little brat instead? Jamie's grandfather nearby added, reminding the Archbishop, the little brat is already a mother of 2. Jamie's 2 siblings also came to greet him. I am Jamie Welton. Very honored to meet you, Archbishop. I am Sarah Welton. CS hugged little Hannah tightly and asked, How are the kids, Sister Hannah? Of course, she replied. Please come visit, we miss them very much. Saphira also sent greetings from a distant friend to Jamie. The apostle also mentioned Jamie a lot. I heard you two are very close friends. Jamie's friend looked quite friendly. He also relayed a message from Jamie Ricky. That apostle asked me to tell you he really wants to see you again soon. Jamie's face became very scheming. Of course. Actually, we have met before. The guide offered to take Jamie's grandfather inside. Let me take you inside, but he politely declined. What a pity. Let's leave this for later. I have to talk with the Archbishop first. Archbishop Saphira clasped his hands and sincerely prayed for them. I pray the goddess's blessings will always be with you and your 2 children. Sius also sincerely thanked him. Thank you. See you again. CS affectionately hugged her daughter Hannah and whispered, So what should we do now? She suddenly remembered what her son said and asked him, That's right, Jamie. Didn't you say you wanted to go there? The place with the giant fountain? But Jamie was also curious about a place he had been warned about, so he asked his mother, Mom, what kind of place is Marine Forest? The steward said, You are not allowed to go there. But hearing Jamie mention this place made Sius frown. She asked her son in surprise, How do you know about Marine? Have you been outside? Jamie quickly waved his hand to deny. Of course not. Sius was still a bit suspicious. Then why did Sol talk about that with you? He cleverly dodged. He just wanted to remind me to be careful. Sius was very serious and carefully warned him. Mom has reminded you many times already. Yes, but you can't go out alone, understand? Even though you are a real mage, you are still very young. Demi obediently said, Yes, I will remember. Sius pointed forward and showed him the place. All right, Marine Forest. See, both of us are looking that way. It's over there. Jamie didn't see anything special. He was surprised. It looks like a normal forest. Is it dangerous? Sius explained to him about the formation and geographical location of that forest. It is one of the 6 largest forbidden zones in the world. Another one among them is the vast Arya Jat forest right behind that forest. To be serious, Marine Forest is also part of that vast forest. Now Demi realized some new things and inferred, I see. Most likely, that is what Pizzo calls the dark forest over there. CS sternly warned Jamie, that is also why you cannot go there. Do you understand? On the surface, you pretend to obey your mother, but inside, you are very curious about that place. Of course, Mother. I will definitely go there when it gets dark. Jamie also followed the path from this morning that Mother pointed out and reached the dangerous forest. He and his friend confirmed this was the exact place. Jamie's face showed great excitement as both of them stepped into the dark forest. With huge threats ahead, a place that gives people a terrible feeling deep in the dangerous forest. Demi summoned great power, a chain of thunder exploded, but he felt a bit discouraged because he couldn't use his power right now. It was sad. Behind Jamie, a large shadow of a beast was lurking. Jamie cautiously moved forward. I can't use dark energy in this forest. Vina sensed the danger and quickly warned her master. In just a moment, the monster attacked him from behind. Vina grabbed Jamie's shoulder and pushed him away as danger approached. Vina timely saved Jamie from the monster's claws behind him. After saving him, he lost momentum and fell forward. Vina immediately reminded her master, Don't just stand around here. Being pushed and falling made Jamie angry, but Vina was busy killing the monster. She vaguely asked, What did you just say, master? Anyway, she was doing her job well, so Jamie had no choice but to swallow his anger. Don't mind her, Jamie asked in surprise. Vina, you can't use dark energy either? But on the contrary, Vina felt very comfortable and relaxed. I feel better now than ever. How can I explain it to you? My body feels light, and I even feel power surging inside me. It was a great feeling, like his body was floating. Demi thought this was lucky. That was indeed good in this situation. She was also a member of the tribe in the forest, just like the other magical creatures. She was affected by the energy in the forest. Vina playfully clung to Jamie and kept asking, "Why are we here?" He was a bit annoyed but replied, "I already told you." After hearing about the god's story, she eagerly asked Jamie, "The god's request? So what do we need to do now?" He stammered as he walked. "Well, because they weren't paying attention, the two of them accidentally stepped into a big hole. Before they could react, they were pulled down." Vina panicked and screamed in confusion. Jamie quickly raised his hands. He was falling freely in midair, but he couldn't use his power to save himself. He couldn't fly. Jamie just floated in the air at a dizzying speed. He thought, "Damn, what's wrong with this forest? I'll die if I hit the ground at this speed." Finally, he landed on a soft grassy patch that cushioned his body. Vina got up. She still couldn't believe they were safe. "We're still alive?" She was moved to tears and asked, "Master, where are we?" He calmly walked forward. "Let me see." Jamie stopped in front of a place emitting a mystical light. The light was from a pile of ruins with strange writing that caught his attention. Jamie murmured the translation, "Leave." He stood proudly before it and recited a spell to enter. Suddenly, after finishing the spell, the door opened. Vina was very grateful and exclaimed, "The door opened!" Jamie also felt a bit interested. "I don't know who made these things, but it looks pretty interesting." Now Jamie gradually pictured the past and told himself, "It seems I will see my past life here, in a strong and sturdy castle on a starry night with a bright moon." A patrol captain was checking and noticed something unusual, the smell of blood. Another young guard hurriedly came to report, "Boss, we found someone unconscious over there." Seeing the young man's body in a terrible state, he guessed his heart had stopped beating. "It's very likely a demon." The patrol captain ordered his subordinates to call the healer. "Go get him here for me." The soldier obeyed. "Yes, sir." Based on the corpse's condition, he drew a corresponding conclusion about the power. At least 4 hours had passed since the man died, but thinking about it, he felt something strange and mysterious. This was the patrol route the path soldiers often took, and every time the shift captain changed, he appeared confused, suspicious, and uneasy. But why did no one report this? As the team captain, he secretly checked the paper. It recorded the damn duty schedule. "I don't want to get involved in such matters, but I should still check the patrol schedule." But while he was distracted, he was attacked from behind, his mouth still mid-sentence about this area. E.A. Dan Man used the most ruthless technique to kill him. He was extremely arrogant and proud. "Fool, keep looking. Let's see when you'll be capable enough to catch me." But while he was dazed, he suddenly felt someone watching from behind. Asta drew out the magical sword full of power. "Finally, we meet." He sneered coldly. E.A.'s shadow reflected on the gleaming sword. "I was very annoyed to be put in such a weird situation." This was because of him. He could only smile helplessly at this awkward situation. He was not the chief advisor. While EA was still surprised, he immediately received a stunning blow from Asta, leaving him speechless. He collapsed to the ground and angrily cursed him. You damn dog!" Asta calmly replied, "Of course." He became extremely cold. Drawing his sword, he said meaningfully, "A body infected with demonic energy shouldn't be purified so easily." Ella screamed in panic. "Wait, get off!" staining the ground. Then, at another place, Vina appeared doubtful and kept asking, "Master, is that right?" Now Jamie was focusing on training his healing spirit energy. His eyes closed, healing slowly. "I thought I was dead." She survived a near-death experience and was understandably moved. Tears welled in her eyes. "I thought we really were dead." Jamie sympathized as well. The two of them went from room to room, each with a different scene. Giant armored soldiers, equipped with anti-magic abilities. The second room was a more dangerous and sophisticated trap, an automatic crossbow trap. Even more vicious traps followed. Next was a scorpion trap which never reset. It was truly unpleasant. Finally, Jamie found the gate that ended the journey, revealing what he sought. "This is the last place, right?" Vina asked confusedly. "What are you saying now?" Jamie gently and patiently answered her question. The place where it slumbered, the secret door gradually opened. Vina excitedly wanted to see it immediately, repeating with anticipation, "The place where it slumbers." Suddenly, a clawed hand appeared. "What sleep?" A giant bear with a wrinkled face appeared before them. Both of them stiffened on the spot. They did not expect this a bear. Vina was charmed by the bear's cute appearance. She exclaimed, "So cute," and happily turned to Jamie. Forgetting the bear was about to crush her with its paw, she said, "Look, its master is a huge, super cute bear." He quickly shouted a warning, "Be careful!" In an instant, the bear slammed its huge paw down where Vina stood. Jamie luckily rushed in time to save Vina from danger. The two fell flat on the ground. The bear revealed its true nature, angrily scolding them. "You guys are crazy to dare set foot here. But Jamie was quite surprised that a bear could understand human language and even know him. "You know who I am? You understand human speech?" The bear picked up a stone, warning them to stop pretending, then angrily threw it at them. "You don't know." Jamie hurriedly cast a protective shield spell. A large shield formed, blocking the bear's stone attacks. After a long resistance, the shield broke, and a stone penetrated inside. The stone hit Jamie's chest directly, causing him to cough up blood. Vina panicked, shouting, "Master!" He lay motionless on the cold ground. Unable to move, Jamie felt his body ache and was completely immobile. He thought to himself, "Damn, all my bones are broken." Vena ran to him, worriedly asking, "Master, are you okay?" Jamie did not cry out in pain. He only worried, "I'm not dead yet." This was really bad. "If I can't revive," the bear approached them, warning that once it unleashed its power, nothing could stop it from happening. Jamie realized this and questioned, "So, I am the one who sealed your dark power? Why did you have to do that?" The bear threw a thunderous punch, shouting arrogantly, "You don't need to know the reason why." Vena tightly grasped the small hand, determined, I will, I can. She used her small body to block the attack from the giant beast, protecting her master. A flash of light shone as the two confronted each other. EA angrily questioned, "Why did you do that?" And Asta said, "Tell him why you crossed the allowed boundary. Not only that, you made everything chaotic. I believe I told you to leave those soldiers alone, but he cunningly made excuses." But that swordsman left without a word. Asta gave a faint smile and said cryptically, "It seems you still want to be punished." A few small scratches and blood appeared on EA's face as a warning for his crimes. He collapsed face down before him. Asta coldly said, "This is not because I fear that swordsman." He sheathed his sword and ordered EA. "The problem here is you, a filthy demon. Better obey my orders." He glanced back at him and suggested, "Everything should go according to Father's will." The battle between Vena and the big bear was also very intense. She was too weak compared to the bear's strength and was pushed back. Vena sobbed, asking about Jamie's condition. "The one with the star mark, Master, you even praised her." "Very good, Vena, thanks to her fighting the bear. You had more time to practice spirit energy and summon power." The colorful rain. The bear was stunned by this fierce transformation. It stood still like a statue before two small humans. Both were confused, not knowing what the hell was happening. The bear asked them a strange question. "Is this the result of your defeat at the star mark? You still don't give up?" Jimmy lost his temper. He became irritable. "Do you want me to just sit here and wait to die?" Vena added, "You're the one who attacked us." Without any reason, the bear bluntly stated the reason why it targeted the two of them. "You left something extremely disgusting in my forest. Because you committed a crime, you must be punished." Being falsely accused made Jamie angrily clarify, "What is this? It's our first time coming to this forest." "That's right." But it refused to believe him and insisted on blaming them for lying. The dark power was protecting the filthy demon's egg. "That power must belong to you." Hearing this made Jamie stunned. "What? There's a demon egg in this forest?" The bear clenched its paw, furious and determined to deal with them. "Stop pretending. I will kill you all." The bear raised its fist, ready to send them off. "To the afterlife. Now die." At this critical moment, Jamie revealed the whole truth. "I came here to eliminate that. It was the request of the god Piso." The bear's claw almost touched him. It suspiciously asked, "Is that true?" Now Demi also dared to stake his reputation on it. "I bet everything on my words." He turned away and dared to prove the truth to it. "If you don't believe me, follow me. I will show you." "Good then. This forest is part of the goddess's territory." The bear led Jamie away and threatened him if he dared to lie. "If you lie and slander her name, you will immediately be sent to hell by the heavens." The bear was also doubtful. When a stranger dared to come and claim this, however, "I don't sense any divine presence from you, and the power you blocked definitely isn't from a god." Demi also agreed with what it said. "You corrected clearly." "That's right. I don't obey her. We only have a pact." He recounted the words the goddess entrusted to him. "She told me to go to the dark forest and stop the awakening of that hateful dark magic." Now Jamie explained all the misunderstandings the bear had imposed on them. "She told me that I would understand gradually why she sent me instead of one of her servants. This was also my first time here." After hearing this, the bear was somewhat shaken. It expressed, "It's hard to believe, but I can't not believe it." Vina was still curious about the important part of the story. She asked it to wait. "Tell us about that demon egg and what power protects it." The bear recounted what had happened in the past. "The egg appeared in the forest about a month ago. I immediately came to investigate it. It also detected something unusual surrounding the egg, but the dark power covered it. It was terrified by what it had seen before. An incredibly terrifying, mysterious, and immense power. The bear clenched the punch it once intended to destroy that egg. But surprisingly, it couldn't break that tiny egg, so it changed its mind. I tried everything, but couldn't break that protective shell, so I sealed the power guarding and protecting the egg." But Demi still couldn't believe this. He questioned it. "I don't feel any divine power coming from you at all." "How could you release that sealed power?" the bear explained. "That also has to do with the effort of an artifact in the form of these ruins." He doubted and asked again. All this rubble is made of artifacts. Sao Vena, hearing the value of this place, also showed interest. Jamie stopped her mouth. He asked the bear many more questions next. This whole place is always Sao. It must be very expensive. Who created this place? Why do you understand human language and the purpose of these things? The bear turned its head, somewhat thoughtful, and replied to him. I'm not sure either. All I know is this place was built about 600 years ago. Now Demi was still a bit puzzled. He asked the next question. Let me ask one more thing. Why use the power to block dark magic? It seemed a bit surprised when hearing his question. So what do you mean? Now Demi repeated the words it had mentioned before. You said you sealed that power to protect the egg. Then you said you would break the egg right after, right? This made him still have doubts. So why keep that dark power if you don't use it? The bear honestly recounted, actually that egg is still intact. Jamie curiously asked if there were any other obstacles, but what the bear said was a bit unrealistic. To block the dark power, the user of the artifact must be inside the ruins. Hearing the bear say that left Cho, Jamie, and Vina speechless, and I still haven't found anyone who can help me break that egg, simply because I haven't done anything yet. Welton looked up and said, Hey little bear. The bear got angry, hearing that my name is Tiberian, a lowly human. Jamie continued, Right, the bear Tiberian, but saying lowly is like nothing. Talking big but not doing much. Suddenly Jamie's voice said, Do you feel the power of this girl? Vina wondered, Huh. That big bear is also curious about her life force, Van Kiri, huh? Now Demi answered, It's nothing else but a power similar to mine. Her power is also blocked, so how can that power compare to the one protecting the demon egg? The bear Tiberian said, They are different, but the power I sealed is exactly like yours, Jamie said while thinking. I'm sure I'm the only one who has such dark magic. He reached out and suggested, Remove your power so we can continue. I still want to see it with my own eyes. The bear, Tiberian, frowned, suspicious. Vena smiled and replied, Please trust us. Once the master regains his power, he will deal with the demon egg. Kia in a blink. Barbarian listened and got even angrier. Vina got more flustered. Didn't he already say the goddess sent us? So why is Barbarian clenching his claws? His eyes lit up with joy. It seemed his power had returned. He stomped on the ground. Vina worried. Master Tavarian is angry, you bastard. He showed a mad expression. No one can control me. Tavarian raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? He got even crazier. Wonderful. Now I can fully control it. Suddenly Jamie spat out a mouthful of blood. The bear also angrily shouted, You bastard. The one standing wiped the blood from his mouth, smiling provocatively. That's enough, when Tiberian reached out. I will personally destroy this ruin if you don't stop. Vina feared. Master, your blood. Are you okay? Jamie thought. Like a wall of fire, huh? Quite strong, though it can't fully stop me. The bear Kia frowned, confused. It seems my connection to this ruin has been cut off. Was it you? How could you do it so quickly? Turns out Kia isn't Jamie, but Diablo Vorpia, Jamie's past life. He said that right. I am indeed its true master. You're unlucky. Your master isn't the only one. Skilled in artifacts, then thinking he created it in 3 hours. He can also do this much. Now Demi AI thinks there is an artifact that can block my power. There's no way I would just let it be and walk away, huh? Looking closely now, it seems it hasn't completely blocked my power, and the bear is also pondering deeply. It's truly illogical that it can block my power while only capturing the gods. 1,000 questions keep popping up. How can something like that exist? There must be something hidden here. It lowers the probability of mana disrupting the spatial coordinates. Then it intervenes in space manipulation. For example, when activating space manipulation, the influence of that supernatural space affects. And because of the inevitable dispersion, it ends a series of questions. Finally, he said, Even if it's SAO, that's how it is, so don't follow me. Then Jamie added, And even if you want to leave, you probably can't escape this ruin, right? After saying that, he smiled and disappeared. The bear shouted, Damn it! Scene changed to a loud voice coming from a certain house. After one night, there could be as many as 9 corpses. So that scream came from the Count's study. The Count angrily asked, What the hell is going on? The culprit was SAO, no response. He suddenly startled, thinking about the fortress. Where is the fortress? Who went to investigate? One of the subordinates spoke. Actually, that matter. Since yesterday noon, no one has met with him, said the fearful Count. Don't tell me that at this time. On top of a tower, someone was standing, observing. Let's see, surely by now they must be arriving at that building. The elderly Count asked his subordinate, who replied, Yes, sir. They said they sent the divine envoy. They will probably arrive around tomorrow, and it seems one of them will be a master. The Count sighed worriedly. This surely isn't an easy decision for the Pope. The white-haired young man on the tower seemed to have overheard their conversation, he thought. AI thinks this epiton requires many resources, so of course I have to try. After all, this is the second Holy Land. But when will they arrive? He thought while licking his lips. It should have been done by now. Scene changed to another place. A voice echoed. Really? Oh, it's the familiar voices of Jamie and Vena. Seeing the master sigh, they said, Master, I'm sure this energy is. Jamie replied, Yes, this is my power, Jamie thought. I don't know why Sao's darkness and my power are here too. Vina curiously asked, what is this machine? Touching the strange thing, he answered. Death is approaching, lifting the scythe over the moonlit seas. You are hovering in the night sky. The darkness is spreading, rippling over the sea. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Jamie's mind. The night sea ripples. A star is falling. Death reaches into the sea, a moon rising in the dark sky. The old man raised his hand to grasp the darkness. And that is the last thing to swallow the darkness, a monster wanting everything, promising that, in the distant future, Sadit top levea tan. But Jamie said, a book and a scripture are part of me. Sao, how could I forget? After saying that, Jamie plunged into a whirlwind of thoughts. Now he was sure his memories were complete. I can even suddenly remember how I challenged the Holy Spirit. How strange. Clearly there were gaps in my memory, yet I didn't find anything illogical. Men-chin pondered silently. She asked, what have you learned, Sao? Men-chin replied, yes, then added, by the way, take this. He handed her a strange black ring. She wondered, a ring? Jamie explained, it's an artifact I took when we left the ruins. Channel your power and will to use it. Vina followed and asked, is this Sao complete? She exclaimed, wow, what is this? I love it. Jamie, looking annoyed, said, fine, take that and scout this area. Looks like this will take a while. Touching the strange barrier, return to me, master of yours. Kana gritted his teeth angrily, cursing, that bastard. What are you doing? Kana suddenly appeared, launching a direct downward attack on the two. Vina and Jamie, caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jamie anxiously looked toward Vina, calling her name. Vina, adorable and cute, was also scared and panicked by the attack, her face pale. She called for the master. Jamie and Vina dodged Kana's strike, but both were separated. Kana continued to strike Vina without missing a single hit after Kana's thunderous attacks. Vina groaned in pain because she was seriously injured. She felt extreme pain, blood running from her mouth, her face darkened. Jamie anxiously watched Vina's severe injury, feeling confused and scared, thinking to himself, what is this divine power? While Jamie was still wondering, blue-haired Vina spoke up, saying her intuition is quite sharp, not joking. Little Vina, carrying a sword on her shoulder with one hand, looked at Jamie and sarcastically repeated the earlier compliment. Your feeling is really good. Jimmy turned his face away and looked at Kana with a cautious expression. He smirked and asked Kana, what does Janice's church have to do with a place like this? He continued asking, did you come to exterminate the forest demons? Pausing for a moment, he asked Kana, or are you trying to protect it? Hearing Jimmy's question, Kana looked confused and said, what is this? Kana hadn't answered Jamie's question but glanced at Vina. Her eyes became fierce and irritated. Kana stared at Vina and said, hey you, that pink-haired girl holding that hammer. At this moment, the pink-haired girl Vina was seriously injured with a dazed expression. She was confused, putting a big question mark on Vina's strange confusion while Vina was dazed. Not understanding what was happening, Kana's attitude became harsher, her expression turning much more malicious. Pink hair and hammer are two things I really hate, you know, after saying these strange words. Kana flew to directly attack Vina. She pointed her sword at Vina and said, I guess I have to crush you first, her voice dark and fierce. Vina was surprised by Kana's lightning-fast attack. She quickly raised her hammer to block Kana's huge sword. Luckily, she blocked Kana's powerful attack, but it worsened her internal injuries. Seeing Vina block her attack, Kana was not surprised. She continued to laugh arrogantly and said, not bad, then attacked Vina with her hand. At this moment, Vina was focused, using both hands to counter Kana's sword attacks. Jamie's face outside the fight was extremely worried for Vina. He shouted in a panic. Vina dodged, but it was too late. She couldn't avoid Kana's punch, a powerful fist hitting Vina's head. Vina's pupils contracted. She screamed in pain but quickly counterattacked, swinging her hammer at Kana. But Kana quickly jumped back to dodge her attack. Kana laughed contemptuously. Telling Vina that this is all you've got? Vina angrily shouted at Kana to shut up, then launched a sudden attack. Vina grabbed the hammer and used full force to strike down at Kana. Kana stood below, looking up at Vina's attack and raised her sword to block. With an arrogant and malicious expression, unafraid of Vina's powerful attack, she laughed loudly and taunted Vina. You're probably done for, huh? Vina remained calm when her attack was blocked and quickly struck again. She calmly and proudly said to Kana, of course not. But before she could make the next move, Kana quickly struck towards her, praising Vina, then said, then try to block this. Just after finishing speaking, Kana swiftly teleported behind Vina. Vina was surprised by Kana's sudden disappearance. She hadn't reacted yet when Kana raised her sword and slashed at her back. Vina's small silhouette had to endure a sword slash from Kana. Blood quickly soaked her shirt from the wound on her back. The scene was heartbreaking. On the other side, Jamie, who had been forgotten until now, saw his small Vina being slashed and panicked. His pupils contracted as he shouted loudly, although outwardly very worried for Vina. Inside, he was still calculating, thinking he might get hit a little too, but if he stopped now to protect the girl, his thoughts were interrupted. Vina reassured him. She clearly understood her master was torn between unfinished important matters and saving her. She said, "Master, don't stop. I can still fight," she tried her best to say. One hand trembling holding the hammer staff, blood flowing from her mouth, pain tearing deep inside her chest, and the slash on her back spreading. Hateful Kana, one hand carrying a sword, looked at Vina's injured figure. She smiled smugly and said, "Oh my. Looking like that, it must hurt a lot, huh? If I cut you in half in one strike, it wouldn't hurt at all, right?" Her voice full of contempt. "Are you seriously going to keep fighting in this state?" Vina, with a gloomy expression, turned to look at Kana and angrily asked her back, "So what else can I do? What must I do according to the master's words?" Kana exclaimed, amazed. "Such a good slave, huh?" she continued. "Someone as tiny as you should occasionally rebel a little." Vina, with a cute expression, looked at her and smiled. "I know, but I can only rebel against those older than me." Hearing Vina mock her, Kana's face showed shock as she shouted, "What?" Kana's anger and rage reached their peak. Because she was mocked about a woman's age, it was truly like poking a hornet's nest. The reversed senses curse. The sensory inversion curse. Kana was angry because her age was touched upon. She was astonished, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that Vina was casting a dark magic spell on Kana. At that moment, Kana finally understood. She quickly prepared to counterattack, but before she could make a move, Vina grabbed a hammer with both hands and struck Kana. She screamed in pain as the hammer hit her left hand. After hitting Kana's left hand, Vina feared and thought to herself that the curse was lost. She only had this one chance. After enduring the pain from Vina's strike, Kana was furious and felt humiliated. Her face was irritated as she snarled, "You brat, you little punk." Kana tightly gripped her sword and raised it toward Vina. At this moment, Vina refused to back down, her face fearless as she used the hammer to block Kana's attack. The clash of the two techniques and weapons created a huge explosion, causing a fire in the forest. After the explosion and fire, the trees around were affected and turned pitch black. Skinny Vina lay on the ground, waking up after the clash. She opened her eyes, still not understanding what had happened. The hammer was still beside her as she pondered. "What just happened? My body feels so exhausted," she thought, despite being utterly drained and in pain all over. Unable to move even a finger, she still wanted to sit up and fight to protect her master. While Vina was lying on the ground in a daze, Kana, with half her face injured, stood before her and said with a resentful tone, "You dirty dark mage. How dare you scratch my body?" Kana continued angrily, "That brat you're protecting, I'll tear him apart right in front of you. So what about me?" Jamie appeared, smiling smugly as he asked Kana. He stood in the air, his face hidden beneath a mysterious cloak. He spoke to Kana, "I haven't made my move yet." Without waiting for Kana's reply, Jamie performed magic. He clasped his hands and chanted, "Devour, Leviathan." A beam of light appeared behind Kana, and from it emerged a hand reaching toward her. Kana looked confused and scared, not understanding what was happening. It turned out Demi was performing a spell called Devour. It was a dark magic that devoured everything and turned it into nourishment, but Jamie, while casting, thought that even though he didn't like that power, he would still devour it all. Jamie's expression looked somewhat greedy. Kana's shoulder was bitten by something dark, bleeding. She frowned, scared, and cursed it as a worm. "Yes, Vina," now more alert, weakly called out to Jamie. "Master Jamie." Jamie slowly descended to the ground and said to her, "Thank you for buying me time, Vina. I'll absorb that now, thanks to you. You don't have to be afraid anymore," Jamie said, thanking and comforting her. Vina smiled contentedly and weakly said, "I'm glad the thing devouring Kana was caught by her." She threw her to the ground mercilessly. Her hands were covered in blood as she looked behind Jamie and said, "Because you're adorable, I was going to go easy on you." But Jamie's serious expression thought, "Just as I suspected, she is no ordinary cleric." While Jamie was thinking, Kana launched an attack named Holy Sword Sanctuary. Her sword shone brightly. Her appearance also changed. The wound on her face disappeared, replaced by a circlet on her forehead and a white robe. Jamie looked at the scene before him with suspicion and helplessness, thinking to himself that the atmosphere had completely changed. A power greater than a great cleric with that combat strength, she would be a troublesome opponent. Kana looked at Jamie seriously and said, "That spell you just cast, even if only for a moment, devoured everything of mine." She asked Jamie confusedly, "Are you also a dark mage?" "So what?" Jamie retorted. "If I am, so what?" Kana clenched her sword tightly. Hearing that answer, she said, "If you are, then I will crush you." Just after saying that, she raised her sword, directing an attack full of divine power towards Jamie. He watched her launch the move, his eyes lighting up as he muttered, "Is that so? Then I..." Jamie also countered with magic called the Dark Gate. A giant door suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of Jamie. He spoke to Kana, introducing someone to her. Now Jamie smiled mysteriously and said, "Go ahead, Negro." From behind that mysterious giant door appeared a large black ghost with purple eyes. It was smiling behind the door. Although the ghost's shape was unclear, it felt like something very huge and terrifying. A power from the sky descended, making it impossible for Kana and B to withstand. The blonde-haired guy standing outside watched fearfully and said, "How come there's a giant egg in front of him, surrounded by black, dark energy?" Worried, he asked, "Can it really grow that big?" With a face like a rotten cucumber, he continued, "I'm sure it should have required more heart sacrifices." Just as the blonde guy finished speaking, Jamie appeared beside him, teasing Ha. "Just as I thought. You're admiring this dark energy, huh?" Jamie's action startled him, making him jump back. "Are you an AI?" he asked, but Jamie didn't answer. Jamie stood in front of Vena, who was badly injured. Holding Azadam mysteriously, he asked, "Are you a subordinate of that filthy demon? Demon, right?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Are you an AI?" The guard, "What happened?" Hearing this, Demi snapped her fingers arrogantly and said, "You don't need to know. Let's just end this." Hearing that, Gia quickly rushed forward, ending the blonde guy with a beautiful sword strike. "I obey your orders." Suddenly, the blonde guy spat blood, about to die naked, but the blonde guy still didn't give up. "No, my child." The blonde guy crawled toward the giant red egg with trembling hands, just a little more. Then the blonde guy officially died. Suddenly, from the giant red egg in front, something burst out. This caused the whole group to panic. Jamie sensed danger and shouted a warning, "Ryza, fall back!" Hearing Jamie's shout, Ryza quickly jumped high and retreated, landing safely behind. Ryza thought quickly, "That's it." The giant red egg was sprouting disgusting vines wrapping around the blonde guy's body. Pulling him toward it, Jamie calmly said, "This was inevitable." Seeing Jamie's calmness, Ryza was surprised. "Why, Master?" Seeing Ryza confused, Jamie explained, "It must have absorbed enough life force." Namchin frowned, warning, "Soon a demon will rise." Jamie had just finished speaking. The red egg cracked open a large piece, and inside, a demon was slowly emerging. Kana shouted loudly and struck with a blow that caused blue sparks to continuously appear. Leaning down, the cloaked skeleton used a black shield to block the attack. The cloaked skeleton sneered, "Pathetic. How dare you tell the immortal to die?" Kana angrily gritted her teeth at the damn skeleton. Although she used all her strength, Kana's attack was ineffective. She stepped back, wondering what had happened to that egg. If the plan had any flaws, Master wouldn't let it slide, Kana thought. Suddenly, red beams of light appeared in the sky. They enveloped the sky, and in the middle was a dazzling golden light. This surprised Kana and the cloaked skeleton. They even forgot to fight, as they sensed an aura that made them fearful. Trembling, Kana said, "This energy." She sensed allies had arrived and happily thought, "That filthy bastard must have appeared too." The appearance of this energy made the cloaked skeleton feel extremely uncomfortable, thinking about the Master. "No, that's the monster that can trample over death itself." Before the cloaked skeleton could recover, Kana shouted, "Even if I die here, I won't let you off without a proper fight." As she finished speaking, Kana swung her hammer toward the face of the cloaked skeleton. Kana's attack shattered the skeleton's face, but at this moment, the cloaked skeleton didn't care about itself. Instead, it worried about Jamie, the Master. "Please be safe and escape that day." The scene shifted to the blonde-haired boy. As if sensing something, his body trembled continuously. Seeing the strange expression on the blonde boy's face, Anna asked, "What's wrong?" The blonde boy answered grimly, "Everyone will die." At this moment, the blonde boy felt extremely panicked. "If we just stand by and do nothing, we'll all die." Hearing this, Anna blamed the blonde boy for speaking such bad luck. This guy, before Anna could finish speaking, a boy rushed in shouting, "Holy Apostle, Saintess." The two had to leave immediately. Hearing this, I grabbed Anna's hand and said, "Let's go, Anna, we have to leave." Finally, with a determined expression, the blonde boy thought, "If we stay here, we'll only become a burden." Scene changed to the Marquis's mansion. In the study room, the Marquis seemed to sense something and slammed the table loudly. "Is anyone outside?" Outside, a red-haired soldier hurriedly pushed the door open, full of shock. "Report, my Lord Marquis from Murine." "Stop," the Marquis impatiently interrupted. "I already sensed it." Then the Marquis shouted loudly, "Order the assembly of our troops as fast as possible." Just after he spoke, Sias appeared with a fearful face, shouting loudly, "Father!" This scene surprised the Marquis. "Sias, why?" Thinking his daughter was worried about the alarm, he reassured Sias, "You don't need to worry, just gather the kids and leave." Before he could finish, Kios interrupted loudly. "Jamie is missing," Kios announced. V couldn't believe it and was scared, crying non-stop. "I think he has reached Marine Forest," Jamie thought. The red egg emitted a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Around the egg was a black aura surrounding it. Seeing this, Jamie thought it would be tough. "This is exactly why I hate those demons." Jamie thought to himself, "Those parasitic creatures oppress and despise the weak." Imagining the image of a snake coiled tightly around a sword, representing something that just by existing causes harm to all living beings. Unlike Jamie, Ryza felt extremely terrified. "Master, you must leave immediately." Master, Azad is no better. His body keeps trembling. Master, what is that disgusting thing? Seeing two immortal subordinates trembling with fear, Jamie thought even immortals were scared. Jamie waved his hand, summoning power, and thought, if it fully escapes without a full shield, even I would need a lot of effort to deal with it. Then Jamie snapped his fingers, causing Ryza. Before finishing, he had to return to rest. Master, if we continue like this, we might die. This distracted Azad. Seeing this, Jimmy shouted angrily, take that girl and run as far as possible to a place where the demon energy can't reach. Somewhere safer, Azad obediently carried the injured Vina and quickly left. Yes, sir. They hadn't gone far when a terrifying voice came from somewhere. So you think you are alone and safe? The strange voice startled Jamie. Then Ra said it came from the monster inside the giant red egg. With blood-red eyes and sharp long nails that commanded respect, if you surrender easily like that, where's the fun in that? As soon as it finished speaking, the monster tore open the eggshell and crawled out, just as I thought, using this method to hatch. At this point, the monster's appearance was fully revealed. It continued. Very unpleasant. Seeing its face, Jamie turned pale. It was a noble demon. Seeing Jamie's knowledge, the monster teased, oh, a human with some understanding of us? Praising Jamie's knowledge, it said, I will delay eating you a little longer. Then it introduced itself. My name is Rueda. I am the Baron of the Great Demon Realm. Hearing this, Demi felt the situation was serious. A Baron means at least a high-level expert. Seeing Jamie silent, Rueda spoke harshly. Don't be too scared. Just accept it. Then he stepped away from the giant red egg. If I have come this far, I will not turn back. Seeing Rueda very pleased, Demi summoned a full shield. Preparing to fight this demon, Ra said, you really are kind, explaining all this to me. The purple light emitted from Jamie's wrist made him feel better. Good, that's better. Seeing Jamie's toy was pretty okay. Rueda shamelessly demanded, what do you have there? Not bad. If you give me that, I will grant you peace and death. Hearing Rueda's unreasonable demand, Jamie provoked, do you think I'm an idiot or what? Seeing his request refused, Rueda went mad, intensifying the killing aura around him. Then there's no other way. Then, Rueda went berserk, causing the murderous aura around him to intensify. Then there's no other way. After that, Rueda was surrounded by a red power aura, with a stance like a bull about to break loose, roaring, let's see how much you can take. Seeing Rueda about to attack, May jumped into the air and created Levia magic from purple glowing points forming flowers. The flower patterns looked like clocks. From afar, Caleb stood on a tree stump, observing everything with a smirk of mockery. How unfortunate. Why is Caleb looking at his red power mixed with black spots, sneering at the weakest among the 5 noble ranks? A baron with cold, indifferent eyes, Sable continued speaking. To humans, it must feel like a natural disaster from the heavens. Bowing down at the baron's mansion, the guards were rushing to prepare for battle. Hurry up, my lady. Please be merciful and grant us more courage. At the tree root, Exebo jumped down to the ground, happily observing everything continue. But even so, one should leave something behind to guard the house. In the forest, a person was holding a girl in his arms, running while mumbling despairingly, damn it, damn it. He silently called himself helplessly in his heart. Master, Jans turned his head to look at the great battle that had formed a pillar behind. Running while struggling, he asked anxiously in his heart, are you really sure about this? He was still lost in his own thoughts, but the fact that he was still alive was proof that he was still living. Suddenly, the person in Jan's arms stirred, letting out a grunt as if showing he had awakened. Vina slowly opened her eyes, waking up groggily and asking, what is it? Seeing this, Jans looked down at her as she ran like the wind and asked, are you awake? Master told me to carry you away. Because a demon has awakened, he explained to her, and she stiffened upon hearing that. Full of panic, she shouted, wait, let me down. Her hands trembled as she leaned against a nearby dry tree. She turned her head to look at the large energy pillar behind and asked, so, is the master there? Jan, standing behind, also looked toward the battle and confirmed, yes, surely he is fighting that monster now. Hearing that, Vina also confirmed, then I will before she could finish. Jans awkwardly interrupted her. If you go now, you'll only slow him down, he confirmed, and Vina knew that but refused to accept it and argued back. But her face darkened, wrinkled with pain, yet she still tried to show her courage. She confirmed, even if I have to die, if I can buy him some time. Jans spoke again to stop her and gave his assessment. No, not like this. But before he could continue, a beam of light appeared below, making him look down in confusion and exclaim. Immediately after, a force pulled him down to the ground. Vina heard the noise and turned around in confusion at the scene. She turned and called out, what is that? But behind her, a force quickly rushed in carrying fire. With a loud noise sweeping past, she recalled the moment when the summoning of the undead had stopped. Coincidentally, at that moment there was an explosion. Then she denied it. No, it can't be. Impossible. She remembered the voices of people gossiping about her. When will that idiot leave? And recalled their mocking, provocative looks. Hala. Creatures like you must be trampled so you never raise your head, and Jamie's provocative gaze and question, "Are you really that scared?" he urged and encouraged her. "Fight back. How long will you endure like this?" Vena's body suddenly lost control, energy radiating out. She blinked fearfully, her face darkened, panicked, and stammered, "Master." Then a voice rang out with a very interesting comment, accompanied by a hammer vibrating on the ground. Vanna looked at it in bewilderment, focusing on it. Then the voice explained about the hammer. It belonged to a young Valkyrie, a Valkyrie with pure and strong bloodline. The hammer before her suddenly emitted light. Then it began to crack open, releasing bursts of destructive light inside. The voice continued endlessly, assessing, "Though you are not yet mature, today I will allow you to use me." The hammer spoke, reminding her to remember this feeling. Then the hammer flashed and flew up, introducing itself to Vena. "My name is Filion." It introduced itself and added its position as a hammer, created by a legendary blacksmith, made for your queen to wield. She stood looking at it in amazement. Then Philly urged her, "Do your best," as a fierce battle raged under the dark night sky. Jamie thought to himself, "I don't even have enough energy to fly anymore," as he fell freely down and just sank into helpless thoughts that he had lost too much blood. Then he made a wish. Wishing the seed could give him a bit more energy, that would be good. Then Jamie raised his hand into the air, made a judgment in his mind, or if he could summon darkness, then made an additional hypothesis, and extend his time a little by casting some advanced spell, his face pale, full of helplessness and lifelessness. Yet with a vacant gaze, he judged it wouldn't end like this. Suddenly a clawed hand caught him, making him blurt out thoughts like this. Jamie was surprised, lying flat on that palm, his face wrinkled with suspicion. A voice sounded, commenting that he was really pathetic. Seeing that, he quickly sat up on the werewolf's hand and stammered, "Tete Baranseo, you made it here." He looked down at him and stated his own judgment, "I know the way around the place I've been for 600 years. Next, Tabaran reached out his other hand to him and gently stroked, giving an assessment. Who would think that he wouldn't run away, but instead fight that demon alone, while he clung to his hand full of resentment. Gritting his teeth, his face turning dark with frustration, speechless, Tabaron added his judgment. "Just as I thought, you truly have a noble heart worthy of being chosen by the goddess." Jamie, just lifted by him, gloomily denied, "No, it's not like that." He lifted Jamie's cloak and laid him down. Jamie gradually descended to the ground in his gloom, then a dark voice echoed. Now Teberon sensed that monster rushing toward him, his face darkened. It charged with sharp claws intending to attack, not forgetting to sneer mockingly, "Let me have my meal quickly." It turned to face the monster, frowning fiercely, dodging the strike but failed. On Teberon's shoulder, it scratched 4 large marks with sharp claws. The monster laughed, "Ha ha." Showing sharp teeth, it intended to cut off your hand. Then it commented to Teberon, "For a surface world creature, you're quite strong." Teberon looked at the bleeding wound on his hand, frowned and judged. "Yes." Then he interrupted and said the next part. And right after finishing that sentence, Teberon punched him hard in the stomach, warning him with his fist, and quite fast too. The monster was punched to the ground, screaming in pain. Teberon's gentle voice still echoed, and he interrupted, then added, "I'm not alone anymore." Suddenly, a dazzling light shot down from above, Teberon shouted. Vena rushed down and struck the monster with a hammer. Then the monster was knocked to the ground. Impressed by Vena and Teberon, she hovered in the air, turned her head, closed her eyes, and laughed. "Master, I'm here." Jamie below looked at her in surprise and stammered, "Your hair, your—" Vena saw him ask, made a peace sign with her hand, smiled brightly, full of excitement, and asked back, "Looking cool, right?" Seeing her still energetic like that, he stammered and replied, "It's not about that." Teberon saw they still didn't realize the situation and were still joking, so he reminded, "You guys stop chatting and help out." He ran over to check the monster that was beaten into a big hole, glanced at the two and reminded, "It's not over yet." Before he finished speaking, the monster in the hole saw Teberon approaching, immediately fired an attack, jumped up smiling, affirming, "Not done yet." Teberon was hit, in pain, fell backward and cried out, "Ah!" Somewhere could clearly see eerie aura. Surrounding the mountains, a report voice sounded, "My lord, because of this talent, we can't advance any further." Someone spoke, giving their judgment. "Why don't we wait for the church's people from Pizzo to arrive and then go to receive their blessing?" He frowned, unable to say more. His face pale, full of worry, then looked at the dark aura, tightly grasped the horse's reins, looked around, and assessed. Now among the 5, only fear remains. He recalled the image of Cyrus Bell Welton crying in painful despair, and judged, but if we waste more time here, suddenly a gust of wind brought a letter to the group. He reached out his hand to catch it, saying this way, "Kana was being chased by a dark aura, truly disgusting." While running, Kana thought, "No matter what, I have already summoned that demon, so the job is done. Hopefully the master won't punish me anymore." Suddenly, a slash swept across her, instantly knocking her out. On this side of the battle, Vina had already fallen before the demon above. The demon laughed triumphantly. Honestly, I was very surprised. Who would have thought I could have such a fierce battle now? Demi cast Wrath Extermination, shattering the demon's lower body. What was the name of this spell? I sensed a destructive power within it. Extermination Path, a type of dark magic that can release all absorbed energy by Leviathan at once. He fired a giant black energy pillar to destroy the monster, which possessed tremendous destructive power. Demi felt a bit regretful that the attack didn't take down the damn demon, which was the last chance Vena and the bear had to seize. But the demon looked at its broken hand, raised it, and laughed gleefully. I should have died, but I didn't. If you hit my head next. Then he raised his hand high, his body restored, creating a large sphere as he looked at him. If you have any last words, say them now. Hearing this, he lowered his head arrogantly. Kill me then. Last words, my ass. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, a slash like a storm flew in, cutting the energy sphere and the monster in half. A man parted the way with his sword, appearing before Jamie. His gaze was terrifying, his whole body accompanied by strong winds. On the other side, the Marquis had received a letter sent by the wind and was reading it in the snow-covered church. In the dark night, a calm voice echoed, "Indeed, I had some premonition." He looked at the person holding the sword, standing at the entrance, giving his assessment. "I didn't expect a visitor to really come." Bobo smiled calmly, carrying the sword on his shoulder, sighing, "Oh heavens." Then he mockingly questioned, "That apostle has already left?" The Archbishop Dewey clasped his hands and bowed his head, softly reminding Bobo, "If you still respect the goddess," he said, "seeing you off, hoping you will leave." Seeing his unwelcoming attitude, he glanced at Archbishop Dai and mockingly asked back, "So you mean if I don't worship that goddess, I don't have to leave, right?" His eyes sharp, sword still on his shoulder. Seeing Bobo's mocking actions and words, he raised his head, hands still clasped before his chest, face full of determination, light from the altar shining behind him. The Archbishop's eyes narrowed as he confirmed, "If that's the case, I will have to intervene." Hearing this, Sable looked suspicious. Ma asked again, "Do you think you can do it? Can you resist Janice's sword?" Hearing this, Archbishop Dewey was a bit startled and lost his composure. His eyes widened in surprise, hands still clasped before his chest. Then he raised the sword into the air, the blade glowing, and spoke ominously. "Pray for eternal rest," Sable shouted affirmatively. "I will always stand by this sword." He pointed to his chest, face full of pride and arrogance, raised the holy sword high, imagining the symbol of the holy sword. He concluded that today, that goddess would suffer a heavy blow and be erased. At the edge of some forest, a group of soldiers and priests were moving hurriedly. Ricky stood outside, eyes wide, hearing noises coming from the altar at the main gate. He frowned worriedly, then with wide, fearful eyes, he turned around. Looking toward that door, he shouted loudly, "Archbishop!" Elsewhere in the forest, the wind and branches still creaked. In the dark night, a man thrust his sword into the ground. After the strike, a large crack appeared in the earth. He stood there hesitating, assessing in his heart that he couldn't see clearly. Then he recalled a moment when a wind brushed past the beasts. Jamie concluded suspiciously, using such a large sword yet slashing so quickly, along with such terrifying power. After witnessing what happened before, Jamie's eyes widened in doubt, shouting in his heart, "Is that the power of the wind?" Suddenly, the man turned to look at him cautiously and asked, "Why are you here?" Jamie smiled awkwardly, rubbing his head, and gave his reason. "I was curious, but the AI also told me not to come here. Then you tried to defend yourself more. I didn't expect to encounter this." Before I could finish, he fell silent when he saw the completely unbelieving expression on the other's face darken. Bailey glanced at him calmly and confirmed, "I saw everything." Hearing this, Jamie's face turned pale, but he still tried to defend himself. A demon. After that, he was speechless, startled, and bowed his head, unable to explain anymore. Seeing his reaction, Bailey also turned away and stopped questioning him, then joked, "Just kidding," but afterward added more. "Well, AI always has secrets it doesn't want others to know." Seeing Bailey seem to know something, Jamie pressed his lips in annoyance. His face darkened as he bowed his head, lost in thought with suspicion in his heart. How much did he really know? Then he approached the boy and called out, "Lord Onyx, why are you here? I heard you had arrived, but he was cut off." The person, hands on hips, stepped closer, looking toward Teberon and replied, "Jamie, since you are the suitable one, I have taken on a mission." Seeing this, he was also curious and confirmed with suspicion in his heart. Or rather, a mission. Why did Teberon suddenly lift his head and look at Bailey? He asked, "Who are you?" Then he gave his assessment. "You look very strong." The other two standing before him saw Teberon ask, and he did not hide but answered openly, "I am Barry Onyx." Teberon looked at him seriously. Billy confirmed further to him, "I am the one who always pursues the secrets of this world." Then he revealed his purpose. "I have come to retrieve an item entrusted here. At this place by Isis's request, it is some kind of magic circle left here." Hearing Bailey speak, Teberon also understood what it was and confirmed, "That is the boundary." Hearing this, He did not avoid, but calmly went straight to the main point. I hope you can open the gate of Grimia. Hearing them speak, beside them, Jamie understood nothing, full of dark questions, looking at them with many doubts in his heart. What is the secret of the world's boundary, Jeremy? Hearing Bailey say that, Teberan glanced elsewhere and refused. Sorry, but I cannot open that gate for you. Also, I am no longer the master of Jeremy. Then Teberan turned and asked him, Aren't you the young one? Hearing himself mentioned, Jamie was stunned and surprised, confirming, Are you talking about that ruin? They quickly approached the entrance. With a large beam of energy, they went down the basement. Bailey glanced at him. On his shoulder, Vakvena had fainted and scolded secretly. Dealing with demons is one thing, but I didn't expect you to be involved with Jeremy, too. Beside Jamie, walking along, he forced a smile hidden under his cloak, haha, then looked away to avoid the accusing gaze. Then they arrived. Teberan interlaced his fingers and affirmed, All right, let's begin. He extended his hand toward him and commanded, Kid, hand over ownership to me. All eyes turned to Jamie. He was startled and looked up at Teberan confusedly, shouting, What? Why should I? Before he could finish, he noticed Bailey's threatening stare fixed on him. Beside him, seeing this, he reluctantly agreed, shouting in frustration, Damn it. Immediately after, he quickly clasped his fist over Teberan's hand and sighed gloomily. Then a spark of electricity flashed at the point where their hands touched, and Teberan's commanding voice echoed, Open it now. Around them appeared eerie air currents and secret demonic passages. Bailey remained calm as he accepted it. Meanwhile, he was sweating nervously. Then a flash of electricity passed before his eyes, and what appeared after opening it made Jamie stare wide-eyed and bewildered. He stood in a void with water beneath him, endless and undefined. Around his feet, ripples of water spread outward with him at the center. Jamie was puzzled and wondered to himself, Where is this? Suddenly an undefined voice echoed in the space, Welcome, Master of Dark Magic. He looked at a middle-aged man, smiling kindly at him, appearing inside the space like an illusion. Seeing him, Jamie couldn't help but ask, Are you the consciousness that stopped me from taking that system? Then he turned his head, glanced around, and gave his own assessment. I knew you weren't just a simple wall guard of this place. Then Jamie spoke up to ask about his suspicion. You're probably also the creator of Raw Jeremy, right? Hearing his reasoning, the old man's voice echoed in response. That's right, I am the Nightmare. He stood in the indefinite space with calm water below, speaking. Adding to his introduction, I was once a genius artificer and a very rare level 9 professor among humans when I was alive. Hearing his proud introduction, Jamie couldn't help but stiffen and then forced a laugh. Mocking the Nightmare, he couldn't believe you would boast about yourself like that. Then he added his question, If that's the case, you must be some kind of boundary, right? Seeing how smart he was, the old man smiled kindly and confirmed, Yes, I am very close to Isis. Then he negated it, but I am not that boundary. Immediately after, the old man waved his hand, and a large sword was quickly summoned beside him. He explained to Jamie that he was only guarding this thunder dragon sword by someone's order. Then he turned to him, squinting, and explained further. But this Remia was created not only to guard that thing, but it was created for someone I have always been waiting for. Hearing this, Jamie looked at him suspiciously and asked again, Someone? You mean him? Jamie interrupted. Then the Nightmare didn't let him react and stated that dark magic possessed great power, capable of killing gods. He added, I am waiting for someone who can summon that dark magic. As if remembering something, Jamie's hand twitched and he shouted, How do you know about things like ancient language, and those things that should have been forgotten? His eyes deepened, frowning suspiciously inside. Even Can, that person, didn't know about that god-destroying power. Jamie gloomily threatened him. If you can't give me a convincing answer, I will kill you. Hearing that, the Nightmare still calmly smiled and said, An entity that exists in this world will always leave some traces. Ancient language is what I learned while tracing those traces. After hearing the information, Jamie was stunned and asked again, You mean there are still traces of Diablo von Bear or SAO, right? Hearing that, the Nightmare seemed to understand, bowed his head and said, That is the name of that person, he said regretfully. Although I searched my whole life, I still couldn't find him, but it seems the one who inherited that dark magic is you. Then he reached out his hand toward him. The palm began to show something and confirmed, So surely giving that thing to you is no problem. Jamie beside him looked confused. Then a smoke surrounded his body. Jamie looked at it in shock and shouted in caution, Then he recognized it and shouted inside. The source of power is huge. The seed has been fully filled. In his hand was a sphere. Inside contained something with glowing cracks. He calmly explained, Remia is an artifact that can exist in many different forms. And the Nightmare added, It is an item with infinite potential. Its form and function can be decided by the user's will. He pushed his hand toward him, and his body gradually vanished. His voice kept echoing. It is something that the person who was powerless before the truth used everything to create. His voice was full of emotion, used for that day. That sphere was handed to him, and Jamie also received that great energy with confusion. The Nightmare's words still echoed. Now I will transfer all ownership of it to you. Then he clenched both his hands, absorbing that energy, and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't think I could have all the artifacts. It's unbelievable." His energy was so abundant it radiated outside his body. Jamie looked at his hands and shouted, "It's equivalent to the 3 great divine weapons I created already." Then he denied it again. "No, it's even stronger." Outside the shrine, rain poured down in the gloomy night. A cloaked person tried to run quickly toward the shrine. "Just arriving," Ricky shouted. 7 archbishops, his eyes full of fear, shock, and panic. In front of him was Archbishop G lying motionless on the ground with many slash wounds, slumped against the wall. Bowing, blood still flowing, Ricky regained his composure, trembling as he reached out to touch him with a look full of panic. Meanwhile, Archbishop G raised his head, blood still flowing from his mouth, gasping and calling out to him faintly, Rass's voice trembling. He decided to heal the Lord immediately. Saying and doing, Ricky quickly cast a healing spell, but the wound was blocked. A lightning strike triggered a barrier preventing healing. Archbishop Dewey, seeing this, trembled and confirmed with him. It was useless, and Ricky was shocked and lost his composure, shouting inwardly that another divine power was blocking the healing. His face was blurry, gasping, confirming to him that he was fine. So, Archbishop Dewey's breath was interrupted. He urged Ricky to go protect the apostles and the saintess immediately. Hearing that, from the dark basement of the cathedral, there was a noise. Ricky again confirmed with him. This was caused by the Janus Church, but Archbishop Dewey only urged him silently, acknowledging, "Hurry up, you must go immediately." Ricky's tears fell in despair as he cried and shouted, "How can I leave you here?" Seeing him so stubborn, Archbishop G quickly brought his trembling hands toward him, comforting him that he understood his feelings. Ricky still couldn't let go and stubbornly spoke, but before he could finish, Archbishop G's hand stroked his hair and urged him to go. He gritted his teeth. Tears and snot of unwillingness kept flowing, his eyes clearly showing helplessness. The hand on his head stopped moving. Ricky sobbed, choked up, gasping, shouting that he would definitely avenge him, seeing him like that. Archbishop Dewey still tried to smile and comfort him not to seek revenge. He urged him to protect the other side. Other pastors were being fiercely attacked. Fleeing wildly from slashes, Archbishop J's urging voice rang out, but he interrupted him. Then the hand on Ricky's head fell weakly with the last words, "Go." And Ricky's eyes, tears still falling, suddenly froze. The sky began to rain. A voice softly sounded, "Are you really okay?" Jamie's face now looked no different than those who sold themselves to capitalists. "I seem a bit sick, but not too bad. Have you found what you came here for yet?" Bailey picked up his weapon and said, "I'm done here." Bear Chen came in asking what happened to Grimia, then put his hand on his face, looking thoughtful, saying, "I don't know if you know, but you were 1 step slower than us." Then Bear's face turned serious, and now the connection between me and Grimia has completely broken. "So what the hell happened in there?" you asked. "I met Acmeon's consciousness and got Grimia. He showed everyone a glowing blue orb that surprised them. Look at this." "What did you say?" Suddenly, a huge black-purple entity appeared in the sky, making everyone there look up. "This is Onyx." He looked up smiling. "An artifact even greater than Graham," Bear curiously asked. "Did he give this to you?" He clenched his hand, frowning. "That's his intention. As soon as the Thunder Dragon sword escaped, he gave me full control." Bear turned his head in disbelief. "Giving you full control?" Demi could only show a reluctant yes. Then he said, "Watch this," and placed his hand on Bear's nose. A faint blue light appeared. Bear was surprised and quietly asked if it was a healing spell. "You can only explain clearly, no, it's a similar kind of magic." "I think it's thanks to Grimia. It started raining heavily," Onyx reminded to go home, James Welton. He turned and left. "Shao's must be worried about you." You panicked and turned around. "Damn, I totally forgot about Mom." Suddenly, Jamie's whole body sensed something and was startled. Ricky Onyx looked confused and turned. "What's wrong?" You turned pale and stammered. "Anything wrong?" "The apostles of the goddess are in danger," he calmly asked again. "The apostles of the goddess? You mean your friends, right?" Jimmy angrily shouted that this was not the time to talk. Quickly find him. Grabbing his collar, he was lifted high. Onyx frowned, placed him on his shoulder, asking which direction, east or southeast. Still stunned, he was lifted up with a bounce. A strong bounce sent both far away. Bear looked at them disappointed, not even saying a proper goodbye. Brother Bear turned around to leave, and then discovered Vina lying unconscious behind. I have to go home immediately." Meanwhile, in another place, a worried voice rang out. "What did you say?" A dark-haired person galloped over. "It seems the source of the demon's power has disappeared, right?" The Marquis on horseback exhaled lightly. "So, well done, very fast." In the distance, a group of cavalry rushed over in panic. The Marquis shouted loudly in panic. "A group of demons suddenly appeared in my territory. They are frantically attacking everyone." He turned pale. "What?" The knight spoke while recalling the image he had just seen. Fortunately, the knights left in the rear had already stopped them, but someone reported that some demons disguised themselves as civilians and soldiers. He bowed his head, troubled. It seems I have underestimated the demons too much. Not only that, the messenger was extremely fearful and added that the archbishop had been assassinated. Hearing this, the Marquis and his companions were shocked. What did you say? He hesitated, recalling and gradually lowering his voice. According to witness testimony, Lord X was present when it happened. Lord X held his sword firmly, smiling. You cannot stop me, Ross. Ross was panting heavily. I didn't expect them to be this strong. The two behind him trembled and worriedly asked, Brother, are you okay, Ross? I'm fine, don't worry. Ross clenched the staff tightly in his hand, angry. How long have you planned this? Sabul tilted his head and smiled sincerely, slowly stepping forward. I didn't think we'd get this chance. His face frowned from above, then smiled as he lunged forward with his sword. I won't kill the goddess's apostle like that. He opened his eyes wide, dodging a strike from the right. What? His gaze glanced at his left shoulder, where a large wound was bleeding. The two behind held him tightly in fear. Brother Ross! He shouted. Warning, don't come here. His eyes darted anxiously again. I'm sure I avoided it, but I got cut again. Sabul smiled faintly, looking at him. You cannot stop me. Ross, distressed, held the blood on his arm, probing. You're a swordsman. He smiled with interest. Just realized it, huh? Quickly, he explained to him more clearly the ability of the spear, which is counterattack. If I attack you, you will definitely get hurt, he easily explained, with a small drawing. Ross hugged his wound, shivering cold. I can slow down. Personally, I'm attacking you but still have this effect. You got attacked. The man behind paled and stepped back. How is that possible? He could only grit his teeth and endure, unable to believe there was such an unnatural ability. Sabola took advantage, gripping his sword tightly, smiling. There are many monsters in this world, though it's a bit unlucky for you. His gaze swept past him, satisfied. Ras still hadn't realized it, and glanced with contempt. Because I consider myself one of the high-level monsters. He bowed in pain, his body covered with large and small wounds. The man rushed over, shouting in horror, Brother Ross, Ross! At this moment, his mind went blank. Sabul licked his lips with delight. A flash of lightning lit up the air ahead. The man's light illuminated the whole valley, lighting up the boy's drenched face. A huge explosion erupted everywhere, scattering rocks and dirt. Sabul looked surprised, stomping on the stone with delight. Oh, I didn't expect Janice's sword could push me back. He raised his head, surprised. What kind of divine power is this? In the vast night sky, a small figure with a golden electric staff dashed down. Marquis Rush shouted angrily, Go ask. Your God! Around his feet, columns of light exploded from the ground, rising continuously. His body staggered back a bit. My father hates being greeted. Sabul's face was grim as he swung his sword forward. Instead of wasting time asking him, I'd rather swing the sword myself. Two swords clashed with a deafening sound. He dominated in strength, continuously pushing Ras backward. I'm sure I told you, you can't stop me. His move activated once again. Ras's mouth bled slightly as he smiled faintly. Yes, I can't stop you. But right outside the battle, Sabul's mouth also bled immediately in pain. Ricky's gaze changed, his whole body glowing. Just 1 second later, he completely collapsed to the ground, struggling to push himself up. Ras seemed happy with Ricky and the light between his two hands. In front of the power of the Holy Spirit, you are just a small human. The weakness of counterattack is that if you cannot create a level of damage that the opponent cannot withstand, the damage will be reflected back to the user. Sebul's cold sneer from underground startled him. With a bloodied, satisfied face, he looked up, realizing this at such a moment. You've really improved a lot, haven't you? He stood up with difficulty, teasing, truly a powerful divine force. Not only did you completely heal the dying Ross here, but you also avoided my power. Ross angrily drew his sword, wanting to strike him down. Shut up and accept judgment. A flash of light appeared in the air. Zabo immediately blocked it despite his trembling strength. But as long as it's not the goddess herself, the sword's blade is increasingly cracked. You all are. Weak humans, Zybo's face full of strength. The sword in his hand shattered into two. Rash frowned in discomfort facing this situation. Ricky's vision blurred and trembled. Then Seattle's figure completely disappeared without leaving a trace. At this moment, he realized and jumped high. He looked down from above and shouted a warning. You can't stop me, little sister, the boy worriedly shouted. No, brother. DM immediately reacted and cast the spell Instant Spin Heals, lining right before Ricky's eyes. It was a powerful violet strike descending on Sable Jamie's body. Jamie shouted, warning Ricky to act now. Ricky saw him paralyzed and panicked. Before he could react, a strong blow hit his stomach, shaking off fear. His hands in the air kept trembling. His face turned pale, breathing heavily and exhausted. A pair of running shoes rushed to tear through the rainy path. Ricky, Diem, and Ross dashed like arrows, shouting loudly. Ricky, are you okay? He looked at everyone facing the rubble. Jamie, Ross. Now Jimmy, panicked and terrified, asked what happened. I came because I saw you in danger, yet... Ross angrily gritted his teeth. Sable is that bastard who started all this. He was the informant for Zenith Church. Onyx beside him wondered, not understanding that Sable was the Marquis's butler, while the boy glanced fearfully. You mean that guy just now was the butler? Why, Jimmy? He continued speaking. He even used magic, yet I still wasn't sure. Onyx beside him was surprised. What is that path? My instincts tell me don't tell me it was so fast his left arm was severed. Blood splattered everywhere. Zabo stepped out from the smoke, laughing. Oh my god, I aimed for the kid's neck. You saw it? Yeah, a true swordsman indeed. Ricky was scared and confused. How did Rush turn around shouting loudly? You bastard. Sable smiled, pointing his sword at them, warning of inverted karma. That's not the only skill I can use. Then he glanced at his shriveled arm. Of course, what I just used comes at a great cost. The black sword was firmly planted in the ground. Everyone stepped back. Onyx bit his lip, holding the sword tightly despite bleeding. Let me fight him. Sable stood watching, judging him a boring guy. He lost an arm but showed no emotion. His arm faintly glowed blue. Zabo smirked mockingly. You don't think I'll play fair with you, do you? Onyx pushed him aside, gripping his sword as a green wind enveloped his body. It doesn't matter because I'll tear you apart with the wind anyway. Suddenly, thunder and lightning ripped the sky apart. Jamie observed from above. Behind were Rass's people. He looked down worriedly. Bailey, if not for him, I'd be dead already. Rush approached from behind, asking if he would be okay. I don't know either. We'll have to wait and see. You can only remind us that we can't recklessly intervene between two swordsmen. Both sides seemed evenly matched, but the refined sword strikes rang out rapidly. Then a huge explosion of two colors destroyed everything around. Ross looked down. You have a headache from inverted karma? What kind of cheating skill is that? He and the boy still watched, sweat dripping from their faces, grimacing. It seemed Lord Bailey had sensed that move slightly, but still wouldn't be easily defeated, seeing his confident demeanor. Both worried endlessly. If this move is used for both offense and defense, its potential is limitless. Jimmy frowned, pondering, just as I thought, I can't just sit still. You could understand his thoughts now. Just because we're all swordsmen. Sable coldly looked at Onyx with contempt. Do you really think you deserve to be my opponent? He struggled to resist the blows on his body as more and more wounds appeared, but unfortunately, he rushed forward and delivered a decisive strike. Compared to you, I have lived many more years in this world. His whole body gradually sank into a sea of blood. My face looks much younger than my age. You see, Rush shouted loudly, worried about Lord Bailey, and the people behind also shouted, Lord Bailey! Sabul looked up and smiled happily. Now it's your turn. His legs quickly gathered strength, and he launched himself forward. Jamie panicked and stepped back. He was coming here. Ricky immediately used magic to block him. Caleb rushed to the shield in front of him with a strong strike, quickly excitedly reminded the goddess's shield, looking at the people inside and recalled, Have you forgotten that you are not the only one blessed by the gods? Then immediately used blue lightning and looked down. Before the power of the Great Father, this shield is nothing. Jamie immediately activated the magic circle in his hand. Holy is the wavy glowing sword. His whole body was surrounded by a layer of aura. Seabold smiled happily, hoping everything would follow. The sword tip immediately bent down. A big explosion ball appeared. The Great Father's will. He looked down excitedly. Ricky tensed his body to cast magic. The shield was gradually cracking. Ra was not a little. Sibal focused his strength on the sword tip, delivering a fatal blow. Resistance was useless. The little disciple Ras shouted loudly, reminding Ricky suddenly at this moment. A sharp sword thrust strongly, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The rain poured heavily without stopping. His tired hand flipped up. Onyx lay silently on the ground. I am very sorry, Shia. At least both his eyes and weak voice looked up to the sky. My son. Suddenly, a voice appeared reminding, Sir, you are not daydreaming about someone else's mother. He forced himself to sit up, sensing this was a faint voice continuing to ring. Just understand this as a kind of healing magic. The people above still struggled to resist. I will keep this secret for you. So survive and try your best to protect everyone. It looked at Jamie's image under Sable's overwhelming strike in panic. If this continues, we will all die. The sword struck from behind him. Onyx rushed forward, making him unable to block. How is that possible? He laughed happily, looking at that face. I don't know either, then turned and slid down. Ask that kid over there. Sabol's eyes widened in surprise. What? At this moment, facing only a purple orb, he rushed forward. Now, Rimia, behind, also simultaneously activated a similar orb to support him with a powerful strike. Pushed towards the opposite side, this purple light erased all obstacles ahead. Sabol used his hand to shield and gritted his teeth. These tricks won't work. His mind kept panicking. What is this power? Jemmy looked at him, struggling to block, and shouted, Don't underestimate me. I have used this power precisely to destroy you. He bent his body, struggling to resist. Damn it, my divine power is gradually dispersing very fast. The air was dusty. The image of the purple orb grew larger, then blurred. The fog dissipated. Sunlight from above shone down the golden road. Onyx lay unconscious on the ground. Ricky drowsily sat up. What just happened? Rush hugged someone else, asking where Jamie was. Caleb was not completely dead yet. He smiled lightly. I am really very glad. standing on your body, he continued, saying he could kill you here. Rush and Ricky shouted loudly, rushing forward. Jamie gritted his teeth helplessly without moving. Damn it, I can't move my body anymore. Soul, with cold, sharp eyes, stabbed the knife down. Farewell. Suddenly waking up, he opened his eyes in horror. Facing him was a blonde woman and a little girl who anxiously called James's name. He staggered, sitting up, and was immediately hugged tightly by his mother. If you keep running around like this, Mother will kill you to show you. The little sister over there also said to kill Sarah too. He looked away with a troubled expression. I'm sorry, what happened then? That thing, recalling himself earlier, had blocked Caleb's knife with a shield emitted from the ring on her wrist. In his head a voice dreamily rang, take it. Someday when needed, this item will be very crucial to you. Jamie glanced, recalling it was from that old man who gave it to him. She and his little sister helplessly looked at him, curled up under the blanket, just like father. Just like father, really don't know what that thing can do. He stuck his head out shyly, asking Mother, Mother, have you seen my necklace? The ring was quickly taken out in front of him. This one, he observed, and found the blue light had disappeared. She looked at the thing in her hand and continued. This really is a gift from me to you, Jamie carefully inquired. I heard that before I was born, my grandmother had already passed away, but she had the ability to see the future in the southern region of Bryan, in a desert more than 10,000 kilometers from Afton. A shadow flew far away, angrily cursing. What the hell is that light? I got blasted all the way from the north to the south. A voice rang out, along with a green shield blocking that woman. Please don't hurt my grandson anymore, said Bo, confused at this moment. A voice and a hand reached out, pushing him far away. Sir, please go somewhere farther away. He shouted angrily with great force. Who are you? How dare you reach out your hand? Only a fleeting shadow of a person was seen. No matter how strong you are, you cannot resist this. The price for this has already been paid. He flew away in panic. This is that guy's territory. I have to run immediately, before a voice called out by Blazer. Nice to meet you, said Bo, standing before the astonished crowd. He hesitated. For you, Blazer. He looked down from above, not very pleased. I don't understand why a busy person like you came here. Very quickly, a flame blazed up. If you answer honestly facing a tall pillar of fire, Blazer will consider letting you die quickly and gently. He gritted his teeth in anger. You damn monster. At this moment, the branches rustled along with soft voices. Everything felt like a dream. At the funeral, High Priest Saphira and everyone were deeply sorrowful. Bowing, he always treated everyone kindly. Always very kind and generous. A great star has fallen. The words continued to echo over the one lying still in the flower carpet. Whoever caused this will not be forgiven. Demi lowered his eyes to High Priest Saphira, a wrong thought forming in his mind. Can I turn him into a zombie? Then he pursed his lips. No matter what, my current self. After thinking, he stepped outside with the others. There were many back then, but as he passed by, Ricky called out, Demi, Jamie Pizzo wants to see you before the doors open. Ricky reminded him not to create even the slightest light inside. That's the rule here. Both stepped into the room. All right, let's go in. Jamie still wondered. Hey, what happened with Sable? I thought that ended well. As he descended the stairs, Ricky explained, Don't you remember? Along with the light from his necklace, he disappeared. Is that a relic? Yes. Jimmy followed too, he replied. I'm not sure either, only that it was created by someone with the ability to foresee my future. All right, we've arrived. The original sanctuary now had a beautiful stone statue appearing amid an artificial stream. Jimmy, looking disappointed, asked, She won't just appear briefly and disappear like last time, right? Ricky helplessly put a finger to his lips, signaling to be quiet, then answered, She's telling you not to be disrespectful anymore. She's coming now. Talk to her, Jamie. Jamie also waded into the water. Before them stood the goddess Pizzo, who said, Allow me to begin with a word of thanks. Demi was surprised, standing still in the water, looking up at Goddess Pizzo, raising one hand and frowning as he said, Thanks to you, I was able to give Zenith a Buddha. Please reduce your power a bit, Jimmy, he quickly replied. You want me to be so strong yet die here? Hearing this, the goddess seemed to realize something, then shyly responded as if not responding. I think I was a bit careless. I forgot how fragile humans are. Jamie's face darkened, but she continued, But you should be proud. After all, you are a human accepted by a deity. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in anger. What a damn disgusting thing. At the Genius Church headquarters, an angry shout rang out. Are you kidding me? A furious man slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Not only has the plan failed 7 times, but Lord Korean has also disappeared. I even gave him the sacred sword is sealed in the church's vault. The young man opposite looked so scared, his face turned pale as he replied, We haven't found any news. We searched every corner of Aston, but except for Kana's corpse, we found no other traces. The man was both angry and worried, thinking, This is really bad. The battlefield at Loa Tuyin shows that if we start a holy war, without Lord Green, we will definitely suffer a great defeat, a divine artifact capable of calculating the outcome of a war by running simulations. Later he sighed and said, It seems the political pressure from signing a contract with the demons will only increase. The person opposite quickly replied, "Yes, I know about that matter." His hands still clenched tightly, calculating inside. "We should have started the war immediately to make the situation favorable to our side, but now we have no other choice. But to wait for him to return, his eyes turned terrifying, searching for Lord Green, and bring him back at all costs." A man sitting solemnly above gave a commanding order that made the young man below hurriedly kneel down and obey. At this moment, a church appeared above the sky. The sun was still setting. The shimmering sunlight fell to the mortal world. A group of people stood below, looking very sad. It was hard to believe they had accidentally received news about Diablo. Boundless in the mountains, Jamie looked up and replied, "Yes, but I couldn't let anyone know anything either, because I also just happened to find out the goddess." Pizzo continued, "Do you think I would believe that nonsense called coincidence?" Jamie didn't hesitate to answer, "Yes, the goddess also felt helpless. Well, forget it now. It doesn't matter." Now Demi spoke up this time. "Let me ask you a question. I know that your spiritual master Diablo is your great enemy, right? So, do the gods know about his resurrection?" He thought, then asked again, "What happened to him?" The goddess Pizzo put her hand on her cheek and replied with difficulty, "I don't know. He must have been sealed again in the land of eternal primordial darkness. Even gods can't do anything there." Jamie hesitated a bit and asked, "Can't he escape?" The goddess Pizzo immediately confirmed, "No way. There's no way we could seal him in a place where he has even the slightest chance of escape." These words made him thoughtful, so in his heart he thought differently. So it's certain now. He covered his mouth with his hand to hide the smirk forming, thinking they don't know. Now that he's dead but resurrected suddenly, the goddess Pizzo noticed something and spoke, "That bracelet. It's been a long time since I last saw it. Who would have thought it could reappear in this world? It really caused us a lot of trouble." Jamie, still standing opposite the goddess, replied, "I'm searching for the other two remaining items, the unbreakable, omnipotent one who can kill gods." The goddess Pizzo turned her face away and said, "Do whatever you want. I will turn a blind eye and ignore this matter." Jamie curiously asked again, "So you've been sidelined, huh?" The goddess Pizzo replied, "I will answer you, because you don't seem to be asking to mock me." Genius, Lily and Brahman formed one group, Rian and Kulun formed another, Tantiras and Abelardo formed a group, Jillian and Oblivion formed a group, and the Fire King and I are alone. According to her words, a chessboard appeared. Jamie was shocked, like lightning struck, thinking the sun god is alone. The goddess Pizzo raised an object in her hand and continued, "From the start, the Fire King has been on his own side, but appearing above like a pile of high darkness, or rather alone." Demi presented her speculation based on what she said. "I don't think just because he's alone that she feels she's in danger." The goddess Pizzo, now angry, scolded, "It's because of that bastard Janus. He treats me like the family's hunting dog and that I've been abandoned by the family. He targeted me, thinking I caused that." Jamie. She was very shocked. "Surely he will steal all my power to fight the filthy bastard family member. How dare he cross the line?" the goddess Pizzo said while grinding her teeth resentfully. Her hair turned black. Then Jamie worriedly thought and asked, "Is that why you need me, even though I'm a dark mage?" The goddess Pizzo, now with black hair, bowed and looked at him, saying, "The dark mana you have is infinite. It's very pure, unlike the cunning, dirty power of that filthy one. Even so, in the past, she also despised this power a lot," and he wondered in his heart, then asked another question, "But I am the heir of Diablo over there." The goddess Pizzo, after hearing this, had to put down the object in her hand, which disappeared, then closed her eyes and questioned, "So you mean you won't be able to cooperate with me? One of the 12 gods? How ridiculous." "You are the one who mentioned his name and approached me," she said as she pressed one of her giant fingers against her forehead. "You," between Jamie, angrily replied, "Well, I just meant that I don't think we can fully trust each other." She then replied, "Then we just need to nurture trust in each other." Jimmy rubbed his forehead and asked irritably, "How?" "Let's see the palm of your hand." The person listening then took off his glove and looked down at his palm. "I have already given you my promise mark. Right here in your palm is a special mark." Scene transition to the executor of the Piso Church in Iraq, raising his hand to his chest, speaking sincerely, "We are the sword that upholds the justice of the goddess." Along with the Ricky clerics on one side, happily clapping and cheering, while a young man beside them bowed his head in gratitude. Greetings to the newly appointed saint. Jamie became confused when he saw them. "Very, very, very pleased to meet everyone. I look forward to working with everyone in the future." The holy mark appears when someone is chosen by the gods. They will receive a sign on their body and will be treated like a bishop, even though they have no influence in the world. They will also not be affected by anything else because they are very sacred and inviolable, even if that bastard Janus blocks my way. It's true. But I am very sorry for arriving late. Thanks to your help during the crisis, I was able to protect this holy territory. A woman behind Jamie, her whole body shrouded in darkness, eyes shining, asked about the danger. The person opposite immediately feared and took leave. "If anything, I will come back later," leaving Jamie scared. He then turned back and forced a smile, rubbing his hands together, but being free to act without depending on any church. So that must be Jamie's mother. She raised her hand to rub his forehead and explained, "Jamie, you are a member of the Welton family and have joined the Piso Church. Mother couldn't believe that you are a saint." Sarah, the younger sister, heard this and her eyes lit up excitedly and asked, Mom, what is a saint? Behind the girl, a man sat down, smiling gently. Let me tell you. Sarah turned around and exclaimed. Lord Jamie, at this moment, asked, has Lord Beryl woken up? The man also turned his head. Jamie's mother hurriedly said, Father, let me go check. He asked if you would be okay. Jamie's mother was not lenient. She suddenly punched him on the head and said, yes, I also have to thank him for saving my son. At this moment, he raised his hand with difficulty and said, ha ha, I'm going too, then went to the door of a building. Come in. The frontier leader heard the door open and immediately sat up, exclaiming, CS. Yesterday I laughed, looking at him. One person sat on a chair, another on a bed, looking at each other. Jamie outside listened to their conversation. He imagined the two teasing each other, then helplessly thought, he really has no shame at all. Jimmy entered and plopped down on the frontier leader's sickbed, saying it's really a relief. I was worried your hand wouldn't heal, the man asked strangely. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about in front of a patient? Jimmy still cheerfully replied, well, I'm just a kid, but thanks. The frontier leader said thanks, making him blush shyly. He then stood up and turned away. I didn't do anything, and more importantly, I heard. You have something to tell me, right? Hearing my mother, the frontier leader replied, yes. Do you know anything about the border? Jamie looked confused and replied, I heard it's a very suspicious organization investigating the secrets of the world, right? The frontier leader looked behind him and spoke, surprising him. Follow me, Jamie? In the border, there is a level 9 mage who can teach you. Now Demi turned around and asked, they're not human, right? The frontier leader quickly replied, yes, and that's why they will help you become stronger. You think so? He seriously asked Jamie, who felt confused and thought it was unbelievable. You're asking if I want to study under someone weaker than me? Unbelievable, and you don't know who I am. Then he decisively replied, no need. He was surprised and asked again, are you sure they have a level 9 mage? Even though this is a chance to learn magic from someone who can change the world map, Jamie looked him straight in the eye and said, being a level 9 mage is impressive, but I'm no less skilled, making the frontier leader exclaim in surprise. What? Jamie is so confident right now, laughing and flexing as if in the not-too-distant future we will also reach that level. The more you talk, the more passionate you get, but thanks anyway, I'll drop by for a bit. We are really curious about the commander named Isis from that place, the leader of Frontiera. He paused for a moment, then he smiled back at them, saying they really are extraordinary people. Remember to drop by. Then at that time, I will introduce Isis to you. Scene changes to outside the building. Night has fallen. The moon is high. Master, you are really mean. The little squirrel is crying pitifully, shouting, how could you leave me like this? Master is really mean, Jamie asked again. I never left you, only left you with the grumpy one. She looked up at Jamie and shouted, but didn't you completely forget me later? The little squirrel crossed her arms and spread her legs, saying, just be honest, you did forget, didn't you? Demi raised his hand to mediate. Come on now, of course not. But in his heart he thought, crying so loudly like this, it's probably over, right? The cloth made me feel mana. It must be a relic I gave her. Then he bent down and looked at Vena, continuing, do you know how hard it was for me to walk all the way here from the village? I thought you had already awakened then. She hurriedly looked at the cloth and was surprised to see a beam of light emanating from it. Suddenly, from inside appeared an old-fashioned phone head, speaking, maybe it's better if I explain to save people. I forced it to awaken just once. That awakening was the result of Vena's strong desire and my help. So you should be grateful to me and Vena, human. If not for us, you would have been eaten by the demon. James was still panicking, looking at it. Then he grabbed the string and asked confusedly, what is this? Is it possessed? Can this hammer make noise all by itself? How can it make such a sound? Angry, he shouted, you rude thing! How dare you compare me to ordinary tools? Even if you are Vena's master. Just me, it said while shouting. Meanwhile, you were still looking on with curious eyes. Vena suddenly exclaimed, huh? Am I the only one who can hear you? The thing heard that, and it was like a thunderbolt struck its ears. So, according to this arrogant weapon, it barked at me even though I couldn't hear anything. Vena was now in tears, sadly holding the ring. From inside came a panicked voice, Vena, don't cry. Demi turned away, thinking, the awakening was only temporary. If she wants to fully awaken, she has to do some kind of duty. The ring now trembled, saying, you're really mean. Demi then became serious again. And I have found the secret place of Valkyrie. Hearing this, Vena immediately widened her eyes and asked, you know where Valkyrie lives? Tiberion looked down and replied, yes, it's the deepest part of the Ariasat forest. The ring spoke again. In the place called Springtime, Jamie, after hearing everything, spoke up. It seems we can't go there now because that vast forest is a place where even swordsmen struggle to survive. Looks like you really will have to do those duties. After this, time passed quickly, and everyone continued their usual activities. To complete their holy mission and holy protection, Ricky and Anna had to go to the Great Fioro Temple. The sky was still clear at a mansion. Sarah, with tears in her eyes, looked up at the man and asked, did you make Mother cry again? Meanwhile, the Welton family had another place to go. Seeing Jamie approaching, he happily spread his arms and called, come here, grandson. He helplessly watched this scene. It was really a bit much. Ross, who had gone with the brothers Ricky, waited. "Wait, sir," Jamie shouted, the executor of the Pizzo church. Iraq clapped happily seeing this scene. Honestly, a wonderful family that Lord Alok has joined as a representative of the cooperation between the Welton family and the Fierro church. 15 days later, a carriage was rolling down the road. "Finally, we're back. Hit 2. Mother and child Sia, going toward Akeno, calling honey. He happily hugged the mother and child, happily calling, Sia, Sarah, Jimmy, where are you? At this moment, he just got off the carriage and happily called, Dad, I'm back. Akeno was surprised to see her son. Then he stepped in front of him happily saying, You've grown taller. He cheerfully replied, Yes, sir. Scene changes to night. Ajeno slept soundly with his wife and daughter. What is a sword? A question was asked. The frontier leader, Jamie, who was sitting on the bed, asked, I am very curious to know, for a swordsman, what is a sword? The frontier leader was now warming up his arms and legs. Do you know that there was a time I was called a demon? The spirit sword is a reflection of myself. Thanks to continuous repentance and self-examination, I realized what I was wielding. Not only the sword, but also the hatred itself. That was when I truly became a real swordsman. He looked at him warming up and replied, So, you remember when talking with the goddess Pizzo, she asked if you wanted to know about the buried history? You replied, Of course, but would she tell me? The goddess Pizzo now looked a bit embarrassed and said, Now, it might be a bit difficult. Jamie asked in surprise. You mean later you will be able to? She explained. There is a certain keyword that once touched, all gods will know what happened. This is a word that cannot be avoided or left unsaid. As long as someone approaches that secret, all of us will know, and every time it happens, the enforcer will be sent to completely erase that existence, the goddess Pizzo said seriously. Jamie then gave his guess. For example, the dragon god Brahim. She did not deny it. Yes, his descendants, the dragons, will stand up. That is what happened with Cannon. Jamie's hands clenched into fists. The goddess Pizzo continued, Are you confident you can face even one of them? At this moment, the flashback ended and Jamie opened his eyes. In the end, I gained nothing at all, just like the past meeting. Now he lay on his bed and complained, I have to find another way. The next morning, Ajeno was on the training ground when suddenly a voice called from behind. Father! He turned around happily and asked, Demi? It's really surprising to see you here at the training ground. Demi now looked serious and said, There is something I want to tell you, Father. Ajeno curiously said, Go ahead. He hesitated a bit, then burst out with determination, speaking loudly, I want to learn swordsmanship. Scene changed to a room where the old man was standing in front of a large picture of a woman, called Tina, young Master Vio. Do you know, I really hate this power of mine. Just because of this useless power, I killed my whole family. He reached out to touch the photo and said sorrowfully, Stay with me, Tina. I will become your family and protect you, so you never have to use that power again. That's what I said, dear Tina. I still don't know what that prophecy really is. He was very sad. If I really needed it, why didn't anyone tell me? That tax soldier who saved my life on the battlefield and became my steward was actually a traitor. Was it really necessary to sacrifice all those innocent lives? He said in pain. The woman now brought out a necklace and smiled, replying, You will know immediately. You must give this to that person. He hurriedly asked Tina, Why do you have to prepare for such a distant future? Tina sighed and replied, Don't cry anymore. This is the first time I'm proud of my power. If you hadn't kept me here then, I would have. He then raised his hand to receive the necklace. Tina's last words echoed, So you must watch out for that boy. The child will inherit our bloodline. Let's hope that child will not become a disaster for this world. At this time, in the Welton territory of the Seldam Kingdom, there was a large mansion. The enforcer of the Pizzo Church, Iraq, was now clasping his hands together and happily said, It's truly an honor to meet you, Master Swordsman. Ajeno was sitting opposite the guest with his wife and replied, Thank you for coming all this way. I am very sorry that Archbishop Saphira has passed away. He seriously got to the main point. Who would have thought the Genus Church would exploit the nobility? Let me introduce you to my siblings. This is Master Swordsman Ajeno. Iraq smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern. Our church will never forget this favor. Ajeno gritted his teeth angrily. If we find a way, we will attack the main temple of the Janus Church immediately. The daughter of the great B.O. family, the wife of Count Welton, who was also the mother of Jamie and Sarah, worriedly called her husband. Ajeno was still angry and shouted, Those bastards have disturbed our family, so we must make them pay. The enforcer of the Pizzo Church now respectfully clasped his hands together and replied, Our church will also support Lord Aquino at this time to regain composure and thank you all for helping me unconditionally. The executor immediately responded, Of course, the work of the saint is also the work of the church, sir. Then I will take my leave first. Be careful on your way back. After speaking, the other person opened the door and left. At this time, Akino was deeply contemplating. Xiao's beside him anxiously observed and then asked, Husband, what are you thinking about? Which startled him to turn around. He explained, I am thinking about that kid Jamie. I didn't expect him to become a saint of the Pizzo church, although they said the boy can work independently and is not related to the church, but right now he is pretending to be wealthy and replied, I'm sorry, I should have taken better care of him. Seeing his wife like that, he hurriedly explained, it's not her fault. Who can stop a 9-year-old child who is already a level 6 mage? I'm just worried about the current situation. His face was full of anxiety. She also knew that the Pizzo church was about to go to war with the Janus church. At times like this, appointing a new saint is crucial. Xiao's then forced a smile and replied to her worried husband. Jamie will lead the battle, right? Before he left Welton, father told me already. Her hands intertwined awkwardly. Maybe because of the battle he was chosen, probably Jamie did it because of Ricky. Akeno reached out and took his wife's hand and said, It's really unbelievable. I'm very worried about you. She was about to say something else. Actually, CS became trembling and panicked. I'm very afraid something will happen to Jamie. Akeno felt heartbroken seeing his wife like that and comforted her. Don't cry. I promised to bring Jamie back. CS still covered her face trembling and said, But I'm very scared. Mother told me to trust the boy and watch him until the end, but I'm still very scared, husband. My heart never finds peace, she said while wiping her tears. Akeno gently comforted her. Trust your husband. No one can harm our child, even if it's the Holy Spirit. Scene shifts to Jamie, who is now on the training ground. He firmly held the sword in his hand and shouted, I want to learn swordsmanship. Akeno was very surprised and asked again, What did you just say? He resolutely answered, I want to learn the swordsmanship of our family. What about magic? Jamie replied, I will learn both magic and swordsmanship at the same time. Akeno forced a smile and asked, So you want to learn swordsmanship for self-defense, right? I want to seriously learn the swordsmanship of our family, he said loudly, showing his determination. Akeno frowned briefly. Then he turned away annoyed and said, You are underestimating swordsmanship too much. Jamie still persisted and said, I am not. Akeno did not turn back. Our swordsmanship is not something that can be practiced alongside magic. He ran after him. But you, he was unhappy and said, It's not a frivolous thing for you to play with. You are underestimating it too much. I cannot teach someone like you, Jamie answered. I am very serious. Hearing that, he grabbed an object. Then show me your determination. He picked up a wooden sword and said loudly, I will not use aura, pointing the sword directly at Jamie's face, which made him a little stunned. Just use everything you have and take my sword strike. He raised 2 fingers and asked, So you mean I can use magic, right? Black was also seriously watching. Akeno raised the sword and answered sternly, If you can use magic, swordsmanship, or anything else, if you can block one of my sword strikes, then I will pass the swordsmanship to you. The soldiers nearby witnessing this scene murmured among themselves. Ha ha, young Master James, isn't Miss Sarah the heir to that sword? I think she is too obsessed with magic, even if she is a member of the Welton family. Isn't it too late now? Jamie angrily thought, I can hear you all, just as expected from father. He can rival Cable. Or even stronger, I cannot sense any energy coming from him. This is scarier than anything else. Akeno spoke. Are you ready? He replied. Yes. In his heart, he was determined. Let's break that wooden sword. If father doesn't aura it, I can do this. All right, I'm coming, he said as he swung the sword charging toward Jamie, making him a bit startled. Father really intends to kill his own son? Jamie raised 2 fingers and shouted, Hack magic break. A shout appeared, then shot an energy arrow forward, which surprised Cho a bit, hastily dodging to the side successfully. Avoiding that energy arrow while also attacking Jamie's front, he both rushed forward and spoke. The sword is not a simple weapon. Tongue became terrifying. It will hurt. Jamie then began to swing his hand out using his magical power. Seriously said, I already said I am very serious, didn't I? Hand of destruction. At this moment, a giant magic circle appeared. Jamie quickly attacked his father, causing the wooden sword to break. Akeno looked at the wooden sword in panic. Jimmy was still swinging his hand with full force and focus. At this rate, I can't stop him. The only way I can show my determination is to grit my teeth and resolutely overcome this attack. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his hand. Akeno was both surprised and happy, asking, Where did you learn this magic? Jimmy honestly replied, I created it myself. This kid doesn't need guidance. He immediately recalled the words of Marquis Lin Mayo, then thought, so that's what he meant. Then he bowed and sincerely asked his son, Jamie, your magical talent is already outstanding. But you still want to learn swordsmanship? Yeah, Jamie became serious again and replied, That's right. I have never underestimated swordsmanship. Moreover, I don't intend to only learn swordsmanship, Cho. I want to learn it for my own future, he said with passion. Akeno was stunned and asked, What do you mean by future? I think father has already guessed. I realized many things after that time. Magic alone is not enough. I need a new power. To face future challenges, father knows that too, right? He said with a thoughtful expression. Although I am still young, it doesn't mean I haven't matured, father. Akeno bowed his head in silence, his tone rising. You are very determined. Then he released his son's hand. then turned and coldly said, "From tomorrow onwards, come here at 6 a.m. Jamie was approved. His eyes brightened happily as he replied, "Yes." At this time, a carriage was running on the road. A hand touched the window looking outside. Eager to meet the young master, Warren quickly. A beautiful young lady with blonde hair looked out the window with a love-struck expression, then entered a room. Jimmy had woken up and was preparing. Meanwhile, a pair of rosy ears was calling Snow. Jimmy put on gloves and looked back. Something was snoring. "Can't believe I have to do this." Vina was sleeping soundly, even drooling. "Should I wake her?" he thought. The image of his little sister Sarah appeared. She was crying painfully, calling Squirrel. "Where are you, Squirrel?" In his hand was a letter saying, "Don't look for me." Then he looked down and thought further. "Sleep as long as you want. Anyway, today I have to make up for what I did yesterday." Then he gently touched the little squirrel's nose, creating a bit of magical light. Then the little squirrel appeared next to Sarah, who was also sleeping soundly and drooling. It was 6 a.m. Jamie stepped out of the house, thinking as he walked, "I wonder what kind of training I'll get. From the start, I didn't expect to learn the clan's secret techniques. I may be the future clan leader, but training is still very hard because I don't even know the basics." Thinking of this, he reached the training ground without realizing, grabbed a weapon, any weapon. Not thinking much, "I will master swordsmanship soon." Then he boldly stepped toward the training dummies. He confidently thought, more importantly, the effect on this physical body is very clear. It carries the blood of a famous swordsmanship clan and has been enhanced by the life seed. "This time I will surprise everyone, father. From today, I will be responsible for training you." A man appeared before him and said loudly. This man was Elite Knight, Vice Captain Hamilton. Jamie was a bit confused and scratched his face, surprised, asking, "Isn't father going to teach me?" Vice Captain Hamilton looked fierce and said, "A kid just starting to learn swordsmanship wants the strongest swordsman to teach him?" The kid was a bit speechless, thinking he didn't look very happy. Vice Captain Hamilton continued speaking. "From now on, I will be your trainer," Jamie later asked. "But it seems you don't have a wooden sword." He immediately answered, "Today's lesson doesn't need that," then pointed behind fiercely and continued speaking. "From now on, you will practice running laps around the training ground." Jamie's expression looked completely drained of energy as he called out, "Sir Leonardo, why do we have to run? I'm here to learn swordsmanship, not to stop." A shout echoed back. Vice Captain Hamilton somehow pulled out a baseball cap, put it on, and shouted again. "Trainee Jamie, from now on, you are no longer allowed to call me sir, but must call me trainer." Jamie was shocked, eyes wide open. "Why?" In his heart, he questioned, "Okay, what is this? Why does it sound like I have to obey him? All your answers will be yes, sir." His voice continued to echo. Then he shouted sharply, "Got it?" Jamie weakly responded, "Yes. Is that all you've got? Use all your strength and shout it out." Vice Captain Hamilton then pulled out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere, put them on, and said with satisfaction, "That's right, very good. Where did those sunglasses come from? Now start running on the training field until 9 a.m. The sun had risen high by then, and Jamie was still diligently running. "I know," said Aquino at that moment. She was looking out the window at her son and said, "Hamilton is best at training soldiers." Xiaos looked at her husband with discomfort. "He's really too harsh," she said. He explained, "I have to be strict with the boy, if he doesn't want the name Welton to be disgraced. Besides, this isn't even cruel yet. This is just the beginning. Once he starts wielding a sword, I won't go easy on him, even if he's my son," he said, tightening his voice to advise their son. "Can you be a little gentler with him, right?" Aquino raised her hand awkwardly and said, "My father never went easy on me." "I'm sure the boy will do well because he's our son," he said, then softened his tone as he approached his wife. "All right, I forgot to tell you this," Sias curiously asked. "What is it?" "I think the Viscount's family will visit tomorrow." She jumped up in shock upon hearing that. "Why are you only telling me now?" he explained. "There's still a day left. The Viscount is my sworn brother, so we should prepare a little party for the guests." She clenched her fist seriously and said, "That's exactly why we need to prepare properly. I don't even know what to do first." "Humph," she said angrily, clenching her hands and walking away. He raised his hand to stop her. Wait, but she sighed in confusion alone. Later, Akeno scratched her face and said, "I just got back feeling guilty for Jamie. I was going to go easy on him. If your mother advises me one more time." It was already 11 a.m., the sun high and shining brightly. Jamie was still running with all his might. Vice Captain Hamilton stood aside watching, feeling very surprised. "Impressive. I didn't expect a 9-year-old to have such endurance. I must always be careful in case he runs out of energy, but I haven't had to use my mana or divine power yet. I just keep running continuously, using physical strength without resting a minute." Jamie was running, thinking and encouraging himself. Akeno smiled and said, "Honestly, I have some expectations, but since Jamie chose the path of magic cultivation, I will do my best to support him." Vice Captain Hamilton thought of that image, and now seeing him perform so well, he judged inwardly, "Sir, it seems the young master is not only talented in magic." Then he shouted, calling the trainee, "You can stop now." Jamie seemed not to hear and kept running diligently. "Trainee Jamie, you can stop." A hand patted Jamie's shoulder to hold him back. Jamie turned back with eyes like a demon, which startled Vice Captain Hamilton for a moment. Then Jamie regained composure and asked, "Huh, trainer? The exercise is over?" Sweat poured down like a shower. His face looked pale as if sick. Vice Captain Hamilton was still stunned and replied, yes, today's training ends here. Thank goodness I can rest now." Saying that, Jamie's whole body fell forward. He fainted in the middle of the training ground. Vice Captain Hamilton took off his sunglasses and thought back to Jamie's eyes earlier, feeling extremely shocked. He didn't know how to report this. Outside the window, the sky had turned to sunset. The sky's color was very beautiful. Jamie lay in bed, tired, opening his eyes, wondering where he was. "This is my room. Did I faint? Does that mean the training is over?" At that moment, Sarah was sobbing, calling Jamie. Hearing that, he jumped up in panic. "Sarah, when did you get here? Why are you crying?" The little girl, with a tear-streaked face, replied, "I thought you were dead." Jamie grabbed his sister's hand and comforted her. "See? I'm still fine, right?" Sarah finally responded with relief when a call echoed from the master. The little squirrel was now tightly held in Sarah's hand. She desperately exclaimed, "I've suffered enough. Now I want to rest for real. Am I suffering more than you?" Jamie smiled with pursed lips and said to his sister Sarah, "How about you stop crying and play with the squirrel?" A desperate call rang out again. Master Akeno hurriedly opened the door and stepped in, asking, "Are you awake?" Both siblings called out in unison, "Dad." Only the little squirrel had now been bitten by Sarah in the mouth. Akeno approached, picked up his precious daughter and said, "Sarah, I'm very proud of you. You know how to care for your older brother. It seems the nanny baked cookies for you." The little girl, still holding the squirrel in her mouth, exclaimed, "Cookies!" Then she ran outside the door with the nanny, calling for cookies. "Squirrel, let's go eat together." At this moment, the man closed the door again and said to his son, "I thought you would be lying around all over the place. Because your muscles are sore." Jamie confidently raised his fist and replied, "Luckily, I'm still okay." In his heart, he thought he couldn't say it was thanks to the life seed's effect. The life seed was something he was lucky to find once again, a creature containing life force that could self-heal and enhance physical strength. Akeno sat down on the bed and said, "You must have been very surprised to see Hamilton appear at the training ground." Jamie laughed heartily and replied, "I thought the person teaching me would be Dad." Then he playfully hit his head. "You still have a long way to go before you can learn from a sword master," he tearfully replied helplessly. "But you are my son," he looked at him with pride. "Yes, my extraordinary son." After a while, he struggled to recall and asked, "But what happened next? I clearly remember I was running, but I can't remember what happened after that." 5 hours and 17 minutes, even beyond my expectations. Vice Captain Hamilton, who was now extremely astonished, reported to Akeno, "Incredible stamina and resilient spirit." He raised a finger and said to him, "Don't worry. You have completed the training session," Demi asked in amazement. "Really?" He seriously replied, "Yes, so." In his mind, he thought that at his age, 6 years old, it should be about 3 hours and 36 minutes. "Starting tomorrow, you will begin sword training." Akeno smiled brightly and happily announced to his son Jamie, who joyfully asked, "We don't have to run anymore, right?" His father replied, "No need anymore." "Really?" Jamie asked again. "Yes, but you still have to run for 1 hour every day to maintain endurance." His expression suddenly fell. Seeing his son like that, Akeno quickly comforted him. "You don't want to? If you don't want to, then you don't have to." Jamie didn't want to disappoint his father, so he didn't refuse. No, I will definitely run." Then he reminded him, "It will also take some time for Hamilton to teach you the basics. Don't take it lightly, or you will suffer later." While teaching, Hamilton might be a bit scary. Jamie thought of Vice Captain Hamilton's image and was terrified, drooling. "I have to see that hat and those sunglasses again." Then Akeno spoke again. "If you can endure it, we will personally teach you swordsmanship and the use of the Welton family daggers within my ability." Jamie felt excited hearing his father say that. "Daggers," he continued, "are not easy to learn, but Jamie, if it were you, you would definitely master it." Akeno came closer, hugged his son's shoulder, and proudly said, making Jamie blush shyly, "I will wait for you to advance." The next day, a voice rang out, "That student, seeing me as your instructor, do you feel discouraged?" The other person replied, "Yes." Vice Captain Hamilton was now standing opposite Jamie. Learning swordsmanship from a sword master would be better for him. "Are you really not sad? When the person teaching him was just a sword expert like me?" Jamie continued to reply, "Yes," without looking. His face didn't seem to show that. Jamie now trembled, saluted in a military style, gritting his teeth thinking, "Damn, I have to board the ship at 6 a.m. Thinking about last night, the sky above the Welton Gremia territory could produce such a training facility. Very convenient. Vina, with tears in her eyes, looked at Jamie and asked, "Brother, do you really have to go?" Jamie, trembling, raised his hand in a military salute, gritting his teeth thinking, "I'm doomed. I have to board the ship at dawn." Thinking about last night, the sky above Welton Gremia territory could produce an entire training facility like this? Convenient indeed. Vina, with tears welling up, looked at Jamie and asked, "Do you really have to go?" He helplessly replied, Why would I lie to you? Then Jamie turned back and asked her, Vina, do you remember what I said before? She was shocked and still sniffling, responding, yes. Jamie pondered. The world is changing very fast, and we are at its center. He clenched his fists to resist the 12 gods. If we don't become stronger. Vina raised her hand determinedly. I will do my best. Jamie was momentarily surprised, then turned away and said, so let's start the hellish training. Vena returned to her listless posture, responded obediently, and stepped through a door. Surely, Jamie said, let's go. I should restrain myself. Jamie recalled yesterday's training together, so exhausting they collapsed on the ground, complaining. Vice Captain Hamilton was smiling happily, thinking the running training yesterday had worn the kids out quite a bit, but today, I won't go easy on the boy. Then he handed Jamie a wooden sword and said, hold this. Then he turned away and said the basic sword techniques are divided into slashing and thrusting. Try to shout loudly and clearly. Vice Captain Hamilton demonstrated the moves while explaining to Jamie that slashing is further divided into direct slash, swing slash from the left and right wings, diagonal slash, etc. All are part of the slashing techniques. Jamie watched his moves in awe and thought, it's more complicated than I thought. Next, Vice Captain Hamilton used a strong force and shouted, "Yah!" After finishing, he sheathed the sword and asked the trainee Jamie, how do you find the instructor's teaching method? Jamie sincerely admired and replied, very good. He then said, a half-hearted answer is not enough. I will have you run. Before he finished, Jamie continued, your footwork. Vice Captain Hamilton was stunned and asked, my footwork? How so? Jamie then presented his analysis. Every step you take is seamlessly connected with the entire body's movement. The way you utilize each muscle fiber is impressive. Even though you use little strength, it seems your explosive power has increased, right? These words surprised him. Jamie saw his expression and thought, maybe my words surprised him a lot. All movements start from the feet. This is something I once heard from a swordmaster 60,000 years ago. Vice Captain Hamilton turned back and praised, ah yes, very good answer, Jamie replied respectfully. Then Vice Captain Hamilton put his hand to his mouth, yawned to regain composure, and continued, whatever you say, today's training is simple. Do exactly what I showed you 1,000 times. Jamie was so shocked his mouth almost dropped open. Huh? He said. The officer then said, the only acceptable answer is, understood. The rest are invalid. Understood, understood, Jamie could only respond. At this point, Jamie was still training so hard that sweat poured down like a shower. Vice Captain Hamilton was still outside observing. He leaned his head against a pillar and thought, I have planned to train the basics for the kid over 1 year and 6 months. 3 months is too long. Then he called the trainee Jamie. At this moment, Jamie was so focused he didn't hear him. Vice Captain Hamilton approached and called again. Only then did Jamie hurriedly respond. Yes, yes, sir, he instructed. I have to go out now. Remember to finish the 1,000 repetitions before I return. After Vice Captain Hamilton left, Jamie sighed in relief, finally catching his breath. Everything was still fine. Only the teacher's gaze was a bit scary. Anyway, Jamie gripped the sword tightly and felt happy. He smiled with determination. Jamie told himself, the more I swing the sword, the more ideas I get about combining it with magic. More freely, a bit closer. Jamie closed his eyes to feel the movements, and a bit stronger, then swung the sword decisively. Jamie looked at the sword in his hand and smiled, thinking the future is still far away, but maybe I will be led to a new field. Then he looked up at Black and called, Black Ball, are you recording? It responded with a hiss as if answering him, then projected an image of Jamie training well. All right, finish this, Jamie exclaimed. Suddenly, footsteps appeared. When sensing something, Jamie's expression became serious. Right in front of the training ground, the flow of life energy was strange. Was there an intruder? Jamie used teleportation technique and immediately appeared behind the intruder. He swung his sword and charged to attack, shouting loudly, who dares invade the Welton family mansion? Bold girl. Asvaler quickly raised her hand to block and screamed, ah! Who dares to invade the Welton family mansion? Brave girl. Asvaler quickly raised her hand to block and shouted, ah! Jamie was stunned, looking down at the person in front of him. Ash, scared to tears, said, you scared me. Then the two sat down together. Ash finally sighed in relief. I thought I was going to die. Jamie gazed into the distance and asked, are you a wind spirit? He looked at the spiritual energy around him and thought, to sustain a spirit in the current world, they must at least have a mid-level reincarnation rank. The girl was delighted when someone recognized her. You recognize me? You recognize me? Jamie helplessly looked at her and replied, it seems you're not just playing around here at home, huh? Ash innocently raised both hands excitedly and said, I'm training. Then a high-level spirit came to her. Jamie was shocked and asked, a high-level spirit? She honestly replied, yes. Its name is Repeat, the highest-level wind spirit. Repeat is the spirit protector of the Wind King. Jamie asked, what did Repeat say? Ash turned around and replied, nothing, just looked at me and then disappeared. Since that day, I started to have the ability to maintain the spirit. He kept thinking, assuming she was just a child, but the world wouldn't focus on her without reason. The girl then crossed her arms and flexed again. But my sister is even more amazing. She can summon a high-level spirit. Hearing this, Jamie was truly shocked and exclaimed, "What? Ash?" Seeing his expression, Ash arrogantly continued, "I knew you'd be surprised." Dad was also very surprised. He was so shocked he couldn't say anything. Jamie was silent, deep in thought. Of course he'd be surprised. At that age, to summon a high-level spirit means she's a genius like me. Because she was reincarnated as the Spirit King, El Queens kindly treated the soul of the girl who made the contract. Suddenly, Ash grabbed his head and cried out in pain. Jamie was startled and anxiously asked, "Why? What's wrong?" The girl tearfully said worriedly, "I forgot. Dad said I'm not allowed to tell this story." Jamie sighed helplessly. In the Welton library, a voice echoed, "There's still no new information from the people at the Janus Church." "Yes," Valor nodded in response, "but they will soon make a decision." Akeno was furious, as if about to burst into flames. They have to choose between starting a war or disbanding their religion. Then she put down the teacup and asked again, "Have you found the captain of the Seven Knights yet?" Valor replied, "Not yet. According to information from Tay Chris, a secret intelligence organization and a business partner of the Eastern nobility, he hasn't returned to Janus's main temple. I don't know what happened." Valere looked worried and said. Aquino was silent and replied, "It's something related to the monsters. Even Beryl is no match for it. War will break out. I wonder what will happen to myself." If I were in his position when he returns, in a magnificent room, a polite voice sounded, "Sorry for the late greeting, Viscount." "No problem. I heard you've been practicing swordsmanship." Rebecca was looking down with an awkward expression. "Keep practicing hard. We have high expectations for you." Everyone was sitting together in a large room, talking. Jamie cheerfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance." Ash waved his hand from the opposite side to call him. Jamie, with Rebecca beside him, lowered her head shyly. Then she made up her mind and raised her head to call out. But before she could say anything, she became tense, blushed, and lowered her head. Jamie found her behavior puzzling and thought, is she nervous? Thinking about her tense expression just now, Jamie thought Rebecca was a bit strange. "This is the first time we've met since the last incident. I wonder what's wrong with her. It feels like she's trying to avoid me." Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Intern Jamie, I told you to relax." But he was distracted by random thoughts. Jamie was planting banana trees and was distracted. He struggled to reply, "Not at all, sir." Vice Captain Hamilton raised a whistle to his mouth, blew it, shook his finger, and said, "Don't lie to me. Stand up immediately." Then he asked, "Did you complete 1,000 sword swings yesterday?" Jamie panted and replied, "I did." Hearing that, Vice Captain Hamilton threw him a wooden sword and said, "Is that so? Let me see." Then he seriously performed what he had learned, his movements very agile, decisive, and perfect. His sword thrusts were powerful and strong. Vice Captain Hamilton was surprised again when he saw his ability. No words needed. He's really good. How could he learn it in just one day? Can he complete it? After finishing the lesson, Jamie stopped and asked the trainer, "How do you think I did?" "I guess it wasn't very good." Vice Captain Hamilton didn't hide it and replied, "Oh, you did very well. We will move on to the next step. You were tired because of the noise, but when you heard this, you woke up again." Next, Vice Captain Hamilton explained, i.e., the former clan leader. "Those are the moves your grandfather invented." Chabil, the former clan leader of the Welton family, he was a master swordsman who taught the knights of the Welton family the moves he created to help the knights improve their strength. It is called 100 waves, the powerful waves rising, that is the flow of 100 sea currents. Vice Captain Hamilton then demonstrated 100 waves. Jamie was extremely amazed by this move. "Here," Vice Captain Hamilton asked, "it seems this is your first time seeing 100 waves, right?" He honestly replied, "Yes, that's right. I was just like you when I first learned it, but focus on this." As he spoke, he stomped his foot and began to perform light steps. Jamie's eyes followed without blinking. It was like a harmonious resonance with the movement. Watching Vice Captain Hamilton's movements, he thought Mana was moving in sync with his footsteps. Transitioned to 4 hours later, Jamie was still on the training ground, practicing the 100 waves technique. He struggled, thinking, where exactly did I go wrong? He kept moving his feet. This must be exactly what Sir Hamilton did. After a while, he stopped helplessly, thinking he was out of mana. He imagined the happy expression of Vice Captain Hamilton when seeing someone fail. Any Welton knight can use 100 waves, but it seems